and he cupped his hands in greeting, saying,
Miss Qingyao, I trouble you to escort me out of the mansion. There are still many matters to attend to at the manor. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will visit the Mu family again.
Mu Qinzhuo nodded slightly. The resident cultivators of the 5 manors have been decided. Master Yi Dan will be stationed at Qingshan Manor.
I will take you to find him. If any evil cultivators from Yue Kingdom appear, you can seek his help.
She waved her slender fingers, conjuring a dazzling array of colorful clouds. Chen Qingfeng stepped onto the colorful clouds, following behind her, inhaling the faint fragrance as they flew out of Songlin Mountain together. The flying boat glided smoothly through the clouds. Dressed in a Taoist alchemist's robe, Master Yi looked at Chen Qingfeng, his tone calm and indifferent.
Young man, I have been ordered to oversee Qingshan Prefecture this time, and my residence is on Luyun Peak. Unless it is urgent, there is no need to disturb me.
This junior understands and will remember your instructions, senior.
Chen Qingfeng replied respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. Due to the turmoil in Yu Kingdom, the Mu family had drawn late-stage key refining cultivators from their clan to be stationed in various prefectures. The one sent to oversee Qingshan Prefecture was none other than Master Yi, whom Chen Qingfeng had met at the trade fair 3 years ago. According to Old Man Lin at the time, this Master Yi was no ordinary person, holding a position in the Mu family comparable to an elder. The Mu family sent Master Yi for 2 reasons. First, to protect the safety of Qingshan Prefecture and guard against the evil cultivators fleeing from Yu Kingdom. Second, the Mu family had cultivated a medicinal herb field on Luyun Peak, which they were now entrusting to Master Yi's personal management. In Chen Qingfeng's view, the latter was probably the Mu family's primary objective. Seeing that Master Yi was a man of few words, Chen Qingfeng didn't press the issue. He didn't have high expectations of Master Yi, nor did he seek any guidance or benefit from him. He only hoped that Master Yi would fulfill his duty of overseeing the area and suppress any disturbances caused by evil cultivators. After returning to Qingshan Prefecture, Chen Qingfeng summoned all the cultivators there and informed them of Master Yi's presence at Luyun Peak. Knowing that a late-stage key refining cultivator was stationed there, everyone felt much more at ease. However, Chen Qingfeng still gave them some advice.
It was best not to act alone or venture deep into the mountains. It was better to stay home and focus on cultivation.
Fortunately, Qingshan Prefecture was a small place with few cultivators, and their residences were.
Initially, the word demon meant seeking truth and acting freely, rising to prominence according to one's heart. When prosperous, one roamed freely across the world. When declining, one calmly vanished. This was the true meaning of acting freely. One only sought to live life to the fullest and die peacefully. The immortal path, on the other hand, was about refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, upholding the principles of the universe, and not letting selfish desires take precedence. Chen Qingfeng gazed at the distant mountain clouds and mist, his tone becoming heavy. But later, the demonic path changed. It only remembered roaming freely when prosperous, but forgot vanishing when declining. Human greed grew, and the path that should have sought truth became an obsession that refused to be extinguished, ultimately leading to its current lawless and scourge-ridden state. Immortal cultivators, though they also contend and fight, mostly adhere to their bottom lines. Chen Qingfeng explained. Take the Mu family, for example. They want me to serve them, but they do it openly, clearly offering me benefits and favors. They authorized me initially, and now they want to marry their daughter to me. Although their actions are purposeful, they still have certain principles. That's the way of the immortals. As for the demonic path, it's completely chaotic now. Even Purple Mansion true persons are randomly arresting people, creating mass graves. Most demonic cultivators today are tainted with bloodlust, treating mortals as cultivation materials, frequently raiding villages to kill and plunder. It's because of their inhumane actions that mortals can no longer find a place to live, forced to flee north. This is why the south has become the demon realm. Righteous cultivators, based on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and comprehending the laws of nature, respect the Tao of heaven and abide by cause and effect, seeking to harmonize with heaven and earth, step by step towards immortality. Demonic cultivators, however, do the opposite. They plunder souls and trample on living beings, treating fresh lives as mere resources for cultivation, regarding human life as worthless. They may tamper with yin and yang, cultivating forbidden arts, willing to do anything for their goals, wreaking havoc and causing immense suffering. They disregard the heavenly way, defying cause and effect, their methods stained with blood, leaving behind only resentment wherever they go. Such people, who stray from the great way and prioritize selfish desires, are called the demonic path. To seek immortality, they will stop at nothing. This is the demonic path. Chen Qingfeng sighed. To obtain the golden elixir, The Purple Mansion true person of Yu Kingdom sacrificed the lives of countless cultivators to create a mass grave. He often wondered, could such a person truly refine the golden elixir? Could he really succeed? Chun Qingfeng murmured. Hey, you two-legged beast, what are you doing? I'm talking to you. The fox hurriedly jumped over, waving its little paws wildly in front of him. Ah! Chun Qingfeng snapped out of his reverie, rubbed the little guy's head, and smiled apologetically. I was daydreaming just now. What did you say? I asked you what your plans are for the future. The spiritual energy here is thin. It's okay for now, but what about later? The fox said indignantly. What about later? Chun Qingfeng rubbed his temples. This was indeed a heavy burden on his mind. For cultivators, spiritual veins and cultivation grounds are extremely important. Qingshan Prefecture only managed to cultivate a spiritual vein thanks to the fall of the cave heaven years ago. But this spiritual vein was of very low grade, and the spiritual energy was pitifully thin, with only a slightly higher concentration on Luoyun Peak. Unfortunately, Luoyun Peak was occupied by the Mu family, and had nothing to do with them. The immortal mountains and spiritual lands in the world had long been divided up by various cultivators. So where were there any good unclaimed places? With Chun Qingfeng and the little fox's current cultivation level, they could manage to cultivate in Qingshan Prefecture. But when their cultivation level improved in the future, relying on the thin spiritual energy here would slow down their progress considerably. All the famous sacred mountains and places are already owned, and I have no other choice. Chun Qingfeng shrugged. I can only serve the Mu family for now and see if we can move to Songlan Mountain or get Luoyun Peak in the future. The spiritual energy there is much richer than that of Sanxing Cave. Ugh! This is so worrying. The fox kept scratching its head, becoming anxious again. I know a place where I can cultivate, but I can't remember exactly where. The little dog stretched out its paw, looking serious. Huh? Stupid dog. Tell me, what did you remember? The fox was delighted and jumped onto its head. I can't think of all the locations right now. I just know there's a place I should go to. The puppy shook its head. Stupid dog. That's like saying nothing at all. The fox rolled its eyes and scratched its forehead with its paw. Silly fox. Even if I remember, I won't take you. It'll only take my big brother. The puppy retorted, opening its mouth to bite. Fine. You've gone too far. Have you forgotten who saved your dog's life? The two little guys started wrestling and rolling around in a ball. Why are you fighting again? Chun Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. This constant bickering, doesn't it get tiresome? Zhang Liangkai, having received his orders, led his men to settle the refugees. Time waits for no one, and his health had been declining over the years. He specifically brought his son, Zhang Luyu, along to handle many matters. He hoped that his son, who only knew how to eat, drink, and enjoy himself, could gain more experience so that after his death, he could continue to serve Chun Qingfeng. Father, my little sister has already given birth to a child with spiritual insight for the Chen family. With this relationship, do we need to go to such lengths to curry favor? Zhang Luyu said casually. Insolence. You fool. Zhang Liangkai scolded him with exasperation. Xuyun married into the Chen family and is now Madame Chen. No longer the little sister you call her. He pointed at the refugees before him, his tone turning serious. In this world, it's always the immortals who call the shots. Look at these people, without the protection of immortals. They're nothing but fish on a chopping board with no freedom whatsoever. I can still move now, so will serve you faithfully, sir. If my family encounters trouble in the future, you can at least offer some assistance. I'm getting old, and I'm increasingly unable to keep up. In a few years, I won't be able to do it anymore. Then you'll take over serving you, sir. I don't expect you to do anything great, just be recognized and have you remembered that you exist, that's enough. Zhang Liangkai glared at him. What are you standing there for? Get to work. Zhang Luyu mumbled, I know. But inwardly he didn't take it seriously. So what if they're immortals? They're just like us, cowards who cling to life, still huddled together in groups. Zhang Luyu led his servants to settle the refugees, but he was never a good man. His eyes kept wandering to the women. Once people are free from worries about food and clothing, they easily become bored and restless, and when they're idle, they want to find some excitement. His gaze swept around a few times, and suddenly his eyes were drawn to a woman in the refugee group. Although the woman was ragged and her face was covered in mud, looking filthy, Zhang Luyu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately noticed that she had a voluptuous and slender figure, and the stunning beauty hidden in her eyes was something he had never seen before. Zhang Luyu was instantly itching with desire, his soul almost stolen away. Go, bring that woman to me, Zhang Luyu ordered his servants, his tone impatient and urgent. A moment later, the woman was led before him, and she timidly curtsied, saying, "This humble woman greets you, sir." Her voice was soft and gentle, tinged with the fear of fleeing a disaster. Zhang Luyu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed, "Where are you from? Why have you ended up here?" "This humble woman is from a village in the south. Our village suffered a calamity from the immortals, and my husband was abducted. I had no choice but to flee here." As she spoke, she noticed his predatory gaze and instinctively pulled her tattered clothes tighter, her expression growing increasingly uneasy. Zhang Luyu rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on her, his greed undisguised. "Would you like to come with me?" "Sir, please don't joke. This humble woman already has a husband." The woman quickly lowered her eyes and declined. "Your husband's fate is unknown. Come with me and I'll guarantee you food and clothing," Zhang Luyu said dismissively. The woman looked up, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, and asked softly, "Sir, can you protect me? The village suffered a calamity, and many people died." Of course, Zhang Luyu's heart warmed, and he couldn't help but boast. "Do you know who I am? My father is the mayor of Hejin town, and a favorite of the lord of the prefecture. Not to mention mortals, even many immortals who want to see the lord of the prefecture must get my father's approval. I know everything about the affairs of the prefecture, big and small, and even the temperaments and preferences of the various immortals." The woman was silent for a moment, a blush rising on her face, and nodded gently. "I only ask for a peaceful place to live." "Good, good, good." Zhang Luyu was overjoyed and reached out to embrace her, but just as his fingertips were about to touch her sleeve, he suddenly withdrew his hand, frowning, "Go and wash up first, and we'll talk in detail tonight." Songlan Mountain, the Mu family's territory. The council hall was filled with the scent of pine resin. Mu Renhua had just returned to the clan's territory and immediately convened a family meeting with the core clan members. "Father, what did you gain from your trip to Yu Kingdom with true person Xian Yu?" Mu Yujin was the first to rise and ask. "That true person in Yu Kingdom is almost insane in his pursuit of the golden core Dao." Mu Renhua spoke of this matter with a hint of solemnity in his brows. He captured nearly 100,000 qi refining cultivators, turning the cultivation world of Yu Kingdom into a bloodbath. Fortunately, several true persons joined forces to put pressure on him, strictly forbidding him from touching Foundation establishment cultivators, otherwise the cultivation world would have been in great chaos. As long as no Foundation establishment cultivators were involved, there's no major problem. Upon hearing this, the Mu family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Songlan County is located on the border of Qing Kingdom. If the Foundation establishment cultivators of Yu Kingdom were to run amok, the Mu family guarding the border would be the first to bear the brunt. Mu Yujin pondered for a moment, then asked, "In your opinion, Father, will that true person's pursuit of the golden core succeed? How could I possibly discern the golden core of a true person of the Purple Mansion?" Mu Renhua shook his head, but then he changed the subject, saying, "However, I serve under Master Xian Yu, and judging from his demeanor, the chances of this happening are slim. After all, that person is nearing death. He's just making a last-ditch effort out of resentment." He waved his hand, took out a lustrous jade slip, and handed it to Mu Yujin. "This is a secret method for absorbing spiritual energy that I obtained from Master Xian Yu. If you encounter a promising talent with exceptional potential, you can take them in." "I understand." Mu Yujin accepted the jade slip with both hands and nodded solemnly. "How is the situation in the various prefectures of the county lately? Is it still peaceful?" Mu Renhua then asked. "There have been occasional disturbances by Yu Kingdom cultivators, but they have all been dealt with promptly, and overall, things are relatively peaceful," Mu Yujin replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Mu Renhua nodded slowly. "Yes, it's good that things are peaceful. Seasons changed, and winter arrived in the blink of an eye. As usual, Qingshan Prefecture was supposed to hold its semi-annual cultivator trade fair. However, due to the recent unrest in the cultivation world, the fair was postponed. The prefectures of Luofeng, Qijiao, Yengue, and Hengshui in the southern part of Songlan County were successively attacked by cultivators from the Yu Kingdom. Among them, the most rampant were the group that harassed Qijiao Prefecture. The leader was a latest-stage qi refining cultivator with a hideous scar on his face, and he kept a rat-like spirit pet that was good at burrowing underground. Relying on the supernatural powers of his spirit pet, this man managed to escape unscathed after offending the Song family of Qijiao Prefecture, demonstrating considerable skill. The scattered Yu Kingdom cultivators even subtly regarded him as their leader. According to the confessions of captured Yu Kingdom cultivators, his real name was unknown, but he had a nickname, Crack-Faced Mad Rat. He used his Earth Rat to contact Yu Kingdom cultivators, forming a gang that frequently committed crimes within the various prefectures. This situation amused Chun Qingfeng. Qingshan Prefecture was small and lacked spiritual energy, with few cultivators, mostly low-level rogue cultivators, and desperately poor. These past shortcomings now became its shield. The Yu Kingdom cultivators, arrogant and haughty, didn't even bother to plunder, while other prefectures were rich in spiritual resources and became targets for plunder. Qingshan Prefecture's poverty, which spared it from disaster, became an advantage. Chun Qingfeng didn't care much about this. Whether they robbed him or not, he would stay within 100 miles and never venture into the deep mountains and dangerous places, preferring to cultivate peacefully. Deep in the mountains, the forest was dense and secluded. Several figures gathered in the shadows, led by a cultivator with a scar across his face. Beside him lay a meter-long gray rat, its eyes bloodshot, squatting and gnawing. If someone were to look closely, they would recognize it as a blood-stained human leg. This man was none other than the crack-faced mad rat. He relied on his earth mad rat, skilled at burrowing underground, to move freely through the mountains, thus attracting many Yu Kingdom cultivators hiding there. Among the surrounding prefectures, the wealthiest are Crimson Reef Prefecture and Fallen Maple Prefecture. The crack-faced mad rat's eyes were sinister as he said in a deep voice. However, Fallen Maple Prefecture is guarded by the Mu family cultivators, whose power is immense, so we cannot touch it. This time, we must still target Crimson Reef Prefecture. Bah! This godforsaken place is no place for humans. Another Yu Kingdom cultivator, who seemed to be the leader, spat, his face full of impatience. It's just some damaged vegetation, yet my cultivation has been suppressed by a level. How do Qing Kingdom cultivators endure such constraints? Who isn't? The crack-faced mad rat glanced at him and said slowly, "We are all Yu Kingdom cultivators. Now that we are living under someone else's roof, we should work together to overcome this difficulty." Difficulty? How long are we going to hide in these deep mountains? A cultivator couldn't contain his indignation and questioned. Could be 3 to 5 years or even more than 10 years, the crack-faced mad rat said confidently. That great master is nearing the end of his life and won't live much longer. Once he falls and the turmoil subsides, we can return to Yu Kingdom. These Yu Kingdom cultivators were used to their homeland and couldn't tolerate the suppression of the Green Kingdom's Evergreen Wood Transforming True Lord's metal element. With Evergreen Wood Transforming True Lord in charge, they dared not easily destroy even the grass and trees here, and had to be careful every time they made a move. Right now, they only wanted to rob a few more lucrative jobs, accumulate some wealth, and return to Yu Kingdom as soon as the opportunity arose. The crack-faced mad rat's gaze swept over the crowd, and he suddenly asked, "Where is Fairy Zirue?" "She's now eyeing Green Mountain Prefecture," someone replied. The crack-faced mad rat sneered, his tone full of disdain. "Heh! What's so great about those poor bastards from Qingshan Prefecture? They've gotten so timid since coming to Qing Kingdom, they can even stomach this bland soup." In Hejian Town at the Zheng family residence. "Oh, my darling." Zhang Luyu hugged and cuddled the air inside the room, his face full of infatuated grins. Hey, what a fool. Beside him, a beautiful woman in a purple dress leaned against the couch, her figure voluptuous, her eyes carrying a languid, cold beauty. With a flick of her slender hand, an invisible force swept past, and Zhang Liyu's eyes rolled back, collapsing limply to the ground, unconscious. This beautiful woman in purple was none other than the Yu Kingdom cultivator, Fairy Zirue. She originally possessed the 7th level of Qi refining, but after entering Qing Kingdom, she destroyed many plants and trees during several battles, and her cultivation was forcibly suppressed to the 6th level of Qi refining. To the evergreen wood-transforming true monarch, those plants and trees were nothing but trifles, not even worth a hair. Yet, this insignificant hair to the true monarch weighed on her like a mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. The true monarch's suppression is terrifying. Every day I stay here, my cultivation doesn't advance an inch. Fairy Zirue frowned. But Yu Kingdom is in such chaos, and I can't return in a short time. For now, I can only make do with this. She used her supernatural powers to control Zhang Luyu, hiding in the Zheng family as his concubine every day, being well-fed and cared for, and gradually figuring out the situation of the cultivators in Qingshan Prefecture. Apart from the latest Qi refining cultivator who was stationed on the cloud-covered mountain peak, Qingshan Prefecture only had 2 Qi refining level 4 cultivators on the surface. Even the prefecture master, Chun Qingfeng, was just a teenager who didn't interact much with cultivators and spent his days hanging out with his cronies. Such strength naturally didn't catch Fairy Zirue's eye. Since she planned to remain in this place for several years, she intended to first control the lord of the manor to avoid future troubles. However, she waited for several days in a row, But not only did she fail to control him, she couldn't even see Chen Qingfeng. He's supposed to be the lord of a manor, yet he doesn't even dare to hold a trade fair. He's so cowardly and afraid of trouble, Fairy Zirwei said impatiently. She had originally planned to take advantage of the trade fair to secretly capture Chen Qingfeng, but unexpectedly, he simply cancelled the trade fair for the sake of peace, which ruined her plans. With a flick of her finger, Fairy Zirwei roused Zhang Luyu, asking in a calm tone, "Is there any way for me to see your lord?" Zhang Luyu's eyes were blank as he mechanically replied, "The lord asked my father to help find treasure. I can use the excuse of presenting the treasure to see him." Heh, the cultivators of Qing Kingdom are indeed of lowly mindset. Fairy Zirwei snorted, her tone full of disdain. "If you want any treasure, just rob it. It's laughable that you have to ask mortals to help you search. Go tell your father that you have a rare treasure to present and that you must arrange an audience with the Lord," she ordered. As soon as she finished speaking, she conjured a clear water mirror, reflecting her beautiful face and arched eyebrows. Fairy Zirwei looked at her reflection in the mirror, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "I heard that Lord Chen is quite a handsome young man. In that case, I am indeed fortunate." Chen Qingfeng was engrossed in studying the formation. "My lord, someone requests an audience, saying they wish to present a treasure," Zhang Liangkai reported respectfully. Chen Qingfeng didn't even raise his head, saying indifferently, "No need to see them, just present the treasure." This, Zhang Liangkai hesitated for a moment, then said, "My lord, the person says the treasure is hidden in the mountains, and you must retrieve it yourself." Chen Qingfeng then raised his eyes, his gaze slightly narrowed. "Is the person presenting the treasure male or female? Where does she come from?" "She is a woman, from Yuanshan village. I have verified her background, and she is of good character," Zhang Liangkai said, bowing. Chen Qingfeng nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Well done. You may leave now. Tell that woman I'll be waiting for her at the back mountain in half an hour." "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Zhang Liangkai bowed and withdrew. After the figures in the courtyard disappeared, Chen Qingfeng turned to the white fox curled up under the tree and called out, "Little White?" The fox, with its legs crossed, understood perfectly. These two-legged beasts have had their minds manipulated. Their methods are very crude, not even half as good as mine, but their cultivation is higher than mine. They're quite clever. Chen Qingfeng chuckled, a sharp glint in his eyes. "They're probably cultivators from the Yu Kingdom. I didn't expect them to have gotten right under our noses." The little dog beside him tilted its head, its tone filled with doubt. "What are you talking about? How come you noticed something was wrong?" "I didn't notice anything at all. Of the three of them, it was the slow to realize anything." Heh, Qingshan Prefecture has over 2,000 villages under its jurisdiction, and there's no such place as Yuanshan village at all. Zhang Liangkai dares to claim he's verified it clearly. He's obviously been bewitched. Chen Qingfeng stood up and patted his robes. "I'm also curious about the power of that formation, so I'll have this woman test its effectiveness." Since the other party had already reached his doorstep, Chen Qingfeng naturally had no reason to sit idly by. In the inner courtyard of the Zhang family, the woman in the purple dress, upon hearing Zhang Liangkai's report, covered her lips and chuckled softly, her tone carrying a hint of confident disdain. "He's just a young man after all, so impatient. Lead the way." She followed Zhang Liangkai towards the back mountain. This area was a clearing specially cultivated by Chen Qingfeng, where spirit rice was grown, and chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep were raised. Upon arriving, the woman in the purple dress indeed saw a young figure standing there. The young man had handsome features, a tall and upright figure, and an air of refined elegance. A joyful expression instantly spread across her radiant face. He was indeed a handsome young man. Her good fortune was well-deserved. Chen Qingfeng's gaze fell on the woman in the purple dress, and he spoke calmly. "Is it you who wants to present this treasure?" The woman in the purple dress slowly stepped forward, her lotus-like steps light and graceful, her voice so soft and alluring it could melt water. "Reporting to my lord, it is indeed I." "What treasure?" Chen Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. "The treasure? Naturally, it is I." The woman's eyes held a soft, alluring moisture, her voice as sweet as honey. Her slender, jade-like fingers lightly touched the sash of her dress, the outer embroidered lotus skirt slowly sliding down, revealing a plain-colored blouse that clung to her figure, her curves faintly visible beneath the thin fabric. The purple bud fairy stepped forward gracefully, her skirt swaying gently, the purple shadow occasionally brushing against her ankles, exuding a subtle and seductive charm. She called out sweetly, "Young master." Chen Qingfeng's gaze swept over her calmly, but a faint teasing smile played on his lips. Why did you take off your clothes when we were talking so nicely? Huh? Fairy Zirwei was immediately taken aback. A howling wind ripped through the air, and a yellow rock wrapped in demonic wind hurtled straight at her head. Ouch! She reacted quickly, casually tossing out a white silk scarf. The scarf unfurled in midair, condensing into a layer of fluffy clouds, protecting her within. Fairy Zirwei's smile vanished, and she looked at Chen Qingfeng with a resentful gaze. Why did you ambush me, my lord? I'm going to be angry. Hehehe. Two small figures appeared, a fox and a puppy. They stood beside Chen Qingfeng, sticking their tongues out at Fairy Zirwei. Zirwei Fairy caught sight of the two small beasts. But instead of panicking, she smiled charmingly. What two adorable little beasts. Once I capture you, the taste will surely be quite delightful. In her eyes, they were nothing more than two minor demons at the 4th level of Qi refining, plus Chen Qingfeng at the 3rd level of Qi refining, utterly posing no threat whatsoever. I originally intended to stay in Qingshan Prefecture for a few years, and had no intention of harming you, young master. Zirwei Fairy's gaze, like honey-soaked silk ribbons, was firmly entwined around Chen Qingfeng, her satisfaction almost overflowing. Her tone was as gentle as melting water. Young master is so handsome and refined. Why not become my Taoist partner? Practice the wondrous methods of dual cultivation together, and attain the great Tao together? Shame on you. An old cow nibbling on tender grass. The little dog covered its mouth with its paws, its crisp voice full of teasing. The fox's mouth stretched to its ears, its fox eyes narrowing into cunning crescents. Its tone was light, yet every word was piercing. An old hag, still trying to act all coquettish like a young girl. Old hag, old slut, old turtle dove. Unlike the puppy, the fox wasn't polite. It opened its mouth with a sneer. These words were truly vulgar and offensive, even more offensive than the curses of an illiterate village woman. Hearing this, the veins on Zirwei Fairy's forehead throbbed, and the anger in her chest was like ignited explosives, almost shattering her clarity of mind. She hated being called old. Just as Fairy Zirwei was about to lash out, her mind suddenly sharpened. She hurriedly channeled her inner energy to suppress the turbulent thoughts, her eyes warily fixed on the white fox. No, you also cultivate a divine soul secret technique. Stupid old woman. Ugly old woman. The fox, prioritizing psychological warfare, opened its mouth and exhaled a cloud of mist. Don't try to get close to me. My supernatural powers far surpass yours. As the mist dissipated, Chen Qingfeng's foxdog figure vanished without a trace. At the same time, a soul-capturing demonic sound resounded from all directions, spreading like ripples on a lake, piercing straight to the weakest point of one's mind. What a mind-capturing fox. I misjudged it, almost falling for its trick. Fairy Zirwei's body churned with clouds of mist, no longer daring to underestimate it. She reached for her magic pouch at her waist, and a small bronze bell appeared in her palm. With a flick of her wrist, the bell jingled, and a visible sound wave, like a sharp blade, slashed towards the source of the mist. Strangely, even though her divine sense had locked onto her opponent, all her attacks missed. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a fierce demonic wind arose, howling straight at Fairy Zirwei's face. Fairy Zirwei sneered inwardly, about to dodge, but found her body out of control, crashing straight into the demonic wind. With a sizzle, the clouds protecting her were pulverized by the wind. What's going on? Fairy Zirwei sensed something was wrong, a sense of panic rising in her heart for the first time. Dare to provoke me? The consequences will be more than you can bear. She forced herself to remain calm, a sinister malice appearing on her beautiful face. But the next moment, she abruptly withdrew her magic, a gust of wind rising from her feet, turning to flee on the wind. However, despite her upward flight, she seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, her head slamming heavily against the ground with a thud. What on earth is going on? Fairy Zirwei was horrified. She found that the magic power in her body was churning like a tangled mess. Her spiritual apertures were stinging, and her meridians were tearing. Young master, spare my life. I am willing to swear a blood oath to serve you. Fairy Zirwei collapsed to the ground, feigning a plea for mercy. Seemingly powerless, she secretly revealed her long, slender legs, gathering magical power in secret. However, it would have been better if she hadn't used her power. The moment she did, all her magical power dissipated instantly. A mouthful of blood spurted from the corner of her mouth. Old spotted dove, still not giving up? The fox sneered, spitting out a ball of foxfire that shot straight at her face. Fairy Zirwei barely managed to block it, her beautiful face scalded and ulcerated by the foxfire. You can't kill me. I'm a member of Splitter-Faced Mad Rat. If you kill me, you'll all die. She tried to intimidate him by mentioning the splitter-faced Mad Rat. But the little dog, wrapped in demonic wind, had already broken through the air and arrived. Damn it! If it weren't for the suppression of the true Lord, how could you be my match? Bang! Fairy Zirway's head exploded like a watermelon. In her final moments, Fairy Zirway vaguely saw a figure holding an array plate, and then she realized, it's an array. It is indeed an array, but unfortunately you realized it too late. Chen Qingfeng appeared from the clouds, holding an array plate in his hand, his tone calm and indifferent. The fox and the puppy were extremely curious and crowded around, exclaiming, "Two-legged creature, what kind of formation is this? It's incredibly powerful. This is the first formation in the 7 formation secrets explained. 2 elements, 3 powers, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 conflicts, 7 stars, 8 trigrams. The inverted 2 elements formation." Chen Qingfeng put away the formation plate and explained, "Under this formation, the universe can be reversed, causing people to mistake left for right and up for down." She seemed to have locked onto our position with her divine sense, but that wasn't actually the case. Besides, this formation can disrupt the cultivator's internal energy, causing it to flow in reverse and clash. Without even lifting a finger, it can break their spiritual apertures and rupture their meridians. The fox glanced at the corpse of Fairy Zirway and scoffed. "I thought she was much stronger, but it turns out she's only at this level. Her cultivation seems to be suppressed." The puppy twitched its ears and retracted the yellow rock. Indeed, it's suppressed and severely suppressed. Chen Qingfeng sensed that the opponent's internal energy was abundant, but she couldn't unleash it. However, he felt no pity for her. She deserved it. Since he had come to the Qing Kingdom, he should naturally follow its rules and obey the rules of the evergreen wood-transforming true monarch. After handling the funeral arrangements for Fairy Zirway, Chen Qingfeng took the storage bag she had left behind. With a slight movement of his fingertips, he emptied the contents of the bag. The items scattered on the ground were not numerous. There were only 40 or 50 spirit stones, and the rest were mostly strangely shaped bottles and jars, silk handkerchiefs embroidered with eerie runes, and a few pieces of women's underwear. These things exuded an unpleasant aura, and Chen Qingfeng couldn't immediately discern their purpose, so he naturally dared not take them rashly. Chen Qingfeng patted the fox's head. "These strange objects might have tracking capabilities. If we leave them behind, they might cause trouble later." The fox, seeing this, immediately understood. Its eyes flashed, and a moment later, a burly gray wolf quickly ran over. The fox pointed to the things on the ground with its paw and ordered, "Take all of these and transport them to the territory of Red Reef Prefecture in the southeast. The farther away, the better." The gray wolf nodded, picked up the wrapped items with its mouth, turned around, and darted into the deep forest behind it, disappearing in an instant. In this way, they would have no connection whatsoever. Chen Qingfeng looked at the fox's cunning appearance and chuckled. Teasing, "Are you trying to frame Brother Song? Not your idea?" The fox rolled its eyes at him. "I just wanted to throw this thing far away. I didn't say to transport it to Chijiao Prefecture." The fox grinned and waved its paw. "I'm not framing them. That crack-faced mad rat already has a grudge against the Song family. Even without this, they would have fought to the death sooner or later. That's wicked." Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle, giving the fox a thumbs up. "But I like it." The little dog beside him stared with its round eyes, looking enlightened, nodding repeatedly. I've learned something, so that's how it can be done." It seemed to have really learned to be wicked from Chen Qingfeng and the fox. The fox was clever after all, knowing to frame Chijiao Prefecture. Even if the crack-faced mad rat didn't see Fairy Zirway for a long time and followed the clues, it would only find Chijiao Prefecture, and would have no further connection with their Qingshan Prefecture. After all, the crack-faced mad rat was no ordinary character. He was a cultivator at the peak of qi refining. Even though he had been injured in the previous fierce battle with the Song family, and his cultivation had declined somewhat, his ferocity was not to be underestimated. This person was known for his ruthlessness, leading his subordinates to attack various surrounding prefectures in turn. He had only been in Qing Kingdom for a short time, but he had already developed a notorious reputation for being ruthless. Fortunately, he was at odds with the Song family and had no time to bother with a small place like Qingshan Prefecture. After checking the suspicious items, only the copper bell used by Fairy Zirway remained in the storage bag. This copper bell was smooth and lustrous, with lotus patterns engraved on its body and fine silver chains adorning its edges. Although it made no sound when shaken, it exuded a pure spiritual energy, clearly a remarkable magical artifact. The fox immediately took a liking to the copper bell, clutching it tightly to its chest and refusing to let go. It gestured with its chin towards the little dog, saying, "You stupid dog already has its own magical artifact. This bell should be mine." The little dog retorted irritably, "Who wants to take yours? I don't care for this old woman's things. Hee, this old woman is ugly, with such a big butt, but her magical artifact is truly beautiful." The fox held the copper bell, jingling it. The two little beasts were still bickering over the bell. Chun Qingfeng's divine sense had already penetrated his sea of consciousness to examine the golden seal. This woman cultivated a technique called the Charming Maiden's Ode, a technique exclusive to female cultivators, specializing in the art of bewitching the soul. This technique had some wondrous uses, capable of subtly seducing a person's mind. However, the cultivation process of this technique was not very proper, and its power was not as great as the Thousand Reflections illusionary heart technique, so Chun Qingfeng was not interested. Several months later, the weather gradually warmed, and a gentle spring breeze caressed their faces, carrying the fresh scent of budding grass and trees. Chun Qingfeng held Xiao Pingan's hand, his fingertips gently resting on his wrist, intently examining his spiritual aperture. Now a 16-year-old boy, Chun Qingfeng's posture was increasingly upright, and a touch of composure had appeared between his brows. Xiao Pingan, just 6 years old, had bright, lively eyes, blinking curiously as he watched his older brother's focused expression. After a moment, Chun Qingfeng withdrew his hand, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The vortex of energy in Xiao Pingan's left hand had steadily condensed, his spiritual aperture open, finally reaching the age where he could cultivate. Chun Qingfeng planned to teach Xiao Pingan the Azure Wood Spirit Transformation technique. The fox and the puppy sat crouching, their cultivation methods different from the humans. Unable to help Xiao Pingan with the instruction, they could only listen curiously, occasionally nuzzling each other. Humans have 365 spiritual apertures. The first one opened is called the natal aperture. Only by opening the natal aperture can one draw qi into the body and embark on the path of cultivation. Afterwards, one uses spiritual qi to open the other spiritual apertures, connecting them into a network which leads to the first level of qi refining. Chun Qingfeng was patiently explaining the basics of cultivation to Xiao Pingan when several streaks of light suddenly flashed across the distant horizon, carrying faint fluctuations of magical power, heading straight towards them. Chun Qingfeng's heart stirred. He recognized the fluctuations and immediately raised his hand to dispel the protective array above his head, welcoming the newcomers in. The newcomers were Mu Yujian, Mu Qingyao, Mu Qingmei, and 7 or 8 other beautiful young women. Mu Yujian's gaze swept over Chun Qingfeng first, then swept over the faint array marks around the courtyard. A smile played on his lips. "Judging from your aura, you're almost at the 4th level of qi refining, aren't you?" Replying to young Master Mu, "Indeed, I'm almost there." Chun Qingfeng cupped his hands and replied respectfully, "Now most of the mana in my spiritual apertures has been converted into Littlewood pure qi. I estimate that with about another 6 months of painstaking effort, you'll be able to break through to the 4th level of qi refining." "Not bad." Mu Yujian nodded approvingly. Then his gaze fell on the 2 small beasts huddled to the side. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You 2 little guys, your auras are not weak. It seems you have some good fortune. They have now refined their demonic energy, so they can barely be considered to have some ability to protect themselves." Chun Qingfeng replied. The fox and the puppy were not familiar with Mu Yujian and did not dare to flirt in front of this young master of the Mu family, so they simply sat together in silence. Mu Yujian withdrew his gaze from the 2 small beasts and turned to the 7 or 8 girls behind him. He pointed and said gently to Chun Qingfeng, "These are all outstanding women from my Mu family. From now on, they will stay on Luoyun Peak to help manage the spiritual herbs. You can spend more time with them during your free time." He then changed the subject, saying, "You're not young anymore. If you find a girl you like, you might as well arrange a marriage." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 or 8 girls blushed, their previously reserved expressions instantly becoming lively. They secretly glanced at Chun Qingfeng, seeing his tall and straight figure, clear features, and gentle, composed demeanor, their eyes flashing with shyness and satisfaction. The girls couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, their fingers nudging each other, and some of the bolder ones even casting affectionate glances at him. This Chun Qingfeng hesitated, unsure how to respond. Now that he's 16, using his young age as an excuse is no longer appropriate. Seeing his expression, Mu Qingmei snorted, her tone impatient. "Brother Yujian values you so much. Don't be ungrateful." "Qingmei," Mu Yujian interrupted her, turning to Chun Qingfeng, "After you get married, I will give you Luoyun Peak." This Chun Qingfeng was even more troubled. "What do you mean, this?" Mu Qingmei said indignantly. My sisters are all beautiful, and brother Yujin is even giving Lo Yun Peak as a dowry. You're getting a good deal and still acting innocent? Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Chun Qingfeng took a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, and respectfully said, Actually, I already have someone I like. Speak, Mu Yujin said calmly. Chun Qingfeng's gaze slowly swept over the Mu family women before him. Their faces held either expectation or curiosity, all bright and beautiful. His gaze lingered briefly on Mu Qingmei's face, noticing her raising an eyebrow at him, before shifting away. Finally, Chun Qingfeng's gaze settled steadily on Mu Qingyao, standing beside Mu Yujin. Mu Qingyao, dressed in a light blue dress, her long hair loosely tied up, possessed a gentle and refined beauty. Seeing Chun Qingfeng looking at her, she immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Chun Qingfeng gazed at her, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and solemnity. He slowly bowed deeply, his tone utterly sincere, saying each word clearly. I have long admired Miss Qingyao. From our first meeting, I was captivated by her, and this feeling has never changed over the years. Qingfeng humbly begs young Master Mu to grant my request. This sudden confession caused Mu Qingjiao's delicate body to tremble, her starry eyes widening instantly as she stared in disbelief at the bowing Chun Qingfeng before her. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingmei also gasped in surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief. She pointed at Chun Qingfeng, her tone urgent and angry. You're dreaming. How dare you make a move on Sister Qingyao? Xiao Xiao is sincere, Chun Qingfeng said calmly. Sincere my foot. You're clearly. Chun Qingfeng had really angered Mu Qingmei. She wanted to curse him, but being from a prestigious family and raised with a scholarly upbringing, she couldn't bring herself to say anything offensive. All she could manage were a couple of phrases like wishful thinking and daydreaming. Chun Qingfeng remained unmoved. He even found it somewhat amusing. This young lady couldn't even curse properly. Her insults were completely ineffective. Mu Yujin frowned slightly, a thoughtful expression creeping over him. He paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. Qingjio's identity is special. She cannot marry you. However, I can arrange for Qingmei to marry you. She is my family's legitimate daughter, more than a match for you. Me? Mu Qingmei jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her eyes widening even more, and hurriedly said, Brother Yujin, what are you saying? He's just a rogue cultivator. I won't marry him. Chun Qingfeng ignored Mu Yujin and Mu Qingmei's words, his expression showing no sign of concession, only a deep and unwavering determination. He stepped forward, his eyes clear and bright, revealing an unyielding sharpness. When I first met Miss Qingyao at the age of 7, I was already captivated. Later, Miss Qingyao generously guided me in formations, and this feeling has become even more steadfast. He spoke each word with resounding force. The green hills remain unchanged. My heart remains unchanged. You? Mu Qingyao was caught off guard by this sudden confession, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. She instinctively wanted to glare at him and curse him, but the words caught in her throat. She felt such an action would be too deliberate and inappropriate. At that moment, she felt extremely uncomfortable, unsure whether to sit or stand, caught in a dilemma. This kid, why did he have to target me? Mu Yujin's gaze fell on Chun Qingfeng's face, scrutinizing him for a moment, unable to discern whether his affection was genuine or feigned. He did indeed highly regard Chun Qingfeng's talent and character, but that didn't mean he would agree to marry Mu Qingyao to him. After a long pause, Mu Yujin withdrew his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the fox and the puppy beside him before finally settling on Xiao Pingon. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Has this child also opened his spiritual aperture? Chun Qingfeng nodded in response. Yes. Is his natal aperture in his qi?
Mu Yujin pressed.
Chun Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered truthfully. Pingan's natal aperture is in his left hand. Left hand? Mu Yujin's eyes suddenly narrowed, his figure instantly transforming into a streak of light and sword shadow, faster than Chun Qingfeng's divine sense could perceive, appearing before Xiao Pingon in the next instant. He grabbed the child's small hand, examined it intently for a moment, and his expression turned solemn. Really in the left hand? Mu Qingyao, Mu Qingmei, and the others also turned their heads, their faces full of surprise. A natal aperture in the hand is a sign of a natural swordsmanship prodigy. Just like Mu Yujin, whose natal aperture is in his right hand, he had already cultivated sword intent in the late Qi refining stage, making him arguably the number 1 below foundation establishment. Unexpectedly, Chun Pingon, born to mortal parents, possessed a natal acupoint in such a unique position. What a promising sword cultivator. Mu Yujin murmured to himself, then looked at Chen Qingfeng, his tone questioning, "Were there any immortals among your ancestors?" This junior knows nothing of my ancestors. Chen Qingfeng shook his head. He had been raised by Chen Erliang since childhood, the two relying on each other. How could he know if there were any immortals among their ancestors? Mu Yujin paced slowly in the courtyard, his hands behind his back, his expression deep. After a moment of contemplation, he stopped and slowly spoke. "I will not interfere in your marriage for now. But you must understand, Qingyao has absolutely no chance of marrying you. From now on, Qingmei will stay on Luoyun Peak. You two can spend more time together. This junior only admires." Chen Qingfeng wanted to insist, but Mu Yujin raised his hand to interrupt him. Feelings develop over time. Cultivate them slowly. Wishful thinking. Mu Qingmei, standing to the side, curled her lip, her face full of disdain. Mu Yujin ignored his willful younger sister, his gaze returning to Xiao Pingon, his tone softening slightly. "What's this child's name?" "His name is Chun Pingon, given to him by my second uncle, hoping he'll have a peaceful and safe life," Chen Qingfeng replied. "I intend to take this child as my disciple and bring him back to Songlan Mountain to cultivate," Mu Yujin said calmly, yet his tone brooked no argument. Chen Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He truly hadn't expected Mu Yujin to suddenly bring this up. Pingon is still young and can't be separated from his parents. He politely declined, not wanting Xiao Pingon to become too deeply involved with the Mu family. But Mu Yujin clearly left no room for negotiation, as if he were issuing a notice. "It's all right, you can bring his parents to Songlan Mountain to settle them. That's my Mu family's territory, much safer than Qingshan Prefecture, and they can be better protected there." Chen Qingfeng remained silent for a moment, knowing there was no room for negotiation, and could only nod in agreement. Having his second uncle's family move to Songlan Mountain, away from Qingshan Prefecture, would indeed put his mind at ease. So Chen Qingfeng pulled over Xiao Pingon beside him and whispered, "Pingon, quickly greet your master." Xiao Pingon, always sensible, obediently knelt and kowtowed to Mu Yujin, saying crisply, "Pingon greets master. Good. Today I am delighted to have such a fine disciple." Mu Yujin nodded in satisfaction. 3 days later, "Once you're ready, you can set off with me." A toad trying to eat swan meat. Mu Qingmei glared at Chen Qingfeng and drifted away. Above the clouds, the two walked on the flowing blue mist. Mu Qingyao broke the silence first, her brows furrowing slightly, her tone revealing surprise. "Brother, the Chun family is clearly an ordinary family, without roots or lineage, yet they each possess 2 spiritual apertures, both born with immortal seeds. This situation is extremely rare, even among aristocratic families." Mu Yujin nodded slightly. "I have already investigated his background. His mother died young, his father fell off a cliff while gathering herbs, and he grew up with his mute second uncle. His family background is indeed as ordinary as can be." He paused, his tone becoming serious. "Now it seems that the Chun family may have had immortals among their ancestors. The spiritual energy that Chen Qingfeng cultivates seems similar to Littlewood pure energy, but it is actually much purer and more refined." Mu Qingjiao's starry eyes held a probing look. "Your senses are quite accurate," Mu Yujin replied in a deep voice, his expression becoming increasingly profound and unfathomable. Not only him, but even those 2 little beasts, the demonic energy they refined was not ordinary. It faintly revealed a different kind of spiritual charm, far beyond what ordinary mountain spirits could compare to. Could it be an opportunity obtained from a grotto heaven? Mu Qingyao asked with a hint of surprise.
Impossible.
Mu Yujin shook his head firmly. When the cave heaven fell, Father repeatedly investigated with his divine sense. There couldn't have been anything missed. Moreover, true persons Shenqing and Xuanyu were present at the time. With their purple mansion-level divine sense sweeping across, how could any opportunity escape their perception? Even if Father missed something, the 2 true persons couldn't have missed it. Could it be that the 2 true persons deliberately left them an opportunity? That's true. Mu Qingyao nodded slightly, her eyes brightening. It seems that the Chen family must have had cultivators among their ancestors. Chen Qingfeng probably holds the inheritance left by his ancestors. This kid, on the surface, is respectful and courteous, bowing and behaving perfectly, but deep down he's arrogant and unruly. Mu Yujin slowly exhaled, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the wooden sword at his waist, a meaningful smile curving his lips. He's repeatedly declined my offers, unwilling to be dependent on others, and now he's even openly expressed his affection for you. Hearing this, Mu Qinjiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her eyes, remaining silent. She truly couldn't discern whether the young man's words were genuine or not. At first glance, they seemed so deliberate, like an excuse to refuse the marriage. But Chun Qingfeng's eyes were burning, and his expression was so earnest that it didn't seem fake. Mu Qingyao couldn't tell for a moment. She really couldn't tell. She pursed her lips. What if this young man is determined not to marry my woman? It's all right. This man is loyal and righteous. You've always treated him sincerely, and he's reciprocated with the same sincerity. I've taken his younger brother as a disciple and used the spirit absorption technique to create a life jade. I'm not afraid he'll have any ulterior motives. Mu Yujian's voice was steady, but his eyes held a confident glint. What a proud and arrogant Chun Qingfeng. He looked down at the rolling peaks of Qingshan Mountain, his tone tinged with a wistful longing, yet unable to conceal his unspoken admiration. Just like me. 3 days later, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. Chun Qingfeng, holding Xiao Pingan's hand, slowly ascended Luoyun Peak. Behind them, the fox and the puppy skipped along, their noses twitching, clearly captivated by the rich spiritual energy of the mountain. This was the first time these two little beasts had seen such a beautiful and spiritual place since following Chun Qingfeng. As soon as they set foot, they couldn't help but run half a lap around it with boundless joy, returning with eyes as bright as if they held 2 stars. This place is amazing. It's 100 times better than our 3-star cave. It's so spacious and full of spiritual energy. Even breathing feels so comfortable. The fox and the puppy's voices were filled with excitement as they witnessed the breathtaking view. Chun Qingfeng looked up at the scenery at the summit, a fleeting, almost imperceptible, look of amazement crossing his eyes. This was his first time climbing this peak, and before him stood dozens of jade palaces built neatly against the mountainside, adjacent to a spacious and expansive medicinal garden, their layout elegant yet grand. This Luoyun Peak was the core of the collapsed grotto heaven. When the grotto heaven crumbled, its pure spiritual energy seeped into the ground, giving birth to a spiritual vein here. Over the years, the Mu family had continuously repaired and renovated this place, transforming it into a superior spiritual vein cultivation ground, abundant in spiritual energy and suitable for cultivation. Even cultivators in the late Qi refining stage could cultivate here without feeling any stagnation. Looking across the entire Qingshan prefecture, Luoyun Peak was second to none. In comparison, their 3-star cave was like a shabby alley, completely incomparable to the grandeur of Luoyun Peak. This is a true cultivation ground, Chun Qingfeng exclaimed. Seeing this, Mu Yujian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Judging from what you're saying, you've also obtained fragments of a grotto heaven? Chun Qingfeng withdrew his gaze and replied with a smile, we did indeed obtain a grotto heaven relic called the 3-star cave. But that relic is small in area, and the spiritual energy is far less abundant than here. The fox and the little dog were the 2nd-level demon beasts who successfully broke through in the cave. The 3-star cave is suitable for cultivators in the early and middle stages of Qi refining, but it's not enough for those who want to cultivate to the late stage of Qi refining. Mu Yujian nodded upon hearing this, and then led them towards the herb garden. There, dozens of spiritual herbs and fruits were planted. Some had lush green leaves, hanging with crystal dewdrops. Some were in full bloom, emitting a refreshing fragrance, and some had already borne heavy fruits, shimmering with color, clearly rare treasures. I, Mu Yujian, will naturally not mistreat my disciples when I take them in. Mu Yujian turned around, his gaze falling on Xiao Pingan. Pingan, from now on this Luoyun Peak is yours. Xiao Pingan was taken aback, his round eyes widening as he instinctively looked at Chun Qingfeng beside him. Chun Qingfeng gently patted his head and said softly, hurry up and thank your master. Thank you, master. Xiao Pingan realized what was happening and quickly bowed deeply to Mu Yujian. Seeing this, Mu Yujian's smile deepened, and he added, with careful tending each year, the spiritual herbs in this herb garden can guarantee an income of at least 50 spirit stones. However, since this herb garden is newly established, we need to use the earth vein synthesis technique to stabilize its spiritual energy in order to ensure the herb's continued growth. This technique is Elder Yi's specialty. Elder Yi is not only an alchemist but also a spiritual plant master, so we need him here to oversee things. Therefore, the profits from this herb garden for the first 10 years will belong to Elder Yi as payment for his oversight. After 10 years, all the profits from this herb garden will belong to Pingan. Hearing this, Master Yi, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the herb garden pavilion, opened them and said expressionlessly, young master, you flatter me. I am merely versed in some rudimentary techniques. His demeanor was calm and unsmiling, and he closed his eyes again after speaking. So, does that mean Luoyun Peak now belongs to Xiao Pingan? The fox couldn't help but interject. Exactly, Mu Yujian smiled. The ownership of Luoyun Peak belongs to Pingon. However, the profits for the first 10 years belong to Elder Yi. All other matters are up to Pingon. Master. Xiao Pingan's eyes lit up, his tone filled with anticipation. Can I let my brother Baiyun, and brother Haitu live here together? Seeing his expectant look, Mu Yujian chuckled and said, This place belongs to you. You can let whoever you want live here. There's no need to ask me. Wow, Xiao Pingon, you're so kind. Your brother hasn't spoiled you for nothing. The fox and the puppy immediately rushed over, each rubbing their cheeks against Ping En's, their fluffy fur tickling him and making him giggle. Chun Qingfeng, Ping En, come with me. Mu. Yujian's voice trailed off as he led the two into a hall. The hall was quiet. He turned to Chun Qingfeng, his tone solemn. My taking Ping En as my disciple is no joke. His life-bound acupoint is in his left hand. He's a good prospect for swordsmanship. I will impart all of the Mu family's core techniques to him, and I will also carefully instruct him in swordsmanship. He paced a few steps, then slowly added, My father obtained a secret technique called the Three Elements Spirit Absorption Secret Technique, which requires 3 kinds of spiritual objects as a guide, combined with the secret technique to extract the first wisp of spiritual energy refined by a cultivator, condensing it into a life jade. Don't worry, I will prepare the finest spiritual objects for Ping En. Not only will they not harm his body, but they will also slightly increase his cultivation progress. Chun Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then finally asked directly, What are the drawbacks? Mu. Yujian's expression was indifferent. If the jade breaks, the person perishes. Chun Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then looked up at him. If I am willing to marry into the Mu family, is there any way to change this matter? These are 2 different things. Mu Yujian chuckled. Not everyone is qualified to receive this secret technique. Ping An's lifebound acupoint is in his left hand, while mine is in my right hand. He is destined to be my disciple. The implication was clear. He was determined to have Chun Ping En. Chun Qingfeng knew there was no room for negotiation. He looked down at the little Ping En beside him, took a deep breath, and cupped his hands, saying, It's all up to young Master Mu to decide. Very good. Mu Yujian nodded, took out a warm jade plate, and handed it to the little Ping En, smiling. Ping En, this is the array plate of the small clouds gathering smoke array of Luoyun Peak. From now on, it is yours. Thank you, Master. Xiao. Pingon took the jade plate, blinked her big eyes and looked up, saying, Master, I don't understand formations. Could my brother keep it for me for now? Hey, you clever little devil. Mu Yujian said gently, This is yours. You can give it to whomever you want to keep it. Thank you, Master. Xiao Pingon thanked him again, then turned and handed the jade plate to Chun Qingfeng. Brother, please keep it for me first. You can return it to me when I've achieved some success in my cultivation. Okay. Chun Qingfeng gently patted his little head and softly instructed. From now on, cultivate diligently in Songlon Mountain and remember to take good care of your parents. Yes. Chun Pingon nodded vigorously and replied crisply. Pingon will definitely cultivate diligently and take good care of my parents. Half a year later, inside the 3-star cave, the rosy light faded. Chun Qingfeng slowly emerged from seclusion, his spiritual energy flowing around him, revealing a stable cultivation level of the 4th level of Qi refining. A vibrant, translucent green light emanated from his body, seemingly containing the essence of endless life. Two-legged beast, what kind of spiritual energy are you refining? The fox jumped and circled around him, its little eyes full of curiosity, while the puppy also came closer, sniffing the green light. This is evergreen wood essence. Chun Qingfeng didn't hide anything from the 2 little beasts, raising his hand to disperse the spiritual light on his body. It looks similar to ordinary wood-type spiritual energy, small with pure Qi, but in reality, its energy channels are longer, and its vitality is more abundant. How does it compare to my soul-capturing sound and that stupid dog's surging demon soul? Different supernatural powers, incomparable. My spiritual energy isn't good for combat, but it has the ability to remove hidden ailments and increase lifespan. Chun Qingfeng laughed. The Azure Wood transformation technique refines evergreen wood essence, cultivates the Azure Emperor body, heals injuries, nourishes life, avoids death, and prolongs life. It is a technique focused on health preservation. The 2 little beasts climbed onto him and sniffed, revealing infatuated smiles. It has a refreshing fragrance. It smells so good. Hee. This spiritual energy is transformed from the pure Qi of plants and trees, so it naturally carries the fragrance of plants and trees. Cultivators refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, shedding their mortal bodies, and therefore naturally possess a body fragrance. However, most of the time, cultivators conceal their aura and don't act so ostentatiously. Chen Qingfeng stretched his limbs, calmed his internal spiritual energy, and said to the two little beasts, "Now that I've broken through and refined my spiritual energy, let's move to Luoyun Peak. Yay! I've wanted to go for a long time. The herb garden on Luoyun Peak is much brighter than here." The fox immediately cheered excitedly, its tail held high. The little dog, however, twitched its ears. "Those women always like to pinch my ears." It turned out that the female cultivators from the Mu family who had come with Mu Yujin half a year ago hadn't left, but had all stayed on Luoyun Peak, studying spiritual plants and alchemy under Master Yi. Firstly, the herb garden on Luoyun Peak needed them to stabilize the earth's veins, and secondly, these women were all members of the Mu family. Although Chen Qingfeng held the Luoyun Peak array plate, he couldn't actively drive them away for either reason or emotion. These female cultivators always adored the two little beasts whenever they saw them, especially the docile little dog, who neither cursed nor dodged, was repeatedly pinched and rubbed on the face by the girls, whimpering in pain without getting angry. The fox, on the other hand, kept calling her a female two-legged beast, infuriating the girls. They said she was naughty and disobedient, and were less inclined to talk to her. "Stupid dog. They pinched you, why didn't you curse back?" The fox was fearless, showing no politeness to anyone except Mu Yujin and Yi Danshi, whose cultivation levels were higher than hers. "They're all young ladies of the Mu family. How can I curse them like that?" The little dog rolled its eyes. "Hey, you stupid dog. You dare curse me but don't dare talk back to others. You deserve a beating." The fox immediately jumped onto the little dog's back, scratching it until it howled. Chen Qingfeng was already used to the two little beasts' daily squabbles, and simply shook his head helplessly. This breakthrough deserves a small celebration. The three-star cave isn't particularly large or small. To move it completely out of the mountains, we'll need some fellow cultivators' help to make things easier. Inside the July Pavilion, the air was filled with the sounds of voices as all the cultivators of the Green Mountain Manor gathered. This was the first time the Manor's cultivators had gathered since the turmoil in Yu Kingdom. "Congratulations to the Manor Lord on refining spiritual energy and advancing your cultivation. May the Manor Lord's immortal path be everlasting." People rose one after another, raising their cups in loud congratulations. "Haha! Thank you all for your kind words." Chen Qingfeng laughed heartily in response, gesturing, "Today I'm hosting. Please enjoy yourselves and drink freely. There's no need to be reserved." "In that case, thank you, Manor Lord." Everyone echoed, and the atmosphere became even more lively. At this moment, Lin Yuero stepped forward and softly called out, "Brother Chen, congratulations." "Thank you." Chen Qingfeng nodded in thanks. Lin Yuero had grown considerably since their first meeting. The 16-year-old girl's features had matured, her eyes clear and gentle beneath her willow-leaf brows. Her figure was slender as a willow, and her temperament remained gentle and quiet, reserved and taciturn. In terms of appearance, she might not be as strikingly beautiful as the female cultivators of the Mu family, but her restrained gentleness possessed a captivating charm. Chen Qingfeng had once thought that if he were to settle down in the future, he would likely choose a woman with such a gentle nature. Someone like Mu Qingmei, even with her exceptional beauty, was not to his liking. However, he was currently focused on his cultivation, and matters of love and romance were temporarily put aside. "May I ask, Master, what kind of spiritual energy have you refined this time?" Old Man Lin stroked his beard and asked with a smile. "Littlewood spiritual energy." Chen Qingfeng replied casually with a faint smile. "Littlewood spiritual energy," the fox beside him immediately echoed earnestly. The little dog, paws tucked in, lay to the side, secretly rolling its eyes upon hearing this. "Oh, not bad, not bad," Old Man Lin immediately exclaimed, "just as I expected. The Lord of the Manor would never refine such low-grade mixed energy." While spiritual energies like the clear chi of small wood and the clear chi of small river are not as refined as pure attribute spiritual energy, they are still far superior to the chaotic and disordered mixed energy. Old Man Lin himself refined mixed energy, and his cultivation had been stuck at the 4th level of chi, refining his entire life, unable to make any progress. Therefore, he deeply understood this feeling. After the cultivators had drunk 2 bowls of spiritual wine and were quite tipsy, Chen Qingfeng spoke up, "Fellow Taoists, to be honest, I have a favor to ask of you today. I recently obtained a cave heaven ruin in the mountains, and now I want to relocate it. I would like to ask for your help. The Lord of the Manor has given an order. How can we refuse? Such a small matter, why bother with the word favor?" The cultivators responded enthusiastically. Someone asked curiously, "Where does the Lord of the Manor intend to relocate this grotto heaven?" "Falling Cloud Peak," Chen Qingfeng replied calmly. Ah? The cultivators were all taken aback. Isn't Falling Cloud Peak occupied by the Mu family? You all don't know this. Chen Qingfeng said with a smile. I have a younger brother named Chen Pingon, who has been taken as a personal disciple by young Master Mu. This Falling Cloud Peak was a gift from young Master Mu to Pingon. Is that so? The cultivators had never heard of this before, and for a moment, they were so shocked that their drunkenness subsided. Everyone stood up and said, since that's the case, there's no time like the present. Lord, please lead the way, and well move your cave to that location today. Exactly. We have nothing else to do, so let's go now. The crowd was so enthusiastic that they wouldn't allow Chen Qingfeng to refuse. Then he'll gladly accept your offer. Thank you all. Chen Qingfeng smiled and agreed, then turned to Old Man Lin and said, please bring 12 jars of the finest spirit bamboo wine. Senior. Old Man Lin quickly waved his hand, stroked his beard, and smiled. Lord, you are now a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. This old man is unworthy of the title senior. This wine is buy 5 get 1 free. Lord, just give me 10 spirit stones. Thank you. Chen Qingfeng paid the spirit stones, thanked Old Man Lin, and then led the cultivators in a grand procession towards the location of the 3-star cave. Upon seeing the 3-star cave hidden within the mountain, all the cultivators' eyes lit up, their envy overflowing. Even from the outside, the crowd could sense wisps of pure spiritual energy, confirming it as a rare and blessed land. The Lord of the Manor is truly fortunate to have found such a place of exceptional beauty and spiritual energy. Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with longing. Such a grotto heaven ruin is something we could never encounter even in our entire lives. Just good luck, Chen Qingfeng said with a smile, waving his hand. The wolf pack deserved much credit for finding this grotto heaven ruin. Sometimes, many hands make light work. Relying solely on Chen Qingfeng, the fox, and the dog, they would have never found this place. Then let's get started. The cultivators rolled up their sleeves, channeled their magic power, and began moving the surrounding vegetation. The difficulty of moving lay precisely in this. The area was lush and verdant. With the blessing of the evergreen wood-transforming true monarch, this step was essential before moving. Fortunately, there were many people. With the combined efforts of 50 or 60 cultivators, the area was transformed into a barren mountain in just half an hour. Chen Qingfeng stood in midair, loudly commanding, everyone, find your positions according to the markings, concentrate your energy, and work together to move the earth's veins. Haha! Don't worry, Lord, we understand. The cultivators immediately responded with laughter, their expressions showing excitement, but also a touch of caution. Everyone, please be careful and follow the Lord's instructions. The crowd quickly took their positions according to the markings, sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and their internal magical power surged forth. Streams of blue and white spiritual light emanating from their bodies, intertwining and converging into a dazzling light screen in midair. Rise! With a low shout from Chen Qingfeng, the cultivators simultaneously activated their magical power, and the light screen suddenly pressed down, slamming heavily into the mountain. A thunderous roar resounded, and the mountain shook violently, with rocks tumbling down in a shower. Although most of the cultivators from Qingshan Prefecture were low-level rogue cultivators, with the highest cultivation level being only mid-stage chi refining, when 50 or 60 people worked together, their combined magical power generated a force capable of shaking mountains and moving the earth. The most difficult part of the relocation process was completely separating the entire 3-star cave from the mountain. This cave was originally a relic formed by the fall of a celestial cave, deeply embedded in the core of the mountain. Fused with it, its walls tightly connected to the rock, as if naturally formed. It was difficult for an individual to separate it from the mountain. Therefore, Chen Qingfeng asked everyone to help. Brilliant magical power surged like a tide, continuously impacting the connection between the mountain rocks and the cave, forcefully cracking the rocks, and the mountain slowly opened to both sides, revealing the complete outline of the 3-star cave. Chi refining cultivators working together could even open a mountain. Boom! With a deafening roar, the 3-star cave finally broke free from the mountain's constraints, rising slowly with dust, its jade palace gleaming in the sunlight. Once the 3-star cave was completely detached from the mountain and suspended in midair, the rest was much easier. Chen Qingfeng immediately swayed and rose into the air, with the fox and the little dog following closely behind, flanking the cave on either side. The man and the 2 beasts exerted their strength simultaneously, and 3 beams of spiritual light supported the bottom of the 3-star cave, steadily lifting it. Fellow Taoists, I will first head to Luoyun Peak. After settling the cave securely, I will visit you all. Chun Qingfeng said, turning to the assembled cultivators. Please go ahead. Lord Chun, we have nothing urgent to attend to. We've been cooped up at home for a long time, and today we're just taking a break. Someone said with a smile, waving their hand lightly. Indeed, the turmoil in Yu Kingdom is still ongoing, and there are still potential risks. We will return to our lodgings now. Please make yourself at home. Lord Chun. The cultivators all bowed in farewell. Chun Qingfeng thanked them again, and then, together with the fox and the little dog, carried the 3-star cave towards Luoyun Peak. Watching the departing figure soaring through the air, carrying the cave with him, the cultivators were filled with envy, whispering in admiration. That's what a qi refining cultivator should look like. Soaring through the air on qi. That's truly what I admire. Someone chimed in, their voice brimming with longing. They were also awestruck by the fox and the little dog's strength. Chun Qingfeng rarely went out, but whenever he did, he was always accompanied by the fox and the little dog. Now, several years later, not only had Chun Qingfeng successfully refined spiritual qi, but even the 2 little beasts had cultivated demonic qi, truly making them envious. Alright, let's head back quickly. These deep mountains are fraught with danger. It's safer to return sooner. Hey, fellow Taoist, you worry too much. We're just penniless rogue cultivators. Even if there are lurking Yu Kingdom cultivators, they wouldn't bother targeting us. That's true, but it's still best to be cautious. Let's wait a few years until the turmoil in Yu Kingdom completely subsides before venturing out to play freely. Fellow Taoist is absolutely right. Let's go back. The group of cultivators chatted for a while, then, without further delay, returned to their residence together and quickly disappeared into the mountains. Not long after the cultivators left, a faint gray light suddenly flashed across an inconspicuous rock in this desolate mountain. The light flickered for a moment, and a gray rat, about half a person's height, slowly emerged. The gray rat's blood-red eyes darted around, observing for a moment, before plunging back into the rock. After arriving at Luoyun Peak, Chun Qingfeng found a flat spot and carefully placed the 3-star cave. You 2 stay here for now, I'll be right back. Afterwards, Chun Qingfeng escorted them to 6 cultivator gathering places in Qingshan Prefecture, leaving 2 jars of spirit bamboo wine at each as a thank you gift for the move. The fox circled the 3-star cave, its eyes gleaming as it began to plot. Stupid dog. This place is big enough. Let's renovate it and divide it into 3 palaces. We'll call mine White Cloud Cave. Then mine will be Black Soil Cave. The little dog immediately chimed in, wagging its tail incessantly. You really think this is your own home? Mu Qingmei walked over with her hands behind her back, looking displeased. The fox scratched its ear and said matter-of-factly, it's originally my little Pingan's place, so naturally it's our own home. These words immediately infuriated Mu Qingmei. Her eyebrows shot up. Why didn't you dare say that when Brother Yu Jian was here? The fox chuckled, completely unconcerned. You're not Mu Yu Jian. I'm not afraid of you. Mu Qingmei instantly went berserk. Ah, Qingmei, why aren't you going to do your homework with Elder Yi? Mu Qingyao was also there. She was studying the art of spiritual plant alchemy with Elder Yi, and therefore temporarily residing on Luoyun Peak. Mu Qingmei stomped her foot angrily. It's all Chun Qingfeng's fault. Look at the good fox he raised, daring to talk back to me. Stop making a scene, let's go. Mu Qingyao gently persuaded her to leave, her face still bearing a gentle smile as she turned away. She looked at the fox and the puppy, and asked softly, Little White, where are you from? Do you have any elders to take care of you? The fox, with its legs crossed, wagged its tail with a grin and said, I'm a wild fox spirit from the mountains. I don't have any elders. And you, Little Black? Mu Qingyao smiled and then looked at the puppy. The puppy was about to speak when the fox quickly covered its mouth, laughing as it answered for it. Hey, he's also a wild dog from the mountains. He's one of my kind. Alright, you guys play, I'm going now. Mu Qingyao smiled, turned, and calmly left. Once her figure was far away, the fox released its paw and tapped the puppy's head. You stupid dog, what's the point of telling the truth to outsiders?
Don't spill everything.
The puppy drooped its ears and said earnestly, but doesn't Big Brother like her? He even said his heart would never change, even if the mountains and rivers remain the same. The fox laughed in exasperation and tapped its head again. You're still not convinced by my stupidity? Big Brother's is just an excuse. If we're talking about true affection, he still prefers Miss Lin. The puppy blinked and asked, what about the 2 of us? The fox rolled its eyes. Nonsense. Of course, he likes the 2 of us more. Chun Qingfeng visited 6 gathering places of cultivators one by one, expressing his gratitude to everyone for their help during the move. Afterwards, He stepped on azure light and leisurely flew through the air. Although he had already refined the demonic black flame, he dared not use it openly. Now that the evergreen wood essence was complete, he could finally fly freely and openly without any worries. While flying, he suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation of magical power and immediately slowed his flight. In just a few breaths, a figure riding on fiery clouds sped from the east. It was Song Heming. Qingfeng, you've actually broken through to the midstage of qi refining. Seeing Chun Qingfeng riding on the glowing clouds, Song Heming's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately asked, "Haha, I only broke through these past 2 days." Chun Qingfeng replied with a smile, then changed the subject, asking, "Brother Song, why are you coming from the east? Isn't your home in the south?" "Hey, it's all because of those you kingdom cultivators." Song Heming waved his hand helplessly. "To avoid suspicion, I deliberately took a long detour." "What brings you here, Brother Song?" Chun Qingfeng asked casually. "To be honest, Qingfeng, several elders in my family have been injured, and we need to purchase some high-grade pills," Song Heming said frankly. "I heard that Alchemist Yi is in Qingshan Prefecture, so I came here specifically to find him. While mid to low-grade pills are still available on the market, high-grade pills are quite rare." Upon hearing this, Chun Qingfeng expressed appropriate concern. Was this the work of that crack-faced mad rat? It was indeed that fiend. Song Heming's expression darkened slightly, and he didn't hide anything. "This guy has really gone after my Song family, relentlessly pestering us. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too low to be of much help," Chun Qingfeng said with a hint of regret. "They're just a bunch of stray dogs from Yu Kingdom. They can't cause any trouble and pose no real threat to my Song family." Song Heming waved his hand dismissively. Changing the subject, Song Heming became somewhat curious and brought up another matter with a smile. "By the way, I recently heard that young Master Yu Jian has taken on a disciple named Chun Pingon. Rumors are circulating that this child is you." "That's right, Pingon is indeed my younger brother." Chun Qingfeng nodded, his tone calm. "Oh my, then I truly congratulate you." Song Heming immediately laughed heartily. Young Master Yu Jian's swordsmanship is unparalleled. With his personal instruction, it seems your Chun family will produce a sword immortal in the future. "Brother Song, you flatter me. I'm nowhere near the level of a sword immortal." Chun Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, his tone somewhat humble. The two chatted idly as they floated slowly towards Luoyun Peak, their feet treading on rosy clouds and fiery mist. During the flight, Chun Qingfeng tentatively asked, "Brother Song, do you know the background of Alchemist Yi?" "Alchemist Yi? Who?" Song Heming replied directly. "It's not really a secret. He's from the Mu family's matriarch side, from the Yi family of Yuqing County. The Yi family is also a foundation establishment family, but Yuqing County is a large county, and the Yi family isn't the dominant force there." He added, "Besides the Yi family, there's also the Su family in Yuqing County, another foundation establishment family, but the Su family is the true power behind Yuqing County. The Yi family, the Su family." Chun Qingfeng silently memorized the names of these two families. The Qing Kingdom is vast, encompassing 32 counties of varying sizes. Songlan County, located on the border of the Qing Kingdom, is considered a relatively small county, with only the Mu family as a foundation establishment family within it. In some of the larger counties of the Qing Kingdom, there are often 2 or even 3 foundation establishment families coexisting, mutually restraining and coexisting. There are even rumors that in the core territory of the Qing Kingdom, in Qingyun County where the Qingyun Cave Heaven is located, there are as many as 7 or 8 foundation establishment families, with their influence deeply entrenched and far more prosperous than that of the border counties. As for the Qingyun Cave Heaven, it is the foundation of the Qingyun Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect is not located in the mortal world, but exists in the Great Void. It is an independent cave heaven's secret realm that Chongqing Huamu Jinjuan personally opened up in the depths of the Great Void. Ordinary cultivators would spend their entire lives trying to see its true form. Now that Chun Qingfeng's cultivation has gradually increased, his vision has naturally broadened, no longer limited to a prefecture or county. "Qingfeng, the spiritual energy you've refined doesn't look like mixed energy." Song Heming's gaze fell on the faint light flowing around Chun Qingfeng, and he said with a smile, Brother Song has a good eye, it is indeed little wood pure qi." Chun Qingfeng replied with a smile, his fingertips moving slightly, and a wisp of light blue spiritual energy quietly swirled around him, appearing gentle and peaceful. "Not bad, not bad." Song Heming nodded. Among rogue cultivators, this spiritual energy was indeed quite good. Song Heming turned his gaze downwards, looking at the outlines of the 6 arrays that resembled inverted golden bowls, faintly gleaming with golden light, and asked again, "This golden qi array, did you personally set it up, Qingfeng?" Indeed, it was my doing. Chen Qingfeng admitted frankly. Haha. Song Hemming laughed heartily, his tone full of admiration. Qingfeng, your talent for array formations is truly extraordinary. At this rate, I'm afraid that in a few decades, your Chen family's influence will surpass that of my Song family. Brother Song, you flatter me. Chen Qingfeng quickly waved his hand. After exchanging a few polite compliments, Song Hemming suddenly changed the subject, bringing up an interesting anecdote. By the way, Qingfeng, have you ever heard of the thousand-faced princess? Is she that cultivator who is skilled at disguise and plays pranks on people everywhere? Chen Qingfeng thought for a moment and asked. That's right, it's her. Song Hemming nodded, then described the person's style of doing things. This thousand-faced princess has been frequently appearing in various mansions lately, approaching and playing tricks on people everywhere. However, she usually associates with women and disguises herself as a woman. She only approaches a very few exceptionally handsome men. That's why everyone guesses she's a woman. Hence the name Thousand-Faced Princess. I heard that this thousand-faced princess even played a trick on you, Qingfeng, in Luofeng manner before. Song Hemming said, unable to resist scrutinizing Chen Qingfeng carefully, and teased, Qingfeng is indeed handsome. Brother, Song is teasing me again. Chen Qingfeng waved his hand helplessly, then changed the subject. Speaking of which, Brother Song, do you know this person's background? I don't know. Song Hemming shook his head. Rumor has it that this person is a treasure trove. Her background is probably quite impressive. Moreover, her cultivation method is quite peculiar, seemingly closely related to other people's appearances. Every time she appears, she always stares at other people's faces. He frowned and analyzed. This cultivation method is neither like the inheritance of our central immortal lineage, nor like the southern demon path, but rather somewhat close to the inheritance of the northern evil. As he spoke, he waved his hand haphazardly. But no matter where she comes from, she has already left our Songlan County, so it has nothing to do with us anymore. That's true. Chen Qingfeng nodded. As the two were talking, Luoyun Peak was already close at hand. Chen Qingfeng raised his sleeve and gently waved it, and the clouds and mist on the peak dispersed on their own. The two then stepped on the rosy light and flew into it. After Song Hemming found Master Yi, he made a request to buy pills. Chen Qingfeng knew the specific details of their conversation and did not inquire further. He turned around and returned to his residence, calling Lin Wanchuan. Now, this girl has finally broken through her bottleneck and reached the first level of qi refining. She has also learned many basic spells and is now capable of handling things independently. Chen Qingfeng entrusted her with the management of the spirit fields and spirit fruits. Now that you've moved to Luoyun Peak, you'll have to be even more diligent in your work from now on, Chen Qingfeng said slowly, looking at her. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanchuan immediately became nervous and quickly waved her hands, saying, My lord, I haven't been slacking off. I've done all the daily patrols of the spirit fields and tending to the spirit fruits according to the rules. You silly girl, you don't understand what your elder brother means. Before Chen Qingfeng could speak, the fox suddenly leaped onto his shoulder, wagging its tail and grinning. Your elder brother wants you to spend more time with the Mu family. Aren't they here learning the Tao of spirit plants from Master Yi? You can subtly inquire and learn more about it. Hearing this, Li Nuanchen's eyes widened, her tone filled with surprise. Isn't this stealing their skills? The fox winked quietly at the little dog beside it. The little dog immediately understood, stepping forward and solemnly echoing, Hey, we cultivators seek knowledge and ask questions. How can that be called stealing? This is called exchanging and learning. Okay, I understand. Lin Wanchuan nodded, seemingly understanding, but her eyes still held a hint of confusion, clearly not fully grasping the concept. Seeing this, Chen Qingfeng added, You can spend more time with Mu Qingmei. She's rather simple-minded and easy to get along with. Simple-minded? Lin Wanchuan murmured, repeating it. To put it bluntly, she's a bit slow. The fox bluntly exposed her. Besides, she's already somewhat dissatisfied with me. Chen Qingfeng continued calmly. And me? The fox immediately chimed in. If you complain about me and this stupid dog to her face, you'll definitely gain her trust faster. She loves hearing bad things about us. Lin Wanchuan hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, Then should I give it a try? That's right. That's the attitude. The fox immediately gave her a thumbs up, grinning smugly. After Lin Wanchuan left somewhat nervously, the fox suppressed his smile and said to Chen Qingfeng, That Mu Qing Yao has been using various methods to probe our family's resources. So this is our way of retaliating. The little dog nodded eagerly, agreeing. Exactly. Tit for tat, that's fair. If she can really learn something from this, it'll be her good fortune. Chun Qingfeng smiled. He needed someone to help manage the affairs of the manor and take care of the spirit rice and spirit fruit in the future. And Lin Wanchuan was the perfect choice. The next day, as dawn broke and the morning mist on Luoyun Peak had not yet completely dissipated, Song Hemming bid farewell to Chun Qingfeng. His private discussion with Mastery yesterday had clearly gone very smoothly. Both of them wore undisguised joy, and it was obvious to anyone with discerning eyes that they had reached a mutually beneficial deal. As they were about to part, Song Hemming suddenly remembered something, paused slightly, and instructed Chun Qingfeng. Qingfeng, there's something I must remind you. The cultivation world in Songlan County hasn't been peaceful lately. Not only are there cultivators from Yu Kingdom lurking in the shadows, but even the native cultivators of Qing Kingdom are starting to stir. You must be extra careful in your daily actions. Chun Qingfeng nodded in response. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Song. I will be more vigilant. Please stay a while, no need to see me off, Song Hemming said. On this trip, I also need to make a trip to Luofeng Prefecture to visit Senior Fan. He was injured by Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji and hasn't fully recovered yet. I'm visiting him on behalf of my father to show my respect. Take care, Brother Song, Chun Qingfeng said, bowing slightly. Haha. See you another day. Song Hemming laughed heartily, then lightly touched the ground with his toes, and fiery clouds suddenly rose around him, his figure transforming into a streak of red light as he sped off westward. Deep within the Song family compound in Chijiao Prefecture, in a secret room, the flickering candlelight illuminated the silence. Song Yetin sat upright at the table, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the celadone teacup on it, the weariness between his brows impossible to conceal. He was a genuine latest-stage qi refining cultivator. Even a month without sleep should have left him refreshed. But thinking of the important matters being planned for his family, even as the patriarch, he felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his heart, making even his breathing heavier. Song Yetin rubbed his throbbing temples, his weary gaze turning to the young man standing beside him. The boy looked no more than 13 or 14 years old, his lips so brightly colored they were almost blinding. He held a gilded food box in one hand, and with the other, he was putting a piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth, his expression nonchalant, seemingly oblivious to the solemn atmosphere in the study. Hyun, we really have to do this? After a long silence, Song Yetin's voice finally broke through, trembling slightly. Father, why panic? Song Hyun carefully crushed the cake in her mouth and swallowed it, her tone as calm as if she were discussing a trivial matter. The Su family has approached us, not to demand immediate action. We have plenty of time to prepare. What's the rush? Yuner, tell me honestly, do you really think the Su family is trustworthy? Song Yetin pressed, his fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. Trustworthy? Song Hyun scoffed, his voice, though youthful, held a chill beyond his years. They just want to use us as pawns. If we believe them, we'll be the first to die. Then we... Song Yetin was about to speak when his fingers suddenly trembled, and he stopped abruptly. He was terrified that this one wrong step would lead to utter ruin. Then we must seize this opportunity. Song Hyun abruptly looked up, interrupting his father's hesitation. He looked at Song Yetin, his eyes sharp as knives. My Song family has eked out a living in this border region of Songlan County for 200 years, enduring the wrath of the Mu family for 200 years. Now that we finally have a chance to turn things around, how can we give up so easily? The boy's eyes, which should have been full of childishness, now held a mature and cold light. Father, how confident are you that you can persuade Senior Fan to lend a hand? Fan Hong and I are sworn brothers. If you ask me to lend a hand, I have a 50% chance. Even if I take a step back and ask him to stand by and watch, and not help the Mu family, I have a 10% chance. Song Yetin took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, his tone filled with a desperate determination. That's settled then. Song Hyun slowly got up and stretched. Not only Senior Fan, but also those Yu Kingdom cultivators lurking in the mountains, can be contacted. In the end, it's all about profit. As long as the price is right, someone will be tempted. Hyun, I will listen to you. Song Yetin looked at his son's maturity beyond his years, feeling both gratified and worried. His voice lowered, full of solemnity. However, this matter concerns the lives of my entire Song family. One wrong step and it will lead to the extermination of our clan. If it really comes to that, your grandfather, your brother, we can all die, but you must live no matter what and preserve the Song family's roots. Father, rest assured. Song Hyun nodded, but his gaze fell on the portrait of a man holding a wooden sword on the wall. He raised his hand and waved it, and a wisp of black flame suddenly rose up, burning the portrait to ashes. The Mu family and the Yi family are on good terms, so the Su family will never let Mu Yujin succeed in his foundation establishment so easily. We'll just have to play it by ear. The young man stared at the ashes on the ground, his eyes churning with a cold, deep blue, and murmured, Songlon County has suffered under the Mu family for too long. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man suddenly curled his lips into a harmless, bright smile. Of course, before that, we still have to be good dogs to the Mu family, and we can't show even the slightest bit of a sneer. Father, I can't talk to you anymore. I'm going to play dumb in front of my sister-in-law. Chun Qingfeng and the fox-like puppy moved into Luoyun Peak together. They modified the 3-star cave on the mountain and built 3 cave dwellings. The names of these 3 cave dwellings were straightforward and somewhat crude, namely Qingfeng Cave, Baiyun Cave, and Haitu Cave. The 3 cave dwellings were located on the left side of the peak, while Master Yi and the Mu family disciples lived on the right side of the peak. The Mu family studied alchemy and spiritual plant cultivation under Master Yi on the right peak, while Chun Qingfeng, with his fox and puppy, cultivated quietly on the left peak. A protective array separated them. The Mu family worried that Chun Qingfeng and his companions might secretly learn alchemy. Chun Qingfeng and his fox and puppy needed their own space for privacy. Thus, the array separated them, each doing their own thing without disturbing the other, resulting in a peaceful and quiet time. 2 months passed peacefully. However, one morning, a sudden upheaval occurred in Qingshan Prefecture. Prefect, something terrible has happened. Our residence has been raided by bandits. 3 fellow cultivators have perished, and all our belongings have been stolen. 7 cultivators rushed to the foot of Luoyun Peak, shouting outside the array. Since the turmoil in Yu Kingdom subsided, the cultivators of Qingshan Prefecture had decided to live together in one place, jointly funding the construction of the array and their settlement, supporting and looking after each other. Initially, there were 6 such gathering places, like 6 golden bowls overturned within the territory of Qingshan Prefecture. But last night, one of them was breached, reducing the 6 golden bowls to 5. The destruction of the formation was bad enough, but of the 10 cultivators who had gathered there, only 7 survived. These 7 cultivators sought out Chun Qingfeng and recounted the entire story in detail. What exactly happened? That golden gong array was set up by me personally. Even a latest-stage qi refining cultivator should have struggled to break through it. Why is there not a trace of magical energy fluctuation? Chun Qingfeng frowned slightly. He always had great confidence in the formations he set up. They should be flawless. Upon hearing this, the 7 cultivators froze. They said in hoarse voices, reporting to the prefecture master, the formation was broken from the inside. The 7 composed themselves and slowly recounted what had happened. It turned out that among the cultivators in their group was a man named Li Ran, who was known for his love of pleasure and often went out to seek revelry, always bringing women back to the settlement. Yesterday was no exception. He brought back another woman of outstanding beauty. But just as Li Ran was about to consummate his relationship with the woman, she suddenly attacked. He then realized that the woman was a notorious bandit on the wanted list known as Fairy Bai Ping, with a cultivation level of the 6th level of qi refining. Fairy Bai Ping acted swiftly, subduing 10 cultivators in the settlement on the spot and then robbing them of their belongings. At first, the group tried to resist, but Fairy Bai Ping unleashed a water blade, instantly cleaving Li Ran and 2 other cultivators in half at the waist. These people were only at the early stage of qi refining. How could they be a match for a 6th level qi refining cultivator? Helpless, they had no choice but to hand over all their possessions to barely save their lives. As they spoke, the 7 people couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with grief, wiping away tears and wailing. I've saved up spirit stones for over 20 years. I've worked so hard every day to grow spirit rice, and it's all gone. So bitter. So bitter. Enough. Chun Qingfeng interrupted their lamentations. That Li Ran is licentious and dissolute, bringing strange women into the formation at will. Not only did you not stop him, but you also indulged him. Now you've ended up like this, who can you blame? Humph, most men are lecherous. They deserve to die at the hands of women. That Li Ran is a dissolute scoundrel, and you living with him probably aren't much better off. Mu Qingmei, also disturbed by the commotion outside, stood aside, her tone laced with sarcasm. The 7 cultivators, their faces flushed with embarrassment, dared not retort, and could only look at Chun Qingfeng with fearful expressions. Lord of the Manor? What should we do next? What else can you do? Chun Qingfeng said in a deep voice. It's a miracle you've survived. Do you expect someone to help you recover your losses? The men were silenced by his rebuke. Afterwards, Chun Qingfeng dispersed them to the other 5 gathering places, specifically instructing them not to be assigned array flags for the time being, and to behave themselves and reflect on their actions. He specifically warned all cultivators that they must never bring strangers into the array again. After this incident, all the cultivators were quite frightened, and dared not be negligent in the slightest, keeping the instructions firmly in mind. Fellow Taoist Li Ran is really something. How could he not control his lower body? He already has many wives and concubines at home, yet he still goes out to seek pleasure. It's one thing that he lost his own life, but he also dragged 2 other fellow Taoists down with him. The cultivators of Qingshan Prefecture had been on guard against attacks from Yu Kingdom cultivators, but they never expected that instead of Yu Kingdom cultivators coming, they would be defeated by the native cultivators of Qing Kingdom. This incident also served as a warning to the other cultivators of Qingshan Prefecture. Those who were originally restless and had active minds suddenly restrained themselves and became obedient. As for the thief by Ping, who committed this crime, she left with the loot that very night, disappearing without a trace. Who could possibly find her? The crowd could only give up, and the 7 surviving cultivators ultimately resigned themselves to their bad luck. This incident, however, gave Mu Qingmei an opportunity to launch a scathing attack on Chen Qingfeng. Men are all the same, they're all creatures who think with their lower bodies. Chen Qingfeng remained silent, pretending not to hear. Mu Qingmei took Li Nuanshan's hand and advised, "Nuanshan, don't follow him anymore. He doesn't seem like a decent person. Stay away from him and follow me. Is that all right?" Li Nuanshan was both surprised and delighted, her voice tinged with trepidation. Mu Qingmei liked the girl's round face. "Why not? From now on, you'll live with me so you won't be targeted by any malicious people." Mu Qingmei added a few more words with hidden meaning, then pulled Li Nuanshan away. Seeing this, the little dog tilted its head thoughtfully and said, "She seems to really dislike Big Brother." The fox chuckled beside it. "Stupid dog, you don't understand, do you? Big Brother is in love with Mu Qingyao, not her. She's just unhappy and trying to slander Big Brother." Several days passed. The storm stirred up by the tribulation cultivators eventually subsided like ripples on a lake, quietly returning to silence. In the end, those who died were just 3 low-level rogue cultivators in the early stage of qi refining, utterly insignificant, not even worthy of making a ripple. Their passing was like a harmless breeze blowing across the sky above Qingshan Prefecture, disappearing in an instant without leaving a trace worth remembering. The lives of lowly cultivators are as insignificant as grass, as worthless as dust. Once they die and their cultivation dissipates, no one will bother with them. When someone mentions this matter, they will only sigh. Fellow Taoist Li Ran was foolish, and nothing more. It was in this indifference and silence that, late that night, Chen Qingfeng took out the illusionary truth array as usual. As the array was activated, a figure appeared in the cave, whose magical aura was indistinguishable from his own. Then, he quietly left through the back door of Qingfeng Cave, flying away from Luoyun Peak alone without a sound. After flying a distance, his face began to slowly change. A thick mustache appeared on his lips. His shoulders broadened slightly, and fine wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead. His aura also became deep and weathered. In an instant, he transformed from a handsome young man into a burly man with a resolute face and a long beard. After conquering the settlement in Qingshan Prefecture, Fairy Bipping naturally took the Golden Qi array, the key element of the array. However, this array was created by Chen Qingfeng, who had already laid a backup plan when setting it up, secretly setting up a tracking array pattern known only to himself. At this moment, Chen Qingfeng was using this hidden array pattern to track her all the way, finally locking onto Fairy Bipping's trail in a dark canyon 500 miles away from Qingshan Prefecture. Within the deep canyon, a clear pool was hidden. The voluptuous Fairy Bipping was resting in the pool, surrounded by water vapor. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, sensing that the outer restrictions had been triggered, and she immediately awoke from her light slumber. A quick scan with her divine sense revealed that the newcomer's cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi refining. Fairy Bipping breathed a slight sigh of relief and slowly rose from the pool, a thin veil covering her body, revealing her exquisite figure. "Fellow Taoist, what brings you here so late at night?" Fairy Bipping lightly touched the water's surface with her toes, her figure as graceful as a floating leaf, and inquired softly, "I Han have come to do some business with you, Fairy." The long-beard giant, Chen Qingfeng in disguise, casually made up a surname, his voice deep and steady. "Business is of course possible, but how did you know I was hiding here?" Fairy Bipping raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone carrying a hint of inquiry. She usually hid in this canyon, and only a few old lovers knew of this place. Certainly not this long-beard giant before her. That's no need for you to worry about that, fairy. Chun Qingfeng avoided answering, his tone indifferent. I'm not one to meddle. I just want to ask if you have any qi condensation pills? Qi condensation pills? Fairy Bipping chuckled softly from behind her veil, her eyes sparkling. Of course I have some. How many do you have? Fairy Bipping pondered for a moment, then smiled sweetly. I happen to have 2. I'll take both. Fairy, why don't you name your price? Chun Qingfeng's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. It seems you're genuinely here to do business. Fairy Bipping's smile deepened as she quoted a price. 60 spirit stones each. Chun Qingfeng frowned slightly. That's a bit too expensive. Hee. If you think it's too expensive, you can always buy them at the Mu family's Songlan Mountain Market auction. The prices there are cheaper. Fairy Bipping chuckled in response, her tone playful. She couldn't guess Chun Qingfeng's background, but logically, people like them were shady characters, so their items would naturally be more expensive. Alright, I'll take these 2. As soon as Chun Qingfeng finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his storage pouch, and 120 spirit stones floated out, hovering in front of him. Over the past few years, he had openly accumulated about 70 or 80 spirit stones through talisman making and array setting. Secretly, he had also obtained over 100 spirit stones from the Yellowstone Tribulation cultivator and the woman in the purple skirt. Providing 120 spirit stones was not a problem. Chun Qingfeng possessed a golden seal and cultivated multiple techniques simultaneously, and now each technique had made progress. He had reached the 5th level of the demonic black flame scripture, and the 4th level of the Azure Wood spirit transformation technique. The Spirit Cultivation Good Fruit Book, the 1000 Reflection Illusion Heart technique, and the 4 Seasons Revolving Method had already reached the 3rd level, but he lacked qi condensation pills to aid his breakthrough, thus remaining stuck. As for the 1000 Faces Without Form scripture he acquired last year, although he had only cultivated it to the 1st level, he would still need qi condensation pills in the future. Chun Qingfeng cultivated multiple techniques, naturally requiring many qi condensation pills. These qi condensation pills could not be purchased openly to avoid arousing suspicion. He could only trade them privately with cultivators or on the black market. This was also the reason why Chun Qingfeng followed the tracking array to find Fairy Bipping. Seeing that Chun Qingfeng readily took out the spirit stones, Fairy Bipping's smile deepened. Fellow Taoist is truly a straightforward person. After saying this, she also took out 2 lustrous white pills, which were qi condensation pills. The 2 were wary of each other, one guarding the spirit stones and the other guarding the pills, exchanging them cautiously, without getting close to each other throughout, their movements swift and decisive. Chun Qingfeng took the qi condensation pills and turned to leave. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rushing water behind him. He reacted extremely quickly, waving his sleeves, and several talismans instantly unfolded, forming a talisman array in front of him. Looking back, several water snakes had already coalesced around Fairy Bipping, coiling gracefully, poised to strike. So you're a talisman master, fellow Taoist. No wonder you're so generous, Fairy Bipping said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. What? Perhaps Fairy wants to test my mettle? Chun Qingfeng's expression hardened, his aura subtly rising. How could I? I was merely joking with you, fellow Taoist. Fairy Bipping waved her hand lightly, and the water snakes instantly dissolved, turning into droplets that fell into the pool, creating delicate ripples. Humph, while my cultivation isn't high, I'm not made of clay to be manipulated, Chun Qingfeng said ruthlessly, turning to leave again. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Fairy Bipping called out to him. May I ask if you need any more pills? Oh, you have other pills? Chun Qingfeng paused, turned around, and replied, I need quite a few, not just qi condensation pills, but any pills beneficial to cultivation. He paused briefly, then added, as for spirit stones, that's not a problem. Then fellow Taoist Han is truly very lucky. Fairy Bipping smiled slowly. Next month, we will hold a trade fair. The trade fair she mentioned was naturally a private transaction between cultivators, the so-called black market. Chun Qingfeng shook his head. The black market is crowded and chaotic. I'm new to Songlan County and unfamiliar with the area, so I dare not participate. Fairy Bipping then said, in that case, let me introduce you to a fellow Taoist. He has many pills and can certainly meet your needs. Chun Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. All right, I will come to find you again in 7 days. After Chun Qingfeng's figure completely disappeared outside the canyon, the smile on Fairy Bipping's face also disappeared. Qi refining level 4? He's probably deliberately hiding his cultivation. Who exactly revealed my hiding place to him? Fairy Bipping was puzzled at first, but after a moment she sneered. Both of you are shady characters. Coming to me is your death wish. She took out a strangely shaped insect and whispered to it, "You rascal, I've caught a fat sheep. Let's team up and kill him, split the spoils. He'll wait for you at our usual spot." With that, the insect fluttered away and disappeared into the dark depths of the canyon. Chun Qingfeng flew 300 or 400 miles before concealing his aura and quietly landing in a deep mountain forest. A moment later, a faint light flashed around him, and his burly, long-bearded figure vanished, replaced by the appearance of a tall, handsome young man. "This 1,000 faces without form is truly useful," Chun Qingfeng murmured in admiration. This was the first time he had used this technique in actual combat since he began practicing it, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Not only could it perfectly change his appearance and physique, but it could also precisely disguise his magical aura without revealing the slightest flaw. Before, I was hesitant to approach cultivators due to my status, but now, with this technique, I no longer need to fear being exposed. Chun Qingfeng chuckled, and before dawn, when the morning mist had dissipated, his figure quickly disappeared into the mountain forest. Just as dawn was breaking and the morning mist hadn't completely cleared, Mu Qingmei headed straight for Qingfeng Cave. The fox and the little dog blocked the entrance, saying in unison, "Big brother isn't awake yet. Come back later." "What do you mean he's not awake?" Mu Qingmei stood with her arms crossed, glaring at the two little beasts, her tone impatient. "He's already achieved qi refining, he doesn't need to sleep, why would he need to sleep?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Qingfeng emerged, saying calmly, "I wonder what business Miss Qingmei has with me?" He had already modified Qingfeng Cave, setting up 2 doors, one in front and one behind. Furthermore, with the array plate of Luoyun Peak in his possession, he could enter and exit quietly without anyone knowing. However, the fox and the puppy were exceptions. They knew Chun Qingfeng often went out at night and would even cover for him. Chun Qingfeng never mentioned his secrets to the 2 little beasts, and the fox and the puppy also had their own worries, never asking each other about them. The 3 of them had long since reached a tacit understanding that required no words. "Chun Qingfeng, I'm asking you, where's my grapevine?" Mu Qingmei still had her arms crossed, her tone carrying a hint of accusation. "That's mine. Don't tell me you don't know. Several years ago, it was because she went to look for this grapevine that she unexpectedly encountered the cultivators and was subsequently confined. She had almost forgotten about it, but this morning she saw the vine seedling that Lin Wanchuan was tending, which was the one she had lost, so she immediately came to ask Chun Qingfeng for it. He'll have Wanchuan transplant the grapevine to your place later." Chun Qingfeng's tone was calm, without the slightest hesitation. "Don't think." "Huh?" Mu Qingmei had been prepared for Chun Qingfeng to make excuses, but she didn't expect him to agree so readily. For a moment, she was at a loss, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. After a brief pause, she could only let out a heavy humph and turn away dejectedly. After sending Mu Qingmei away, the fox approached Chun Qingfeng with a cheeky grin. "Two-legged beast, if there's anything fun to do, you'll have to take me along." "Hey you little devil." Chun Qingfeng chuckled and tapped its head. Chun Qingfeng naturally had his sights set on fairy bipping, preparing to pull off a heist. However, this time, Chun Qingfeng didn't plan to bring the 2 little beasts along. Chun Qingfeng wasn't particularly wary of the tribulation cultivators native to Qing Kingdom. He was familiar with most of the tribulation cultivators on the Songlin County Cultivation World's wanted list, and none of them were exceptionally strong. Especially those tribulation cultivators active in the southwestern part of Songlin County, their strength was generally average, with the highest being only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Like this fairy Bai Ping, she was a wanted criminal cultivator in Songlin County. Her appearance, cultivation level, cultivation techniques, and even her interpersonal relationships had all been thoroughly investigated and confirmed. She cultivated the azure water technique, practicing the small river clear qi, and usually maintained close contact with a male criminal cultivator nicknamed Earth Scorpion. That Earth Scorpion was also at the 6th level of qi refining, practicing the earth rock technique, specializing in earth-based techniques, and practicing the small stone turbid qi. It was precisely because he had a concrete understanding of the other party's strength and background that Chun Qingfeng dared to have such thoughts. The reversed yin-yang array in his possession was a high-grade array with considerable power. Before taking action, Chun Qingfeng would make thorough preparations and set up the array in advance. Even if he was no match for the opponent, he could still use the array to suppress them. 7 days later, Chun Qingfeng once again transformed into a long-beard giant and arrived as scheduled near the canyon 500 miles outside Qingshan Prefecture. This place was already outside the Qing Kingdom's territory, and the spiritual energy was so thin it was almost depleted. But it also meant something else. Fighting here wouldn't be suppressed by the golden elemental magic power of the evergreen wood-transforming true monarch. Upon arriving, Chun Qingfeng no longer concealed his aura, spreading it out directly. In just a few breaths, two figures appeared in the canyon below. Sure enough, as Chun Qingfeng had expected, the person Bai Ping Fairy wanted to introduce was none other than Earth Scorpion, also a wanted robber cultivator. Fellow Taoist Han is quite punctual, Bai Ping Fairy said with a smile, her tone deliberately warm. Why don't we come down and discuss our transaction? No need to go down, Chun Qingfeng replied calmly. I'm afraid there might be an ambush. It would be better if you two came up. Heh, fellow Taoist Han is indeed cautious. Bai Ping Fairy and Earth Scorpion exchanged a glance. Seeing his resolute attitude, they secretly exchanged a look, then flew out of the canyon together on a cloud of light, stopping not far from Chun Qingfeng. Fellow Taoist Han looks unfamiliar. I have been active in Songlin County for many years, but I have never seen you before, Fairy Bipping said with a smile, her gaze sweeping over him. Since we're talking about a transaction, why bother with these irrelevant matters? Chun Qingfeng's tone remained calm and unmoved. I'm just curious about your background, fellow Taoist. Fairy Bipping waved her hand, changing the subject. Since you want to buy pills, you must have brought enough spirit stones, right? No need to ask. Well, no, once we capture him, the Earth Scorpion, unable to contain himself any longer, abandoned any pretense of sympathy and burst into wild laughter. Yellow sand surged around him as he charged straight at Chun Qingfeng. Didn't you say it was a transaction? You actually want to fight? Chun Qingfeng's eyes widened, and he hurriedly retreated, shouting angrily as he went. Do you two really think I, Han, am made of clay, to be manipulated by others? Haha, what kind of background do you have? You're just a stray dog fleeing from the Yu Kingdom, yet you dare to put on airs in front of us. Tu Xiezi was a cultivator who had been involved in the tribulation cultivation for many years and had heard of the cultivators in the surrounding area. But he had never seen Chun Qingfeng, this long-beard giant. It was so easy for him to guess the other party's identity. He was clearly just a stray dog fleeing from the Yu Kingdom. He and Fairy Bipping pursued relentlessly, giving Chun Qingfeng no chance to catch his breath. After chasing for more than 20 miles, Chun Qingfeng was finally caught up and stopped by the two. I'm sorry to disappoint fellow Taoist Han, but while the cultivators of my Qing Kingdom are known for their minimal conflict and killing, not all of them are honest and upright. There are quite a few like me, with hearts as sharp as snakes. Fairy Bipping smiled charmingly, her voice soft and gentle, as she slowly approached Chun Qingfeng. Spiritual energy surged around her, and the sound of rushing water arose out of nowhere, condensing into countless ferocious water snakes that coiled around her, poised to strike. I see. Chun Qingfeng nodded slightly, but I wonder if Fairy has considered. I am not exactly an honest and upright person either. Before his words had even finished, Chun Qingfeng's aura changed drastically in an instant. The previously peaceful wood elemental aura vanished, replaced by a violent aura far exceeding the previous one. Black flames instantly enveloped his entire body, his fists crackling with demonic flames, carrying an overbearing aura capable of incinerating everything. Fairy Bipping only saw a flash of black flame before Chun Qingfeng's figure was already before her. A fist engulfed in raging black flames slammed straight at her face. Bang! The blow was swift and brutal, so powerful that Fairy Bipping didn't even have time to activate her defensive spells. She was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the mountainside behind her. Amidst the flying debris, Fairy Bipping was blasted deep into the hard rock, her fate unknown. The Earth Scorpion beside her was stunned, its pupils shrinking, frozen in place, staring blankly at the sudden turn of events, its face filled with disbelief. Looking at Chun Qingfeng, the black flames around him burned ever brighter, crackling and hissing. At this moment, Chun Qingfeng exuded a sharp and unrestrained aura, as if breaking free from all constraints. He tilted his head slightly, a deep and joyful murmur escaping his throat. His eyes filled with a clear and burning light that had been suppressed for so long. Refreshing, truly refreshing. After nearly 10 years of cultivation, today is the first time I've truly felt this exhilarating. Chun Qingfeng took a deep breath, feeling the unrestrained, surging magical power within his body, and the exhilarating pain and power as demonic flames enveloped him. A slow smile curved his lips. In the past, due to the suppression of Chongqing Huamu Zhenjin's metal element, Chun Qingfeng had never used his full strength. But now he had left the Qing Kingdom's territory. The world was vast and open, and he was no longer bound by any constraints, able to unleash all his power to his heart's content. Chun Qingfeng, his body wreathed in black flames, glanced at the horrified Earth Scorpion and laughed heartily. You've been wanted for decades and haven't been caught. Surely your skills shouldn't be limited to this? Come on. Let me see your special skill. How arrogant. Earth Scorpion's face turned ashen. His old flame had been severely injured in a single blow, and now his anger surged, no longer concealing his cultivation. His aura suddenly surged. The powerful strength of the 7th level of Qi refining spreading out without any concealment. He was indeed a genuine latest-stage Qi refining cultivator. In an instant, countless angular, coarse grains of sand emerged from the void, swirling rapidly around him like boiling water. The sand grains were a dark, earthy yellow, carrying a pungent, earthy smell, his infamous small stone turbid Qi. This spiritual energy was different from ordinary earth attribute energy. It was like turbid old soil, concealing a corrosive force that could penetrate to the bone. Each grain of sand like a shard of iron sharpened on stone. With a roar, Earth Scorpion whipped his arm, and the yellow sand surrounding him instantly transformed into a tornado several meters long, swirling towards Chen Qingfeng with a howling, gritty sound as it rubbed against the gravel. Gravel and sand flew everywhere, the air thick with the pungent smell of earth. The sandstorm enveloped Chen Qingfeng, the sharp grains scraping against his skin like dull knives cutting flesh and sharp needles piercing his skin, a piercing pain that went straight to his bones. In an instant, Chen Qingfeng's clothes were shredded, his exposed skin covered in fine wounds, blood seeping out, barely reaching the surface before being smeared by the sand. He was riddled with holes, a truly gruesome sight. This was the origin of his nickname Earth Scorpion. His turbid energy, instead of relying on venom, could be carried by sand grains, penetrating wounds and seeping into pores, causing excruciating pain, like being stung by a scorpion's tail. Most cultivators in the Qing Kingdom who practice earth magic cultivate small stone pure Qi or small stone heavy Qi, focusing on defense and suppression. But the Earth Scorpion goes against the grain, refining its earth spiritual energy into a murky, sand-like state, specializing in penetrating and eroding. Once the sand grains enter the body, they travel along the meridians, scraping the skin and releasing turbid energy truly more poisonous than poison itself. At this moment, Chen Qingfeng, already with his skin torn and bleeding in the yellow sand, seemed completely oblivious to the pain. Instead of dodging, he took another step into the sand, the flowing blood transforming into even thicker, more intense black flames. Are you out of your mind? The Earth Scorpion's expression tightened, filled with horror. Its small stone turbid Qi had claimed countless lives of cultivators of the same level. Even a 9th level Qi refining cultivator caught in its grasp would have screamed and retreated. Where had it ever seen such a freak who could burn blood with flames? This was clearly exchanging injury for power. I do admire you. Chen Qingfeng's voice, enveloped in black flames, rang out. To cultivate to the late stage of Qi refining with a common earth-based technique, earth rock technique, and even refine this small stone turbid Qi, you truly have skill. There's a significant difference between the mid-stage and latest-stage Qi refining. His decision not to activate the formation, but instead to exchange injury for strength, was a sign of respect. What admiration. I only believe in the victor taking all. The Earth Scorpion gritted its teeth, its tone filled with ruthlessness. Today, it's either you or me who dies. With that, it once again swirled with yellow sand, charging towards Chen Qingfeng. Well done. Chen Qingfeng's black flames burned at their peak. Instead of retreating, it pressed forward, meeting the yellow sand heathen against the Earth Scorpion. The fairy Bipping, embedded in the mountainside, was completely stunned by this scene. She couldn't believe that this person, clearly only at the 5th level of Qi refining, was completely evenly matched with the Earth Scorpion's 7th level of Qi refining. I remember. Fairy Bipping suddenly exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with terror. This is one of the 3 great demonic flames. The demon aura black flame, on par with Netherworld Ghost Fire and Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire. Only now did she finally recognize Chen Qingfeng's technique. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, she was already in a sorry state, blood gushing from her mouth. Now, recognizing the demon aura black flame, the thought of retreat instantly overwhelmed her. But the moment this thought crossed her mind, her face turned deathly pale. A large array had already enveloped the area within a 500-meter radius, leaving no way to retreat. At this moment, the roar of the Earth Scorpion echoed from midair. What are you still standing there for? This bastard clearly came prepared. We've mistakenly entered the array. If we don't kill him today, we'll both die. Chen Qingfeng didn't dodge the Earth Scorpion's attacks at all. The swirling yellow sand tore his skin open, but the blood that flowed onto the demonic flames only transformed into an even denser black fire. The Earth Scorpion wanted to utter a few more harsh words to bolster his momentum, But before he could finish speaking, a fist wreathed in black flames slammed towards his chest. He hurriedly dodged to the side, but was still a fraction too slow. The fist struck his abdomen solidly, and with a muffled bang, the earth scorpion's intestines and stomach instantly flew out, exploding into fragments. The excruciating pain turned the earth scorpion's face deathly pale. His forehead instantly covered in cold sweat, and his movements suddenly slowed down. On the other side, Fairy Bipping, enduring the metallic taste in her throat, barely managed to fly forward. Her spiritual energy surged around her, and several water snakes, just as they took shape, were engulfed by the black flames surrounding Chen Qingfeng, instantly scalded into vapor, and vanished without a trace. Bang! Chen Qingfeng retaliated with a punch, sending Fairy Bipping flying, completely ignoring the earth scorpion's opportunistic attack, determined to close the distance even at the cost of injury. Bai Ping, a Qi refining level 6 fairy, was utterly powerless against Chen Qingfeng in this state. Black flames enveloped her, incinerating her completely, leaving not a trace. This was the power of the demonic black flame, hailed as one of the 3 great demonic flames. Trading injury for power, the demonic fire consumed him, making him stronger with each battle. Are you a piece of wood that doesn't feel pain? Earth Scorpion roared angrily, his eyes filled with disbelief, seeing Chen Qingfeng covered in wounds, yet still relentlessly attacking. No need for you to trouble yourself, fellow Taoist. Chen Qingfeng replied calmly, his hands continuing to circulate the demonic black flame with all his might. Ah! Forced into a corner, Earth Scorpion gritted his teeth and pushed his magic power to its limit, causing the yellow sand within a radius of several hundred meters to churn wildly, attempting to trap Chen Qingfeng with a massive amount of sand. But as soon as he activated his magic power, he suddenly poofed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Qingfeng closed in and slammed a fist into Tu Ziza's chest. With a cracking sound of bones breaking, Tu Ziza's chest caved in, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. This formation is wrong. Everything is reversed. Left is right, right is left, and the cultivation technique should also be reversed. You tricked me. Tu Xiezi crashed to the ground, barely breathing, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. You deliberately feigned weakness, trading injury for injury, just to make me anxious, to provoke me into activating my magic power, so I could discover the strangeness of this formation later. He examined his internal body and found that all his spiritual apertures had been destroyed, and his meridians were completely severed. Unfortunately, before Tu Xiezi could say anything more, black flames exploded on his face. Bang! You're overthinking it. I was just afraid of being outmaneuvered. After dealing with the Earth Scorpion, Chen Qingfeng didn't dare linger. He quickly cleaned up the mess and flew away. About half an hour later, several figures appeared here, looking at the mountain smoothed by the wind and sand and the ashes scattered on the ground. The group was filled with doubt and a hint of solemnity. The leader, a cracked-faced man, stamped his foot on the ground and ordered, "Old Ash, go find out if there are any survivors." After flying 200 miles, the spiritual energy in the world gradually increased. This meant that he had successfully returned to the Qing kingdom from outside the border. His aura and appearance suddenly changed. He then found a ravine, landed, sat cross-legged, and began to recover his magical power. Chen Qingfeng circulated the azure with spirit transformation technique, and the evergreen wood essence flowed through his body, radiating a strong vitality wherever it passed. This technique was best at healing and nourishing life, and the wounds left by the Earth Scorpion on his body were constantly being repaired. While healing his wounds, Chen Qingfeng reviewed the border massacre. Initially, to verify the strength of the demonic black flame, he hadn't activated the formation. The demonic black flame was a technique that grew stronger the longer the battle went on. The more injured he was, the stronger he became. In truth, Chen Qingfeng was far from reaching his limit. This technique was most powerful when he was critically injured. However, there were kingdom cultivators lurking in this border region. Chen Qingfeng worried that the fluctuations from the battle would attract trouble, so he chose to activate the formation, quickly killing the two. This Earth Scorpion is quite capable, actually perceiving the core divine power of the reversed yin-yang formation so quickly. Chen Qingfeng looked back on the battle, astonished by this tribulation cultivator. Under the reversed yin-yang formation, everything was indeed reversed, and techniques had to be reversed. But the Earth Scorpion didn't know that when to activate the formation and when to reverse the flow were all up to Chen Qingfeng. If Chen Qingfeng hadn't activated the formation, the Earth Scorpion would still have suffered a backlash if it continued its reverse cultivation technique. unless it could precisely seize the opportunity when Chen Qingfeng activated the formation. Chen Qingfeng activated the Azure with Spirit Transformation technique, merging into the forest like a blade of grass. His natal acupoint was in the rising sun realm, and his divine sense far surpassed those of others in the same realm. Not long after he stopped, he sensed a demonic beast's aura passing by 500 meters underground, its shape resembling a rat. Could it be that splitter-faced mad rat? Chen Qingfeng had heard of this Yu Kingdom cultivator's reputation. He had opposed the Song family several times, possessed a rat-like spirit pet skilled in burrowing, and had gathered a group of Yu Kingdom cultivators. His strength was not to be underestimated. His battle with the Earth Scorpion had caused quite a commotion, indeed alerting these people. Chen Qingfeng concealed his aura, not disturbing the rat. He had disguised his magical power several times using the Thousand Faces without form scripture, and now, having merged with the vegetation, the rat had no chance of detecting him. A few days later, Chen Qingfeng returned to Luoyun Peak. After this period of recuperation, his injuries had completely healed, leaving no trace of scars. His gains this time were substantial, giving him a clearer understanding of his own strength. He could now easily handle a Qi Refining Stage 7 cultivator, have no problem against a Qi Refining Stage 8 cultivator, and even have a considerable chance against a Qi Refining Stage 9 cultivator. However, this only applied to ordinary cultivators. Against renowned prodigies like Mu Yujian, Chen Qingfeng was no match. Besides the cultivation experience, Chen Qingfeng also obtained many edible pills and herbs from the Earth Scorpion and Fairy Bipping, totaling over 500 spirit stones. Compared to the evil cultivators of the Qing Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom, this was one advantage. There weren't many strange and unusual items. The spoils he obtained from the Yu Kingdom cultivator Fairy Zirwei were either tainted with blood or had strange auras, so Chen Qingfeng dared not use them lightly. The spoils were plentiful, aside from some stolen goods, including many spiritual items that could aid in cultivation a truly substantial haul. Chen Qingfeng found the fox and the puppy and shared some of the spoils with them. Wow, so many good things. This is called Yuanqing grass, right? We have it in the herb garden next door. It can speed up cultivation. It's a pity that old man surnamed E is so strict. I dare not go near him, the fox and the puppy exclaimed excitedly, surrounding the pile of spiritual items. Chen Qingfeng wasn't stingy with the two little beasts. After all, they shared all the good things they found with him. The Qi condensation pill he consumed after refining the demon aura black flame was given to him by the fox and the puppy. I found Fairy Bipping's hiding place. The array plate she took contained my tracking array patterns. Chen Qingfeng only gave a rough outline, omitting the specific details. Why didn't you call me? I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Me too. I've got a demonic wind growing inside me too. The fox and the puppy scolded Chen Qingfeng for not bringing them along. They're not some troublesome character. If I wasn't absolutely sure, I would have called you too. Chen Qingfeng rubbed the two little beasts' heads, telling them to quickly put their things away so no one could see them. Just after the two little beasts put away their spiritual items, footsteps indeed came from outside. What are you doing sneaking around like that? Mu Qingmei craned her neck to look into their cave. Unfortunately, there was an isolation array at the entrance, and she couldn't see anything. Chen Qingfeng, you haven't left the house for days. What filthy thing have you been up to? Mu Qingmei called out. No way. Chen Qingfeng walked out of the cave and said calmly, I'm an honest man. I haven't done anything dirty. Miss Qingmei, don't slander me for no reason. What we do is none of your business. Why should you interfere? Why do you keep coming here every day? Isn't the right peak enough for you? The fox was not polite at all, treating the left peak of Luoyun Peak as her own home. Humph, this young lady is here to find Wanchuan. Mu Qingmei snorted and walked to a nearby hut to find Lin Wanchuan inside. Time passed. For the next year and a half, Chen Qingfeng and Qingshan Prefecture lived in peace. However, the four prefectures of Luofeng, Qijiao, Yengue, and Hengshui were often harassed and attacked by Yu Kingdom cultivators. But as time went by, the number of these attacks decreased. Especially in the last 6 months, Chen Qingfeng had not heard of any incidents. In the first year or two after arriving in Qing Kingdom, those Yu Kingdom cultivators were extremely restless and caused trouble everywhere. However, the cultivators of Qing Kingdom took very good precautions, and almost all of them stayed at home and did not go out. Although his methods were somewhat cowardly, they were undeniably effective. The Yu Kingdom cultivators, finding no benefit from their repeated attacks, simply stopped coming. However, Chen Qingfeng remained vigilant, strictly forbidding the cultivators of Qingshan Prefecture from contacting strangers or leaving without permission. In the cultivation world, conflict is inevitable wherever there is profit. The current peace doesn't guarantee future peace. Chen Qingfeng was well aware of this. Those Yu Kingdom cultivators might be waiting for an opportunity to launch a major attack. Now, a year and a half had passed. Chen Qingfeng was 18, a handsome young man with distinct features, clear eyes, and an air of refined elegance. Since Mu Yujin took Shen Pingon as his disciple, Chen Qingfeng had finally gained some freedom, and the pressure of forced marriage from the Mu family had lessened considerably. Faced with the Mu family's offer of a son-in-law, Chen Qingfeng always had only one statement. Marrying into the Mu family was not out of the question, but his heart belonged only to Mu Qingyao, and he would marry no one else. Chen Qingfeng had no problem with it. As long as Mu Qingyao agreed to marry him, they could get married at any time. The Mu family naturally refused, and the matter was thus delayed again and again, remaining unresolved to this day. On this day, Chen Qingfeng cultivated as usual, his mind sinking into his sea of consciousness. Within his sea of consciousness, the golden jade seal still firmly occupied the main position, shining brightly. Below the golden seal were a ball of deep black flame, a verdant green plant, a lustrous seed, a flickering candle flame, a ball of flowing colorful light, and an ancient mask. Outside the cave, Li Nuanchen's voice came, tinged with respect. Young master, the offerings from all the cultivators of Qingshan Prefecture have been collected. Please check them. Chen Qingfeng slowly walked out of the cave, exhaling a long, clear breath that dissipated in the morning light. The warm sun shone on his sharply defined features, casting a soft halo around them. It's time to pay our salaries again. Chen Qingfeng murmured softly, a faint smile playing on her lips. I wonder if second uncle and Xiao Pingon are doing well in Songlan County. Chen Qingfeng had now entrusted all the affairs of the manor to Lin Wanchuan. The registration of the cultivators in Qingshan Prefecture, the collection of offerings, and the daily care of the spirit fields were all handled by her. Hearing Lin Wanchuan speak, the fox and the puppy ran out excitedly, their eyes sparkling. Are we going to pay our salaries? What, you two want to go too? Chen Qingfeng smiled at the two little beasts. Ever since their chance encounter with the pale-faced youth in Songlan County 6 years ago, these two little guys had given up the idea of going there, but now they were bringing it up themselves. The fox curled its lip. I'm too lazy to deal with two-legged beasts, but I do want to go see little Ping'an. The little dog nodded quickly. I haven't played with little Ping'an in ages. It's fine to go. Chen Qingfeng nodded. You two have both refined your demonic energy now. You're not what you used to be. Plus, with me here, Master Yi's grandson won't dare to do anything to you. Then let's go. Let's go now. The two little beasts immediately became interested, hopping and skipping along to urge him on. Chen Qingfeng smiled and nodded, then turned to Lin Wanchuan, teasingly saying, You've been following Mu Qingmei around all day. How's your learning going? Don't just focus on bad-mouthing me to her and forget about the important matters. No. Lin Wanchuan hurriedly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. I've been studying diligently. I've already mastered the care methods for some common spiritual plants. Chen Qingfeng responded, then added, when I go to Songlan County to pay my salary, if I come across any suitable spiritual herbs or plants, I'll buy some and have you take care of them. He thought for a moment, then added, I've noticed that you seem to have slacked off in your cultivation lately. Upon hearing this, Li Nuanchen's voice softened. Nuanchen's aptitude and comprehension are only average. Reading those cultivation manuals and techniques is like reading a book from heaven. It really gives me a headache. No matter how difficult it is, you must be serious. Chen Qingfeng's tone was calm. Cultivate diligently. Once you reach the third level of qi refining, I will purchase a qi condensation pill for you. Although orthodox spiritual energy is hard to rely on, at least you can refine a trace of impure qi, which will allow you to experience the vastness of the world and make your cultivation worthwhile. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Lin Wanchuan suddenly had hope and became excited, thanking him repeatedly. Go. Chen Qingfeng waved his hand, dismissing her. He knew in his heart that he was destined to fight for the great Tao in the future, and it was good to leave the affairs of the manor to Lin Wanchuan. This girl was down to earth, and if she could break through to the middle stage of qi refining, she would be a capable helper. This time, the group going to Songlan County was very small. Besides Chen Qingfeng and the fox puppy, there was only Old Man Lin and his granddaughter Lin Yuero. The grandfather and granddaughter were still going to the county to sell spiritual wine. However, over the years, Old Man Lin's hair had become increasingly gray, and he had aged considerably. Qi refining cultivators can theoretically live for 200 years, but if their fundamental strength is damaged in battle, or if they fail to break through to a higher realm and suffer a backlash, their lifespan will be shortened. This can range from a few years to several decades. Therefore, very few qi refining cultivators can live to the 200-year limit. Old man Lin shortened his lifespan twice during his early breakthroughs, leaving him with only about 160 years of lifespan. Now, at over 150 years old, he only has 7 or 8 years left to live. Even so, this old man is truly capable. He sold spirit wine his entire life and managed to raise his granddaughter, Lin Yuero, to be a cultivator. Lin Yuero is now at the 4th level of qi refining, cultivating the Littlewood pure qi. To help her refine the spirit qi, old man Lin prepared many spiritual items for her. Even more remarkably, Lin Yuera's winemaking skills have now surpassed her grandfather's. The spirit wine she brews truly benefits cultivation. Even Chun Qingfeng often buys a couple of jars without fail. Having lived this long, I've had enough. On the way, old man Lin sighed and muttered to himself, "It's just that Yuero is too gentle. She's not cut out to be in charge. I won't be able to rest easy until I see her find a reliable Taoist partner. Grandpa, I can take care of myself." Lin Yuero softly comforted him, her tone tinged with stubbornness. "Senior Lin, you're overthinking it." Chun Qingfeng didn't respond, instead advising, "This trip to Songlan County will surely yield the longevity pill. Why must you keep worrying about life and death?" In truth, Lin Yuero and he were childhood sweethearts, and her personality was exactly his type. But Chun Qingfeng himself was already burdened by the pressure from the Mu family, barely able to take care of himself. How could he possibly look after Lin Yuero? Others only envied him as the head of a prefecture, with his younger brother even being taken as a disciple by Mu Yujin, a life of unparalleled glory. Only he knew the immense pressure he secretly endured from Mu Yujin. If I can successfully establish my foundation, everything will be different, Chun Qingfeng mused to himself. Over the past year and a half, he had consumed countless pills, almost completely exhausting the spiritual items he had obtained from the Earth Scorpion. The price he paid had yielded significant rewards. His demonic black flame had successfully broken through the 6th level peak a few days ago, reaching the 7th level. During the qi refining stage, he faced almost no bottlenecks, progressing smoothly. But facing foundation establishment, he was completely clueless. The method for foundation establishment required first reaching the 9th level of qi refining, then supplementing it with a rare and precious artifact that resonated with one's own cultivation method to forge a foundation. Depending on the cultivator's cultivation level and cultivation method, the rare and precious artifact used varied, resulting in vastly different foundations. Take, for example, the 2 foundation establishment cultivators of the Mu family. One was grassroots man Mu Renhua, and the other was the Mu family patriarch in the late foundation establishment stage. Although Chun Qingfeng didn't know the name of the Mu family patriarch, he had heard of the name of his immortal foundation, Cholong Branch. Both Grassman and Cholong Branch were names of rare treasures and the names of their immortal foundations. Without rare treasures, even with the highest talent and exceptional comprehension, one could only remain at the 9th level of qi refining, unable to establish a foundation for life. Yet, Chun Qingfeng, in his years of cultivation, had never seen a rare treasure, nor even heard of one. Such treasures were almost entirely controlled by the major immortal sects and clans. It was difficult to find even one in the entire Songlan County. If one had to say who in this county might possess a rare treasure, it would only be one person, the young master of the Mu family, Mu Yujin. Chun Qingfeng was preoccupied with pondering the rare treasure, his brows slightly furrowed, completely unaware of Lin Yuero beside him. The girl lowered her eyes, occasionally glancing cautiously at him. Seeing he wasn't paying attention, she quickly lowered her head again, her ear tips subtly blushing. The fox observed this, its eyes darting around before it suddenly leaped lightly onto Lin Yuera's shoulder, its fluffy head close to her ear, whispering a few words. Lin Yuera's cheeks flushed crimson, even her neck turning pink. She hurriedly lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at Chun Qingfeng again. The little dog couldn't help but roll its eyes, thinking, that stupid fox is causing trouble again. The Mu family's Songlan Mountain remained shrouded in varying shades of mist, a persistent veil. The second-tier formation, the cloud-gathering, smoke-covering formation, enveloped the mountain, the pale white mist billowing like gauze, completely obscuring the pavilions and towers of the Mu family estate, revealing only a few hazy outlines, adding to the ethereal atmosphere of a mystical mountain paradise. Chun Qingfeng and his group arrived at the foot of the mountain. They channeled their magical power into their eyes, their gazes sharpening slightly, piercing through layers of mist to clearly see the bustling market nestled within the mountain's heart. They then entered with practiced ease. Old man Lin hurried into the market, quickly setting up his old stall. These few days, when cultivators from various prefectures came to Songlan Mountain to pay their tribute, were his busiest time, with a constant stream of cultivators coming and going, making every moment precious. Chen Qingfeng, however, strolled around casually with his fox and puppy. His gaze swept across the stalls, and if he encountered any suitable spiritual herbs or plants, he would inquire about the price and buy them. Now, he was a somewhat renowned array master with a decent, legitimate income. The source of his spirit stones was clean, so there was no need to deliberately hide them. Walking and stopping along the way, they reached the middle of the market, where Chen Qingfeng saw a group of elegant Sika deer. The lead deer, with its snow-white markings and bright eyes, was none other than the demon cultivator Mei Ning. Sister Mei, it's been a long time. The fox hopped over first, wagging its tail and greeting him with a grin. Hello, Sister Mei. The little dog followed closely behind. Chen Qingfeng stepped forward slowly, cupping his hands in greeting. Chen Qingfeng of Qingshan Prefecture greets fellow Taoist Mei. Mei Ning of Tongqi Mountain Deer Garden greets Prefect Chen. Mei Ning raised her front paw gracefully, a gesture of return. Sister, are there any fruits to eat? The fox approached the stall, its eyes darting around, its face full of greed. Hey, you greedy little thing, always trying to take advantage. Mei Ning laughed, lightly stamping her paw on the ground. Go away, don't disturb my business. Chen Qingfeng's gaze fell on the many spiritual herbs displayed on Mei Ning's stall. These herbs had plump leaves and were brimming with spiritual energy, clearly carefully cultivated. He smiled and asked, fellow Taoist, these spiritual herbs must have been cultivated by nobles themselves, right? Of course. Mei Ning nodded, her tone tinged with pride. The deer garden's spiritual veins are abundant, making it ideal for these spiritual plants to grow. How much for this one? Chen Qingfeng asked, pointing to a spiritual herb with leaves that shimmered with a pale blue luster. It turned out that information came in layers. Back in his early qi refining stage, he had heard from low-level rogue cultivators that there was a copper-dwelling mountain west of Songlong County, a place inhabited by demons, and that a Foundation establishment demon resided there, making it unapproachable for ordinary cultivators. However, as his cultivation level rose, the cultivators he encountered gradually shifted from low-level rogue cultivators to mid to latter stage cultivators of status and position, broadening his horizons and allowing him to slowly understand the true situation of Copper-Dwelling Mountain. While it was true that Copper-Dwelling Mountain was demon territory, it didn't just house one Foundation establishment demon. There were three. Moreover, the Copper-Dwelling Mountain range stretched far and wide, spanning the border between Songlong County and Yuqing County, a vast and extraordinary territory. These three powerful demons residing in Mount Tongqi each have different relationships with human cultivators. The closest to humans is the Deer Garden, located in the central part of Mount Tongqi. Its master is a highly skilled Deer King, the very ancestor of the demon cultivator Mei Ning before them. It is said that this Foundation establishment Deer King received guidance from a human cultivator in his early years, and therefore has always been friendly towards them. Next is the Tiger Garden, located in the southern part of Mount Tongqi, where a fiercely independent Tiger King resides. This Tiger King is the backer of the two tiger spirits, Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji, who previously caused trouble in Luofeng Prefecture. This Tiger King maintains neutrality with human cultivators, neither deliberately seeking closeness nor actively rejecting them. Occasionally, he will engage in some exchanges of benefits with humans, but if anyone provokes him, he will show no mercy. Besides the Deer Garden and the Tiger Garden, a third demon cave is hidden in the northern part of Mount Tongqi, called the Scale Garden, whose master is a white-scaled serpent that has cultivated for many years. This Bai Lin also maintained a neutral stance, keeping a respectful distance from the human cultivators, acting solely based on mutual benefit. The spiritual herbs sold by Mei Ning all came from the Deer Garden, of excellent quality and efficacy, greatly beneficial to cultivation. Chen Qingfeng spent 100 spirit stones to purchase a batch of spiritual herbs, ranging from 10-year-old to 100-year-old. Just as Chen Qingfeng finished his transaction with Mei Ning, a familiar voice came from behind him. Fellow Taoist Mei, are the spiritual herbs I requested ready? Turning his head, he saw a fair-skinned young man in a pill refiner's robe slowly approaching. It was Yi Qing, the grandson of pill refiner Yi. As soon as he appeared, the fox and the puppy, who had been playing around, immediately became serious and quickly hid behind Chen Qingfeng, only daring to peek out. Yi Qing's gaze swept over Chen Qingfeng, and he smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Lord Chen's cultivation has improved rapidly in the past few years, truly a cause for celebration. Young Master Yi is too kind. My meager cultivation is nothing to mention, Chen Qingfeng replied with a faint smile. He remembered that when he first met Yi Qing 6 years ago, the other party was already at the 6th level of qi refining with a solid foundation. Now, 6 years later, Yi Qing's aura had become more stable and powerful, and he was already firmly at the late stage of qi refining, or at least at the 8th level. Yi Qing glanced at the two small beasts hiding behind Chen Qingfeng, a playful smile playing on his lips. You two little guys don't need to be afraid of me. Although I want to use your demon cores to refine pills, I won't take them by force. With that, he said no more, turned to Mei Ning to hand over the reserved spiritual herbs, and left. He came and went quickly, his actions decisive. Once he was far away, the fox peeked out from behind Chen Qingfeng, humming softly in the direction Yi Qing had gone. I'm not afraid of him. I'm only afraid of that old man surnamed Yi. The little dog quickly nodded in agreement. That's right. That's right. Chen Qingfeng had given them quite a few good things. They were now both level 3 demon beasts, equivalent to the 7th level of qi refining in a human cultivator. However, Chen Qingfeng had deliberately instructed them to conceal their demonic aura, still displaying the aura of level 2 demon beasts. After completing the transaction, Chen Qingfeng, along with the fox and the little dog, bid farewell to Mei Ning and returned to Old Man Lin's tavern. The tavern was already quite crowded with patrons who had pooled their money to drink there. They sat in small groups, chatting idly, mostly about the movements of the Yu Kingdom cultivators and strange tales circulating in various places. Chen Qingfeng sat down in a corner with his two small beasts, listening casually. Suddenly, he heard a cultivator at the next table say in a low voice, "Fellow Taoists, have you heard of the Earth Scorpion?" "Oh, what about the Earth Scorpion?" someone immediately asked curiously. It's rumored that the Earth Scorpion and his old flame, Fairy Bipping, haven't appeared in the black market for a long time. Some say they're probably in grave danger, having fallen into the hands of someone else. Hiss, that Earth Scorpion is no weakling. His small stone turbid chi is comparable to scorpion venom. He's been rampant in the cultivation world for many years. Who has the ability to take him down? In my opinion, it's most likely the Yu Kingdom cultivator splitter-faced mad rat who did it. They both operate in the Red Reef Prefecture area. They might have run into each other, fought, and one of them lost his life. Humph, those two are both murderers and thieves. Either one deserved to die, saving them from harming others. It's just a pity that all the wealth the Earth Scorpion plundered in his life has gone to waste. The cultivators chatted happily, rambling on about this and that, and soon the topic turned to the thousand-faced princess. The fox and the little dog listened intently, their little eyes both glancing at Chen Qingfeng. Chen Qingfeng raised his hand and tapped the two little ones on the head, whispering, "Drink well." The Earth Scorpion, the faceless rat, and that thousand-faced princess were all irrelevant people, none of his business. The matter of paying tribute was a long-standing tradition, held every 3 years without fail an ironclad rule of the cultivation world. It was the same familiar square, still noon just after the hour of Chun 79 a.m. Mu Yujin stood with his hands behind his back, leading the Mu family cultivators as scheduled. His face was cold and stern, his step steady, and a faint aura of power surrounded him. He had already reached the 9th level of qi refining. Some sharp-eyed cultivators noticed something different. This time, behind Mu Yujin, besides the elite Mu family cultivators who had followed him year-round, there was also a boy of about 8 or 9 years old, carrying a sword. The boy wore a flowing blue robe, a jade sword hanging at his waist, his features showing a touch of naivety, yet unable to conceal the liveliness and excitement in his eyes. Surprisingly, despite his young age, the boy possessed a remarkably strong aura of magical power. He actually had the cultivation level of the 2nd stage of qi refining. At this moment, the boy was curiously observing the cultivators coming and going in the square. Finally, when he saw 3 familiar figures, he grinned slightly. "Young master, all the offerings from the 17 prefectures of Songlan County have been received. The count has been verified and there are no discrepancies." A cultivator from the Mu family bowed and reported respectfully after checking. Mu Yujin simply nodded slightly, his voice cold and unreadable. The familiar counting and handover process was completed smoothly, and the cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, relieved of their duties. Then, some sought out familiar fellow cultivators to sit cross-legged and exchange spiritual herbs and pills. Others gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing, catching up and exchanging pleasantries, before soon dispersing to pursue their own affairs. As soon as the matter of paying the stipend was over, the boy behind Mu Yujin couldn't contain himself any longer. Like a little sparrow released from its reins, he dashed over to Chen Qingfeng, the fox, and the puppy, his face beaming with undisguised joy. Brother Baiyun, Brother Haitu." The clear calls attracted many eyes. This boy was none other than Xiao Pingon, whom they hadn't seen for many days. That's right, that child is young Master Mu's disciple. His name is Chun Pingon, and he's said to be the younger brother of Lord Chen. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Mu Yujin glanced at them indifferently and then said, "This isn't the place to talk. Follow me." With that, he tapped his toes, and a streak of azure light rose from beneath his feet, propelling him into the depths of Songlan Mountain. Chen Qingfeng, the fox, and the puppy exchanged a glance, then quickly pulled Xiao Pingan along and followed, heading straight for the Mu family's territory. In the Mu family's territory, a unique and elegant courtyard sat quietly. The courtyard was lush with vegetation and filled with spiritual energy several times richer than the outside world, clearly a rare and precious place for cultivation. As soon as he stepped through the gate, a tall figure hurried out to greet him. It was Chen Qingfeng's second uncle, Chen Erliang, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years. The man still had that same honest and simple appearance, but his complexion was much better than before, and his brows carried the gentle warmth of someone who had lived in a spiritually rich place for so long. Upon seeing Chen Qingfeng, the man's face instantly lit up with a bright smile. He rushed over and hugged him tightly, patting his back gently with his large hands, then couldn't help but pull his arm and look him up and down. Chen Erliang gestured rapidly with his hands, his eyes bright with satisfaction and pride. "Qingfeng has grown so fast. He's even taller than me now. Have you suffered these past 2 years?" "Second uncle," Chen Qingfeng said, seeing Chen Erliang's energetic appearance, his heart finally at ease. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips, and his voice carried a long-lost warmth. The Mu family's territory possesses a second-tier spiritual vein, with spiritual energy far exceeding that of the outside world, making it a truly rare and precious spiritual vein cultivation ground. Even ordinary mortals living here can nourish their blood and qi, prolong their lives, and remain free from all diseases, enjoying countless benefits. Even for ordinary members of the Mu family, residing long-term within the Songlan Mountain spiritual vein is an extremely rare honor. Chen Erliang's peaceful residence here is entirely due to Xiao Pingan. Now that Xiao Pingan is Mu Yujin's personal disciple, his status is prestigious, and his position within the Mu family has risen accordingly, granting him this enviable treatment. Chen Qingfeng's gaze fell upon Chen Pingan, scanning him from head to toe, before a pleased smile appeared on his face, his tone tinged with approval. "It seems you haven't been lazy these past 2 years, diligently practicing calligraphy and cultivation, and you've already reached the second level of qi refining." A quick calculation reveals that Xiao Pingan has only officially embarked on the path of cultivation for 2 years, yet he's already nearly at the threshold of the third level of qi refining. Such progress is exceptional even among cultivation families teeming with geniuses, demonstrating his remarkable talent and willingness to work hard. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan's cheeks flushed slightly. He scratched his head, his tone somewhat shy. "Brother, it's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. It's Master's meticulous guidance that has allowed me to progress so quickly." Chen Qingfeng placed his hand on Chen Pingan's wrist, a wisp of spiritual energy probing into it. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, already understanding the situation. Pingan's aura was steady and solid, his spiritual energy flowing smoothly, clearly not the result of forced growth. It was evident that Mu Yujin had truly imparted all his knowledge, teaching him solid cultivation methods. He immediately turned around and bowed solemnly to Mu Yujin. "Thank you, young Master Mu, for your meticulous cultivation of Pingan. What are you thanking me for?" Mu Yujin's expression remained indifferent, his tone somewhat matter-of-fact. "My disciple, Mu Yujin's disciple, should naturally learn the real stuff. If I were to teach him some unorthodox methods, wouldn't that tarnish my reputation?" After speaking, he raised his eyes to look at Chen Qingfeng, his gaze profound. Mu Yujin slowly spoke. "Chen Qingfeng, don't hold a grudge. Although I used the 3-element spirit absorption secret method to refine the life jade for Ping'an, do you know that the 3 spiritual items used to refine the life jade are all of superior quality? These 3 items alone cost more than 500 spirit stones. Ordinary cultivators would probably have to exhaust their entire fortunes to raise that much." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Moreover, Ping'an cultivates the core technique of my Mu family, the Azure Lake Condensing Essence Scripture. This technique is no ordinary thing. It is an orthodox method that can condense lake spirit true water, possessing immense power and enjoying a great reputation in the cultivation world. Not to mention outsiders who cannot obtain it, even members of my Mu family, unless directly taught by a direct descendant, are absolutely not qualified to cultivate this technique." Chen Qingfeng, possessing a golden badge, had already sensed the technique Chen Ping and cultivated the moment he came into contact with him. It was indeed the Azure Lake Condensing Essence Scripture that Mu Yujin had mentioned. Chen Qingfeng had long heard of the Mu family's cultivation techniques. The spiritual energy refined from the Mu family's 2 techniques was called Pine Wood Spiritual Essence and Lake Spirit True Water, renowned throughout the cultivation world and the foundation of the Mu family's existence. The fact that a disciple from outside the family could cultivate the core techniques showed that Mu Yujian valued Chen Pingan highly, and it was no exaggeration. In this light, Mu Yujian's use of Chen Pingan was genuine, but so was his nurturing, providing him with cultivation resources and opportunities unattainable by others. Throughout the cultivation world, whether aristocratic families, immortal clans, or immortal sects, this was the standard practice without exception. If you refuse to entrust your life to someone, if you fail to give them something to control you, why should they trust you completely? Otherwise, without checks and balances, no one would nurture a potential threat that could escape control or even turn against them. Chen Qingfeng himself would have done the same. The crux of the matter is ultimately unclear and unanswerable. Can only be said that each person uses their own methods. For the next 3 days, Chen Qingfeng, along with the fox and the puppy, stayed at the Mu family's estate, enjoying a leisurely and carefree time. They spent their time exploring the mountain scenery or chatting with Chen Erliang and Xiao Pingan, passing the days in a relaxed and pleasant manner. Afterwards, Chen Qingfeng was invited to attend an auction hosted by the Mu family. This wasn't Chen Qingfeng's first time participating, and he was already very familiar with the procedures and rules. The Mu family's auctions were always presided over by the second elder, Mu Rensong, and the rules were strict. To prevent intruders from causing trouble, participants had to be personally led by their respective prefectural lords. Unfamiliar cultivators were not allowed to enter. The auction venue was located in the Wangyue Tower deep within the market, and the 2 Mu family cultivators at the 4th level of qi refining were still on duty outside. Chen Qingfeng remembered that the first time he came here, because his identity was not yet revealed, he had been stopped and questioned by the 2, who were distant in their attitude. Upon seeing him again, the 2 immediately became respectful upon recognizing him, bowing respectfully and saying, "Lord Chen, please come in." Chen Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement and, accompanied by his fox-like dog, Old Man Lin and Lin Yuero, stepped inside. Their entrance caused a stir among the whispers. Most of those present knew that the Mu family intended to win over Chen Qingfeng, even planning a marriage alliance. Seeing him with a strange female companion, rather than a member of the Mu family, they couldn't help but speculate, feeling this was improper. "Brother Chen, he'll sit over there," Lin Yuero said considerately, suggesting they keep their distance. "No need." Chen Qingfeng waved his hand, his tone frank. "Our relationship is completely innocent. There's nothing improper between us. We can withstand gossip." With that, he sat down in the nearest seat. Seeing this, Lin Yuero had no choice but to sit beside him. Mu Rensong, who was presiding over the auction on the high platform, caught a glimpse of this scene, his brows furrowing slightly. His gaze lingered on the 2 for a moment, but he said nothing. The news that Chen Qingfeng had set up a high-grade isolation array on Luoyun Peak had already spread throughout the Mu family's upper echelons. Array masters capable of setting up high-grade arrays were rare talents in the entire Songlan County, especially one so young. The Mu family had already taken in his younger brother, Chen Pingan. If they pressed Chen Qingfeng too hard for marriage, it would only provoke his rebellious spirit, resulting in more harm than good. The auction proceeded as scheduled, with items being presented one after another. Spiritual herbs and pills, mineral materials, and various magical artifacts and talismans. Chen Qingfeng had a clear goal for this trip, selecting only some spiritual herbs that would aid his cultivation and a few rare array materials. His bids were decisive and he quickly acquired them. During the auction, a long spear of black iron was brought to the stage. The spear was entirely black, its tip gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Engraved with energy-gathering patterns, it was clearly a weapon suited for close combat. Chen Qingfeng was quite fond of it. He cultivated the demonic black flame, its power fierce and its fighting style primarily focused on close-quarters combat. Throughout his cultivation, he had faced numerous battles, but had always lacked a suitable magical weapon. However, he outwardly displayed a peaceful wood attribute cultivation method. If he were to bid on this offensive spear, it would inevitably arouse suspicion and expose his true strength. Ultimately, he suppressed his desire and did not bid. On the other side of the hall, Old Man Lin also made a purchase. He finally gritted his teeth and bid on a longevity pill. Lin Yuero had now successfully refined the lesser with pure qi, and her spiritual wine cultivation had surpassed his own, making her spiritual wine business increasingly prosperous and her wealth gradually increasing. Old Man Lin, who had always been frugal, was now willing to spend money on himself. Moreover, although the longevity pill was precious, its price hadn't skyrocketed due to the turmoil in Yu Kingdom, remaining within his acceptable range because it didn't provide immediate protection. At the auction, Chun Qingfeng also ran into an acquaintance, Song Hemming. The two found a quiet corner and chatted. When the topic turned to array formations, Song Hemming's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he proactively inquired. I wonder if Qingfeng can set up a high-grade array. My family happens to need one. Chun Qingfeng smiled faintly, his tone humble yet confident. While I can't guarantee a high-grade array, I'm willing to try. If it fails, I won't charge a penny, and I won't hinder your family's affairs. Very good. I'll wait for you at home, Song Hemming said with satisfaction. Chun Qingfeng's array formation skills had already reached the high-grade level, but he was always low-key and hadn't made any overly confident statements, leaving room for maneuver. This Songlan County auction has come to a successful conclusion. Fellow Taoists, please leave in an orderly manner and look forward to meeting again in 3 years. As Mu Rinsong's resounding voice echoed throughout the hall, the cultivators from all sides in Wangyue Tower rose one after another and slowly walked out along the corridor. These 3 days were the most bustling time in Songlan County in the past 3 years. After today, everyone would return to their own residences to focus on their cultivation. Fellow Taoists, take care, farewell. Farewell, may your immortal path be everlasting. Within the Qing Kingdom, due to the presence of the everlasting Greenwood True Monarch, everlasting immortal path had become the purest and most solemn congratulation among cultivators. These 4 simple words were filled with the expectation that everyone's cultivation path would be smooth and long. Farewell voices rose and fell, warm and harmonious. But just as everyone was saying goodbye and parting ways, a powerful aura descended, heavily landing on the second-tier protective mountain array of Songlan County. An invisible pressure spread out, making the hearts of all the cultivators present sink. Fellow Taoist Mu, I, Su, have taken the liberty of visiting. I hope you will not be unwelcome. High above, the clouds churned and dispersed, revealing the figure of a tall, middle-aged man. He wore a dark blue brocade robe, his physique robust, and his shout was like a thunderclap. The oppressive aura descended directly, causing those with lower cultivation levels to turn pale and their breathing to become heavy and labored. The cultivators all changed color, daring not to be negligent, and hurriedly bowed in unison, their tone full of awe. Greetings, venerable one. Chun Qingfeng also pulled his fox-like dog and bowed slightly in greeting. The aura emanating from the newcomer far exceeded the scope of qi refining cultivators, powerful, profound, and unfathomable, clearly indicating that he was a true foundation establishment cultivator. Haha. Fellow Taoists, thus esteemed presence truly brings honor to Songlan. Almost simultaneously, a middle-aged man flew out from the direction of the Mu family's territory. This man had a square face, his brows and eyes calm and sharp, and he wore a blue robe, exuding an air of restrained composure. This man was none other than Mu Renhua, the patriarch of the Mu family, known as the Hermit of the Grasslands, a name known to everyone in Songlan County. Mu Renhua's figure flashed, and he soared into the sky, standing opposite the foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Su. He politely invited the other into Songlan Mountain. Only after the 2 foundation establishment cultivators completely disappeared into the clouds did the tense atmosphere below ease slightly, and the crowd erupted in chatter. May I ask, fellow Taoists, who was that Su fellow just now? His aura was incredibly profound. I almost couldn't breathe. One cultivator couldn't contain his curiosity and asked in a low voice, "You don't know? He is Su Chongyuan, the patriarch of the Su family in Yuqing County, who has cultivated the Tao Foundation 10,000 mountains. So he is 10,000 mountains Su Chongyuan." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Rumor has it that his Tao Foundation is as solid as a mountain. No wonder his aura is so deep and terrifying. The Su family also has Su Chongling, also a foundation establishment cultivator, whose Tao Foundation is Chang'anshan. The Su family has 2 brothers who have both reached foundation establishment, making them a powerful and undisputed overlord of Yuqing County. But a young, impetuous man in the crowd couldn't help but speak up. I seem to have heard that the Mu family and the Su family have always been at odds. Shoo! Someone nearby immediately scolded him solemnly. Don't talk nonsense. Go home quickly. Any cultivator with some knowledge knows that the neighboring Yuqing County has 2 major foundation establishment families, the Su family and the Yi family. The Mu family and the Yi family have long been linked by marriage, helping each other. The Su family naturally can't stand the Mu family, and their open and covert struggles have never stopped. This is no secret in private, and they can fight behind the scenes as they please. In the end, both the Mu and Su families are fellow cultivators under the Qingyun Immortal Sect, both under the sect's jurisdiction. No matter how many interests are involved, ultimately, common interests outweigh personal grudges. Therefore, even if the private grudges run deep, A facade of propriety must be maintained. In the Mu family's reception room, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood incense and a faint spiritual aura. Su Changyuan and Mu Renhua sat facing each other, both foundation establishment cultivators with composed demeanors. Su Changyuan lightly tapped the edge of the table with his fingertips, his gaze sweeping over the person opposite him with a smile, and slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of inquiry. 3 years from now is the annual 30th year period for the immortal sex tribute payment. For such an important event, I wonder if fellow Taoist Renhua will personally attend, or if Senior Cholong will step forward. The Senior Cholong he mentioned was none other than the Mu family's patriarch, who had refined the Immortal Foundation Cholong branch. Mu Renhua smiled gently, remaining composed as he said, "My ancestor is advanced in years and has long since retired to recuperate. He is no longer fit for long journeys. Therefore, I will personally travel to the Qingyun immortal sect to pay my dues. The rules of the cultivation world are strict. Independent cultivators must pay their dues to the aristocratic families within their jurisdiction every 3 years, while aristocratic families must pay tribute to their respective immortal sects every 30 years, thus maintaining a balance of power. This matter of paying dues is crucial to a family's standing in the eyes of the immortal sect, and cannot be taken lightly. It has always been handled personally by the foundation establishment cultivators of each family. The journey to the Qingyun immortal sect is long. Why not travel together? It would be good to have someone to look after you," Mu Renhua suggested with a sincere smile. Su Changyuan nodded in agreement, his expression becoming more serious. "Of course. The payment of the immortal sect's salary is of paramount importance, and we should all work together without the slightest negligence." At this moment, a maidservant stepped forward lightly, carrying a tea tray, and softly said, "Senior, fellow Taoist, please have some tea." Su Changyuan raised his eyes and nodded. "Thank you." After speaking, he did not touch the still steaming tea, but instead lowered his eyelids, as if he were pondering something. The atmosphere in the hall quietly became more tense. After a few breaths, Su Changyuan looked up at Mu Renhua, his eyes becoming sharper. "To be honest, besides discussing the matter of traveling together to pay the salary with you, I have another matter to ask you to confirm." "Oh?" Mu Renhua gently turned the teacup in his hand, the lustrous glaze reflecting a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I wonder what brings fellow Taoist Su here?" Su Shangyuan's fingers tightened, his tone filled with regret and resentment. "It's about that incident 10 years ago. A cultivator's ruin was discovered in Yuqing County. My poor nephew, full of youthful vigor, insisted on exploring it after hearing about it, only to perish there. Afterwards, my family sent people to investigate and learned that he had a fierce argument with a young man from the Yi family within the ruins. Alas," Mu Renhua sighed deeply, "this is indeed a regrettable matter. My nephew, Yi Qingshu, also entered the ruins that year, and ultimately, his remains were never found. My wife cried for days after hearing the news, constantly worrying about the Yi family's lineage being severed. Why did fellow Taoist Su suddenly bring this up today?" As he spoke, a perfectly measured expression of regret and sorrow appeared on his face. "But I heard that Yi Qingshu isn't dead at all?" Su Changyuan suddenly changed the subject, abruptly raising his eyes, his gaze sharp as he stared at Mu Renhua. Mu Renhua's regret froze. How could that be? Qingshu is the only direct descendant of the Yi family. If he were alive, how could the Yi family allow this to circulate? When the ruins restrictions collapsed, even his remains were never recovered. My wife was heartbroken for a long time. Fellow Taoist Su, have you perhaps believed some false rumor? Mu Renhua's tone was earnest, his eyes full of confusion. Su Changyuan stared into his eyes, pondered for a moment, and finally slowly withdrew his aura, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Perhaps my investigation was flawed. I will investigate thoroughly when I return. Fellow Taoist is absolutely right. Do not let rumors distract you, Mu Renhua said sincerely. Of course. Su Changyuan nodded slightly, rising to take his leave. After Su Changyuan left Songlan Mountain, the searching aura above the Mu family also dissipated. From behind the reception hall emerged a woman in palace attire, a young man wielding a wooden sword, and a pale-faced youth. The woman in palace attire was none other than Madame Yi, the matriarch of the Mu family. The young man, with the wooden sword, was naturally Mu Yujian. As for the pale-faced youth, if Chun Qingfeng were here, he would recognize him as Yi Qing, the grandson of the alchemist Yi. Yi lowered her voice and said, "Husband, this person has penetrated deep into our Mu family's territory. Why not take this opportunity to capture him?" Mu Renhua slowly shook his head, his expression solemn, and said, "It's not that simple. The Su family has two foundation establishment cultivators. Su Chongyuan cultivates 10,000 mountains, which suppresses the peerless. His younger brother, Su Chongling, cultivates Long Raising Mountain, which is extremely fast. The two brothers complement each other's immortal foundations and are always inseparable. If I'm not mistaken, Su Chongling is hiding outside the clan's territory. How can we act rashly? Mu Renhua paused, his tone solemn, and said, "We must first separate the brothers before making any plans." As he spoke, Mu Renhua turned to Yi Qingshu, his eyes showing a hint of reassurance. The fact that you're not dead can't be hidden any longer. I ask you, has the incomplete artifact you obtained from the ruins been repaired? Yi Qingshu quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Uncle, it's almost complete. It only needs 1 or 2 suitable demon cores to make it whole." Mu Renhua said, "Solemnly, you absolutely cannot touch the black dog and the white fox. You don't need to know why, just remember not to touch them." Although Yi Qingshu had doubts, seeing Mu Renhua's serious expression, he cupped his hands and replied, "Nephew understands." Mu Renhua nodded in satisfaction and looked at Mu Yujian, his eyes filled with expectation and solemnity. "Yujian, in 3 years, the aristocratic families of each prefecture will go to the immortal sect to pay their salaries. Su Chongyuan and Su Chongling, one of them must go. At that time, it will be the best time for you to establish your foundation." Su Chongyuan flew in the clouds for a while, when suddenly a figure swept in front of him and stopped in midair beside him. The newcomer was also tall, with a face somewhat similar to his, and surrounded by an aura of foundation establishment cultivation comparable to his own. It was none other than Su Chongling, another foundation establishment cultivator from the Su family, known as Changanshan. "How was it?" Su Chongling asked. Su Chongyuan snorted that Mu Yujian is delaying his foundation establishment, clearly intending to wait until 3 years later when I go to the immortal sect to pay my salary, forcing us brothers to separate, and then seize the opportunity to break through to foundation establishment. The Yi family is now practically extinct. That old bastard is only clinging to life with pills. Once he dies, the entire Yuqing County will belong to our Su family. At that time, we can monopolize that ruin and slowly plot our way through. Su Chongyuan sneered. The Yi family chose to hide Yi Qingshu in the Mu family, but little did they know that the Mu family is an ungrateful tiger. The Yi family's dependence on them is nothing more than seeking a tiger's skin. Mu Yujian is a genius that appears only once in a millennium. Once he successfully establishes his foundation, he will surely devour the Yi family and seize half of Yuqing County. The two brothers exchanged a glance, their expressions simultaneously turning solemn. We absolutely cannot let Mu Yujian successfully establish his foundation. The matters surrounding foundation establishment are naturally unknown to others. Chun Qingfeng, accompanied by his fox and puppy, returned to Qingshan Prefecture with Old Man Lin and his granddaughter Lin Yuero. Chun Qingfeng instructed Lin Wanchuan to cultivate a small medicinal garden on the left peak of Luoyun Peak, planting all the spiritual herbs he had purchased there, and told her to take good care of them. "Have you noticed anything unusual about their behavior while you've been following Mu Qingmei?" Chun Qingfeng asked Lin Wanchuan. "Nothing unusual. Miss Qingmei spends her days cultivating, tending to the spiritual herbs, or studying alchemy. She does nothing else," Lin Wanchuan replied, shaking her head. I understand. You can go now." After Lin Wanchuan left, Chun Qingfeng turned to the fox and asked, "Was what she said just now false?" It should be known that even with the same cultivation technique, different practitioners will develop different supernatural abilities. Chun Qingfeng's 1,000 Reflections illusionary heart technique leans towards illuminating the mind and protecting the spirit. The fox's technique, however, excels at capturing minds and seizing souls, being best at discerning people's true intentions and controlling their hearts. The fox shook its head upon hearing this, saying, "Don't worry, I've already planted a mark of my will in her heart. She would never dare betray us." "That's good then." Chun Qingfeng nodded. Then, he looked at the two little beasts and asked, "Have you noticed that the spiritual energy on Luoyun Peak has become increasingly dense lately?" "Indeed, it's much denser than 2 years ago, and it's increasing little by little every day." The little dog nodded earnestly, its tone certain. "Ah, really?" The fox was taken aback, scratching its head. "My supernatural abilities aren't good at sensing spiritual energy, so I haven't noticed." Chun Qingfeng pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, "As the direct descendant of the Mu family, why doesn't Mu Qingyao stay peacefully within the family? Why has she stayed here with us all this time? Isn't she learning alchemy from that old man Yi?" The puppy tilted its head, asking in confusion. "I don't think so. Maybe she's up to something in secret," the fox muttered, its small eyes revealing a hint of speculation. "I also think their behavior is a bit strange. Chen Qingfeng scoffed. The Mu family has more than just alchemist. Why choose to learn alchemy on Luoyun Peak? How about we capture someone from the Mu family and interrogate them? The fox eagerly suggested, patting its chest and guaranteeing, with my help, I can make sure no one notices. Don't be silly. Chen Qingfeng tapped the fox's head. Xiao Pingan's life jade is still in the Mu family's hands. We can't afford to offend them right now. He pondered for a moment and said, however, the increasingly dense spiritual energy is ultimately a good thing for us. It can greatly accelerate our cultivation progress. Undoubtedly, the increased spiritual energy was good for them. In fact, extremely good. Since he couldn't figure out the reason for it yet, Chen Qingfeng decided to put it aside for the time being. 3 months later, Chen Qingfeng was invited to visit the Song family. Before setting off, he used his mental lamp to probe the others and, finding no malice in them, readily agreed. Upon arriving at the Song family, Chen Qingfeng met Song Yetan, Song Hemming, and Song Hayun. Brother Qingfeng, it's been so long. Why haven't you come to visit me? Song Hayun had grown into a tall and handsome young man. His robes had a protective effect against detection, making it difficult to discern his exact cultivation level. Only a vague sense that he was at the mid-stage of qi refining could be detected. The young man's face lit up with joy upon seeing Chen Qingfeng, addressing him affectionately as Brother Qingfeng. Chen Qingfeng secretly thought to himself, this kid has been cunning since he was little. He's clearly not an honest person. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Hemming instructed a maid to serve tea, smiling as he said, Qingfeng is truly lucky. What do you mean? Chen Qingfeng asked. During my trip to Songlan County to pay tribute, I met your younger brother. He truly is an extraordinary talent. No wonder young Master Mu accepted him as a disciple. Song Hemming's smile deepened. Yes. I also heard from Hemming that he had already reached the second level of qi refining at the age of 8. Such talent is extremely rare in the entire Songlan County. Song Yetan echoed the praise. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Chen Qingfeng politely cupped his hands, but he didn't want to discuss the matter further. Song Hemming's eyes held a hint of inquiry as he continued. I heard that young Master Mu used several high-grade spiritual items to help your brother draw qi into his body, which is why his cultivation speed is so rapid. This is indeed true. Chen Qingfeng nodded. Unable to fathom Song Hemming's intentions, he decided to change the subject and inquire about the situation in Yuqing County. Yuqing County is in the north, bordering our Songlan County. There used to be 2 major foundation establishment families there, the Su family and the Yi family. But now the Yi family is weak and the Su family is dominant. Song Hemming told him, I've heard that the Su and Mu families aren't on good terms? Chen Qingfeng asked tentatively. That's true. Song Yetan nodded in response. This isn't a secret in the cultivation world. We've all heard about it. Songlan and Yuqing counties border each other, involving many entangled interests, and have been engaged in open and covert struggles for many years. Especially in the last 10 years, the relationship has deteriorated further, reaching a point of near impossible conflict. Why is that? Chen Qingfeng pressed. 10 years ago, a grotto heaven ruin fell from the void and landed in the southwest corner of Yuqing County, right next to Songlan County. Qingfeng, don't underestimate this ruin. It's much larger than the ruin in your Qingshan prefecture. According to the rules, 70% of the treasures within the ruin were taken by the immortal sex Purple Mansion true person, and the remaining 30% was contested by various cultivators. Even with only 30% remaining, there are still many rare treasures, such as rare items that can help qi refining cultivators advance to foundation establishment. They're all there. Song Yetan paused, then continued. The entrance to this ruin was first discovered by the Yi family of Yuqing County and the demon cultivators of the Scale Cave in Tongxi Mountain, and the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Qingfeng had heard of the Scale Cave before. It was one of the 3 major demon caves in Tongxi Mountain, and its master was a white-scaled serpent, a genuine level 5 demon beast, with strength comparable to a mid-foundation establishment human cultivator. The Yi family patriarch personally fought against the white-scaled serpent, but unfortunately, he was no match and suffered severe injuries. I heard that he is now on his deathbed, barely clinging to life. Song Yetan added. How did Senior Song know about this, given how secretive it is? Chen Qingfeng asked cautiously. What secret is this? Song Yetan shook his head and said, originally in Yuqing County the Yi family was only slightly inferior to the Su family, but in just 10 years the Yi family has lost its former glory. Many of its businesses have been devoured by the Su family, and it is now merely a name without substance. I'm afraid that once the Yi family patriarch breathes his last, the Yi family will be completely extinct. Song Yetan said with a rather emotional tone. After the Yi family weakened, it completely lost its right to compete for the ruins. Now, only the Su family and the Mu family are left to confront each other. The two families are fighting over the remaining treasures, and their relationship has naturally deteriorated, becoming extremely tense. No one can say for sure when they will completely turn against each other. Don't the three major demon caves of Tongxi Mountain have any interest in these ruins? Chen Qingfeng asked again. Of course we have our own ideas, Song Yetin said. But these ruins are, after all, within the territory of my Qing kingdom, and it's not up to the demon race to interfere. They only gained some benefits in the initial period, and later the immortal sect masters ordered them to stay away, making it difficult for them to get their hands on them again. I see. Chen Qingfeng nodded. His previous understanding was limited to Qingshan Prefecture and Songlan County, and he had never heard of these secrets. Now, as his cultivation deepened, his exposure to higher levels increased and he learned more. Therefore, in order to compete for the remaining treasures in the ruins, the Su and Mu families will inevitably have to clash sooner or later, Song Yetin sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked up at Chen Qingfeng and threw out a sharp question. I wonder what Qingfeng thinks about this matter? Or rather, which family do you hope will win? This Song Yetin's question left Chen Qingfeng speechless for a moment. After a brief pause, he recovered his composure and smiled. As cultivators under the Mu family's rule, we naturally hope for their victory. Chen Qingfeng spoke earnestly and frankly. The three members of the Song family, father and sons, scrutinized him closely but couldn't detect anything amiss. Does Senior Song not think so? Chen Qingfeng countered. How could that be? Song Yetin laughed heartily. My Song family and the Mu family have been allied through marriage for generations, sharing weal and woe. Naturally, we hope the Mu family can triumph over the Su family. That's right. Chen Qingfeng replied with a smile. However, Senior's words may be premature. The Mu and Su families may not actually go to war. Song Yetin changed the subject, speaking with a hint of guidance. Qingfeng, why don't you think about why the Su and Mu families haven't completely fallen out yet? This junior doesn't know, please enlighten me, senior. Chen Qingfeng shook his head. It's because the two families are evenly matched. Song Yetin said in a deep voice. The Su and Mu families each have two foundation establishment cultivators. Their strengths are almost equal. In fact, because the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Su family complement each other's immortal foundations, their overall strength is slightly superior. He paused, then slowly added. But now this balance is about to be broken. Senior means, young Master Mu is about to establish his foundation? Chen Qingfeng's heart stirred, and he asked cautiously. That's right. Song Yetin nodded heavily. Young Master Mu has exceptional talent, truly a prodigy. If he can successfully establish his foundation, he will completely break the current balance between the two families, and the Mu family will easily surpass the Su family. Wouldn't that be a great thing? At that time, all the cultivators in Songlan County will surely benefit. Chen Qingfeng said with a smile. Haha. Qingfeng is absolutely right. Song Yetin laughed heartily. After speaking, the three members of the Song family, father and sons, surprisingly stopped mentioning the conflict between the Su and Mu families and instead discussed the matter of the array formations. The Song family wanted Chen Qingfeng to help them set up two high-grade array formations, promising a very generous reward. Chen Qingfeng naturally wouldn't refuse, immediately replying, if I fail to complete and deliver the two high-grade array formations to you within a year, I will not accept a single penny. Within Songlan County, apart from the Mu family's Songlan Mountain, which had a second-tier array formation, all other prefectures had only first-tier formations. Chen Qingfeng's ability to refine high-grade first-tier array formations was enough to place him among the upper echelons of the Songlan County cultivation world. After the array formation matter was settled, Chen Qingfeng stayed at the Song family's residence for a day. The next morning, he took his leave and set off back to Qingshan Prefecture. After Chen Qingfeng left, the three members of the Song family held another private meeting. Song Yetin lowered his voice and said, Tell me, I really can't figure out Chen Qingfeng's thoughts. Should we try to win him over? His growth rate is truly astonishing. In just 10 years, he's already able to refine high-grade arrays. He truly deserves his reputation as a genius with his natal acupoint opened at the Shangyang Point photographic memory and extraordinary comprehension. If we can get his help this time, it will be a great asset. Song Hemming said through gritted teeth. He remembered the first time he met Chen Qingfeng in Songlan County. The other was just an unknown nobody, not even having a single spirit stone in his pocket. But in just over 10 years, Chen Qingfeng had grown to this level, able to refine high-grade arrays, his strength comparable to a latest-stage qi refining cultivator. I just don't know what he's really up to. Is he truly loyal to the Mu family? Song Yetin was somewhat worried. He had tried to probe Chun Qingfeng's intentions many times, but the other hadn't taken the bait, either changing the subject or clearly giving evasive answers. Song Hyun chuckled twice. Father, you're overthinking it. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light, completely devoid of the cute demeanor he had shown earlier when calling Chun Qingfeng brother Qingfeng. If Chun Qingfeng were truly loyal to the Mu family, he would have already accepted their offer and become their son-in-law. Besides, his younger brother Chun Pingan's life jade is still in the Mu family's hands. Tell me who would willingly let their family's lives be in someone else's hands. That night, several figures wearing bamboo hats appeared on the outskirts of Chijiao Prefecture, one of whom had a terrifying scar faintly visible on his face. Song Yetin and his son Song Hemming also arrived there as scheduled. The scarred man in the straw hat spoke first, his tone icy. Cooperation is possible, but Fairy Zirwei is one of our family. You killed her. Shouldn't you give us an explanation and some compensation? The Song father and son frowned upon hearing this. What Fairy Zirwei? We've never heard of her. Don't deny it. We clearly found her belongings on your Song family's territory. The scarred man coldly rebuked, his tone filled with undeniable anger. We've never seen this person. And this was absolutely not our doing. The Song father and son firmly refused. Then Song Yetin countered. Did you kill Earth Scorpion? He was an ally we specifically recruited, yet you eliminated him. How do you intend to settle this score? Bullshit. By the time I arrived, Earth Scorpion had already turned to ashes. The scarred man retorted angrily. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Song Hemming interjected, his tone accusatory. That's a question I'd like to ask you too. The scarred man retorted defiantly. The two sides immediately became tense, the atmosphere reaching a breaking point. After a moment, the scarred man relented first, coldly snorting. The person is dead. There's no point in arguing anymore. Don't waste time. Let's talk about the important matter of cooperation. Humph, that's more like it, that's more like cooperation. Song Yetin also suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, You're only after money. You just need to cooperate with us. Qingshan Prefecture, Luoyun Peak, Qingfeng Cave. Chun Qingfeng set up layers of restrictions outside the cave and summoned the fox and his two dogs. What's wrong? Seeing his solemn expression, the two little beasts asked first. I visited the Song family this time and learned some inside information. Chun Qingfeng said, and then told them about the discord between the Mu and Su families and the constant secret conflicts. Upon hearing this, the two little beasts were immediately filled with worry, frowning as they asked, So, the Su family certainly won't let Mu Yujin achieve foundation establishment so easily, right? The problem right now is that it's probably not just the Su family that doesn't want Mu Yujin to achieve foundation establishment. Chun Qingfeng sighed, his voice deep. Within Songlan County, there are probably quite a few people who don't want to see him successfully achieve foundation establishment. How could he not understand the Song family's probing? Then what should we do? Xiao Pingan's life jade is still in the Mu family's hands. The two little beasts looked at Chun Qingfeng expectantly. Chun Qingfeng had always been their pillar of support, and now they could only hope he would make a decision. We can only take it one step at a time. These past 2 years, we've focused on cultivation. Every bit of improvement in strength we can gain will give us more confidence. Chun Qingfeng sighed deeply, his tone heavy. Turbulence is approaching. A great upheaval is likely on the horizon. Days passed, and the spiritual energy on Luoyun Peak grew increasingly rich and mellow. In this exceptionally favorable environment, Chun Qingfeng's cultivation seemed to be propelled forward by an invisible force. His cultivation efficiency was twice as good, and his progress was rapid. On this day, Lin Wanchuan rushed over, her face full of shock, her voice trembling with disbelief. Young master, I saw Miss Qingmei and the others burying spirit stones underground. Hundreds and thousands of them, including many rare items like Xianling stones and Xianling jade. I really don't know how many they buried. As she spoke, her mouth was wide open, clearly astonished by the Mu family's extravagance. Ordinary cultivators treat spirit stones with extreme care, splitting each one tenfold. The Mu family, however, is so extravagant, burying massive amounts of spirit materials underground in her eyes. It's utterly wasteful. Chun Qingfeng, the fox, and the puppy were all shocked by this action, exchanging bewildered glances. A glint flashed in the fox's eyes, and it waved its paw at Lin Wanchuan, saying softly, All right, no need to make a fuss. You can go now. Report back if there's anything unusual. As soon as it finished speaking, the shock on Lin Wanchuan's face gradually faded, returning to calm. She bowed and slowly retreated. What exactly is the Mu family trying to do by burying so many spirit materials? Chun Qingfeng frowned, filled with doubt. The stupid dog and I consumed quite a few spiritual medicines before, and our breakthrough speed was too fast, so our foundations were a bit unstable. The fox's small eyes darted around. But these past few days, nourished by such rich spiritual energy, our foundations have become quite stable. Yes, that's exactly right. The little dog quickly nodded in agreement. Previously, the earth scorpion, a cultivator who had plundered half a lifetime's worth of wealth, ended up with Chun Qingfeng, who then shared a considerable portion with the fox and the little dog. Among those treasures were many spiritual items that could help mid-stage qi refining cultivators break through to the late stage. Chun Qingfeng, the little dog, and the fox all consumed these spiritual items. After forcibly breaking through with external aids, it was inevitable that the foundations would be unstable, requiring a long period of polishing and stabilization. However, with the spiritual energy of Falling Cloud Peak being so rich, this process of stabilizing the foundations was greatly shortened, making their cultivation foundations incredibly solid. Feeling the increasingly mellow spiritual energy around him, a bold idea suddenly popped into Chun Qingfeng's mind. Is the Mu family investing so recklessly in spiritual resources to forcibly upgrade the spiritual veins of Luoyun Peak to the second tier? Creating a second-tier spiritual vein isn't entirely impossible. Spiritual veins are places where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converges, and under normal circumstances, they are beyond human intervention. Forcibly creating one would require astronomical amounts of spiritual resources. Why not capture a member of the Mu family and ask them what they're up to? The fox's eyes gleamed, unable to suppress its restless thoughts. Don't rush. Chun Qingfeng gently pressed its little head. We can't act blindly, but wait for the right opportunity. He was also full of curiosity. What was the Mu family's purpose in investing so recklessly? In the following days, Chun Qingfeng temporarily put aside his investigation of the Mu family and focused on refining arrays. The Song family had asked him to create 2 high-grade first-tier arrays, an illusion array and an isolation array. Each array had its own unique uses. Using the isolation array alone could evade the divine sense detection of a latest-stage qi refining cultivator. If combined into a complete set, even against a foundation establishment cultivator, unless the cultivator is deliberately searching intently, it would be difficult to detect anything amiss. Chun Qingfeng had a vague suspicion that the Song family harbored rebellious intentions. However, he couldn't understand why the Song family would take such a risk. There must be enormous interests involved, temptations that the Song family couldn't refuse. Otherwise, given the Song family's style, they would never do something so thankless and potentially catastrophic. Could it be that the Song family also wants to get involved in that grotto heaven? Planning to acquire a foundation establishment treasure? Besides a foundation establishment treasure, Chun Qingfeng couldn't think of any other reason why the Song family would take such a risk. The grotto heaven ruins that fell in the southwest of Yuqing County and the one that fell in Qingshan Prefecture were from roughly the same time. These 2 ruins most likely originated from the same grotto heaven, but they were shattered and scattered in different regions when they fell. However, the fragments of the ruins in Qingshan Prefecture were smaller and didn't contain any precious treasures, so they didn't cause much competition. The ruins in Yuqing County are several times larger than those in Qingshan Prefecture, and the treasures within are far more abundant. A fierce battle between Songlan Prefecture and Yuqing County is inevitable in the future to seize those ruins. My information is ultimately incomplete. Such speculation is just guesswork. Thinking more is useless. Chun Qingfeng shook his head, no longer dwelling on these trivial matters. He knew in his heart that the Mu family was no ordinary group, and Mu Yujin was no fool. He would simply observe and see what happened. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. The spiritual energy on Luoyun Peak has become increasingly rich and abundant, reaching the peak level of a first-tier spiritual vein. Looking across the entire Songlan County, apart from the core of Songlan Mountain, no other place can rival the spiritual energy of Luoyun Peak. The concentration of spiritual energy here not only surpasses that of Qijiao Prefecture and Luofeng Prefecture, but even exceeds that of the Mu family's ancestral land at the foot of Songlan Mountain, second only to the second-tier spiritual vein in the core area of Songlan Mountain. This is so comfortable. We don't even need to actively circulate our cultivation techniques. The spiritual energy seems to have eyes, seeping into our bodies. The fox and the puppy shook their glossy fur, their brows full of contentment. Over the past year, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy, they had benefited immensely, their cultivation steadily improving. It seems the Mu family really intends to develop Luoyun Peak into a second-tier spiritual vein training ground, Chun Qingfeng remarked. In this exceptionally favorable environment, he almost entered a state of passive cultivation, naturally reaching the peak of the 6th level, as if carried by the current. At this rate, in another year or two, even without the aid of spiritual medicine or external aids, he would naturally and logically break through to the late stage of qi refining. Luoyun Peak is not large, only about 500 meters in circumference. Even with such a small plot of land, creating a short, shallow spiritual vein a few hundred meters long would require tens of thousands of spirit stones. That day, Song Hemming went to Qingshan Prefecture to visit Chen Qingfeng and inquire about the 2 sets of formations he had previously entrusted with. Luoyun Peak had a rule that outsiders were not allowed to enter, so Chen Qingfeng received him at his former residence at the foot of the mountain. Brother Song, I'm truly sorry. Chen Qingfeng explained apologetically. I was instructed that outsiders cannot enter, so I can only offer you a cup of cold tea in this humble abode. No problem, no problem. Song Hemming waved his hand, his tone cheerful. I came here specifically to see you, Brother Qingfeng. It doesn't matter where you sit. Then, Chen Qingfeng took out the 2 sets of formations that had already been refined and handed them to him for inspection. Song Hemming carefully examined them and was very satisfied with their quality, praising them repeatedly. During their conversation, he looked at Chen Qingfeng and smiled. Qingfeng, I see your aura is quite strong. You must be close to breaking through to the late stage of qi refining. Why not find a suitable magic weapon for yourself? Perhaps there isn't one that suits your taste on the market? My Song family is most skilled in weapon crafting. If you have any needs, we can tailor-make one for you. And the price is negotiable. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Song. Chen Qingfeng smiled and politely declined. I cultivate peaceful wood elemental techniques and am not skilled in combat. Magical artifacts are truly useless to me. Song Hemming didn't try to persuade him further. If you need any magical artifacts in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. Of course. After chatting for a few moments, Song Hemming didn't linger. He stepped onto the fiery clouds and left directly. That night, the night was as dark as ink, and all was silent. A strong and agile gray wolf appeared silently, its hooves swift as the wind, and climbed the left peak of Luoyun Peak without making a sound. The clouds that perpetually shrouded the peak did not hinder it in the slightest. The gray wolf clearly knew the way well and went straight into the misty clouds. Inside Baiyun Cave, the fox asked, Are you saying that after Song Hemming left Qingshan Prefecture, he didn't go far but instead secretly returned and sneaked into Wang Ying's residence? Woof woof. The gray wolf nodded quickly and responded with 2 soft howls. Hey, what exactly is the Song family up to? Chen Qingfeng chuckled, casually taking out a glistening white spirit fruit and handing it to the gray wolf. The fox raised its paw and kicked the gray wolf, its tone carrying a hint of warning. Tell your wolf cubs to be more alert, don't give themselves away. And you, be careful, don't get noticed or we'll skin you alive.
Don't worry.
The puppy chuckled beside him. It learned my wind and thunder technique. It runs as fast as the wind. No one can catch it. Woof woof. The gray wolf swallowed the white spirit fruit in one gulp, a clear look of joy flashing in its eyes. It wagged its tail, bowed respectfully to Chen Qingfeng, the fox, and the puppy, then turned and silently disappeared into the night, heading down the mountain. Wolves are inherently intelligent, united, and extremely obedient. After the Wolf King ate quite a few spirit fruits, it gradually gained sentience. Seeing this, the puppy taught the Wolf King cultivation methods, and the Wolf King actually grasped some of the secrets, becoming Chen Qingfeng and his companion's follower. After some training, the Wolf King successfully turned his pack into the trio's eyes and ears. In this way, even if Chen Qingfeng, the fox, and the puppy didn't leave their cave, they could continuously gather intelligence from the outside world through the wolf pack. The next 6 months passed peacefully. Inside the cave, Chen Qingfeng sat cross-legged in meditation, his evergreen magical power slowly flowing through his limbs and bones, surrounded by a vibrant, ever-renewing, and cyclical verdant aura. His cultivation technique, the Azure Wood Spirit Transformation Technique, had successfully broken through to the 7th level. The spiritual energy of Luoyun Peak was becoming increasingly abundant, and thanks to this, Chen Qingfeng's cultivation progress in the demonic black flame had not lagged behind at all. Now reaching the peak of the 8th level. Cultivation, in essence, involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforming it into one's own magical power, usually requiring the search for a suitable spiritual vein or cultivation site. For example, this demonic black flame originally needed to be near a fire vein to absorb its pure fire attribute spiritual energy to improve. However, in the abundant spiritual energy environment of Falling Cloud Peak, even without the aid of a fire vein, the cultivation speed was still not slow at all. It was just an extra step of transforming the attributeless pure spiritual energy into fire attribute spiritual energy. It is worth mentioning that Chen Qingfeng's array formation skills have now reached the quasi-second tier level. The so-called quasi-second tier level means being on the verge of a breakthrough. Although he has mastered the theoretical essence of second-tier array formations, he is currently limited by the constraints of his own divine sense and magical power and cannot independently refine second-tier array formations. However, dismantling existing second-tier array formations is already a piece of cake for him. As the saying goes, ducks are the first to know when the river warms in spring. The changes in the cultivation world are always first perceived by the upper-level cultivators. At this time, most cultivators in Green Mountain Prefecture are still completely unaware and continue to live their daily lives as usual. Their casual conversation remained focused on the harvest of the spirit fields and the growth of the spirit rice, completely unaware of the impending upheaval in Songlong County. Chen Qingfeng, as the head of a prefecture, now associated with people of far higher social standing than lower-level rogue cultivators, and naturally sensed the unease in the air. The idea that had been brewing in his mind for so long grew increasingly difficult to suppress with the ever-increasing spiritual energy of Luoyun Peak. To prepare for the future, he focused his attention on the array plate of the small cloud-gathering smoke-covering array on Luoyun Peak. This array was a scaled-down version of the Mu family's cloud-gathering smoke-covering array, sharing the same principles, but its coverage area was only a few hundred meters in radius, theoretically still classified as a second-tier array. Chen Qingfeng devoted himself to research, spending a year and a half, and actually succeeded in crafting 2 secondary array plates, capable of controlling the small cloud-gathering smoke-covering array. He immediately summoned his 2 small beasts, entrusting one of the secondary array plates to them for safekeeping, while keeping the other close to his body. Based on the rate of increase in spiritual energy concentration at Luoyun Peak, Chen Qingfeng estimated that in at most 6 months, the spiritual energy here would reach the second-tier level. At that time, it would be more than enough to support Foundation establishment cultivators. By then, the Mu family's plans here would likely be exposed. After all, this place was not a naturally formed second-tier spiritual vein, but rather artificially constructed. If the spiritual vein advanced to the second tier and was no longer maintained with continuous investment of spirit stones and spiritual objects, the spiritual energy concentration would quickly drop back to the first tier. In this way, no matter what the Mu family intended to do with this second-tier spiritual vein, he would be able to find out within 6 months at most. Chen Qingfeng originally planned to focus on his cultivation and wait for the Mu family's plans to surface in 6 months. However, just 1 month later, a major event suddenly occurred. On that day, Chen Qingfeng, the fox, and the puppy were still peacefully cultivating in their cave. Chen Wangfeng, however, dragged his weary body and hurriedly arrived at Luoyun Peak, alarming everyone on the peak. Mu Qingyao, Mu Qingmei, Yi Dansher, and others emerged from their residences. Chen Qingfeng, along with the fox and the little dog, also came out of the cave and went to inquire what had happened. Chen Wangfeng took the pill handed to him by Mu Qingyao, swallowed it, and regained some strength. He said urgently, "The Fan family of Luofeng Prefecture has rebelled." Chen Qingfeng was stunned upon hearing this and quietly pressed down on the fox and the little dog beside him, who were equally astonished. "Don't rush. Tell me slowly, how is Brother Yuzong?" At this critical moment, Mu Qingyao displayed the composure and decisiveness of the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Chen Wangfeng then recovered and explained the whole story in detail. It turned out that the group of Yu Kingdom cultivators, led by the crack-faced Mad Rat, had secretly colluded with the Fan family and launched a surprise attack on Luofeng Prefecture. Luofeng Prefecture was originally the territory of the Fan family, controlled by the prefect Fan Hong. Later, a spirit mine was discovered in the manor. Fan Hong was injured in a battle with a tiger demon, so the Mu family temporarily took over Luofeng Manor, entrusting it to Mu Yusong, the eldest son of the Zhong lineage. This time, Fan Hong suddenly launched an attack, unexpectedly severely injuring Mu Yusong. Fortunately, Mu Yusong possessed a remarkable protective treasure, which saved his life. He is not seriously injured and will recover after 2 years of recuperation. The second elder of the Mu family, Mu Rinsong, has led his men to Luofeng Prefecture and successfully suppressed the riot. However, the crack-faced Mad Rat gang and Fan Hong's entire family have already fled, and their whereabouts are unknown. At the same time, the spirit mines and many valuables in Luofeng Prefecture have been looted. How could they do such a thing? Mu Qingmai's delicate face was full of anger, and her tone was indignant. "It's good that Brother Yuzong is all right." Mu Qingyao did not act on emotion. She first let Chen Wangfeng go and rest, and then showed good management skills, calming the emotions of the Mu family members present. After settling everyone, she found Chen Qingfeng and proposed to temporarily take over the array plate of the little cloud covering smoke array. From today onwards, No one is allowed to enter or leave Luoyun Peak without permission. If there is a need to go out, you must report to me first. Mu Qingyao was decisive and her tone left no room for doubt. This was the first time Chen Qingfeng had seen this eldest daughter of the Mu family so serious and earnest, and he couldn't help but secretly look at her. No wonder the Mu family was unwilling to easily marry off their eldest daughter. Compared to the outspoken Mu Qingmei, Mu Qinjiao's composure and abilities were far superior. Not only was her cultivation talent better, but her temperament was also excellent. The changes in Luofeng Prefecture were truly unexpected for Chen Qingfeng. He had already sensed the Song family's hidden rebellious intentions, but he never expected that the Fan family would be the first to launch an attack in this turmoil. The speed at which this matter escalated far exceeded expectations. In just 3 days, the news spread like wildfire throughout the various prefectures under Songlan County, causing a huge uproar. Despite the Mu family's attempts to suppress the news, it continued to spread. Faced with this sudden chaos, the Mu family reacted extremely quickly, immediately issuing a warrant for the arrest of the mastermind, Fan Hong, with a high reward. At the same time, a strict prohibition was also issued, forbidding all cultivators from privately communicating with each other and requiring them to stay at home and await orders. Anyone who violated the prohibition would be punished for colluding with the Fan family. To quickly bring the situation under control, the Mu family dispatched a large number of highly skilled cultivators to Luofeng Prefecture overnight to take over local affairs and stabilize the local order. Simultaneously, they also immediately formed a dedicated investigation team to thoroughly investigate the incident, determined to uncover the entire story. Qingshan Prefecture, bordering Luofeng Prefecture and with close ties, was naturally included in the investigation. However, Chen Qingfeng and his companions were completely innocent. On the day of the incident in Luofeng Prefecture, he and his foxdog were still arguing with Mu Qingmei, completely innocent, with no possibility of collusion with the cultivators. When the Mu family's investigators arrived, they simply conducted routine inquiries and checks. Seeing that Chen Qingfeng's side showed no abnormalities, they didn't linger and quickly left to continue their investigations at other cultivators' residences. It's worth noting that during this period of widespread anxiety, Chen Qingfeng never saw Mu Yujian. This man, widely recognized as a prodigy in Songlan County, was always astute. Perhaps he had already sensed something unusual about this sudden upheaval. Meanwhile, 500 miles south of Qingshan Prefecture, in a desolate mountain range, a concealment array, shaped like a small hill, stood silently. This place was well beyond the borders of the Qing Kingdom, a barren land devoid of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the array was activated by spirit stones, requiring no absorption of the Earth's spiritual energy, and was unaffected by the environment. Beneath the array, a group of people were busy counting their spoils. Hehe, the Mu family is indeed wealthy. This harvest is several times more than what I accumulated in the first half of my life. The cracked-faced man played with a spirit stone between his fingers, his face full of satisfied smiles. Beside him lay a gray-haired rat, gnawing on a spirit crystal. The crack-faced mad rat turned to the gloomy-faced, middle-aged man opposite him and laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist fan, why are you so worried? After this matter is settled, why not return to Yu Kingdom with me? To be honest, I admire your vengeful nature. The Mu family has wronged you too much. You deserve to rebel. This gloomy-faced, middle-aged man was none other than Fan Hong, who had betrayed the Mu family. Yu Kingdom? Fan Hong raised his eyes, his tone indifferent. What, fellow Taoist fan, do you perhaps think, like those pedantic scholars, that my Yu Kingdom is inferior to your Qing Kingdom? The crack-faced mad rat asked, raising an eyebrow. Fan Hong didn't even lift his eyelids. Since Yu Kingdom is so good, why did you flee to Qing Kingdom? Heh. Fellow Taoist, your prejudice against my family is quite deep. The crack-faced mad rat didn't care at all. In my eyes, there's no difference. Your Qing Kingdom is covertly fighting, while my Yu Kingdom is openly competing. In the end, it's all about pursuing profit. Neither is more noble than the other. Don't mention it again. Fan Hong's tone was cold and hard. I never intended to live, much less go to Yu Kingdom to eke out a living. I'm just here to vent my anger. He betrayed the Mu family because he had nowhere to vent his pent-up resentment. When the spirit mine was discovered in Luofeng Prefecture, he served the Mu family diligently, even fighting to the death against a tiger demon to protect the mine, suffering severe injuries in the process. But the Mu family turned around and sent Mu Yusong to take over Luofeng Prefecture, forcibly usurping their position. He was nominally the head of the prefecture, but in reality, he was nothing more than a lackey of the Mu family. Forced into a marriage alliance with the Mu family, Fan Hong was forced to marry a Mu family daughter he did not love, while the woman he truly loved could only be a concubine. Even the younger generation he favored could not be nurtured according to his own wishes. How could Fan Hong endure such humiliation? Rather than live a cowardly life, he might as well rebel. Besides, he had already made arrangements for his affairs, ensuring the continuation of the Fan family line, and had no more worries in his heart. I admire your fearlessness in the face of death. The crack-faced mad rat laughed heartily. However, fellow Taoist is still too indecisive. If you're not afraid of death, what's there to fear about the distinction between Qing and Yu? As he gathered the spiritual items piled up in front of him, a glint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. With these treasures, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life. Wherever I go, I can squander as much as I want. The crack-faced mad rat gathered the spiritual items and then asked, "What are our plans next? When will we pull off another heist?" Songlin County must be in complete chaos right now. Fan Hong said in a deep voice. Once fellow Taoist Song takes advantage of the chaos, well, all strike together. After speaking, he closed his eyes to rest. He was already exhausted from planning this uprising. If the Mu family hadn't been so forceful, he wouldn't have wanted to go this far. Songlin County, the Mu family's territory. Mu Renua's brows were calm and his expression was sharp. He stroked his teacup with his fingertips and sipped his tea calmly. The news of Fan Hong's blatant attack on my Mu family's direct descendant has spread throughout the county. Third Elder Mu Renwu spoke with a grim face, his tone filled with suppressed anger. If we cannot capture and kill this fiend in time, what will become of the Mu family's reputation? The Mu family, as the leading clan in Songlin County, has always been incomparably noble and absolute. Now, with their direct descendant attacked, although they failed, the family's prestige within the county has already been shaken. Why must you be angry, third uncle? Mu Yujian chuckled lightly, his tone somewhat nonchalant. The Su family is clearly behind this. Nothing more than the tricks of some clowns. There's no need to pay them any mind. But the prestige of the Mu family, Mu Renwu was still unwilling to accept it. Third uncle. Mu Yujin interrupted him, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, but his smile remained unchanged. Once I have forged my immortal foundation, the prestige of my Mu family will rise to a new level, far surpassing today's turmoil. It will also be a good opportunity to see just how many people want to rebel against my Mu family. Yujin is right. Mu Renhua put down his teacup, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. It seems you have passed the age of impulsiveness and have become more composed. If you were young, you would probably have already drawn your sword and rushed out to fight to the death. Father is joking. How could I be so reckless? Mu Yujin's lips curled into a calm smile. A year from now is the day to pay my salary to the immortal sect. Before that, 10,000 Mountains and Chang'an Mountain will certainly not allow me to establish my foundation smoothly. He looked at Mu Renhua with a confident light in his eyes and said slowly, "Father, we can release the news now. Give them some hope, lest they act rashly." In a secluded valley in Songlin County, two figures stood facing each other. It was Su Chongyuan and Su Chongling. These two brothers had been secretly monitoring the Mu family for many days, and were now exchanging the information they knew. The spirit mine in Luofeng Prefecture has recently unearthed most of the spirit items, and they've been secretly transported to Qingshan Prefecture. I went to investigate specifically, and the spiritual energy of Luoyun Peak in Qingshan Prefecture is unusual, its density far exceeding the limits of a first-tier spirit vein. Su Chongyuan spoke first, his tone somewhat solemn. Upon hearing this, Su Chongling chimed in coincidentally. I also received news that Mu Renhua quietly left the Mu family's territory, heading straight for Qingshan Prefecture. After they finished speaking, they exchanged a glance, a knowing look flashing in their eyes. With so many clues connected, the key point was self-evident. The Mu family is secretly raising the spiritual vein of Luoyun Peak to the second tier, Su Chongyuan asserted in a deep voice. Such elaborate preparations must be for Mu Yujian. He intends to use the spiritual energy of the second-tier spiritual vein to secretly attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage in Qingshan Prefecture. Su Chongling followed closely behind, his tone certain. To investigate the Mu family's movements, the two had expended considerable effort in Songlin County, establishing a wide network of informants and bribing numerous cultivators. Humph, that brat Mu Yujian is truly cunning. Resorting to the trick of feinting to the east while attacking the west, hoping to complete his foundation establishment without anyone noticing.
Su Changyun snơ.
Unfortunately, while his plan is indeed secretive, it hasn't escaped our notice. Despite his initial delight, Su Chongyuan quickly regained his composure. We mustn't easily alert him. Mu Qiulong doesn't have much lifespan left. He's at an age where he's fiercely protective of his offspring. If we push him too hard, hell definitely fight us to the death, inevitably resulting in mutual destruction. That makes sense. Su Chongling nodded in agreement. The best time is when Mu Yujian reaches the crucial final step of foundation establishment. At that moment, we only need to use a few tricks to easily disrupt his energy flow, causing him to fail at the last hurdle. But what if he delays foundation establishment and drags it out? Su Chongyuan frowned slightly, raising his concerns. A ruthless glint flashed in Su Changling's eyes. Humph, well, allow him at most another 6 months. We must nip his hopes of foundation establishment in the bud before he goes to the immortal sect to pay his salary. If he still hasn't started foundation establishment after 6 months, then don't blame us for breaking ties with the Mu family. We don't need to take Mu Yujian's life. We only need to damage his foundation, making it impossible for him to attempt foundation establishment again in the short term. There's no need for a life or death struggle. At that time, the Mu family will be exhausted from repairing Mu Yujian's injuries. As long as we drag this out until Mu Qilong dies, these 2 border prefectures will be our Su family's possession. After some planning, the 2 decided on their plan. They said no more, and with a flicker of their figures, they disappeared into the mountains like 2 wisps of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. Today, Luoyun Peak welcomed a special guest. Chun Qingfeng had been waiting at the foot of the mountain. Seeing the steady, subtly sharp-looking middle-aged figure land, he immediately summoned his fox-like dog and stepped forward to respectfully bow. Junior greets the venerable one. Many years have passed. You've grown so much, no longer the naive village child you once were. The middle-aged man was none other than Mu Renhua, his tone tinged with emotion. Chun Qingfeng bowed respectfully. Thank you for your praise, senior. Mu Renua's gaze swept over him, teasingly saying, You're quite stubborn, aren't you? My Mu family has many eligible women, each one outstanding. Why have you chosen Qing Yao? Years ago, before I entered the Dao, I had the opportunity to meet you, young Master Yu Jian, and Miss Qing Yao. This connection, I suppose, is fate. Chun Qingfeng's tone was firm, showing no sign of backing down. He was always respectful to the Mu family, and he did his best in everything he was asked to do. However, when it came to marriage, he was fixated on Mu Qingyao. Don't ask why. It was fate, it was love at first sight. Who could have imagined that the little boy, barely 7 years old and still wearing open-crotch pants, would fall for a fairy princess who seemed to float on clouds? This childhood obsession had now become Chun Qingfeng's most justifiable reason, one that no one could find fault with. Mu Renhua stroked his beard, a smile flashing in his eyes, and slowly said, If you can become a near-secontier array master someday, you'll consider your marriage to Qing Yao. Father, why are you suddenly saying this? I already said I won't get married. The usually composed and dignified Mu Qing Yao blushed, unable to hide her girlish shyness. Chun Qingfeng ignored all of that, his face instantly lighting up with joy. He hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you for your kindness, senior. I didn't say I kindly granted your request. Mu Renhua waved his hand, correcting him. I meant, well, discuss it again after you become a quasi-second-tier array master. A quasi-second-tier array master is someone who has mastered the theory of foundation establishment arrays, but is limited by the strength of their spiritual sense and mana reserves at the chi refining stage, making it impossible for them to independently set up foundation establishment arrays. Only with the assistance of a foundation establishment cultivator with stronger mana can they successfully create a second-tier array. Even so, they are still rare talents. This junior will diligently cultivate and live up to your expectations, senior. Chun Qingfeng replied with a bow, his expression still respectful. Indeed, he was now a genuine near-secontier array master. However, this was one of his trump cards, and he would never reveal a trace of it to outsiders. During the conversation, the fox and the puppy remained huddled behind Chun Qingfeng. Facing a foundation establishment cultivator like Mu Renhua, the 2 little ones dared not be presumptuous. Mu Renua's arrival made Chun Qingfeng's suspicions even more certain. Mu Yujian was indeed planning to carry out his secret plan, using the spiritual energy of Luoyun Peak to stimulate his foundation establishment. Things unfolded exactly as he had predicted. 3 months after Mu Renua's inspection of Luoyun Peak, the spiritual energy concentration of Luoyun Peak suddenly rose another level. From the peak of the first tier, it steadily stepped into the level of the second-tier spiritual vein. It seems that Mu Yujian will soon quietly come to Luoyun Peak to begin preparing for foundation establishment. Chun Qingfeng's eyes darkened slightly. Chun Pinggan's life jade is still in Mu Yujian's hands, and he absolutely cannot allow Mu Yujian to successfully establish his foundation. A second-tier spiritual vein consumes a huge amount of resources and cannot be maintained for long. It seems his foundation establishment will definitely happen within the next 6 months. With this thought in mind, Chun Qingfeng had already made a decision. If Mu Yujian really intends to attempt foundation establishment at Luoyun Peak in 6 months, then don't blame him for being ruthless. At that time, Chun Qingfeng will definitely spread the news secretly. He has already laid out this backup plan, having already had Xiaobai pass on the instructions to Grey Wolf, waiting only for the right moment to act. On the surface, Mu Yujian accepting Chun Pingon as his disciple and even bringing his second uncle, Chun Erliang, to Songlan County seems like a great favor. But in reality, it's just using the Chun family as bargaining chips to manipulate and threaten him. He, Chun Qingfeng, will never live under someone else's roof and be controlled by the Mu family for the rest of his life. Only by making the Su and Mu families fight each other will he have a chance to fish in troubled waters and break free from the Mu family's shackles. So, for a period of time, Chun Qingfeng conserved his energy and waited for the right opportunity. However, things still didn't go as Chun Qingfeng expected. He didn't see Mu Yujian. Instead, he saw someone else. Yi Qing. In the following days, Yi Qing settled down on Luoyun Peak. It was the height of summer, and the fruit trees were lush and verdant, laden with bright red fruit, so fresh and juicy they seemed ready to be squeezed for water. Chun Qingfeng frequently visited Mu Qinjiu's courtyard, each time bringing a small basket of inexpensive fresh fruits and vegetables as a gift. Although the gifts weren't valuable, he never came empty-handed. His careful and sincere demeanor led anyone to believe he was simply infatuated with Mu Qingyao. However, Chun Qingfeng knew that his attentiveness was merely a facade. His true purpose was to use these visits to secretly observe Yi Qing's every move. Chun Qingfeng, just give up on that idea. Every time Mu Qingmei saw Chun Qingfeng, she would raise her pointed chin and deliver a few sarcastic remarks. Qingyao won't marry you. Don't waste your time here. Chun Qingfeng always ignored her, letting it go in one ear and out the other, unaffected by her presence. However, with careful observation, Chun Qingfeng did discover something amiss. Yi Qing's identity was not as simple as it seemed. The alchemist who publicly claimed to be Yi Qing's grandfather always subconsciously prioritized Yi Qing in his words and actions, displaying a subtle but palpable respect. That ingrained preparedness, even if deliberately acted out, would still subtly reveal itself. Why didn't Mu Yujian come? Instead, this guy showed up? The fox and the puppy were also very interested in this matter, whispering among themselves beside Chun Qingfeng. Puzzled too, Chun Qingfeng frowned slightly. I thought the Mu family was planning a covert operation, hiding Mu Yujian at Luoyun Peak to secretly build his foundation. I didn't expect him to come. Instead, Yi Qing showed up. The turn of events had exceeded his expectations. After a moment's thought, Chun Qingfeng immediately summoned Lin Wanchuan and instructed her, spend more time with Mu Qingmei these days and try to find out as much information as possible about Yi Qing. This girl was now very close to Mu Qingmei and often spoke ill of him, winning Mu Qingmei's trust and favor. In just 2 days, Lin Wanchuan rushed back excitedly, her face beaming with pride. Young master, I found out. I heard Miss Qingmei calling that person Brother Qingshu in private. Brother Qingshu? These 3 words struck Chun Qingfeng like a thunderbolt. He suddenly awoke, a sharp glint in his eyes. Yi Qingshu. He's the young master of the Yi family. For the past 2 years, Chun Qingfeng had been having his fox-like dogs subtly gather information from all sides of Yuqing County. He already knew that Yi Qingshu, the young master of the Yi family, had entered the Cave Heaven ruins in Yuqing County with a young master from the Su family, and had never emerged, publicly declared dead. Now it seemed that the so-called death was untrue. The young master of the Yi family hadn't died at all. He had been hiding in Songlan County under the identity of Yi Qing. But why would the Mu family send Yi Qingshu to Luoyun Peak? Chun Qingfeng's mind raced, quickly connecting the clues, a realization dawning on him. Could it be that the one truly going to establish his foundation here isn't Mu Yujian but Yi Qingshu? Chun Qingfeng exclaimed inwardly. What a clever substitution. The Mu family had truly gone to great lengths, specially crafting a second-tier spiritual vein for the young master of the Yi family. This relationship exceeded Chun Qingfeng's expectations. Since this guy is trying to break through to the foundation establishment stage here, he must possess a foundation establishment treasure. The fox and the puppy's eyes lit up, gleaming with greed. It was said that the young master of the Yi family and the young master of the Su family perished in the ruins because of a single treasure. The Yi family publicly declared that Yi Qingshu's remains were nowhere to be found. However, now that Yi Qingshu was alive and well, the treasure was likely on his person. The 2 little creatures huddled close to Chun Qingfeng, whispering and urging, how about we snatch that treasure? Foundation establishment treasure. Hearing these words, Chun Qingfeng's heart burned with excitement. In the world, Cultivators at the peak of Qi refining were as numerous as carp crossing a river. But those who could truly cross that insurmountable chasm and successfully advance to foundation establishment were few and far between. The fundamental reason was that foundation establishment treasures were extremely rare. So-called foundation establishment treasures were supreme treasures formed from the evolution of the rules of heaven and earth, originating from the same source as spirit stones and spirit ores. However, it far surpasses the latter in terms of specifications and rarity. It is an indispensable key for cultivators to forge their immortal foundation. The opportunity is right in front of us. Let's go for it. The two little beasts couldn't suppress their beastly instincts, their paws stomping anxiously. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we'll encounter such a chance again.
Don't rush.
Chun Qingfeng shook his head decisively, reaching out to calm the two restless little beasts. We definitely have to seize it, otherwise when will we be able to turn the tables? But we absolutely cannot be the first to strike. Then, shall we spread the news? The fox and the little dog's eyes darted around quickly, understanding his deeper meaning. That's right. Chun Qingfeng's lips curled slightly. We need to throw Songlan County into chaos. Now that he has cultivated the thousand faces without form scripture, as long as the situation gets out of control, he will have endless opportunities to take advantage of it, and then act accordingly, ensuring that nothing goes wrong. No problem. The fox grinned, a hint of excitement flashing in its eyes. They'll sneak out tonight and spread the news, guaranteed to turn Songlan County upside down. Although Mu Qingyao had taken the array plate from Luoyun Peak, who could know that Chun Qingfeng had already become a near-secontier array master and had crafted 2 secondary array plates in advance. With the help of these secondary array plates, he could easily move in and out of Luoyun Peak. Just as the two little beasts were rubbing their hands together, eager to try, Chun Qingfeng frowned, his smile fading as he muttered to himself, "But I feel something's not right. Foundation establishment is a lifelong event for cultivators, often taking several months. How could the Mu family be so comfortable with I Ching breaking through here? With Mu Renhua not stationed here, what if someone comes to cause trouble? Wouldn't I Ching Shu fail to establish his foundation, and this second-tier spiritual vein be wasted?" He pondered deeply, his mind a jumble of clues. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and an invisible thread instantly connected all the scattered clues. In an instant, Chun Qingfeng had a sudden realization. A cold thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chun Qingfeng frowned sharply. Wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong? The fox and the puppy were startled by his sudden reaction, looking at him blankly. I was wrong. What a Mu family. What ruthless imperial methods. I overestimated the Mu family. Chun Qingfeng took a deep breath, his voice tinged with gloom. At first, I thought the Mu family was creating a second-tier spiritual vein to help I Ching Shu establish his foundation. His eyes were complex, showing both sudden realization and a hint of shock. But upon closer reflection, that's not how it works at all. They didn't actually want I Ching Shu to achieve foundation establishment. They were clearly using him as bait. A bait to relieve Mu Yujian's pressure. I Ching Shu, from beginning to end, was just a discarded pawn, and creating the second-tier spiritual vein of Luoyun Peak was merely a pretext to confuse the public. Understanding this scheme, Chun Qingfeng was horrified by the Mu family's ruthlessness. Mu Renua's wife, the mother of Mu Yujian and Mu Qingyao, was a member of the Yi family. According to this relationship, Mu Renhua should be Yi Qingshu's uncle. Yet, to ensure Mu Yujian's successful foundation establishment, the Mu family chose to use their nephew as a shield. This cold-bloodedness and scheming surprised Chun Qingfeng. They not only schemed against outsiders but even against their in-laws. Right peak of Luoyun Peak. Inside I Ching's room, the old man bowed deeply to the pale-faced youth, his voice filled with unconcealed sorrow and respect. Young master, I received a letter. Our ancestor, in the end, has fallen. More than 10 years ago, the Yi family's ancestor fought a fierce battle with the white-scaled serpent of the copper-dwelling mountain scale cave, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. For years, he had clung to life by a thread, but finally succumbed to his wounds. The pale-faced youth's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down his face. Ancestor, gone. He was none other than I Ching Shu, the young master of the Yi family, disguised as I Ching. I plan to go into seclusion for the next 2 days to attempt to break through to the foundation establishment realm. I Ching Shu said solemnly, wiping away his tears. Absolutely not, young master. The alchemist beside him hurriedly dissuaded him. He was not I Qingshu's grandfather, but a loyal old servant of the Yi family, who had followed the family for over 100 years. Your rare artifact is still incomplete and needs repair. and your cultivation foundation needs further refinement. It will take at least several more years to mature. It's all right. Yiqingshu's tone was firm. An incomplete artifact will at most keep me stuck in the early foundation establishment stage for life, but for now, being able to establish a foundation establishment is enough. He looked at the opaque stone ceiling, his expression solemn. The news of the ancestors' fall can't be kept secret for long. The Yi family can't be without a foundation establishment cultivator to protect us. I can't wait any longer. My uncle said he would personally protect me at the crucial moment, so I can focus on my breakthrough. Young master. He's clearly using you as bait to distract the Su family. Master Yi was both anxious and angry. Having lived most of his life, he had seen too much of the cunning of human nature, and from the day Yiqingshu ascended Luoyun Peak, he had seen through the Mu family's wishful thinking. Yiqingshu remained silent for a moment, his tone tinged with helplessness. What can I do? I have no choice. He waved his hand. Elder Yi, please step back and let me have some peace and quiet. This old servant obeys. Yi Dancher bowed respectfully and slowly withdrew from the room. Only Yiqingshu remained in the room. He took out a piece of jade with a small chipped corner, his fingertips gently caressing the cool jade surface, his voice low and hoarse. I hope that if something unforeseen happens to me during this seclusion, my uncle and cousin will remember our past relationship and treat the Yi family kindly. After Yi Dancher left the room, a ruthless glint suddenly flashed in his aged eyes. Young master is too soft-hearted. How can you so easily trust the Mu family? No matter the cost, this old servant will make Mu Renhua obediently protect you and help you successfully establish your foundation. 3 days later on Luoyun Peak, Mu Qingyao summoned everyone on the peak and solemnly announced the order. From this moment on, everyone will live together in one place. No one is allowed to act on their own, and no one is allowed to leave Luoyun Peak without permission. What? We too have to squeeze in with you too? The fox pouted, and the little dog scratched its head, looking unwilling. That's right. Mu Qingyao nodded, her gaze sweeping over everyone, and finally no longer concealed anything. Brother Qingshu is going to secretly attempt to break through to the foundation establishment realm here. For the next 6 months, everyone must stay within my sight and must not leak a single word. You must ensure that this matter goes perfectly. Brother Qingshu?
Shen Qingfeng feignait de surprise.
The fox and the puppy also pretended to be clueless, as if they had never heard of the name before. Yiqing is not his real name. His real name is Yiqingshu, and he is the young master of the Yi family. Mu Qingyao explained to the three of them in a calm tone. There weren't many people on Luoyun Peak to begin with, only about 10 in total, so managing them in this way wasn't difficult. Didn't expect that, did you? Brother Qingshu is the real young master of the Yi family, Mu Qingmei said with a hint of pride, as if she were the only one sober among the crowd. Chun Qingfeng shrugged and said indifferently, I have no objection. We're fine with it too. It's all the same wherever we cultivate. It's good to join in the fun. The fox and the puppy exchanged a glance and also pretended to be relaxed. Brother Qingshu, you can prepare for seclusion now. Mu Qingyao turned to Yiqingshu, her tone softening slightly. The second-tier spiritual veins of Luoyun Peak are rich in spiritual energy, enough to support your breakthrough to foundation establishment. Thank you for your trouble, cousin. Yiqingshu nodded, calmly turning to walk towards the secret chamber that had been prepared for him. But just then, an aged voice suddenly rang out. Wait! Master Yi stepped out from the crowd. Elder Yi, is something wrong? Mu Qingyao frowned slightly, looking at the taciturn elder of the Yi family. Chun Qingfeng's nose suddenly twitched, faintly catching a whiff of a very faint fragrance, and alarm bells immediately went off in his mind. He sensed something was wrong, and the evergreen-wood essence within his body began to circulate, automatically protecting its master. The next moment, thump, thump, several muffled thuds followed, and the surrounding Mu family members collapsed to the ground without warning, losing consciousness. Mu Qingyao and Mu Qingmai's expressions changed drastically. They felt a sudden dizziness, their bodies swaying uncontrollably, their limbs quickly becoming weak and powerless. The fox and the puppy also couldn't hold on, unable to resist the sudden, strange poison. They shook their heads and both fell into a deep sleep. Chun Qingfeng's vision also went black, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Elder Yi, you actually poisoned me. Mu Qingyao bit her tongue hard, barely maintaining a sliver of clarity, but her voice still trembled uncontrollably. She desperately circulated her magic power, trying to resist the strange poison that had invaded her limbs and bones, but the world continued to spin. Her spiritual energy became sluggish and difficult to flow, and her body grew heavier and heavier. Young miss, there's no need for further futile struggles. Master Yi's voice was deep and cold, devoid of any emotion. I have immersed myself in the art of alchemy and pharmacology for over 100 years, and am now a near-second-tier alchemist. This soft immortal powder is a product of my meticulous craftsmanship. No one below the foundation establishment stage can withstand it. Why? Mu Qingyao struggled against her heavy sleepiness, her breathing already weak. Young miss, do not be afraid. I have no intention of harming you. Master Yi spoke slowly. I merely wish to ensure that the Mu family head is truly devoted to protecting the young master. After this matter is resolved, I will personally apologize to the Mu family. The moment his words fell, Mu Qingyao could no longer hold on. Her vision went black, and she completely lost consciousness. The last trace of struggle vanished, and everyone collapsed to the ground. Master Yi walked to the collapsed Yi Qingshu, bent down to look at his face, and whispered, "Young master, just 2 more days. This old servant will hide the eldest and second young ladies of the Mu family first, and return them safely after you have safely established your foundation." His purpose was simple: to use the lives of Mu Qingyao and Mu Qingmei to force Mu Renhua to help Yi Qingshu protect the Dharma. No matter what, the Yi family cannot be cut off. Master Yi's aged voice held a resolute determination, as if he had made a desperate gamble. He waved his sleeve and conjured an ancient flying boat, his fingertips flowing with magical power as he gently lifted Yi Qingshu and placed him steadily inside the boat. Then, his gaze fell upon the unconscious fox and puppy, a sharp glint in his eyes. The demon cores of these 2 strange beasts are of excellent quality. They'll be perfect for completing the incomplete artifact for the young master. With that, he once again channeled his magic, lifting Mu Qingyao, Mu Qingmei, the fox, and the puppy, placing them all inside the flying boat. Having done this, Yi Dancher took the array plate from Mu Qinjiao's waist, channeling his spiritual energy into it to open an array passage. Immediately afterward, he leaped onto the flying boat, transforming it into a streak of light, rushing out of Luoyun Peak and speeding towards the distant, continuous mountains. Not long after Yi Dancher's flying boat departed, Chen Qingfeng, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly rose leisurely. The evergreenwood essence within his body flowed quietly, wisps of evergreen with spiritual energy circulating throughout his body, completely dissolving the last trace of the soft, immortal powder poison. The azure with spirit transformation technique heals wounds, nourishes life, averts death, and prolongs life, possessing inherent detoxifying effects. The soft, immortal powder naturally couldn't seduce him. Chen Qingfeng glanced down at the unconscious Mu family members scattered on the ground, his expression complex, almost comical. He had originally planned how to secretly disrupt the situation and then seize the opportunity to break the deadlock. But he hadn't expected that Alchemist Yi would act first, stirring up the waters so decisively. "Alchemist Yi, you really know how to make things worse." With those words, Chen Qingfeng had already left the area of Falling Cloud Peak, chasing after Alchemist Yi's departing direction. Fortunately, Little Black and Little White have my tracking array patterns on them. After locking onto the fox and the puppy's location, Chen Qingfeng suddenly activated the Thousand Faces without form scripture. His spiritual energy rippled slightly, and his youthful face rapidly transformed into that of an ordinary-looking man in his 40s or 50s, emanating a turbid earth elemental aura. Master Yi piloted his flying boat for hundreds of miles, finally landing in a secluded valley. He found a deep cave and easily cleared away all the wild beasts roaming within. He then carefully settled Yi Qingshu inside, casually tossing the fox and the puppy aside. After making sure everything was settled, Master Yi took out a lustrous antidote pill from his storage bag and gently placed it into Yi Qingshu's mouth. A moment later, Yi Qingshu slowly awoke, but his body felt weak and numb, and his internal energy was as if frozen, making it difficult to circulate. "Young master, wait an hour or 2, and the remaining poison in your body will dissipate on its own." Master Yi took out a soft blanket from his storage bag and gently placed Yi Qingshu on it. He glanced at the fox and puppy beside him and added, "These 2 beasts will also be given to the young master. Their demon cores can be used by the young master."
Eldari, Yure Confuset.
Yi Qingshu's face showed a bitter smile, his voice filled with barely concealed urgency. "Isn't this behavior disregarding aunt and publicly humiliating uncle? Everything this old servant has done is for the Yi family, for the young master." Master Yi's tone was firm. After settling Yi Qingshu, he turned to leave. "I will go and hide the eldest and second young ladies in a safer place. Afterwards, this old servant is willing to atone for my sins to the Mu family with my head." With that, he set up 2 layers of protective barriers outside the cave, then once again piloted the flying boat, carrying Mu Qingyao and Mu Qingmei, speeding towards the deeper mountains. Inside the cave, Yi Qingshu gazed towards the entrance, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He was never a competitive person. His greatest pleasure was simply studying alchemy texts and refining elixirs. However, being born into a powerful family, many things were ultimately beyond his control. What tradition lasts forever? Even immortal sects eventually decline. My Yi family rose from humble beginnings, prospered for hundreds of years, and fought countless battles along the way. Even in our current decline, it might be a kind of liberation. Why force things? As the antidote gradually took effect, the numbness in Yi Qingshu's body slowly subsided, and his strength gradually returned. Now that Elder Yi has kidnapped Qingyao and Qingmei, my uncle must be furious. How am I supposed to face my aunt and the Mu family in the future? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a faint fluctuation of magical energy suddenly came from outside the cave, interrupting his musings. Yi Qingshu's heart stirred, and he weakly asked, Elder Yi, is that you? Ha ha ha, I'm really incredibly lucky today, actually finding treasure in this desolate wilderness. The only response was a rough, unrestrained laugh. Before the words were finished, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura rubbed his hands together and swaggered into the cave. It was none other than the Earth Scorpion, rumored to have been killed by the crack-faced mad rat. Yi Qingshu's pupils constricted slightly. This person wasn't dead, so how is he still alive? The Earth Scorpion, however, completely ignored his astonishment, and his large hands reached straight for Yi Qingshu. First, he roughly snatched the storage bag from his waist, then carefully searched his body, finally pulling out a small jade stone the size of a palm from a hidden pocket at his waist. Don't worry, I have my rules. For those who don't resist, I only take their money, not their lives, the Earth Scorpion said casually, stroking the jade stone. What is this? He held the jade stone closer to his eyes, examining it closely, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, wait, Yi Qingshu hurriedly interjected. Mu Renhua is my uncle. This jade stone is a token bestowed upon me by him. Please leave it. Ah, so what if it's Mu Renhua? Tu Xiezi sneered, his face full of disdain. I'm hiding in these 10,000 mountains. Let him come looking for me if he dares. He searched Yi Qingshu thoroughly, making sure he hadn't missed a single valuable item, before stopping with satisfaction. His gaze swept over the fox and puppy beside him, and Tu Xiez's eyes lit up. He grinned and said, Heh, these two little beasts are quite nice. Their fur is glossy and smooth. Their meat must be delicious. I'll take them. With that, he laughed wildly a few times, grabbed the two little beasts by their tails, turned around, and dashed out of the cave, disappearing into the forest. Qian Qingfeng flew for a while with the fox and puppy, slowly injecting the evergreen wood essence into the two little beasts to neutralize the residual poison of the soft immortal powder. Before long, the fox and the puppy slowly awoke, their eyes gradually clearing. They then landed in a valley. Two-legged creature, I knew you were reliable, the fox hummed softly, a hint of arrogance in its voice. He, of course, Qian Qingfeng chuckled. My evergreen wood essence is best at dispelling poison. A mere soft immortal powder can't trap me. That damned old bastard. The fox gritted its teeth in anger. I sensed his wicked intentions long ago. I didn't expect him to actually dare to make a move. Isn't he afraid the Mu family will tear him apart alive? The moment Yi Dancher secretly poisoned the powder, Qian Qingfeng and the fox sensed the overwhelming malice. Although the soft immortal powder was colorless and odorless, it couldn't escape the puppy's keen perception of changes in airflow. Therefore, all three of them had actually sensed it. However, Qian Qingfeng had secretly transmitted his voice to the two little beasts, telling them to endure for the time being and see what Yi Dancher was really up to. The fox and the little dog had always unconditionally trusted Qian Qingfeng, so they readily agreed to his plan, leading to the events that followed. Big brother, is it done? The little dog asked expectantly, its tail wagging gently. It's done. Qian Qingfeng smiled, slowly taking out the jade he had found on Yi Qingshu from his waist. The jade was only 3 inches in size, pure and flawless, its luster as if it had been soaked in a 1,000-year-old spiritual spring, with a faint glimmer of light visible within its translucency. It wasn't a typical round shape, but a regular octagon, its edges polished smooth and warm, not sharp, but rather exuding an ancient and dignified air. Most remarkably, in the center of the jade, a slender, silken ray of light flowed slowly within, as if alive. Looking at the jade, Qian Qingfeng and the fox and the little dog both unconsciously swallowed, their eyes filled with amazement. This is a rare treasure, the two little beasts exclaimed, their voices brimming with excitement. Indeed, this is a rare treasure. Chun Qingfeng nodded slowly. No one had expected that their first rare treasure would be obtained in this way. It was so effortless, almost unreal. Although this treasure is flawed, I also found this on I Ching Shu. Chun Qingfeng said, taking out a jade slip. After infusing it with spiritual power, the information recorded within clearly appeared. This jade is called Ascension Jade, a rare treasure of heaven and earth with extremely balanced attributes. Although it doesn't have any particularly outstanding advantages, it can be adapted to various cultivation techniques. It was originally a flawed piece, but after years of repair by the Yi family, it has been mostly restored, leaving only this minor imperfection. If we could find a high-grade demon core to replace it, it would be a perfect treasure. Holding the Ascension Jade in his hands, Chun Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement. For cultivators, rare treasures of heaven and earth are like a parched person finding a clear spring. They possess a fatal attraction. This is our first wondrous item, but it certainly won't be our last. Chun Qingfeng took a deep breath and handed the Tao Ascending Jade to the fox. Little White, this wondrous item is yours. I'll let the stupid dog use it. The fox subconsciously wiggled its paw and took a step back. It used to love to boast and fight over everything. When they were fighting over the white yuan fruit, it was always the first to choose. But now, when it came to this, it was actually deferring. This thing isn't worthy of me, I don't want it. The little dog quickly shook its head, its eyes sincerely refusing. Little Black is right, the attributes of this Tao Jade are most compatible with your cultivation method, you can take it. Chun Qingfeng didn't allow for further explanation, directly stuffing the jade into the fox's paw, his attitude firm yet warm. Keep it safe, don't lose it. The three of us are one, your opportunity is also our opportunity. The fox wrinkled its small nose, its eyes instantly reddening, its eyes brimming with tears as it looked at Chun Qingfeng and the little dog, full of emotion. You have to cultivate into a great demon, to support me and Little Black in the future. Chun Qingfeng rubbed its head. Then he turned to the little dog and asked, Little Black, didn't you say before that you remembered a place that could be used as a breakthrough site? For cultivators, breaking through, rare objects are one thing, and a Tao site is another. Without sufficient spiritual pressure, it is impossible to break through to a higher realm. Therefore, all the immortal mountains and treasure lands in this world have owners. The importance of a good spiritual vein Tao site is self-evident. The fox certainly couldn't break through at Luoyun Peak, let alone reach Songlon Mountain. The only hope lay with the little dog. I don't remember clearly yet, but I'm sure that once I reach the peak of the third-level lesser demon realm, I'll remember. That's my home, I'll definitely remember. The little dog's eyes brightened, its tone resolute. All right. Chun Qingfeng nodded, rummaging through his storage bag and pulling out a large pile of shimmering spirit stones, placing them in front of the two little beasts. He took a deep breath, his expression becoming solemn. Since this has happened, you two might as well fake your deaths and escape. Don't go back to Songlon County. Take these spirit stones. They're enough to support your cultivation outside for a year or two. Once Xiaohei figures out the way home, you two can go back. Chun Qingfeng paused, his tone becoming more serious. I Ching Shu has lost the rare item, and the Mu family will definitely send people to search extensively, so you absolutely cannot go near Songlon County again. You must hide deep in the mountains, as far away as possible, and absolutely cannot come back rashly. This Ascension Jade still has flaws. The method to repair it is in the jade slip. Try your best to repair it. Chun Qingfeng carefully instructed them on every detail. Time is of the essence. I must hurry back, lest the Mu family wake up and find me gone. Chun Qingfeng leaned down and gently rubbed his forehead against the heads of the two little beasts. When the time is right, Xiaohei will take Xiaobai to your hometown to break through. Xiaobai, I'll wait for you to become a great demon one day. Bring Xiaohei back to me, and support me. Big brother. The two little beasts choked up, tears finally falling. Second uncle and Ping and are safe in the Mu family. I can't be with you, so you two must support each other from now on and be careful in everything you do. We'll meet again. Chun Qingfeng smiled, said no more, turned around and resolutely rode the wind, his figure quickly disappearing into the depths of the mountains. The fox wiped away its tears with its paw, grabbed Xiaohei's ear. Stupid dog, let's go. After saying that, it took the puppy and sped towards the deep mountains. The next morning, the morning mist on Luoyun Peak had not yet dissipated, and the people who had been drugged by the soft immortal powder finally woke up slowly. My head is so heavy. What happened? A Mu family member with graying temples, who looked like a steward, rubbed his throbbing temples, struggling to recall the events of the previous day. He only remembered a sudden, inexplicable dizziness before losing consciousness. Oh no! The old steward snapped back to reality, his face changing drastically. He hurriedly reached out to wake the still dazed people around him. Wake up! Wake up! Something terrible has happened. What happened? I'm so dizzy. What happened? Amidst the cries of alarm and complaints, everyone gradually came to their senses, their faces blank. Chen Qingfeng also pretended to have just been woken up, rubbing his eyes as he got up, his gaze subtly sweeping across his surroundings. Just then, the old steward suddenly noticed a series of wax-sealed letters quietly placed on a stone table not far away. He quickly picked them up, opened them, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. It's terrible. Quick! Immediately send a letter to the head of the family. The old steward's voice trembled as he brandished the letter and cried out, Master E has kidnapped the eldest and second young ladies. This letter was left by Master E before he left. The letter stated that he had taken Mu Qingyao and Mu Qingmei to a secluded and safe place. He promised that, if Mu Renhua would dedicate himself to protecting Yi Qingshu during his foundation establishment process for the next 6 months, he would safely return the 2 young ladies if Yi Qingshu succeeded. Otherwise, he would bear the consequences. The news exploded like a thunderclap on Luoyun Peak, causing an uproar among the crowd. 2 hours later, a sharp streak of light pierced the sky. Mu Renhua, accompanied by several Mu family elders dressed in green robes with imposing auras, descended upon Luoyun Peak with livid faces. Before he could even stand still, he heard the old steward tremblingly repeat the contents of the letter. Yi Tianhua. How dare he threaten me? This is utterly outrageous. Mu Renua's spiritual energy surged, his sleeves fluttering even without wind, clearly indicating his extreme rage. Just then, Yi Qingshu, having completely cured himself of the remaining poison, staggered back to Luoyun Peak. Upon seeing Mu Renhua, he immediately knelt down, his face filled with shame. Uncle, I am guilty. The Ascension Jade has been stolen. Yesterday, after being drugged by Elder E with the soft immortal powder, I was powerless and unable to resist. Just then, the Earth Scorpion, who was robbing cultivators, passed by and snatched the treasure. What a useless, incompetent fool. Mu Renhua abruptly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were icy cold. Pass down the order. From this day forward, all disciples of the Mu family will be mobilized. They will search every inch of the land, from mountains to valleys, to find Yi Tianhua and that Earth Scorpion. I want them alive or dead. Yes. Several elders responded in unison, their expressions solemn, and they vanished in a flash of light. Mu Renhua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, his mind racing. Yi Tianhua was a loyal old servant of the Yi family, always cautious and timid. Even if it were for the sake of the Yi family, how could they have the audacity to kidnap Mu Renua's daughter and leave a letter openly threatening him? There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Su Changyuan, Su Changling, could it be that you two were behind this? Mu Renhua quickly calmed down and speculated about who was behind Yi Danshi's actions. He didn't believe that Master Yi would dare to kidnap Mu Qingyao and leave a letter threatening him. Or perhaps, Mu Renhua snorted coldly, then turned to look at Yi Qingshu, who was still kneeling on the ground, his tone icy. This whole thing was just a show orchestrated by the two of you? How dare I? Yi Qingshu kowtowed. I am willing to ask for the heart-questioning talisman to prove my innocence. Go back to the Mu family and apologize to your aunt yourself. As for the Ascension Jade, even if you find it, you don't need to worry about it anymore.
Mu Renhua snorted lightly.
Although he was angry at Yi Qingshu's incompetence, he couldn't bring himself to kill him because of his wife, leaving only a cold rebuke. Yi Qingshu felt like he had been granted a pardon and was about to get up and leave when a figure suddenly blocked his way.
Don't go.
Chen Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Yi Qingshu's sleeve tightly. What did you do to Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Give them back. Hearing the name Xiao Bai, the fox, Mu Renua's already gloomy face grew even more unsightly. His hatred for Yi Danshu deepened even further. What an utterly stupid fool. How am I supposed to explain this to Jin? He gritted his teeth and cursed, swallowing the rest of his words, before finally turning away coldly. In the days that followed, the Mu family mobilized a large number of cultivators, searching for Yi Danshu and Tu Xiezi in the deep mountains day after day. Outside Songlong County lay the boundless 10,000 mountains, with their towering peaks and dense forests. Searching for someone in such a vast and secluded environment was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, this matter concerned the safety of the two young ladies and involved a precious foundation establishment artifact. So Mu Renhua took it extremely seriously, mobilizing almost all the resources the Mu family could muster. Chen Qingfeng remained on Luoyun Peak, frequently witnessing groups of cultivators returning exhausted and weary, only to immediately resume their search, endlessly repeating the cycle. Meanwhile, Luoyun Peak also welcomed a special guest,
Mu Renwu.
the third elder of the Mu family. To Chen Qingfeng's surprise, Mu Renwu went straight into the secluded cultivation chamber originally prepared for Yi Qingshu upon arrival. Soon after, news spread that he was about to attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Qingfeng was appointed as a member of the protection team, tasked with guarding the chamber day and night. Could it be that the Mu family possesses a foundation establishment artifact? Otherwise, why would he dare to attempt it so rashly? Or perhaps he doesn't have any artifact at all, and is merely using it as a cover to protect Mu Yujian? Chen Qingfeng thought to himself, astonished. Foundation establishment is a crucial tribulation on a cultivator's path. Without the aid of an artifact, a forced attempt will result in a failing foundation, inevitably leading to a severe backlash. At worst, one will perish on the spot. At best, one will lose most of their lifespan and suffer fundamental damage. The Mu family is truly united. To protect Mu Yujian's successful foundation establishment, someone is willing to sacrifice themselves like this. Chen Qingfeng thought with deep emotion. He had witnessed firsthand the Mu family's cohesion. For the sake of the family's interests, they were willing to form marriage alliances, disregard personal gains and losses, and even risk their lives. Chen Qingfeng wanted to spread the news that it wasn't Mu Yujian attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage within Luoyun Peak. However, as a protector, he was confined outside the secret chamber and couldn't leave, so he had to abandon this idea. The Mu family's high-profile actions would certainly not escape the notice of others. The Su family would definitely take action. In other words, even if the Su family didn't take action, Chen Qingfeng wasn't too worried. Initially, he and the fox and dog had planned to scheme for the foundation establishment artifact on Mu Yujian's body. But by a twist of fate, they obtained the Ascension Jade from Yi Qingshu. With this artifact, Xiaobai had the foundation to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As long as Xiaobai could successfully break through, he would have a foundation establishment level cultivator backing him, which was equivalent to having a real backer. At that time, he wouldn't have to be subservient to anyone in the Mu family anymore. Chen Qingfeng had watched Xiaohei and Xiaobai grow up, and he trusted them both. At the same time, this was also a bet Chen Qingfeng made to himself. He wanted to see if Xiaobai would still remember their promise after obtaining the Ascension Jade, this supreme treasure, and successfully establishing his foundation to become a great demon, and whether he would still come back and acknowledge him as his elder brother. The Mu family's frequent actions naturally did not escape the notice of those with ulterior motives. On this day, a group of Mu family cultivators finished exploring a valley and were about to return to rest and recover their depleted mana. Suddenly, two black shadows flashed across the sky, moving with astonishing speed. The Mu family member who was at the back of the group was instantly abducted by an invisible force, without even being able to cry for help. Speak. Why did Mu Renhua send you to search everywhere? The ones who made the move were the two foundation establishment cultivators from the Su family. Su Chongyuan from Wanchong Mountain and Su Chongling from Chang'an Mountain. Under the overwhelming pressure of the foundation establishment level, the abducted Mu family cultivator almost lost his mind and subconsciously blurted out. The patriarch told us to find Master Edan and a tribulation cultivator called Earth Scorpion. What do you want with them? Su Chongyuan pressed, his tone icy.
Any don't know.
The cultivator trembled, unable to utter any further information. Useless. Su Chongyuan sneered, casually snapping the man's neck. He turned to Su Chongling beside him, his brows furrowing slightly. Tell me, did that Yi family brat, Yi Qingshu, die back then? Could the foundation establishment cultivator on Luoyun Peak be that brat? How could he not be dead? A hint of hatred flashed in Su Changling's eyes. That restriction erupted so violently that even we dared not approach it, let alone a mere chi-refining brat? Could it be that he was the only one with special privileges who knew the exit of the restriction? Back then, his most beloved son perished in that restriction chaos, a debt he had always kept in his heart. And what about that I Ching from the Mu family? Su Shangyuan's brows furrowed even more deeply. Su Chongling scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. In my opinion, it's just a ruse the Mu family randomly picked, a deliberate attempt to fool us. They even went so far as to name him I Ching, as if afraid we wouldn't associate him with Yi Qingshu. It's laughably clumsy. You're right, Su Chongyuan said, pinching his brow. The Mu family's methods are truly formidable. They can blur the lines between truth and falsehood, making it impossible to distinguish right from wrong. Even the one currently in seclusion on Luoyun Peak, cultivating his foundation, we're not entirely sure who he is. What's there to be afraid of? Su Changling's lips curled into a cold smile. In terms of strategy, we are indeed inferior to the Mu family, being led by the nose by them. But don't we also have a backup plan? Even if Mu Yujian hides it until the very end, we still have ways to deal with him. That's true. Su Shangyuan's worried expression eased slightly upon hearing this. However, he still shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's just that the cost of this backup plan is too high. I really don't want to use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, autumn has arrived. The mountains are ablaze with fiery red maple leaves, and the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms is intoxicating, turning Luoyun Peak into a colorful tapestry. Above the peak, a misty spiritual cloud slowly gathers, like cotton wool. This cloud is not ordinary cloud or mist, but rather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered by some force. It is the phenomenon caused by cultivators breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Although it is concealed by those with ulterior motives, cannot be completely hidden. The so-called foundation establishment is to refine the cultivator's internal magical power to its extreme, removing the dross and retaining the essence, catalyzing and triggering it to undergo a fundamental transformation, ultimately forging a stable immortal foundation. However, forging a foundation for immortality is as difficult as casting ice from scattered water or building a tower from quicksand. In this process, cultivators not only need an iron will to withstand the pain of surging magical power, but also a profound and rich magical power to sustain the energy required for transformation. Most crucially, they need a mold that allows their magical power to properly return to its proper place. Rare objects from heaven and earth can serve as this mold. With the help of this mold, magical power can be guided to condense and take shape, thus forging a foundation for immortality. Without such objects, magical power flows like turbulent water, either unable to gather or gathering into irregular shapes, failing to return to its proper place, ultimately leading to a failed foundation building and the end of their immortal path. Deep within the dense forest beneath Falling Cloud Peak, two figures were hidden behind ancient pines. They were the brothers Su Chongyuan and Su Chongling. Sensing the oppressive spiritual pressure, their eyes simultaneously blazed with intense joy, and they exchanged a knowing glance. This spiritual pressure. Mu Yujian is indeed secretly attempting to break through to foundation establishment here. Don't worry. I will make my move at the final moment and completely sever his path to foundation establishment. Su Chongyuan lowered his voice, his tone barely concealing his excitement. The two suppressed their emotions and lay in wait for another 3 months. During these past 3 months, the spiritual pressure on Luoyun Peak gradually increased, transforming from an initially inconspicuous haze into a distinct swirling vortex. Clearly, the cultivator behind it was undergoing the most arduous tempering and condensation. Finally, on a snowy morning, a sudden change occurred. The snow vortex atop Luoyun Peak suddenly expanded to its maximum, hundreds of feet in diameter, its shimmering ice crystals almost obscuring half the sky. Haha, now's the time. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shangyuan's spiritual energy surged, and he sped towards Luoyun Peak like a shooting star. His purpose was clear, and within a few breaths, he had arrived outside Luoyun Peak. Gazing at the slowly closing snow vortex and spiritual clouds atop the peak, Su Shangyuan's inner energy surged, and he shouted, "Where's fellow Taoist Mu?" This shout was no ordinary word. It contained the immense power of a foundation establishment cultivator, its sound waves exploding like rolling thunder, impacting the spiritual clouds atop the peak in layers. The surrounding air seemed to distort from the shock, and the previously gathered spiritual pressure showed signs of dissipating. Su Chongyuan was poised to strike. One more shout would easily shatter the snow vortex and spiritual clouds. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The snow vortex that had been closing at the peak suddenly collapsed without warning, ice crystals scattering everywhere, and the spiritual clouds receding like a tide. In an instant, the earth-shattering foundation establishment phenomenon vanished without a trace, leaving only ordinary snowflakes falling from the sky. What's going on? Just as he was filled with doubt and suspicion, a hearty laugh came from within the peak. "Fellow Taoist Su, what brings you here?" Mu Renhua stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. Su Shangyuan's expression darkened slightly. After a long silence, he said in a muffled voice, "Nothing much, just passing by." "I see." Mu Renhua's smile remained unchanged as he called out to Su Chongyuan, who was about to leave. "Since you're passing by, let me remind you, fellow Taoist, that spring is just around the corner. You'll need to go to the immortal sect then, so don't forget to prepare your offerings." Su Chongyuan gritted his teeth and spat out. Don't worry, I won't forget. With that, he turned and left. After flying out of the Green Mountain Prefecture, Su Chongling came to his side and accompanied him. Damn it, we've been tricked. It wasn't Mu Yujian who was building his foundation at all. Su Shangyuan's face was ashen. The Mu family has some tricks up their sleeves. The second-tier spiritual vein that the Mu family had created with a large amount of spiritual resources was specifically designed to deceive them. Su Changling's expression was also not good. The two of them were completely exhausted by the Mu family's influence. At the summit of Luoyun Peak, the snow, still white after the spiritual clouds had dispersed, and the lingering spiritual energy in the air had not yet subsided. A staggering figure slowly emerged from the secret chamber. He staggered, each step seemingly exhausting all his strength. His once upright back was now slightly hunched, and his robes were stained with undried blood, clearly indicating serious injuries. Who would have thought that half a year ago, when Mu Renwu entered the secret chamber, he was a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, possessing abundant magical power. But now, as he emerged from the secret chamber, his spiritual energy had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly powerless. Mu Renhua hurriedly stepped forward, his hands already forming healing incantations, gently channeling spiritual energy into Mu Renwu's body to heal him. Mu Renwu's face was almost transparently pale. He gasped for breath, his voice weak but still clear. Without a rare artifact as a guide, forcibly activating my magic power ultimately failed to condense my immortal foundation. My magic power dissipated. Fortunately, I took a protective pill beforehand, which at least saved my life. Without the aid of a rare artifact, the probability of failing to establish a foundation is as high as 99. Failing to establish a foundation means the complete dissipation of one's cultivation, which is undoubtedly a catastrophe for a cultivator. You must know that qi refining cultivators have long transcended the mortal realm. They can not only go without sleep or food, but also have a lifespan of 200 years. But from now on, Mu Renwu will have to endure hunger and cold like an ordinary person, and his lifespan will be greatly reduced. He will no longer be able to experience the joy of riding the wind. From now on, he will be out of breath walking and tired running. This fall from the clouds to the mud is enough to crush most people. Mu Renwu, that is the third elder of the Mu family, a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, yet now he is willing to give up his entire life's cultivation for the sake of his family. Mu Renhua supported Mu Renwu and said in a heavy voice, "Third brother, you've worked hard. It wasn't hard work." Mu Renwu smiled bitterly, but his eyes revealed a hint of determination. If it were anyone else pretending to be a foundation establishment cultivator, their aura and spiritual press, wouldn't be convincing enough to fool those two old foxes, Su Chongyuan and Su Chongling. Now, we've finally managed to stall until the Immortal Sect's tribute payment. Su Chongyuan has gone to the Immortal Sect, leaving only Su Chongling behind, so he's no longer a threat. Yu Jian can now focus on foundation establishment within the clan. Hearing this, Mu Renwu's eyes filled with deep gratitude. He gently patted Mu Renwu's hand and said softly, "Don't say anything more. You need to rest now. It'll help you to rest." Chen Qingfeng stood not far away, quietly watching this scene, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Mu Renwu, the third elder of the Mu family whom Chen Qingfeng had only met twice. In a short time, his temples had visibly turned white. He had chosen to abandon the Tao to protect the clan. He had completely become immortal. Half a month later, Chen Qingfeng collected all the offerings from the Green Mountain Prefecture. He then traveled to Songlan County with Old Man Lin and his granddaughter, Lin Yuero. On the way, Chen Qingfeng subtly reminded them to leave as soon as possible after finishing their business. Of course, Old Man Lin replied. He was a perceptive man. Though his cultivation was low, he had noticed the unusual atmosphere in the cultivation world lately. He simply sighed repeatedly. Why did Lord Fan, who was perfectly fine, choose to become a tribulation cultivator? Who knows? Chen Qingfeng sighed softly. Old Man Lin was originally from Luofeng Prefecture, and had always held a favorable impression of the former prefect, Fan Hong. Now that Fan Hong had rebelled against the Mu family and was wanted by them, ending up as a tribulation cultivator, the old man was filled with mixed emotions. Upon arriving in Songlan County, Chen Qingfeng discovered that this year's offerings collection was much more lively than in previous years. It wasn't Mu Yujian who was responsible for receiving the offerings, but other Mu family cultivators. I wonder if we'll be able to meet the envoy from the Immortal Sect this time. 30 years ago, this old man witnessed it with his own eyes. From the idle chatter of the cultivators, Chen Qingfeng learned that each prefecture was required to pay tribute to the Qingyun Immortal Sect this year. and the sect would send an envoy to personally attend. The Qingyun immortal sect was not in the present world, but located in the Great Void. Without a guide, even a Foundation establishment peak cultivator would find it difficult to locate. Therefore, many people had come to Songlan Market to join in the fun, all wanting to see the envoy from the immortal sect. Qingfeng, how have you been? As soon as the tribute payment was finished, Song Hemming stepped forward with a smile to chat with Chun Qingfeng. Chun Qingfeng nodded slightly. Brother Song. He turned his gaze to the red-lipped boy beside Song Hemming. Hayun, you've come too? If I remember correctly, this is your first time in Songlan Prefecture, right? Yes, Brother Qingfeng. I've come to broaden my horizons. Song Haiyan's red lips parted, his smile radiant. Chun Qingfeng remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he thought, this kid couldn't have come earlier or later, but of all times, he had to come at this time. It's probably more than just broadening his horizons. Qingfeng, aren't you going to see your brother? Song Hemming asked with a smile. I already asked. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter or leave Songlan Mountain. Chun Qingfeng replied with a faint smile. Oh, I forgot. Young Master Mu is probably currently attempting to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, so this level of vigilance is understandable. Song Hemming said, slapping his forehead in realization. At this moment, the Mu family had already fully activated their second-tier protective mountain formation, the cloud-gathering smoke-covering formation. From the air, the entire Songlan Mountain was enveloped by a barrier, resembling an inverted glass bowl. The mountain was shrouded in thick, impenetrable clouds and smoke, obscuring everything within. The full power of a second-tier formation is extremely taxing. The Mu family's actions could only be for the purpose of protecting Mu Yujin during his Foundation establishment attempt. The next day, in an inn in the market town outside Songlan Mountain, Chun Qingfeng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He moved swiftly, leaping out of his room and looking up at the sky. It's the bamboo leaf flying boat. The immortal sect's flying boat is here. Exclamations of surprise erupted among the cultivators. On the horizon, a verdant bamboo leaf flying boat broke through the clouds, slowly approaching. Its shape resembled that of naturally crafted spiritual bamboo, thin as a cicada's wing yet perfectly straight. A faint, shimmering light flowed across its hull, like moonlight spilling over bluestone, and spiritual energy flowed gently along the veins of the leaf, without a trace of deliberate craftsmanship. This flying boat seemed as light as a feather, yet wherever it passed, the clouds dispersed on their own, turning into wisps of light gauze and retreating. Chun Qingfeng examined it closely, sensing no hint of sharp pressure. It truly seemed like a bamboo leaf. The bamboo leaf slowly came to a stop above Songlan Mountain. Dozens of figures already stood atop it, each exuding an aura as heavy and solid as a mountain, clearly possessing the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Chun Qingfeng could vaguely see a burly figure beside the leaf, none other than Su Chongling, the Foundation establishment cultivator from the Su family whom he had met 3 years ago. At this moment, the cultivators below were already in an uproar, their eyes burning as they stared intently at the bamboo leaf flying boat. This was the exclusive flying boat of the Qingyun immortal sect, overseen by the evergreen with transformation true monarch. Even a glimpse of it was enough to become a source of pride for any cultivator. Before long, a streak of light flew out from the Mu family's territory. It was Mu Renhua. His waist was bulging with storage bags, clearly filled with offerings to be made. Mu Renhua respectfully bowed to the immortal sect cultivator steering the flying boat, then lightly touched the ground with his toes and steadily stepped onto the bamboo leaf. Then, the bamboo leaf moved gracefully, seemingly very slowly, yet it vanished from everyone's sight in an instant, leaving not even a trace of light. My God, those seniors just now were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, they are all lords of their respective prefectures, all of them having forged their immortal foundation. This trip was definitely worthwhile. The cultivators below discussed excitedly, their voices filled with envy and excitement. Foundation establishment cultivators were a rare sight in the past, but today they had seen dozens at once. Even without knowing their names, it was enough to stir their hearts. Song Hemming turned to Chun Qingfeng beside him and smiled. Qingfeng, do you yearn for it? Chun Qingfeng looked in the direction the flying boat had disappeared, shook his head, and chuckled. Haha, how could I not yearn for the place where the evergreen wood-transforming true monarch resides? The next 2 days passed in a state of excitement among the cultivators. Until the third day, several Mu family cultivators appeared in the market and announced loudly, this Songlan Prefecture gathering is coming to an end. Fellow Taoists, please set off on your return journey and do not linger near Songlan Mountain. The Songlan Mountain Market follows ancient custom, opening for 3 days every 3 years. In the past, if anyone lingered after 3 days, no one would bother them. But this time was different. A small vortex of spiritual energy had already gathered above Songlan Mountain. As Mu Yujian's foundation establishment phenomenon began to manifest, the Mu family started to expel people. The cultivators bowed to each other in farewell and packed their belongings to leave. Chun Qingfeng bid farewell to Song Heming, Song Heiyun, and others, then sought out Old Man Lin and Lin Yuero, intending to leave Songlan Mountain together. However, at this moment, a powerful surge of magical energy suddenly erupted. Chun Qingfeng hurriedly looked up. In midair, he saw winding staircases, layer upon layer, resembling celestial streets, stretching straight towards Songlan Mountain from afar. This is the immortal foundation establishment long-raising mountain, cultivator exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Su Chongyuan, who had ascended the staircase, said loudly, everyone, why the rush to leave?
Su Changyun,
Your brother has already gone to the immortal sect. What are you doing here alone? A voice, old yet imposing, rebuked him from within the Mu family compound, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. He, Senior Mu, why ask such a question you already know the answer to? Let's see who's truly capable. Su Chongyuan flicked his long sleeves, and the long staircase beneath his feet shone brightly, carrying a powerful aura that rushed straight towards Songlan Mountain. With a soft a gray wooden branch covered in gnarled patterns suddenly appeared, stretching across the sky and firmly blocking the path of the long staircase. It's the Mu family patriarch's immortal foundation, the gnarled dragon branch. The cultivators were shocked again, their gazes burning as they looked towards Songlan Mountain. The next moment, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a plain-colored Taoist robe, slowly flew out from the mountain. It was the Mu family patriarch. 2 foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously manifested their immortal foundations, and the long staircase and the wooden branch almost covered half the sky. The Mu family patriarch's gaze swept across the entire area, and he said in a deep voice, today, unwelcome guests have arrived. Everyone would be better off leaving quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. These words were like a thunderclap, awakening many cultivators who were still watching the spectacle. Many cultivators scattered in panic. Why rush off? Su Chongyuan let out a long roar, his feet nimbly traversing the long steps, dodging the suppression of the writhing dragon branches, and shouted to the remaining cultivators. Let you all know that Mu Yujian is currently attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage in Songlan Mountain. He possesses a rare treasure essential for forging an immortal foundation. Aren't you all tempted? Stop spreading these lies. The Mu family patriarch opened his cloudy eyes and shouted in a deep voice, his tone already carrying a chilling killing intent. Leave immediately, or don't blame my Mu family's grand formation for being blind. Humph. Su Chongling snorted coldly, his voice echoing in all directions. Listen up. We'll personally break through the Mu family's grand formation. At that time, you can all storm Songlan Mountain, seize the Mu family's property, and the rare treasure on Mu Yujian's body. He made no attempt to conceal his purpose, stating it directly. I, Su Chongling, hereby proclaim to the world, whoever obtains the wondrous item from Mu Yujian will be betrothed to my beloved daughter, and will also be granted entry into my Su family's spiritual vein cultivation grounds to aid him in his foundation establishment attempt. As his words fell, the long staircase beneath Su Changling's feet blazed with light, like a surging dragon. Senior Mu, anyone can achieve foundation establishment, but Mu Yujian is the only exception. Mu Yujian is a Ancient Millennium prodigy. Su Chongling would rather let someone else gain the opportunity than allow him to succeed in foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the cultivators below varied. Some were tempted, others wary, and the scene became chaotic. Leave immediately. A large number of Mu family cultivators surged out from Songlan Mountain, their expressions solemn, and began forcibly clearing out the crowd. Let's go. Chun Qingfeng didn't delay, pulling Old Man Lin and Lin Yuero away. After flying 200 miles, Chun Qingfeng stopped, turning to the two and saying, my second uncle and younger brother are still at Songlan Mountain, so I won't be returning with you. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and flew back towards Songlan Mountain. Brother Chen. Oh dear.
Don't ask.
Don't get involved. This is going to cause a huge mess. Old Man Lin sighed repeatedly, hurriedly pulling Lin Yuero back. This matter has nothing to do with us lowly cultivators. Quickly go home, don't get involved. But Brother Chen. Lin Yuero looked back at the direction Chun Qingfeng had gone, worried. Hey, our Lord Chun is no ordinary person. He knows what he's doing. Old Man Lin said no more, pulling Lin Yuero along as they sped away without looking back. In the distance, the magical energy fluctuations from the direction of Songlon Mountain grew increasingly violent, and the sky and clouds changed color. A large number of cultivators looked in that direction, muttering to themselves, "Chaos is coming. The heavens are truly going to be in chaos." That night, Chun Qingfeng quietly returned. Above the sky, the sea of clouds churned, and two powerful auras clashed and intertwined as the battle between the Mu family patriarch and Su Changyuan continued. The Mu family patriarch flicked his sleeve, and his immortal foundation, the cursed dragon branch, unfurled in midair. Its gray wooden body swelled to over 100 feet, its gnarled and ravine-like patterns resembling a coiled dragon, like a pillar supporting the heavens. Without his brother's assistance, Su Chongling, under immense pressure, dared not underestimate it in the slightest, fully activating the long mountain. A long, silvery white staircase stretched against the sky. This was his immortal foundation's divine power. He dared not face the cursed dragon branch hidden, only able to break it when hindered and rebuild it when obstructed. Light flashed alternately, and the booming sound caused the wind to rustle. Chun Qingfeng, hidden in a dense forest dozens of miles away from Songlon Mountain, sighed inwardly. Forging an immortal foundation was indeed a transformative change. The power of its spells and divine abilities far exceeded the imagination of Qi refining cultivators. Such a battle at the foundation establishment level would injure ordinary Qi refining cultivators, let alone participate. Even getting close enough would result in injury from the aftershocks. The Mu family patriarch's immortal foundation, cursed dragon branch, was truly extraordinary. The gray wooden branches twisted and coiled, like outstretched iron claws. Fortunately, Su Shangyuan's mountain-chasing long stairs excelled in speed. Wherever the long staircase extended, he could instantly teleport there, his movements agile. Although the Mu family patriarch's supernatural power was superior, and the cursed dragon branch relentlessly suppressed Su Changyuan, relying on the speed of the long staircase, repeatedly and narrowly avoided the crushing force of the cursed dragon branch. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of attacks and evasions. Everyone knew that the Su family had two foundation establishment cultivators, one with 10,000 mountains and the other with mountain-chasing long stairs, their immortal foundations complementing each other, their combined power boundless. However, now that 10,000 mountains has departed with the immortal sex flying boat, even the Mu family patriarch struggled to defeat Su Chongling alone. Breaking the Mu family's grand formation would be an impossible task. Chun Qingfeng hid on a hillside dozens of miles away, silently observing. Since Su Chongling was no match for the Mu family patriarch, why did he insist on coming to their door? Did he enjoy being humiliated? Chun Qingfeng noticed that many other cultivators were also hiding in the dense forest where he was. They were clearly swayed by Su Changling's words. If the Mu family's grand formation were truly broken, they might as well take advantage of the situation. The two foundation establishment cultivators clashed for half a month. The power within a foundation establishment cultivator's body was immense, enough to sustain a prolonged battle for months. During this time, the commotion from their battle was deafening, attracting many wandering tribulation cultivators. Several tribulation cultivators had already taken the opportunity to attack and cause trouble. Several groups of tribulation cultivators passed by Chun Qingfeng, only to be intimidated by his latest Qi refining aura. Half a month passed, and the Mu family patriarch remained calm and composed, while Su Chongling was gradually weakening, his face growing increasingly grim. "Fellow Taoist Su, retreat now, and I will pretend this never happened," the Mu family patriarch said calmly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. "Bullshit," Su Chongling roared. "If Mu Yujian successfully establishes his foundation, won't my Su family be dependent on your Mu family for the next few hundred years? Fellow Taoist, you are ungrateful. Don't blame this old man for bullying the young." The Mu family patriarch calmly activated his immortal foundation, pressing down on Su Chongling. 2 more days passed. Su Chongling showed signs of fatigue, no longer as arrogant as before, but he still refused to leave. "Fellow Taoist Su, things have come to this, don't blame this old man for being merciless." The Mu family patriarch's tone was solemn as he activated the dragon branch, bringing immense force to suppress Su Chongling. At this critical moment, Su Chongling gritted his teeth and roared, "Fellow Taoist Lan Lu, why haven't you made a move yet?" Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the sky. Not good. This attack was clearly long in the making, launched while the Mu family patriarch was focused on his attack and completely unprepared, striking directly at his vitals. The light arrived in an instant, piercing straight through the Mu family patriarch's chest. When the light dissipated, it was revealed to be a pair of serpent fangs, white as jade and gleaming with a chilling luster. The Mu family patriarch's face paled, and his aura instantly weakened. Opposite him stood a youth with a delicate face, his forehead covered in fine white scales, his demonic aura concealed. What a fine white scale! The Mu family patriarch's voice was hoarse. The one who had struck was none other than Lan Lu, the master of Scale Cave, one of the 3 great demon caves of Copper-Dwelling Mountain. Besides him, there were 2 other demon kings, Tiger King Kuang Biao and Deer King Mei Yuyu. Normally, these 3 demon kings would be cultivating in their respective caves. However, at this moment the white scale, which should have been in Scale Cave, appeared in Pine Mist Mountain. I beg your help, fellow Taoist, to hold them off for a moment. Once I break the Mu family's grand formation, I will reward you handsomely. Su Changling's eyes flashed with wild joy. With a wave of his sleeve, more than a dozen formation-breaking flags flew into the air. Quickly, take the flags and break the formation. At his shout, more than a dozen figures rushed out, each carrying a formation flag, and launched a fierce attack on the Mu family. Beneath the Songlan Mountain Grand Formation, Mu Ren Song, the 2nd elder of the Mu family, witnessed this scene. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared fiercely, the Song family of Qijiao Prefecture, the Li family of Yengue Prefecture, the Zhao family of Hengshui Prefecture. You! How dare you! The Mu family patriarch looked at those familiar figures. A trace of disbelief flashed across his aged eyes, which was then replaced by a deep chill. He raised his hand and pressed it against the wound on his chest. Blood trickled down between his fingers, but it was far less painful than the bone-chilling cold in his heart. It seems this Songlan has been tormenting my Mu family for far too long. The Mu family patriarch suppressed his injuries, and the dragon branch suddenly erupted with dazzling light. But the moment he moved, he was stopped by Lan Lu, whose forehead was covered in white scales. Senior Mu, please calm down. Lanlu's lips curled into a sinister smile, and he spoke in a slow tone. Lan Lu, what benefits did the Su family promise you? My Mu family has offered more than enough. The Mu family patriarch spoke politely. Benefits, of course I want them. Lan Lu chuckled and stuck out his tongue to lick his eyeballs. His voice had the hissing quality unique to snakes. But what if your Mu Yujian, after cultivating to the immortal foundation, wants to kill this old snake? The Su family is plotting with snakes for pearls. It seems I won't be able to die peacefully in my old age. The Mu family patriarch sighed, his voice carrying the vicissitudes of 400 years and endless sorrow, which dissipated in the gale. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura began to rise rapidly. On the withered, gnarled dragon branch, a rich life force permeated the wood elemental's spiritual energy. The gaping hole in the heart of the Mu family patriarch, gouged out by the snake's fangs, was shrouded in a chilling white demonic aura, which was being suppressed by the visible life force. Seeing this, Bai Lin Lan Lu chuckled softly. So, Senior's immortal foundation ability is actually healing. I was startled for nothing, thinking Senior was hiding some trump card. It chuckled lightly, its tone laced with contempt. Indeed, it's a wood elemental immortal foundation after all. How much power could it possibly have? The Mu family patriarch suppressed the excruciating pain of the fangs piercing his heart, ignoring Bai Lin's mockery. Suddenly, gnarled roots sprouted wildly from the gnarled dragon branch, spreading out like green chains. Seeing this, Bai Lin Lan Lu dared not be negligent any longer and immediately manifested its immortal foundation. A phantom serpent 7 or 8 zhang long, identical to its original form. Immortal foundation. Metamorphosis. The Song family has indeed rebelled. After all, this is a border region, not comparable to the true immortal land. Chen Qingfeng sighed as he watched Song Yetan, wielding the formation-breaking flag, fiercely attack the Mu family's formation. Among the attackers, he recognized many familiar faces. Song Yetan, Song Hemming, Fan Hong, and numerous other cultivators wanted by the Mu family. It was rumored that in the heart of the Qing kingdom, large and small families often divided resources and interests through peaceful means such as arena battles. However, this border region, bordering the demon realm to the south and the demon cave to the west, had a dark atmosphere for cultivation, and in the end, life-or-death battles were inevitable. However, judging from Bai Lin's cautious appearance, he must be wary of the Mu family's ancestor. Chen Qingfeng observed the battle from afar, pondering to himself. The Mu family's ancestor was the one who single-handedly established the Mu family's foundation, having lived for 400 years, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Outsiders only know that this veteran cultivator's foundation establishment is named Qulongzi, but no one knows what his supernatural abilities are. Although the Mu family patriarch has not displayed any killing-related supernatural abilities since he made his move, even the Serpent King Lanlu, who is good at killing and plundering, dares not be the slightest bit careless when facing such a veteran Foundation establishment cultivator, even after successfully launching a sneak attack. At this moment, the white-scaled serpent had already manifested its immortal foundation, yet it was still no match for the Mu family ancestor. Under the relentless crushing force of its coiled dragon roots, the white-scaled serpent gradually found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. It turned back and shouted fiercely, "Su Chongling, come quickly to help. Damn it!" Su Chongling, who was attacking the formation with the flag, saw that the white-scaled serpent was about to be overwhelmed by the Mu family ancestor and cursed inwardly. "We spent so much to invite you here, and you're not even willing to lend a hand." Despite his curses, he knew the Mu family ancestor's power. Once the white-scaled serpent was defeated, he would be left to fight alone. He immediately handed the formation-breaking flag to Song Yetin, manifested his immortal foundation, and turned back on the long steps to join the white-scaled serpent in attacking the Mu family ancestor. At this very moment, the spiritual energy vortex atop Songlan Mountain grew increasingly violent, howling incessantly. Clearly, Mu Yujian's breakthrough to Foundation establishment had reached its late stage. The Mu family ancestor's aged eyes gazed at the vortex from afar, his expression complex. "Senior, you should take care of yourself first." Bai Lin's molted form suddenly lunged, forcing the Mu family patriarch to hastily dodge. If it were just Bai Lin alone, he could easily handle it, but now Su Chongling was also present. Su Changling's immortal foundation transformed into a long, winding staircase, allowing him to instantly teleport wherever it reached. The Mu family patriarch had been ambushed by Bai Lin earlier, and although he could barely fight two opponents at once, it was already at his limit. A slight lapse in concentration could result in injury and defeat. After several exchanges of probing attacks, Bai Lin's molted form became increasingly ferocious. It licked its vertical pupils and chuckled. Why hasn't Senior used his immortal foundation's divine power yet? Could it be that Senior's immortal foundation, as this little snake predicted, is not at all suited for killing? Bai Lin's face held a mocking expression. However, it was extremely cautious in its heart, fearing that the Mu family patriarch was hiding some trump card. Time ticked by, and the Mu family patriarch, Su Chongling, and the white-scaled serpent were locked in a fierce battle high in the sky, neither gaining the upper hand. Below, Su family cultivators, along with Song Yetin, Fan Hong, and others wielding formation-breaking flags, launched a similarly fierce attack on the Mu family's formation. Chun Qingfeng even spotted a long rat scurrying around among the anti-Mu group. With Songlan County in chaos, the Yu Kingdom cultivators who had previously hidden in the mountains seized the opportunity to plunder. The Su family had come prepared, carrying formation-breaking flags made of metallic spiritual energy, extremely rare within the Qing Kingdom. Under the targeted and relentless bombardment of the formation-breaking flags, the Mu family's cloud-gathering smoke-covering formation was covered in spiderweb-like cracks and teetering on the brink of collapse. Finally, after 2 days of stalemate, dozens of formation-breaking flags were completely destroyed. But at the same time, the Mu family's formation could no longer hold on. Crack! A crisp sound pierced the sky. The Mu family's protective array had finally been broken. Ha ha ha! The Mu family's array is broken. Charge! The Mu family's wealth is all ours. Those cultivators who had been secretly observing could no longer contain themselves and rushed into Songlan Mountain. Chun Qingfeng also mingled in the crowd, rushing deeper into Songlan Mountain. The Mu family's villa at the foot of the mountain, usually bustling, was now unusually deserted. Long before the Mu family's protective array shattered, the Mu family's own clan members had already moved to the mountaintop, leaving only some non-Mu family cultivators and servants to guard the area. Fortunately, Songlan Mountain was vast. As long as these non-Mu family cultivators and servants didn't resist, they could hide deep in the mountains and save their lives. On a mountain path, an 11 or 12-year-old boy was pulling a man and a woman up the mountain when they bumped into a tall figure. The boy quickly drew his sword, holding it horizontally in front of his chest, his face filled with murderous intent. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the boy exclaimed with delight, "Brother, Pingyan!" Chun Qingfeng patted the boy's head, then turned his gaze to the panicked man and woman beside him. The man, seeing Chun Qingfeng, cried out in alarm, "Sir, please take Pingyan away quickly. There are so many immortals here. It's terrifying." The woman, Zhang Xiuyun, had already been terrified by the cultivators' attack on the mountain, but seeing Chun Qingfeng, she finally regained some composure and urged him to take Chen Pingyan away. Chun Erliang gestured repeatedly.
Erda, don't worry.
Chun Qingfeng held the man's hand, gently reassuring him, "My cultivation is quite high now. Ordinary people can't hurt me." He looked around. "Let's get out of here first." With that, Chun Qingfeng summoned a flying boat and steadily carried the three of them onto it. Just then, a loud shout rang out. "Qingfeng, wait!" The newcomer was Song Hemming, followed by a group of Song family cultivators. Chun Qingfeng kept a distance from him and asked, "Brother Song, what brings you here?" Qingfeng, why be so cautious?" Song Hemming smiled and said, "My Song family has been oppressed by the Mu family for many years. Today, we are merely following the trend and rebelling against Mu, not severing ties with you. This place is dangerous. If Brother Song has nothing else to do, I will take my family and leave first." Chun Qingfeng's tone was calm. "Wait," Song Hemming hurriedly said. "To be honest, Qingfeng, the Mu family is cunning. There is a formation hidden on the mountain peak. As a formation master, you must be skilled at breaking formations. Why don't you come with me? You should think carefully. If you rebel against Mu Yujian this time, your brother can regain his freedom completely. No need. I don't want to get involved in this matter." Chun Qingfeng refused directly, said no more, and turned to leave in his flying boat. "I thought you were a smart man, but I never expected you to be so stupid," Song Hemming muttered under his breath, watching his departing figure. The great battle between Yuqing Scale Cave and the Mu family completely disrupted the peace of Songlan County. Cultivators flew back and forth in the sky, and many snake demons mingled among them, creating a chaotic scene. Chun Qingfeng urged his flying boat forward with all his might, avoiding the various battle groups, and sped for more than 300 miles until he could no longer see the figures of the passing cultivators, before slowly stabilizing his body. He turned to look at the boy behind him and said in a deep voice, "Pingan, I ask you, how has Mu Yujian treated you?" The boy nodded and said, "My master has treated me well. He not only gave me qi condensation pills, but also guided me in cultivating Lake Spirit True Water. However, in the past 2 years, he has been focused on preparing for foundation establishment and has had little time to spare. I have only opened more than 200 spiritual apertures so far. If I want to truly refine Lake Spirit True Water, I will have to wait several more months. Listen." Chun Qingfeng raised his hand and took out an array plate and a bundle of talismans, handing them to Chun Pingan. He solemnly instructed, "I have set up the inverted yin-yang array in the Chun family's territory. Now that the Mu family is in chaos, you must quickly return home in the Azure Phoenix boat. Do not go out easily. Be sure to protect yourself and your parents." "I remember." Chun Pingan nodded heavily, his expression extremely solemn. "Go." Chun Qingfeng leaped off the flying boat, watching the Azure Phoenix boat disappear in a streak of light. Then, he changed his appearance and turned back towards Songlan Mountain. From the foot to the mountainside of Songlan Mountain, chaos reigned. Cultivators from all sides took advantage of the chaos, with those who usually remained hidden, including the tribulation cultivators and evil cultivators, all revealing themselves and plundering without restraint. Knowing they could not defend their properties at the foot of the mountain, the Mu family cultivators abandoned their positions at the foot and mountainside, retreating towards the summit. "Those who ascend will die." Mu Runsong slashed down a charging tribulation cultivator with his sword, blocking the path. Halfway up the mountain, although the Mu family possessed considerable resources with all its members gathered, they firmly held the key routes, hindering the tribulation cultivators' ascent. At the summit, the foundation establishment phenomenon grew increasingly intense. Clearly, Mu Yujian had activated the power of all his spiritual apertures. For a cultivator to establish their foundation, they must gather all the spiritual energy from their 365 spiritual acupoints. This process resonates with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. At this moment, a 100-zang-sized vortex of spiritual energy has formed atop the mountain peak, its power terrifying. Mu Yujian truly lives up to his reputation as an Ancient Millennium prodigy. Ordinary qi refining cultivators cannot cause such a commotion. Amidst the chaotic battle, some of the cultivators who had seized the wealth at the foot and waist of the mountain quickly retreated. However, another group of cultivators had a clear objective, heading straight for the rare artifact on Mu Yujian's body. The final step in establishing a foundation requires refining the rare artifact, using it as a mold to guide the return of magical power to its proper place, in order to condense the immortal foundation. Now that the spiritual energy vortex on the mountain peak has not yet subsided, it means that the rare artifact is still in Mu Yujian's hands, and the final step of refining it has not yet been reached. These cultivators are all at the late stage of qi refining, fearless and entangled in a fierce battle with the Mu family elders who were blocking their way, creating an extremely chaotic scene. During this time, a nimble long rat darted in and out of the battle formation, kept at bay by the array covering the mountain peak. Chen Qingfeng was all too familiar with this array. It was a miniature version of the Mu family's protective mountain array, the small clouds gathering smoke array. The Mu family had set up this array on Luoyun Peak years ago, and he had managed the array plate for 2 years, gaining a deep understanding of the array's mechanisms. Even though the array on Songlan Mountain was slightly different from the one on Luoyun Peak, and was larger in scale, it wouldn't be difficult for Chen Qingfeng, a near-second-tier array master, to break it. Now that cultivators from all sides were rising up against the Mu family, he naturally had to get involved. The fact that the Mu family had abandoned Chen Erliang was enough to cause him to harbor resentment towards the Mu family. Chen Qingfeng slowly took out a talisman, tracing its patterns with his fingertips, and murmured to himself, Mu Yujian, your feelings for Ping and as master and disciple may be genuine, but your willingness to sacrifice his life is also true. Moreover, your Mu family members only cared about escaping up the mountain, abandoning my second uncle. While I won't personally take your life this time, I will absolutely not allow you to succeed in Foundation establishment so easily. This talisman was one he had drawn based on the calculations of the cloud-gathering array disk, specifically made for breaking the array. He never expected it would actually come in handy today. Songlan Mountain was vast, and the main paths leading up the mountain were firmly guarded by Mu family cultivators. On a secluded path, Mu family cultivator Chen Wangfeng was surrounded by a group of anti-Mu cultivators. Fellow Taoist Wangfeng, we are old acquaintances. Why fight so fiercely? Surrender, and we will guarantee your life. A figure in the anti-Mu cultivators shouted, urging him to surrender. Chen Wangfeng gripped an iron spear, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. Blood seeped from numerous wounds on his body, yet he stood firmly in the way, his tone resolute. The Mu family has shown me great kindness, and my wife is on the mountaintop. How can I, Chen, live a life of dishonor? Before he finished speaking, a sharp whoosh rang out. A thick vine lashed out like a venomous snake, striking Chen Wangfeng squarely on the back of the head. Chen Wangfeng immediately groaned. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Who? The surrounding cultivators were immediately shocked. Chen Wangfeng was quite well known in Songlan County, having been loyal to the Mu family for many years, even his son taking the Mu surname. This loyalty earned him the Mu family's generous treatment. They were never stingy with elixirs and cultivation techniques, nurturing him all the way to a latest-stage Qi refining 7th-level cultivator. Yet, such a powerful cultivator had been knocked unconscious with a single blow. The attacker's cultivation level must have been at least at the peak of Qi refining. Following the sound, everyone looked and saw a burly man wearing a mask slowly emerge from behind a tree. He was tall and imposing, with a commanding presence. I am Fan Chaobai. May I ask your esteemed name, senior? And where do you come from? The one who had spoken to Chen Wangfeng earlier among the anti-Mu cultivators stepped forward, his tone respectfully probing to ascertain whether the other was friend or foe. No need for further questions. The masked man sneered, raising his hand to take out a talisman. His gaze swept over Fan Chaobai among the anti-Mu cultivators, and he said in a deep voice, I have an irreconcilable feud with the Mu family. This talisman can break the mountain peaks formation. Go and give it to your father immediately. This Fan Chaobai was stunned for a moment, then reacted, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your help, senior. A moment later, atop Songlan Mountain, the anti-Mu cultivators and the Mu family elders were locked in a fierce battle. Fan Chaobai flew swiftly, presenting the talisman to Fan Hong. Fan Hong took the talisman, and the moment his fingertips touched the paper, he sensed the unique fluctuations within it. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, Where did you get this formation-breaking talisman? Father, a burly cultivator wearing a mask, whose name I do not know, asked me to give it to you, Fan Chaobai replied truthfully. In the midst of chaos, many cultivators were taking advantage of the situation, and many of them wore masks, so it did not arouse any suspicion. Ha ha ha, the Mu family has enemies everywhere. Today is truly heaven's help. Fan Hong clapped his hands and laughed, his tone unable to hide his excitement. The aura of this talisman is just right to counter the Mu family's small clouds gathering smoke formation. He immediately turned his attention to the formation and shouted, Brother Song, let's hold off Mu Run Song together. Himing, Hiyun, Chaobai, you take this talisman and go break the formation. Alright. Song Yetin laughed heartily, his fire blade suddenly bursting into flames, and he leaped towards Mu Run Song, slashing fiercely. The Mu family, who once ran rampant, deserves this calamity today. On the other side, Chen Qingfeng bound Chen Wangfeng tightly with vines and dragged him deep into a dense forest. Brother Chun, we are old acquaintances. Today, I'll borrow your identity for a moment. Looking at the unconscious Chun Wangfeng, Chun Qingfeng did not kill him. Years ago, Chun Wangfeng had helped him demarcate the territory of Qingshan Prefecture and shared many cultivation insights with him. More than a decade has passed, and Chun Wangfeng remains the loyal son-in-law of the Mu family. However, Chun Qingfeng has joined the anti-Mu camp, secretly giving Fan Hong and Song Yetan talismans specifically for breaking the formation. Chun Qingfeng activated the Thousand Faces without form scripture, his face rapidly changing, transforming into Chun Wangfeng's likeness in an instant. To make the disguise more convincing, he smeared some blood on his body and face. Then, he waited quietly in place, not in a hurry to act. Now that the formation-breaking talisman had been given out, the Fan and Song families would handle the formation breaking themselves. There was no need for Chun Qingfeng to take action. At this moment, high in the sky, the Mu family patriarch was confronting Su Chongling and Bai Lin Lanlu. The Mu family patriarch was surrounded by a faint blue glow, and behind him floated a phantom image of a writhing dragon branch, which was the manifestation of his foundation establishment Immortal Foundation. Strangely, since the standoff began, he hadn't used any of his Immortal Foundation abilities, relying solely on the pressure of his Immortal Foundation form to contend with his opponent, gradually finding himself stretched thin. Su Chongling, on the other hand, dared not be careless. His Immortal Foundation, Mountain Chasing, was fully deployed. Long white jade steps extended from the void, one upon another. The core ability of his Immortal Foundation was Mountain Chasing, allowing him to instantly appear at any of the long steps with a mere thought, his movements between offense and defense incredibly agile. He had dodged the attacks of the Mu family patriarch several times, even managing to counterattack. Bai Lin Lanlu's Immortal Foundation, Snake Shedding, was even more domineering. His Immortal Foundation ability summoned a phantom long snake clone, its power comparable to his own body, a true killing technique. Lanlu's phantom snake hissed, its tongue flicking, its gaze fixed intently on the Mu family patriarch. The Mu family patriarch has always been low-key. After establishing the Mu family in this border region, he has remained anonymous for many years, never once engaging in any battles. Until recently, when the Mu family produced its second foundation establishment cultivator, grassroots man Mu Renhua, the family gradually loosened its grip, ruthlessly exploiting and controlling Songlan County, occupying sacred mountains and treasure lands, dividing up territories, and arranging marriages between clan women and cultivators from various prefectures to suppress collateral forces and cultivate the Mu family bloodline. However, such actions ultimately made too many enemies, leading to the current situation where cultivators have joined forces against the Mu family. Chun Qingfeng watched the Mu family patriarch gradually losing ground from below, sighing inwardly. Perhaps throughout history, the path of inheritance for both families and immortal sects has been largely the same, from prosperity to decline, until eventual demise. With the cultivators joining forces against the Mu family, Mu Yujian is most likely doomed to never reach foundation establishment. Chun Qingfeng looked up at the mountain peak, where the clouds that had previously shrouded it had dissipated. Clearly, the array-breaking talisman he sent had worked, and the protective array atop the Mu family mountain had been broken. If the Mu family had no other trump cards, then this might be the crucial turning point from prosperity to decline. Atop Songlan Mountain. Ha ha ha, this damned array is finally broken. I finally made it. As soon as the little cloud smoke covering array collapsed, a figure riding a gray rat suddenly appeared. Splitter-faced mad rat. Don't be so presumptuous. Upon seeing this, an elder of the Mu family immediately manipulated his magic weapon to attack, aiming straight for the opponent's vitals. Humph. Too lazy to get entangled with you. The splitter-faced mad rat sneered and patted the back of the gray rat beneath him. Old Gray, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of gray light suddenly shone on the gray rat, and it carried the splitter-faced mad rat and darted into the ground. Damn it! He went towards the secret chamber. The Mu family elder was furious, his face turning ashen. At this moment, Chun Qingfeng had also arrived at the mountain peak. His gaze swept across the area, and he rushed towards the vortex of spiritual energy. With the formation broken and the clouds dissipating, the extraordinary phenomena caused by Mu Yujian's breakthrough to foundation establishment could no longer be concealed. The 100-foot-wide vortex of spiritual energy was particularly conspicuous on the mountaintop. The surrounding cultivators, unable to contain themselves any longer, rushed towards Mu Yujian's secluded cultivation location. Charge. Whoever gets the rare treasure on the young master of the Mu family keeps it. Get lost. Someone had barely finished shouting when a black shadow pounced on them. The crack-faced mad rat emerged from the ground, its gray rat biting off the legs of the cultivator. What kind of trash do you think you'd get a share? The crack-faced mad rat sneered. Faced with the temptation of a Foundation establishment treasure, no one could remain calm. The cultivators who had previously joined forces against Mu were now killing each other for the treasure, sword light and spells clashing, screams echoing everywhere. Disguised as Chun Wangfeng, Chun Qingfeng mingled among the Mu family cultivators, engaging in combat with an anti-Mu cultivator. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out. Brother Wangfeng, watch out behind you. Young miss. Chun Qingfeng turned around and saw a young woman with almond-shaped eyes, dressed in a light green dress, wielding a sword and repelling two traitors. It was none other than Mu Qingyao, the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Seeing her wasn't surprising to Chun Qingfeng. Several months ago, the Mu family had suddenly stopped searching for Yi Danshi, presumably when they found the abducted Mu Qingyao. Mu Qingyao fought her way back towards Chun Qingfeng, fighting as she retreated. As the battle unfolded, some of the Mu family cultivators, including Chun Qingfeng, were gradually forced to the front of a stone hall. Chun Qingfeng clearly sensed a surge of intense spiritual energy emanating from behind the stone hall, clearly indicating that Mu Yujian was attempting to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Chun Qingfeng felt a strange unease. He had originally come to stir up trouble, but now he was protecting Mu Yujian. What kind of situation was this? Qingyao, why is it so chaotic outside? A steady voice suddenly came from inside the stone hall. Mu Qingyao quickly grabbed a jade talisman and erected a pale blue barrier to slightly isolate the noise from the outside world before urgently saying, Brother, they've broken the formation. They got some kind of formation-breaking talisman from somewhere, and it's particularly effective against our family's formation. How is the ancestor? Mu Yujian's voice followed closely, revealing little emotion. Mu Qingyao hesitated, but ultimately told the truth. Su Chongling has invited the Lanlu Serpent King. Now the ancestor is trapped by the two of them and is gradually losing ground. Chun Qingfeng listened to the siblings' conversation and was suddenly shocked. Mu Yujian was indeed a Ancient Millennium genius. When a cultivator breaks through a major realm, the most taboo thing is to be distracted. Even the slightest lapse in concentration can lead to chaotic magical power and death. Yet Mu Yujian was currently attempting to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, and he could still be distracted to talk to the outside world. This control was simply heaven-defying. After Mu Qingyao finished speaking, a long silence fell over the stone hall. After a long while, a heavy sigh finally echoed through the hall. Alas, in the end, we had no choice but to come to this. As Mu Yujian finished speaking, all the cultivators on the mountaintop suddenly jolted, instinctively stopping their actions and turning their gazes in unison towards the stone hall. What's going on? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The next second, everyone saw the 100-zang-sized vortex of spiritual energy in the sky suddenly contract rapidly like a raging storm. The originally violent spiritual energy instantly became extremely condensed, converging towards the stone hall. A moment later, a powerful aura far exceeding that of a qi refining cultivator suddenly erupted from the stone hall, sweeping across the mountaintop like a tidal wave, making everyone's hearts tighten. This is impossible. Mu Yujian clearly hasn't reached the stage of condensing his immortal foundation yet. Song Hemming's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively retreated. The crack-faced mad rat also shrank back on its gray long rat, its eyes filled with astonishment. Rumble, the stone hall doors slowly opened. A tall and slender figure slowly walked out of the hall. His eyebrows slanted sharply towards his temples, and a faint, shimmering white light surrounded him. His innate nobility remained undiminished, but instead, he possessed an ethereal and otherworldly air. It was Mu Yujian. At this moment, his aura far surpassed that of a qi refining cultivator, yet it was still inferior to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Chun Qingfeng's expression was solemn, his heart filled with astonishment. Mu Yujian clearly possessed the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet why did he exude a strange weakness? Brother, have you completed your immortal foundation? Mu Qingyao hurriedly stepped forward, her tone filled with urgency and expectation. No. Mu Yujian gently shook his head and whispered, I'm going to die. Brother. Mu Qingyao exclaimed in shock, her face instantly turning pale. Mu Yujian unfastened the wooden sword from his waist and solemnly handed it to Mu Qingyao, then slowly ascended into the air. Haha! Forced to stop. Only the foundation remains. Mu Yujian, you won't live much longer. From high above came Su Changling's unrestrained laughter. I am indeed going to die. Mu Yujian didn't look at Song Hemming, the crack-faced mad rat, and the others. His gaze was fixed on Su Chongling on the white jade steps. His tone was calm, almost deathly still. But today, I, Mu Yujian, will use these remaining remains to slay your Chang'an mountain. Arrogant. Su Chongling sneered. Your 365 spiritual apertures are shattered, and your immortal foundation is not yet formed. You're just barely clinging to life. You can't even take care of yourself, so how can you slay me? Mu Yujian took a deep breath, and his internal magical power surged suddenly, rushing out like a river bursting its banks. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he lightly cleaved 2 fingers together, forming a sword stance. I will wield this sword 30,000 times a day, and use these remaining remains to slay your immortal foundation. As Mu Yujian's words fell, the wind on Songlan Mountain suddenly froze. A sword aura quietly condensed, as thin as a pine needle, almost invisible, yet dazzlingly bright. Heaven and earth froze, leaving only a vast expanse of white, chilling desolation. The cultivators wept uncontrollably, all turning away, unable to look directly at him. Su Chongling trembled violently, the impending death gripping his heart like an iron clamp.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
His eyes widened in horror, the pine needle-like sword energy shining brighter than the sun in his vision. His immortal foundation materialized with a roar, 100 milling white jade staircase stretching to the sky. Su Chongling had pushed his divine abilities to their limit. Just one more breath of time. He could activate his mountain-moving divine power and escape 100 miles away. But that sword energy, trailing 1,000-foot-long snow-white rainbow, was already aimed at his brow. In an instant, 1,000 lights exploded, transforming into countless pine needle-like sword energies. The 100-milling white jade staircase began to crumble section by section. A crack began to spread from Su Changling's brow, covering his entire body. He looked like a porcelain doll about to shatter. With his life force and thoughts completely severed, before his physical body shattered, Su Chongling hoarsely asked, What kind of sword intent is this? Pine mist sword intent. Mu Yujian said calmly, My creation, Mu Yujian. Whoosh. Dust and sand swirled, falling in a flurry. All of it was transformed from Su Changling's immortal body. Foundation establishment cultivators, having long since transcended the mortal realm, now had their flesh and blood dissolve, turning into flying sand. A foundation establishment cultivator, thus, died and his cultivation vanished. Mu Yujian smiled nonchalantly. His life force also completely extinguished, and he fell straight down. His foundation establishment cultivation had been forcibly interrupted, leaving him with only a wisp of life force. With this last breath of his half-step foundation establishment cultivation, he desperately killed Su Chongling, exhausting all his own life force in the process. Brother, Mu Qingyao cried out, rushing forward to catch his gradually cooling body. Dead? A foundation establishment cultivator. Just like that? It wasn't. Until sand and dust filled their faces and blinded them that everyone snapped out of their shock at the devastating sword strike. A dying half-step foundation establishment cultivator, facing the imminent threat of exploding, had actually slain a renowned foundation establishment cultivator, renowned for his unparalleled escape techniques. Damn it! Damn it! The crack-faced mad rat trembled violently, breathing heavily, the oppressive force of that sword intent suffocating him. Didn't they say Qing Kingdom cultivators should avoid fighting? What kind of monster is this? What kind of monster is this? Su Chongling was dead, and Mu Yujian had also perished. But this turmoil was far from over. Having witnessed the pine mist sword intent firsthand, Bai Lin Lanless vertical pupils shrank to slits. Such terrifying sword intent, impossible to dodge, impossible to avoid. The Snake King Lan Lu let out a low laugh, as if relieved to have survived a catastrophe. Its tone held a smug satisfaction at surviving. Thank goodness it wasn't coming for me. Good riddance indeed. It suddenly manifested its 7 or 8 Shanglong white-scaled form, its cold, gleaming scales reflecting the sunlight. Its vertical pupils clung tightly to Mu Yujian's flesh, saliva dripping unconsciously from the seams of its scales. Beast! Insolence! The Mu family patriarch saw through its greedy intentions at a glance, his furious roar echoing through the mountains. He's already dead. Give him to me. Let me eat him. Let me eat him. Lan Lu had originally come to stir up trouble, but after witnessing that astonishing sword intent, she went completely mad. How dare you? The Mu family patriarch's face was ashen, his inner power surging, and the phantom of a coiled dragon branch instantly materialized, crushing towards the white scale. Mu Yujian died before the final moment. His foundation establishment artifact must not have been used yet. Where is that foundation establishment artifact? It must still be in his secluded chamber. Some cultivators were the first to recover from their shock, their eyes burning with greed as they frantically rushed towards the stone hall where Mu Yujian was in seclusion. Others, however, fixed their gazes on Mu Yujian's physical body. Song Hemming's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he swung his long sword, unleashing a sharp blade of energy towards Mu Qingyao, only to have it interrupted by a long sword. "Qingyao, go," Mu Yusong said coldly. Mu Qingyao wiped away her tears, hugged Mu Yujian's body tightly, and turned to fly away at top speed. "Mu family cultivators, heed my command. We swear to protect our young master's remains to the death." Led by Mu Rensong, the Mu family cultivators immediately formed a formation, escorting Mu Qingyao as she broke through the encirclement. "Hey, it's unbelievable, such a prodigy, fallen just like that." The red-lipped youth wore an innocent smile, chuckled twice, casually swatted away a Mu family cultivator blocking his path, and with a flick of his body, withdrew from the chaotic battle. "Humph! I'm going to have that rare treasure." The crack-faced mad rat slapped the earth mad rat beneath him and said in a deep voice, "Old Gray, chase after it." Squeak. The earth mad rat responded and burrowed into the ground in a flash. Using this earth-burrowing ability, the crack-faced mad rat evaded the encirclement of the Mu family cultivators and chased after Mu Qingyao in the direction she had left. "Follow me, we must stop the crack-faced mad rat." Mu Yusong made a quick decision, casually pointing to a few people beside him, and led the way in the direction the earth mad rat had fled. Chan Wangfeng, as Mu Yujian's loyal subordinate, was naturally among those in pursuit. As Mu Qingyao carried Mu Yujian's body away, the battlefield was completely divided. At this moment, the greatest threat to Mu Yujian's body was undoubtedly the Snake King Lanlu. This white-scaled Snake King had only one thought in his eyes at this moment: to devour Mu Yujian. However, the Mu family patriarch was still present. How could he let it succeed? Mu Qingyao sped westward. The Mu family's territory had already fallen and become a dangerous place. They could not linger any longer. Her destination was clear: the plum garden on Copper Mountain. She needed to deliver Mu Yujian's body there. If she could obtain the protection of Mei Yuyu, the dear king of the plum garden, and preserve Mu Yujian's remains, the Mu family would still have a glimmer of hope. Mu Qingyao, leave behind the Foundation Establishment artifact. A sharp, piercing sound suddenly arose behind her. Mu Qingyao turned around and saw Song Hemming and the others relentlessly pursuing her, their killing intent palpable. "Go, well, cover your retreat." Mu Yusong, the second young master of the Mu family, wielding a long sword, leaped in front of Song Hemming, his sword slashing down. "Damn Song family brat, take this." Another Mu family cultivator followed closely behind, his long saber aimed at the red-lipped youth beside Song Hemming. "Song family brat? Damn it?" Song Hayun chuckled lightly, no longer bothering to conceal his true intentions, as black flames suddenly erupted around him. Boom! Black flames engulfed his body, and his aura surged violently. With a single punch, he blasted the Mu family cultivator into a bloody mist. Black flames. The Mu family cultivator's pupils constricted upon seeing this, and he cried out in shock. "This is the demonic inheritance, demonic black flames. You brat, how can you possess a demonic inheritance?
Brat.
Your clan's territory has been destroyed, and you still call me a brat. Just how noble are you Mu family members?" Song Hayun repeated in a low voice, his teeth clenched, his tone filled with deep-seated hatred. "Today, you will all die. You will all die." Song Hayun's red lips were as red as congealed blood, all traces of his former naivety gone, leaving only a venomous ruthlessness. His eyes were red-rimmed, and deep within his pupils surged pitch-black demonic flames. Black energy emanated from his body, distorting even the surrounding air as if it were being scorched. At this moment, he completely tore off his disguise, and with a sudden flick of his sleeve, a pitch-black spear appeared out of thin air. Demonic flames climbed wildly along the spear shaft, hissing and transforming into menacing, flaming shadows. The fierce, malevolent energy instantly overwhelmed the entire area, causing the hearts of the Mu family cultivators to tighten. Song Hayun's lips curled into a sinister smile, her red lips tinged with a faint black aura. Her voice, no longer clear, carried a husky, demonic quality. "The Mu family has oppressed my Song family for so many years. It's time to pay the debt." What a patient demon. All these years, my Mu family has remained completely unaware. Mu Yusong stared at Song Hayun, her body engulfed in black flames and her demonic nature fully revealed, feeling a chill run from her feet to her head. She knew her fate was sealed. He turned urgently to the person beside him and said, "Wang Feng, Go quickly and chase after Qingyao. Tell her the situation is critical. If all else fails, she can hand over the rare item to save her life. Yes, sir. Chen Wangfeng bowed and accepted the order, immediately withdrawing from the battlefield and rapidly pursuing the western frontier. A moment later, Chen Qingfeng finally caught up with Mu Qingyao. During their chase, they had already flown out of Songlan County and entered the Tongqi mountain range. Tongqi mountain wasn't a single peak, but a vast, continuous mountain range, larger than Songlan and Yuqing counties combined. This area was inhabited by demons, and various demonic beasts roamed freely. When Chen Qingfeng caught up, he saw Mu Qingyao piloting a flying boat, carrying the Muyu sword, being attacked by 2 level 2 Azure Wolf demonic beasts, which he swiftly slew. After entering demon territory, they were constantly harassed by wild demons, inevitably affecting their flight speed. It's worth noting that a demonic beast's strength and intelligence are not necessarily related. Some demonic beasts were incredibly powerful but lacked intelligence, charging at Mu Qingyao fearlessly despite her stern warnings. Others, newly initiated demons, possessed astonishingly high intelligence, sensing danger early and keeping their distance. Mu Qingyuo's destination was the Deer Garden, located in the central part of Tongqi Mountain. It was a gathering place for demon cultivators, ruled by Mei Yuyu, one of the 3 great demon kings. Among the 3 demon kings, Mei Yuyu of the Deer Garden was the most benevolent and had a long-standing relationship with the Mu family. The deer demons in the garden even frequently traveled to Songlan Mountain for trade. Mei Ning, whom Chen Qingfeng had met once, came from this place. She was eager to go to the Deer Garden to seek protection. Miss, I have bad news. Chen Qingfeng casually cast a spell, knocking down an attacking bird demon, and then landed on Mu Qingyuo's flying boat. Brother Wangfeng, how is Brother Yutsong? Mu Qingyao asked anxiously. She had always trusted this son-in-law who was loyal to the Mu family and did not stop him from approaching. Chen Qingfeng's gaze swept over the 2 straw figures beside her and he said truthfully, young Master Yutsong is probably in grave danger. What? Mu Qingyao exclaimed in surprise, quickly asking, is it that Lin Dong Lan Lu has caught up? The ancestor couldn't stop it? It's not Lan Lu, it's Song Haiyun, the 2nd young master of the Song family, Chen Qingfeng said in a deep voice. He somehow obtained a demonic inheritance and refined the demonic black flame, a technique that is extremely effective against young master Yutsong's pine with spiritual essence. This demonic black flame was originally something he had evolved from the giant snake using his precious golden seal. Chen Qingfeng was quite surprised that Song Haiyun had also obtained this inheritance. Now, thinking back, Song Hemming's insistence on buying the giant snake's body was probably because Song Haiyun had noticed something amiss. Chen Qingfeng had long known that Song Haiyun was no simpleton, a cunning and adorable fellow, but he hadn't expected him to be so well hidden, having also refined the demonic black flame. As a cultivator who also practiced this technique, Chen Qingfeng naturally knew the power of the demonic black flame. The demonic black flame belongs to fire, while the pine spirit belongs to wood. Wood is naturally weakened by fire. Moreover, the demonic black flame is one of the 3 infamous demonic flames. If Song Hemming wanted to kill Mu Yusong, it would be a piece of cake. The demonic black flame. How could he have obtained such an inheritance? Mu Qingyuo's face immediately became solemn, her eyes filled with worry. Father is far away in the immortal sect, and the number of straw figures he left behind is not many. What should we do? She looked at the 2 straw figures beside her, hesitating for a moment. They came for the rare item. Chen Qingfeng looked at her intently. Young Master Yusong said that if there is no other choice, the rare item can be handed over to save one's life. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyao turned to look at Mu Yujian, who lay quietly in the flying boat, lifeless. She bit her lip and said firmly, if there is no other choice, this is the only way. No matter what, we must protect my elder brother's body. Seeing this, Chen Qingfeng pondered inwardly. Why would they risk everything to preserve Mu Yujian's body? He had heard rumors that some evil arts and techniques in the cultivation world could allow someone to possess another's body and be reincarnated. Could the Mu family also possess such evil arts? Whoosh! Clear fluctuations of magical power emanated from the underground veins, and a gray rat shadow could be vaguely seen darting towards them. Not good. It's a crack-faced mad rat. Mu Qingyuo's expression changed slightly, and she subconsciously gripped the wooden sword at her waist. Chen Qingfeng's gaze immediately followed and fell on the sword. This wooden sword was something Mu Yujian never parted with during his lifetime, and seeing Mu Qingyuo's subconscious protective action, Chen Qingfeng immediately understood. This wooden sword probably contained a Foundation establishment treasure. However, Upon catching a glimpse of the two straw figures beside Mu Qingyao, Chun Qingfeng temporarily suppressed his desire to seize it. Those straw figures must be a contingency plan left by Mu Renhua. He would not easily make a move until they were exhausted. Just then, a wild laugh echoed from below. Ha ha ha! Miss Mu, quickly hand over the Foundation establishment artifact, lest I ruthlessly destroy it. The crack-faced mad rat charged in, riding the yellow wind. He had been stuck at the peak of Qi refining for many years, and now he only needed an artifact to break through. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Dream on! Mu Qingyao raised her hand and threw out a straw doll. The straw doll instantly shone brightly, radiating the powerful pressure of a peak Qi refining cultivator. The grassman Mu Renhua. I've heard of him long ago. The crack-faced mad rat laughed wildly, channeling his magic power towards the straw doll. If the Venerable One himself were here, I would turn around and leave. Unfortunately, he's far away in the immortal sect. How much power can this straw doll possess? Squeak. From the other side, the crack-faced mad rat's earth rats attacked, swirling with flying sand. They also possessed the strength of a peak Qi refining cultivator, making them quite troublesome. Mu Qingyao dared not be careless, but she only had one straw doll left, which she used to protect Mu Yujian. After a moment's thought, she said to Chun Qingfeng, Brother Wangfeng, another 300 or 400 miles forward is the Tongqi mountain range. We can shake them off by using the mountains as cover. You control the flying boat. It'll hold off these mad rats. With that, she unfastened her wooden sword from her waist, stuck it into the last straw doll, and then floated off the flying boat, sword in hand, to face the mad rats. 300 or 400 miles and we'll be safe. Chun Qingfeng thought to himself, a strange smile playing on his lips. I won't let you have your way. He coughed lightly, his aura suddenly weakening, and the flying boat slowed down accordingly. Chun Qingfeng's gaze fell on the straw doll on the flying boat, the one guarding Mu Yujian, which was larger than the other. The wooden sword was only 3 meters away from him. This was the wondrous object that drove all Qi refining cultivators in the world mad. But after a moment's hesitation, Chun Qingfeng ultimately didn't move. This straw doll was quite large. Its strength was probably extraordinary. Chun Qingfeng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Chun Wangfeng, you're a terrible son-in-law. You're not really a Mu family member after all. They're wary of you. He had originally planned to use Chun Wangfeng's identity to easily swindle the rare item. But Mu Qingyao didn't trust him at all. Boom! A violent explosion came from several miles behind them. A thick black flame was already faintly visible on the horizon. A smile immediately appeared on Chun Qingfeng's lips. Song Heyun had finally caught up. Brother Wangfeng, hurry! Song Heyun is catching up. Mu Qingyao shouted urgently to Chun Qingfeng on the flying boat while fighting the earth rats. Miss, I've done my best. Chun Qingfeng clutched his chest, deliberately feigning pain, pretending his injury was flaring up. Seeing this, Mu Qingyao had no choice but to grit her teeth and focus all her energy on dealing with the earth rats before her. But this earth rat was the mount of the faceless rat, possessing a high bloodline and considerable strength. It was far beyond what she could defeat in a short time. Old Grey, the faceless rat growled, its voice a tacit understanding with the earth rat. The two, human and beast, worked in perfect harmony, understanding each other's intentions with a single glance, their attacks instantly becoming even more ferocious. In a short moment, the straw doll resisting the faceless rat was torn to shreds by their combined efforts, with chips flying everywhere. Sizzle. As Mu Qingyao was distracted, the earth rat's sharp claws suddenly lashed out, nearly severing her at the waist. Fortunately, the protective talisman on her body lit up in time, barely blocking the fatal blow and averting disaster. Facing this perfectly coordinated master and beast, she was clearly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Mu Qingyao was a talisman master, carrying many protective talismans. She immediately cast a wind travel talisman, her speed increasing dramatically as she distanced herself from the faceless rat and swiftly returned to the flying boat. At this moment, Song Heyun was already approaching several hundred meters behind her. His figure, wreathed in demonic flames, clearly visible. With a loud bang, his spear thrust forward, shattering Mu Yusong's arm. Mu Qingyao, hand over the Foundation establishment artifact. Otherwise, it'll kill him first, then you. Song Hyan's body surged with demonic flames, his spear aimed directly at the pale-faced, barely breathing Mu Yusong. As a hidden genius of the Song family, he received countless resources from the family, making him one of the top talents below the Foundation establishment level. Even Mu Yusong, the second young master of the Mu family, was no match for him. Hand over the artifact, and it'll help you get rid of this brat. The crack-faced mad rat grinned, extending its claws, its eyes greedily fixed on Mu Qingyao. Mu Qingyao pursed her lips, tossed an object with her backhand, and coldly said, "Take it." Seeing this, the crack-faced mad rat's eyes flashed, and it immediately leaped after the object. But Song Hyun remained unmoved. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his red lips. "Do you think I don't know what's good for me? That ascension wood is clearly hidden in the wooden sword at your waist. How did you know?" Mu Qingyao exclaimed in surprise, instantly realizing, "Your natal acupoint is the eye acupoint." Song Hyun's eyes, flashing with a strange light, clearly showed that he had cultivated a pupil technique, able to see through the strange object hidden in the wooden sword. It really is in that wooden sword. Chen Qingfeng sat on the flying boat, his eyes narrowed slightly, finally confirming the location of the strange object. If it weren't for Song Hyun, he really wouldn't have been able to determine which item was the strange object. "Damn little brat! How dare you deceive me?" The crack-faced mad rat roared angrily and chased after him again. What Mu Qingyao had thrown out earlier was just an ordinary spiritual item, not some Foundation establishment rare object at all. On one side was the crack-faced mad rat riding the earth mad rat, exuding a menacing aura. On the other side was Song Hyun, stepping on demonic black flames, closing in step by step. Mu Qingyao knew she was in dire straits, facing imminent danger. Chen Qingfeng volunteered, "Young miss, give me the treasure, it'll distract them. How can you possibly be a match for them? Don't waste your life." Mu Qingyao shook her head, walked to the straw figure, picked up the wooden sword, gathered all her magic power, and hurled it backward, transforming it into a dazzling streak of light. She shouted, "The ascension wood is among them. Whoever has the ability, go and take it." Is this another trick? The crack-faced mad rat initially thought it was a trap, only sending the earth mad rat to chase the wooden sword. But when he saw Song Hyun also turn around and chase after it without hesitation, he immediately became anxious and urged the earth mad rat to follow closely behind, rushing towards the wooden sword. "I give up." Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but curse inwardly at the sight. The ascension wood was clearly within reach several times, yet it kept slipping through his fingers. Just as he was about to obtain it, it slipped away again. They've all gone to fight for the ascension tree, were finally safe. Seeing that the two weren't pursuing them, Mu Qingyao finally relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that we're out of danger, he'll head back to the clan. Chen Qingfeng cupped his hands to Mu Qingyao, intending to take his leave. He had come with them for two things: Xiao Pingan's life jade, and the Foundation establishment artifact on Mu Yujian's body. However, after carefully examining the deceased Mu Yujian with his divine sense, he couldn't sense Xiao Pingan's aura on him. It seemed Xiao Pingan's life jade wasn't on Mu Yujian. Perhaps it was hidden in some treasure vault by the Mu family. Now that the life jade was missing and the artifact had been used by Mu Qingyao to lure away the pursuers, there was no point in him staying any longer. As for Mu Yujian's corpse, Chen Qingfeng had no interest in it. He secretly took out a formation-breaking talisman, accelerating the shattering of the Mu family's protective mountain formation and successfully preventing Mu Yujian from establishing his foundation. His purpose had been achieved, and this karmic debt was now settled. Even if the Mu family truly possessed some means to allow Mu Yujian to possess another's body or reincarnate, it was no longer his concern. Song Hyun, hand over the Tao ascending wood. Somewhere in the Copper Perch Mountains, the crack-faced mad rat and the earth mad rat attack Song Hyun from the left and right, their offensive extremely fierce. "Humph. I've disliked you for a long time." Although Song Hyun was still young, his talent was extremely formidable. Demonic flames surged around him, his aura no less than that of the renowned crack-faced mad rat. Bang! The demonic black flames and the wind suddenly collided and exploded, the roar echoing through the mountains and forests. Nearby demonic beasts, sensing the commotion, scattered and fled. These two people and one beast were all ruthless characters. The power of their battle was already approaching the threshold of Foundation establishment, and ordinary demonic beasts dared not approach even half a step. Even if one or two foolish beasts dared to rush forward, they were instantly reduced to ashes by the aftershocks or cut in half at the waist, dying gruesome deaths. Chen Qingfeng trailed far behind, remaining unmoved, letting them fight to the death. Until several hours later, the battle situation began to show signs of change. The crack-faced mad rat's breathing became increasingly rapid, the excessive use of his magic power causing his condition to decline continuously. Fortunately, with the tacit assistance of the earth mad rat, he still retained the strength to fight. On the other hand, Song Hyun's black flames burned even more fiercely, his aura not only not weakening, but becoming even more formidable. As expected of the demonic black flame, it can actually grow stronger with each battle. The crack-faced mad rat sighed inwardly, his expression becoming increasingly solemn. As a cultivator from the U Kingdom, he knew all too well the power of this demonic flame. He had thought that by taking advantage of his opponent's youth and weak foundation, he could defeat him. But unexpectedly, he still couldn't do it so easily. Song Hyun twitched the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the Earth Mad Rat. This copper-dwelling mountain is originally the territory of the demon race, and the Earth Mad Rat's combat power has greatly increased here, making it no easy opponent. Xiao Yun. Just then, a figure rushed over. Song Hemming arrived in time and quickly came to Song Hyun's side. Brother. Song Hyun nodded slightly when he saw him, his tense nerves easing a little. Seeing this, the crack-faced mad rat knew that continuing to fight would not bring any benefit, so it immediately snorted coldly. I'm not playing anymore. You can have this rare item. Brother, I've already obtained the rare item. Song Hyun took out the wooden sword containing the ascension wood and handed it to Song Hemming. It's just a pity that this ascension wood is a wood-type rare item, not suitable for my Song family's cultivation method, so I need to hide it and plan for it slowly. My demonic black flame emphasizes exchanging injury for strength. And I'm at my peak combat power right now. I'm going to take this opportunity to kill that rat and take its demon bones to forge a suitable magic weapon. Then be careful. Song Hemming took the wooden sword and nodded gently, giving him a word of advice. Song Hyun had no doubts and immediately turned around, urging his demonic flames to chase after the direction in which the face-splitting mad rat had fled. Song Hyun, you have good talent, but you're still too young. Watching Song Hyun's departing figure, Song Hemming's face slowly twisted and changed, reverting to Chun Kingfeng's original appearance. He gripped the wooden sword in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. After all the twists and turns, it has finally fallen into my hands. With those words, Chun Kingfeng didn't linger, his figure transforming into a streak of light, leaving without looking back. The wondrous item was already in his grasp. Whatever happened next, who lived or died, was no longer relevant to him. On a hill at the border of the Copper Mountain Range and Songlan County, Chun Kingfeng gazed into the distance, his expression calm and undisturbed, yet a thoughtful glint remained in his eyes. He vaguely saw two more figures appear beside the Mu family patriarch's battle with the white-scaled serpent, both radiating the pressure of Foundation establishment stage cultivators. These must be the Tiger King and the Deer King. Chun Kingfeng couldn't bear to witness a conflict between Foundation establishment cultivators and powerful demons. He immediately concealed his aura and hurried away from the battlefield, not daring to slacken his pace for a moment. Songlan and Yuqing counties were now in complete chaos, with all the hidden cultivators and evil practitioners emerging to wreak havoc. Along the way, two cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refining, seeing him alone, were tempted to steal his storage bag, but he whipped them to pieces with his 2 vines. To ensure his safety, Chun Kingfeng sped south for hundreds of miles, deliberately avoiding Luofeng Prefecture. He made his way through the dangers without incident, finally entering Qingshan Prefecture and returning to the Lu family residence. The area was already under defensive formation, and no foolish cultivator dared to attack. Chun Erliang and Chun Pingon rushed to greet him upon his return. To Chun Kingfeng's surprise, Old Man Lin and Lin Yuero were also there. Brother Chun. Lin Yuero smiled, her eyes filled with joy. Chun Kingfeng smiled and asked, "How have you all been these past few days?" 2 groups of troublemaking cultivators came, but they were all kept out by the formation. Chun Pingon replied. Old Man Lin chuckled beside him, the formation master skill is truly superb. No wonder you are a prodigy with your natal aperture in Shenyang. Given time, you will surely become a near-second-tier formation master. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Lin. Chun Kingfeng nodded slightly. ABA. Chun Erliang pointed at the 2 of them, Elder Lin and his grandfather, and gestured eagerly. Chun Kingfeng understood what he meant and quickly cupped his hands to Elder Lin. Thank you for saving us, Elder Lin. Not at all, it was just a favor. Old Man Lin waved his hand. This old man shamelessly bothered the Chun residents. I should be grateful that the formation master doesn't mind. It turned out that Chun Erliang and the others encountered a treacherous cultivator on their return journey, and it was Old Man Lin who intervened in time, using his magic ring to drive the attackers away. Although even if he didn't intervene, Chun Pingon had the protective talisman left by Chun Kingfeng, so he might not be in any danger. However, Chun Erliang and Chun Pingon remembered this genuine favor and invited the grandfather and grandson to stay at their residence. Chun Kingfeng naturally had no objection. The residence was spacious enough for 2 more people. Afterwards, Chun Qingfeng summoned Chen Pingon alone and carefully examined his wrist with his fingertips. After a thorough examination, he found no other soul seeds or imprints in Chen Pingan's body besides the seed he had personally planted. Chun Qingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then told him about the subsequent events, including the destruction of the Mu family's territory, Mu Yujian's failed foundation building, and the departure of the immortal slaying foundation master. Master is dead? Chun Pingan's expression changed drastically, unable to hide his grief. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes. Master was actually very good to me. Chun Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then finally spoke. You don't need to be too sad. He might not really be dead. He didn't elaborate on the details. The Mu family was willing to abandon the Ascension Wood to protect Mu Yujian's body, making Chun Qingfeng vaguely feel that they had a backup plan. Initially, Chun Qingfeng suspected that the Mu family wanted to use Chun Pingan's body to seize possession. However, since the chaos began, the Mu family had never restricted Chun Pingan's personal freedom, instead abandoning him. Now, after careful examination, it was confirmed that there was no soul seed in his body. Further confirming this, the Mu family probably didn't have any intentions towards Chen Pingon. Otherwise, they would have already taken him into custody. No soul seed found, so what exactly does the Mu family want to do? Chun Qingfeng was pondering to himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if a thunderbolt had exploded. Soul seed, seed Dao elder. Several thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and Chun Qingfeng suddenly woke up. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Brother, what's wrong? Chun Pingon saw that Chun Qingfeng's eyes were glazed over and gently waved his hand in front of his eyes. No, it's nothing. Chun Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged as he quickly cleared his mind and regained his composure. I've been traveling and working hard these past few days, and my magical power has been greatly depleted. I'm just a little tired. Pingon, you should rest well. I'm gonna ask Elder Lin about some things. Okay, brother, remember to take care of yourself too. Chun Pingon nodded in agreement. Chun Qingfeng found Old Man Lin and asked bluntly, Old Man Lin, have you seen Senior Lu these past few days? Fellow Taoist Lu. He left long ago. Old Man Lin sighed heavily. Not only him, but many familiar fellow Taoists have left one after another. This place is not peaceful now. There are evil cultivators everywhere. If it weren't for my many family members and deep ties, I would have left this dangerous place long ago. He looked at Chun Qingfeng and comforted him, Master. Don't worry too much. Don't blame them for leaving without saying goodbye. The situation is beyond their control. Perhaps they will return in a year or two after this chaos subsides. Think about it carefully. Sometimes it's more comfortable to be a solitary, unattached cultivator. I see. Chun Qingfeng replied, his expression slightly unnatural. After bidding farewell to Old Man Lin, he hurriedly went down the mountain to find Zhang Liangkai. Zhang Liangkai, where is that cultivation technique you obtained 14 years ago? Bring it to me immediately. What cultivation technique? Zhang Liangkai looked completely bewildered, utterly clueless.
Domplet d'homme.
It's that incantation written on the cloth. You dare say you've forgotten it? Chun Qingfeng stared sharply at him, making Zhang Liangkai feel a chill run down his spine. He knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Your Excellency, please understand. I have no incantation. I truly don't have one. You scoundrel. You even lied to me. Chun Qingfeng was too lazy to waste any more words with him and immediately activated the Thousand Reflections illusionary heart technique. In an instant, an invisible force probed directly into Zhang Liangkai's sea of consciousness. Hand over the incantation. But Zhang Liangkai only rolled his eyes, his expression dazed, still muttering, What incantation? I don't know. Thump. Chun Qingfeng's heart sank. Someone had erased Zhang Liangkai's memories. No, I must have made a mistake. Chun Qingfeng suppressed the agitation in his heart, hurriedly calming his mind and sinking into his sea of consciousness. With a flick of his finger, the golden seal turned to the page of the Book of Spiritual Cultivation and Good Fruits. The Book of Spiritual Cultivation and Good Fruits. Cultivate the foundation of the Tao, the seed of the Tao, sowing causes and reaping effects. All things return to their source. The ancient ink characters flowed in his sea of consciousness, carrying a faint Taoist charm. Chun Qingfeng read each word carefully, his emotions gradually calming down. The deep chill that had arisen from his previous malicious speculation also quietly faded away. I was thinking the wrong way. Chun Qingfeng said with concentration, the seed of the Tao is definitely not a demonic technique of possession. Although the core supernatural power sowing causes and reaping effects seems similar to the demonic inheritance, it is indeed an orthodox immortal technique. emphasizing cause and effect feedback and the return of all things to their source, rather than forcibly seizing power. As his thoughts settled, a bold guess emerged in his mind, becoming clearer and clearer. Lu Yu is probably not that simple. Chun Qingfeng merely unintentionally used the golden seal to evolve the complete incantation of the seedling of Tao. Lu Yu should be unaware of the existence of the golden seal. What he did was perhaps simply silently planting the seeds. Chun Qingfeng's thoughts raced. In that case, he, Xiaobai, and Xiaohei might all be objects of Lu Yu's Tao planting. And it wasn't just the three of them. Anyone who had ever interacted with Lu Yu could potentially be an object of his Tao planting. Chun Qingfeng's eyes flickered as he gazed at the misty green mountains outside the window, thinking to himself, Senior Lu, you're probably not an ordinary qi refining cultivator. In the copper-dwelling mountains, the setting sun stained blood, and the battlefield's spiritual energy was chaotic. Greetings, true person Xian Yu. The man and his three beasts bowed respectfully, their gazes fixed on the moon-white robed man who slowly emerged from the void. A thin mist veiled his face, obscuring his features. The man raised his hand, revealing a slender, white finger, and gently touched something. With a soft plop, Bai Lin Lanless' long tail snapped off, blood gushing out and transforming into spiritual light. Merciful master, spare my life. This little snake knows its mistake. This little snake knows its mistake. Lan Lu uttered not a single complaint, enduring the excruciating pain of its severed tail, only focusing on kowtowing repeatedly. There's one thing for them to fight, but you, a little demon, had to get involved. The man's tone carried a hint of admonition. The spiritual energy here is already thin. If you keep fighting like this, will the grotto heaven still exist? His voice was as calm as a stream, like an adult disciplining a child who had gone too far in their play. The speed at which the matter subsided far exceeded Chun Qingfeng's expectations. The day after he returned to Qingshan Prefecture, news spread. Bai Lin Lanlu had returned to the Tongxi Mountain Demon Cave, and the Mu family patriarch had also returned safely. Many cultivators spread rumors that during this turmoil, many people personally witnessed the Lord of Tiger Mountain and the Lord of Deer Garden appear and intervene. Outsiders speculated that the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators had reached some kind of agreement in private, ultimately shaking hands and making peace. As for what exactly happened, no one knew the details. After the Mu family patriarch returned, he immediately summoned all Mu family cultivators who were away to return to the clan and begin repairing the shattered family formation. Previously, this formation had been completely destroyed by the Su family with their carefully prepared formation-breaking flags, and restoring it to its original state would require a great deal of time and rare spiritual items. Once all the Mu family cultivators had returned to the clan, they returned Luoyun Peak to Chun Pingon. Brother, is master still alive? Chun Pingon had entered the Mu family at the age of 6 and didn't have much affection for the other members of the clan, except for his nominal master, Mu Yujian, whom he still cared about. Chun Qingfeng shook his head. I don't know either. He didn't know if the Mu family had any backup plans. But seeing the Mu family's willingness to sacrifice a Foundation establishment artifact to preserve Mu Yujian's physical body, he vaguely felt that Mu Yujian might not be dead. However, he no longer had time to investigate the vicinity of the Mu family's territory, because a group of uninvited guests had already arrived in Qingshan Prefecture. A voice rang out clearly from midair. Qingfeng, come forward for a chat. The speaker was Song Hemming. Chun Qingfeng leaped into the air, maintaining a safe distance from the cultivators from the Song and Fan families. His gaze swept over them, noticing the numerous wounds on their bodies. Song Yetin, Fan Hong, and Song Hayun were particularly badly injured. While their joint attack on Mu Yujian had successfully prevented him from reaching Foundation establishment, it had come at a heavy price. More importantly, this incident left them with nowhere to go in Songlan County. Without protection, they would face a furious reprisal once the Mu family recovered. Brother Song, what brings you here? Chun Qingfeng asked calmly, his tone indifferent. Despite the injuries on their faces, he felt no fear. Song Hemming stepped forward and said in a deep voice, we are all injured. You have spiritual herbs growing on your Luoyun Peak. For the sake of our past relationship, I hope you will sell us some. That won't do. Chun Qingfeng slowly shook his head. Qingfeng, have you forgotten the kindness of slaying the snake back then? Song Hemming immediately played the emotional card. Back then, when you asked me to join forces to slay the snake, did I ever refuse in the slightest? Hard to say. Chun Qingfeng thought to himself. If he hadn't offered to give the snake scales and fangs to the other party back then, who knew the other party would have come? He hesitated. It's not that I'm unwilling to sell to Brother Song, but the herb garden on Luoyun Peak originally belonged to the Mu family. Although I'm temporarily in charge of this place, I have no right to use it without permission. Otherwise, if the Mu family investigates later, they'll have a hard time explaining myself. Qingfeng, are you really so heartless? You want even help with this little thing? Song Hemming shook his head and sighed. Afterwards, you can just say that the spiritual herbs were forcibly taken by us and pin the blame on us. Do you think the Mu family would really make things difficult for you over some spiritual herbs? Chun Qingfeng pondered for a moment and slowly said, if I let you rashly enter the mountain to take the herbs, I will inevitably be blamed by the Mu family. If Brother Song really wants to take the herbs, you might as well give me some benefits. What do you want? Just tell me. Song Hemming asked with a light laugh. Chun Qingfeng's lips curled into a faint smile, and he said leisurely, I want to know, why are you willing to risk your lives for the Su family? This act of turning against the Mu family is extremely risky. He didn't believe that the Song and Fan families hadn't received a sufficiently generous reward from the Su family, which was why they were willing to take such a risk. Well done, Chun Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Song Yetin, Fan Hong, and the others narrowed their eyes in unison, their expressions instantly darkening. Chun Qingfeng lightly tapped his toes, his figure floating back several feet to create a safer distance, and said loudly, you are all still injured. It would be best not to act rashly. I have a high-grade array behind me. Please think carefully about the consequences. Brother Qingfeng is indeed a clever man. He's kept it well hidden. Song Hyun walked forward with a smile. His face was somewhat pale, making his lips appear even redder and more striking. So it's Hyun. Chun Qingfeng's gaze fell on him, and he said leisurely, I heard you've mastered the demonic black flame, and in this rebellion against the Mu family, you killed many Mu family cultivators and even crippled the arm of the Mu family's second young master. Is that true? Brother Qingfeng's information network is quite impressive. Now that Song Hyun had been completely exposed, there was no need to pretend to be the fool he used to be. His eyes flashed with shrewdness as he chuckled. I previously thought Brother Qingfeng was just a somewhat talented fool, but seeing you today, I realize I underestimated you. Not at all, I'm still no match for you, Hyun. Chun Qingfeng nodded slightly, steer the conversation back on track. Weren't you here to buy spirit herbs? Can't we trade with spirit stones or magic artifacts? Song Hemming asked, frowning. Are you kidding me? Chun Qingfeng remained unmoved. How could spirit stones compare to the secrets behind the Song and Su families? All right then. Song Hyun was quite nonchalant, knowing Chun Qingfeng wouldn't give up easily, so he simply revealed the truth. The Su family gave us a void-detecting stone. With this, we can find the entrance to the Cave Heaven ruins in Yuqing County. Void-detecting stone. Chun Qingfeng's eyes lit up. He had naturally heard of this spiritual object. It was a genuine second-tier spiritual object, a special item existing between the void and the mortal world. This object offered no benefit to cultivation or combat, but its properties allowed one to explore hidden places connected to the void. Now Chun Qingfeng finally understood why the Song and Fan families were willing to risk annihilation to help the Su family rebel. With the void-detecting stone in hand, they could enter the Cave Heaven ruins in Yuqing County and seek the immense opportunities within. Chun Qingfeng had inquired about it beforehand. The grotto heaven that had fallen in Yuqing County hadn't fully descended to the mortal realm. Most of it remained submerged in the void, with only a small portion connected to the present world. Moreover, its entrance was unpredictable. It might be an inconspicuous stone or an ordinary plant, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to find. But if there were a spiritual object like the void-detecting stone, things would be much easier. Knowing of its existence, he naturally had no reason to miss it. Chun Qingfeng unceremoniously stretched out his hand and laughed. Give me a small piece. Song Yetin, Song Hemming, Fan Hong, and the others' eyes twitched. This guy really wasn't polite at all. They knew that the void-detecting stones they possessed weren't large to begin with, at most only 3 small pieces. Chun Qingfeng hadn't done anything, yet he wanted a third of their payment. Since Brother Qingfeng wants it, take it. Song Hyun was quite straightforward, pulling out a palm-sized special stone from his waist and casually tossing it to Chun Qingfeng. Chun Qingfeng flicked his finger, sending out a wisp of magical power that steadily captured the stone, allowing him to examine it closely. The stone sometimes appeared a deep black, and at other times it became transparent and clear, seemingly alternating between reality and illusion, incredibly mysterious. He was immediately delighted. It truly was a void-detecting stone. Go and get the medicine, Chun Qingfeng said, immediately putting away the void-detecting stone. He took out an array plate, his fingertips circulating spiritual energy, manipulating the array that was shrinking Luoyun Peak, revealing the herb garden within. Seeing this, Song Hemming said no more. his figure flashing as he flew into the herb garden, beginning to greedily harvest the spiritual herbs. A moment later, Song Hemming had harvested the entire herb garden. Then he prepared to leave. Brother Song, where do you plan to go next? Chun Qingfeng asked. Where else can we go? Yuqing County, of course. Song Hemming gave Chun Qingfeng a deep look and said in a deep voice, Our rebellion against the Mu family has led to Mu Yujian's defeat and death. Now we are irreconcilable enemies. If we stay in Songlan County, Mu Renhua will be the first to be killed when he returns from the immortal sect. Song Hemming gave Chun Qingfeng a deep look. Song Heiyun, standing beside him, chuckled, Brother Qingfeng, next time we meet, we'll be enemies, not friends. Take care. Don't bother seeing me off, Chun Qingfeng said, standing with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This kid Song Heiyun was indeed too young. Even before leaving, he had to utter these threatening words, as if afraid he wouldn't remember them. After leaving Qingshan Prefecture, Song Hemming finally couldn't help but speak up. Xiaoyun, why did you give him your share of the void-detecting stone? We could have just taken it by force. Cough. Song Heiyun coughed lightly, waving her hand with a pale face. I can't wait any longer. I must heal my injuries as soon as possible. Although the demonic black flame can exchange injury for strength and make one stronger in battle, the side effects are too severe. Once the cultivation stops, the injuries will completely erupt, and I can't afford to delay. But our family doesn't have any special healing techniques. What should we do? Song Hemming looked worried. It's all right. I was too reckless this time. He'll definitely know my limits next time and won't act like that again. Song Heiyun gritted his teeth and said, It's just a pity about that ascension wood, which was tricked away by the thousand-faced princess. She disguised herself as you and stole this rare item from me. My pupil technique is the treasure-seeking pupil, not the illusion-breaking pupil. Although I saw through the ascension wood's disguise, I couldn't see through her true form. And that slash-faced mad rat, I chased after it and killed its earth mad rat, but suddenly sensed two powerful demonic auras, forcing me to retreat and handing over the demon core to someone else for nothing. Little Yun, don't say anymore. These things are lost, but as long as you are safe and sound, our family will rise again one day. Song Hemming hurriedly interrupted him. Let's find a secluded place first and heal your injuries as soon as possible. 3 months later, Chun Qingfeng turned 21. At this time, the situation in Songlan County had completely settled down. With the retreat of the various evil cultivators and calamity bringers, the cultivation world returned to peace. The Mu family summoned its members to return and defend their ancestral home. Chun Qingfeng was also summoned, asked to help repair the Mu family's great formation. Regarding the loss of all the spiritual herbs in the Luoyun Peak Herb Garden, Chun Qingfeng only said that Song Yetan, Fan Hong, and others had attacked aggressively, and he was powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as the herb garden fell. The Mu family naturally had nothing to say and dared not blame him. After this incident, the Mu family cultivators' attitudes became noticeably more amiable. When speaking to Chun Qingfeng, they were much less sharp-tongued. Chun Pingan's life jade was still in the Mu family's hands, and he could not refuse. The Mu family's grand formation was severely damaged. He publicly claimed to possess only high-grade formation skills and only perform tasks within the scope of a high-grade formation master. The Mu family didn't make things difficult for him, allowing him to repair the difficult parts, and offered him a very generous reward. Many cultivators participated in the Su family's rebellion against the Mu family. Chun Qingfeng didn't openly get involved, which earned him the Mu family's trust. In reality, however, Chun Qingfeng played a significant role in the destruction of the Mu family's territory and the forced interruption of Mu Yujian's foundation establishment process. He not only obtained the foundation establishment artifact ascension wood but also a void exploration stone. Chun Qingfeng's gains were considerable. After this incident, the Mu family's arrogance was greatly diminished, and they weren't in a hurry to purge the anti-Mu cultivators. The Mu family couldn't really blame anyone else for today's tragedy. Chun Qingfeng had interacted with Mu family cultivators several times and found that many of the Mu family's children were arrogant and looked down on others. It makes sense, considering they are the most prestigious cultivation family in Songlan County. How could their children not be a little arrogant? But unfortunately, the Mu family paid the price for that arrogance. Brother Qingfeng, I heard that Song Hemming invited you to join the anti-Mu cultivators, but you refused. My family will remember this kindness. Mu Yusong subtly changed his way of addressing Chun Qingfeng. Before, he would call Chun Qingfeng directly, but now he addressed him as Brother Qingfeng. This second young master of the Mu family has now lost an arm, and his face bears many scars from the demonic black flames. The once noble and handsome young man has become a one-armed, scarred youth. Young Master Yusong, you flatter me. The Mu family has treated me well, appointing me as the head of a prefecture. In my time of crisis, I have not offered a helping hand, which is shameful enough. How can I speak of kindness? Chun Qingfeng said with shame. As a veteran who frequently dealt with the Mu family, Chun Qingfeng could easily spout such nonsense. Brother Qingfeng, to be honest, you're at the age where you should be getting married. Mu Yusong smiled and said, Qing Yao wants to manage the household and has no intention of getting married. You might consider someone else like Qing Mei. Although she's a bit mischievous, her looks and temperament are among the best in the Mu family. Tit for kindness? Chun Qingfeng's eyes twitched slightly. I only have eyes for the eldest young lady. No rush, think it over carefully. Mu Yusong smiled. Chun Qingfeng shook his head, helplessly changing the subject. This great formation is severely damaged, and it will probably take 2 or 3 years to repair. It will require mobilizing a lot of spiritual resources. A person's character is revealed in times of crisis. Qingfeng, you didn't add fuel to the fire, so I trust you. I will give the order to allocate some of the spiritual resources to you. Mu Yusong said. Thank you, second young master. Chun Qingfeng's expression brightened, and he cupped his hands in thanks. The Mu family wanted him to work. Fine. But without his benefits, no way. Deep within the Mu family estate, in a secret chamber, the cold jade emitted a faint, eerie light, illuminating the room in a serene and solemn atmosphere, with an ice bed in the center standing out prominently. Mu Yujin lay quietly on the ice bed, his eyes closed, devoid of any life. Before him sat an elderly man with white hair and a hunched back, the patriarch of the Mu family. The old man's face was covered with deep wrinkles, like the bark of an old tree, only his eyes revealing the vicissitudes and unwavering resolve of time. Patriarch, are you really going to? A choked female voice rang out. Mu Qingyao stood beside the ice bed, her eyes reddening, her face filled with reluctance and sorrow. Good child, don't cry. The patriarch slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on Mu Qingjiao's head, his movement tender, carrying the loving kindness of an elder towards a younger generation. In the hall shrouded in the gloom of time, the patriarch's withered hand slowly rose. Above his palm, wisps of spiritual energy rose, and a 3-foot-long piece of decaying wood appeared out of thin air. Its shape was twisted and gnarled like a dragon. Its cracks resembling the scales of an old dragon. It was his immortal foundation, the cursed dragon branch. My immortal foundation, the cursed dragon branch, is neither offensive nor defensive, neither evasive nor concealed, and possesses no earth-shattering power. The Mu family patriarch said softly, his tone calm. Its only supernatural ability is called dragon transformation. A cursed dragon is an untransformed dragon, waiting for its time to move, to be reborn as a dragon. The Mu family patriarch stroked the decaying wood, his weathered black eyes reflecting the image of Mu Yujin. As his words fell, the decaying wood suddenly trembled. Glimmering light emerged from the cracks in the withered branches, and tender buds sprouted from the bark, their azure color spreading instantly. Within moments, this piece of decaying wood transformed into a verdant sword branch, its spiritual energy overwhelming, faintly emitting the low roar of a dragon. Good child, you are my precious son, possessing the potential of a purple mansion. This dragon's abode sword is perfect for you. The future of the Mu family is entrusted to you. After saying his last words, the old man smiled and pressed the sword branch into the body of the Mu Yu sword. Then he passed away peacefully. Chun Qingfeng didn't know when Mu Renhua had returned. But in the dilapidated Mu family territory, there were hundreds and thousands of moving straw figures everywhere. This Mu family patriarch's Tao Foundation cultivation, the straw man's supernatural power, was extremely powerful. He could imbue the woven straw figures with life, making them move like real people, each with considerable strength. Under his control, this number of straw figures could move freely within a radius of 10 miles, methodically repairing the Mu family's damaged houses and caves. Chun Qingfeng had thought that after this foundation establishment cultivator returned, he would definitely launch a purge of the cultivation world in Songlan County. But Mu Renhua did not use any drastic measures. Everything was calmer than he expected. Chun Qingfeng's vision was limited to the qi refining level, and he had no way of knowing the secrets of higher realms. He could only obey the Mu family's instructions and focus on assisting in repairing the formation. Days passed peacefully like this. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, Chun Qingfeng was repairing the formation for the Mu family as usual when a figure landed in front of him without warning. Seeing the handsome young man with slanted eyebrows, Chun Qingfeng was slightly taken aback. Although somewhat surprised, he was not too astonished. You don't seem surprised. Mu Yujin looked up, his aura completely concealed, like an ordinary mortal. But Chen Qingfeng knew perfectly well that Mu Yujin could not possibly be immortal. Now he was a peak chi refining cultivator, and if the other party were truly immortal, there was no way he would be able to detect him only when he was right next to him. Obviously, Mu Yujin's cultivation had undergone a qualitative change, and he had become a true foundation establishment cultivator. Just as he had guessed, Mu Yujin had not died, but had successfully established his foundation. Although I don't know how they did it, I imagine the price they paid was considerable. Congratulations, young Master Mu, on establishing your foundation establishment. May your immortal path be everlasting. Chen Qingfeng immediately bowed and offered his congratulations. Follow me. Mu Yujin lightly tapped his fingertip, and a long rainbow, like a sword shadow, suddenly appeared beneath Chen Qingfeng's feet. In less than 2 breaths, the two were already above the sea of clouds. So fast. The scenery around them flashed by like lightning. The Songlan mountain beneath their feet blurred into a green shadow, and the distant mountains were approaching at a visible speed. A hint of amazement flashed in Chen Qingfeng's eyes. This is what a foundation establishment cultivator is like? You've got it wrong. Mu Yujin glanced at him strangely, his tone calm but with a hint of arrogance. Not all foundation establishment cultivators are called Mu Yujin. How delightful. Chen Qingfeng swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and instead uttered a heartfelt compliment. He considered himself somewhat arrogant, but he hadn't expected Mu Yujin to be even more arrogant, utterly boundless. The two flew rapidly northward, the wind whistling in their ears. Chen Qingfeng, unaware of Mu Yujin's intentions, remained silent throughout, only responding when asked questions. You're not cultivating ordinary techniques, are you? Mu Yujin asked calmly, breaking the silence. No. Chen Qingfeng replied truthfully. More than 10 years ago, Mu Yujin had asked the same question, which he had answered with ordinary wood attribute techniques. But now, more than 10 years later, he had reached the peak of chi refining. Such astonishing cultivation speed could not be supported by ordinary techniques. And you're not cultivating minor wood pure chi either, Mu Yujin said, his gaze fixed on him, his tone more assertive than questioning. No. Chen Qingfeng replied succinctly. So, you must possess a remarkable inheritance, and your ancestors were probably from a family of cultivators, right? Mu Yujin smiled slightly, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Perhaps, Chen Qingfeng said ambiguously. I don't know anything about my ancestors. He chuckled inwardly. Mu Yujin had actually categorized his cultivation techniques as following the ancestral path. Since coming into this world, he had only had Chen Erliang as family. How could he know anything about the Chen family's past? Apart from Chen Erliang and Chen Pingon, whether the other people with the surname Chen were immortals or rebels was none of his concern. Tell me, why are you unwilling to marry? Mu Yujin's tone suddenly shifted, pressing him. His demeanor was already extraordinary, and now that he had forged his immortal foundation, it was even more imposing, his calm tone carrying a pressure from a superior cultivator. Don't tell me you're fond of Qing Yao. I don't believe it, Mu Yujin said with a hint of mockery. Hearing this, Chen Qingfeng slowly let out a long breath. Mu Yujin, perhaps having only recently established his foundation, still couldn't fully control his aura, and a sharp, piercing aura surrounded him. Standing beside him felt like facing the gleam of a drawn sword, making it hard to breathe. Now, there was no point in hiding it any longer, so Chen Qingfeng simply stated, I aspire to establish my foundation. A knowing look immediately appeared on Mu Yujin's face, followed by a playful laugh. Having the ambition to establish your foundation doesn't conflict with marriage. If you become a member of the Mu family and bear children, I, Mu Yujin, can even support you. Wouldn't that be better? Breaking my primordial yang before forging my immortal foundation would only add an obstacle to my foundation building, Chen Qingfeng said frankly, truthfully. Just an obstacle? Mu Yujin chuckled. My father still forged his immortal foundation, didn't he? Chen Qingfeng pursed his lips, lowering his eyes in silence. Oh, I see. Mu Yujin drawled. You're unwilling to take even the slightest risk, even with a 99% certainty. You're still not at ease, right? He couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze towards Chen Qingfeng now holding a hint of tacit understanding between kindred spirits. Chen Qingfeng tacitly agreed with Mu Yujin's words. He hung by his side, utterly unable to fathom Mu Yujin's true intentions. The two flew at an extremely fast speed, soon passing the edge of Songlan County and entering the territory of Yuqing County. Chen Qingfeng looked down, his gaze quickly drawn to a mountain range below that was different from the surroundings. He focused his senses, feeling that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally strange, sometimes dense, sometimes faint, fluctuating extremely unstably. A thought flashed through his mind, and he already had a guess. He looked up at Mu Yujin. This is the place where that grotto heaven fell back then? That's right. Mu Yujin nodded slightly, his tone calm and even. 15 years ago, a grotto heaven did indeed fall from the void to this place. You should be familiar with this, after all, the Green Mountain Prefecture originated from this. He pointed to the mountain range and continued. This grotto heaven was involved with the inheritance of a celestial sect from 10,000 years ago, so the celestial sect attached great importance to it and dispatched 2 Purple Mansion true persons. However, after this grotto heaven briefly appeared in the mortal world, it retreated back to the void and continued to wander. Falling into the mortal world, it can return to the void? Chun Qingfeng frowned slightly, a clear look of doubt on his face. He knew nothing about the Purple Mansion level of the void. Mu Yujin turned to look at him and said, to put it simply, you can think of the Great Void as a boundless sea, and our present world as a series of islands. When something from the Great Void falls into the present world, it's like something drifting in the sea eventually landing on an island. But if the island is too small and has an irregular shape, the thing that drifted there might drift back into the sea with the ocean currents. Mu Yujin pointed to the ground. This grotto heaven is like that. After briefly appearing in the present world, it returned to the Great Void. But fortunately, it has some connection with the spiritual veins here, so it hasn't drifted far in the Great Void and is still lingering in this area. Perhaps one day it will fall back down again. Chun Qingfeng listened silently without interrupting. But his doubts only grew stronger. What exactly was Mu Yujin trying to do by telling him all this? Mu Yujin seemed to see through the doubt in Chun Qingfeng's eyes. He said calmly, the true man has given orders that he doesn't want to see any more killing before this grotto heaven falls again. He doesn't want to disturb the spiritual energy here, sever the connection between the grotto heaven and the spiritual veins, and let it drift away completely. As he spoke, Mu Yujin slightly raised his head to look into the depths of the sea of clouds, a rare hint of melancholy in his expression. He sighed softly, actually, I don't like killing. Every sword strike severs decades, even centuries, of a life's cultivation achievements. What a pity. His tone carried a touch of world weariness that was difficult for a young person to comprehend. If anyone else of this age had said such things, Chun Qingfeng would have dismissed it as nonsense. But coming from Mu Yujin, it held a certain credibility. But things in this world are never simply black and white. Many times I have no say in the matter. It was because of my mercy that the ancestor. A soft sigh escaped his lips, and Mu Yujin suddenly pointed towards the border between Tongchi Mountain and Yuqing County. His tone was light and casual, yet it sent a chill down Chun Qingfeng's spine, making his scalp tingle. After the cave heaven falls, I will unleash a massacre. That white scale, the Su family, and all those cultivators who have turned against Mu will be thoroughly wiped out, leaving no one alive. Mu Yujin's voice was calm, as if he were joking. Chun Qingfeng's eyes twitched involuntarily. Such a calm tone, such powerful killing intent. He casually declared that he would annihilate 2 foundation establishment lineages without leaving a single one alive. You don't need to worry. Mu Yujin's sharp gaze locked onto him. You're a smart man. I haven't forced you to do anything all these years. You should have guessed the reason, right? Chun Qingfeng met his gaze, pondered for a moment, and asked softly, is it because of Xiaobai or Xiaohei? Both. Mu Yujin glanced at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You're quite lucky to have met such an extraordinary pair of friends. That fox gained the favor of the Purple Mansion true person and received his inheritance. Mu Yujin paused, then sighed. Perhaps it was just a passing fancy. The true person found it endearing and casually bestowed some favors before forgetting about it. But in my eyes, something I can't ignore. The Purple Mansion true person could wipe out my Mu family with a flick of his finger. And that black dog isn't an ordinary species. It's an ancient spirit beast called the Shuashu beast. Mu Yujin's gaze darkened slightly. If it successfully awakens its bloodline, its strength will be no weaker than that of the dragon race. Of course, it's still very weak right now. Little Black and Little White have such a powerful background. Chun Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of joy unconsciously appeared on his face. Mu Yujin glanced at him indifferently, then changed the subject, asking, where did they go? Why haven't they shown up by your side for so long? Chun Qingfeng grinned but didn't answer. Could it be that they abandoned you? Mu Yujin raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of mockery. Impossible. Chun Qingfeng immediately stated firmly. I watched them grow up. They would never abandon me. Then why haven't they shown up yet? Mu Yujin continued to press. Perhaps they went somewhere to play. Chun Qingfeng chuckled, glossing over the matter. He naturally wouldn't mention that Little White had obtained the Ascension Jade and was currently secretly cultivating, planning for foundation establishment. Don't be too smug.
Mu Yujian snorted lightly.
In my opinion, the true person just saw that Fox was cute and casually bestowed some good fortune upon it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let it run around freely without any restraint. So Little White entered the Tao because of the true person's good fortune. Chen Qingfeng murmured softly, his mind suddenly enlightened. He had long wondered how Little White, just a wild fox, could have such heaven-defying luck, suddenly gaining intelligence and easily obtaining cultivation inheritance. It turned out that it had gained the favor of the Purple Mansion true person. A mere favor from a true person can bring immeasurable benefits, Mu Yujin said calmly, pulling Chen Qingfeng back to reality. You should have noticed the unusual activity of the spiritual energy here, sometimes real, sometimes illusory, connected to the void. This grotto heaven will collapse within the next 2 years. At that time, the true person will take what they need from the grotto heaven and leave. Mu Yujin's gaze fell on Chen Qingfeng, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. Then well know whether the true person truly intends to cultivate that fox. If the true person intends to take it as their successor, and it's close to you, you'll naturally benefit and rise to prominence. I, Mu Yujin, will treat you as an honored guest. But if it's just a casual, unintentional act by the true person, and they don't care about the fox at all,
Mu Yan's tone deepened.
then you'll obediently marry and have children in my Mu family. Even if I have to tie you up, they'll still force you into the bridal chamber. A forced marriage is never sweet, Chen Qingfeng said. I don't care if you're sweet or not, Mu Yujin said calmly. It's fine if you don't have children. Just hand over a wisp of spiritual energy from your natal aperture, and I can find you a foundation-building treasure, even protect you and help you forge your immortal foundation. You know, I admire you. Since Mu Yujin had laid his cards on the table, Chen Qingfeng didn't pretend anymore. No need for young Master Mu. I'll find the treasure myself. Mu Yujin looked at him. So unwilling to follow me? He had lofty ambitions and intended to cultivate his own faction. Currently, the person he valued most was Chen Qingfeng, whom he wanted to subdue. However, the person he valued refused to bow down. Becoming my follower, Mu Yujin, is nothing shameful. I can follow, but do you believe me? Chen Qingfeng sighed. He knew Mu Yujin was powerful and had lofty ambitions. But wasn't he, Chen Qingfeng, the same? He too aspired to the Purple Mansion Golden Core stage. Of course I don't believe it.
Mu Yujian chuckled.
If you don't proactively reveal your weakness, how can I believe you'll truly bow down? Anyway, I have Xiao He. Xiao He can back me up, Chen Qingfeng said easily. Relying on your dog's power. Mu Yujin raised an eyebrow. Is that not allowed? Having learned about Xiao He's background, Chen Qingfeng felt inexplicably confident, his back straightening slightly. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of race the Shuashu beast was, the phrase comparable to the Dragon Clan alone spoke volumes. After 15 years of cultivation, this was the first time Chen Qingfeng felt so confident. Finally, he could speak to Mu Yujin as an equal. He used to think he was the two little beasts' support, but now he realized that the two little beasts were actually his support. It's precisely because I'm giving it face that I've been so kind to you, allowing you to refuse my offers again and again. If it were anyone else, I would have already chopped them down with a single sword strike. Mu Yujin poured cold water on his enthusiasm, saying, Don't even think that little beast can help you much. It's barely able to take care of itself. It's still a long way from truly completing its bloodline transformation and becoming a shuttle void beast. Chen Qingfeng didn't reply, but his fingers trembled slightly at his sides, a smug hum playing on his lips. He hadn't expected Xiao He's background to be so astonishing. Even if Xiao He was still a long way from completing its bloodline transformation, Chen Qingfeng still had Xiao Bai. Once Xiao Bai successfully forged its immortal foundation and transformed into a great demon, regardless of whether it was chosen and taken away by that Purple Mansion true person, he would have a solid backer. After many days of repairs, Chen Qingfeng had exhausted almost all the skills a high-grade array master should possess to repair the protective array of Songlan Mountain. From reinforcing the array base to reshaping the spiritual energy nodes, from adding defensive patterns to optimizing concealment restrictions, he handled everything within his purview perfectly, without the slightest oversight. As for the core array that affected the entire Songlan County's fortune, Chen Qingfeng wouldn't bother with it at all. His secret as a near-secontier array master was something he absolutely couldn't let the Mu family know, until he reached the foundation establishment stage. After all, he had contributed significantly to breaking the Mu family's array. If Mu Yujin found out, who knew what the consequences would be? After receiving his generous reward, Chen Qingfeng stopped asking questions and carefully purchased a batch of medicinal herbs suitable for mountain planting and with robust growth, intending to take them back to his herb garden on Luoyun Peak for careful cultivation and future personal use. Qian Qingfeng returned to Qingshan Prefecture, but before he could rest for even 2 days, he received new arrangements from the Mu family. Previously, the Song family led a rebellion that had far-reaching consequences. A massive internal strife ensued, resulting in numerous deaths and escapes, with the largest number of cultivators from Luofeng and Qijiao prefectures participating. Even the relatively stable Qingshan prefecture suffered a loss of 3,040 of its cultivators. With the sharp decline in cultivators, the stipends to be paid to Songlan County were naturally insufficient. To fill the gap and for long-term development, the Mu family had to find another way. They needed to vigorously cultivate immortal seedlings, selecting mortals with spiritual apertures for training, planting spirit rice, and paying offerings to supplement their expenses. Chen Qingfeng was entrusted with the important task of temporarily managing the affairs of Luofeng and Qijiao prefectures. These two prefectures were truly large, with territories far exceeding those of Qingshan Prefecture. Qingshan Prefecture had only about 2,000 villages, while Luofeng and Qijiao prefectures each had over 10,000 villages under their jurisdiction. These villages varied in size, from a few hundred people to 2,000 or 3,000. Although immortal seedlings are rare, with the probability of someone possessing a spiritual aperture being less than 1 in 10,000, the sheer size of the population means that a thorough screening could uncover quite a few with spiritual apertures. On this day, Chen Qingfeng rode the wind, bringing Chen Pingon aloft to observe this event. Below, in the mountain valleys, orderly queues of mortals were undergoing spiritual aperture testing by cultivators. Chen Qingfeng naturally wouldn't personally handle this trivial matter of screening immortal seedlings. He had already entrusted it entirely to Lin Wanquan. Although this girl had grown up with Chen Qingfeng, often accompanying him and frequently interacting with wealthy families like the Mu family's young lady, she had indeed developed a certain air of authority. Holding a spiritual aperture testing jade tablet, she solemnly directed the cultivators below, methodically arranging the testing, her every move displaying the demeanor of a leader. Below, a man who had been found to possess a spiritual aperture suddenly shouted excitedly, "I have a spiritual aperture. I can become an immortal. I can become an immortal." The man, who looked to be about 30 years old, was trembling with excitement, repeating the same phrase over and over. "What are you shouting about? Quiet down and wait at the back." Although Lin Wanquan was a young girl, her shout immediately silenced the man, who respectfully responded and retreated to the back as instructed. Chen Qingfeng glanced down and turned to Chen Pingon, saying, "The Mu family will bestow immortal techniques upon those who have been found to possess spiritual apertures, but they are all very ordinary techniques. Even if they enter the path of immortality, their cultivation will mostly be stuck at the early stage of qi refining, at most refining a wisp of miscellaneous qi. They will have to grow rice and pay tribute to the Mu family for the rest of their lives. But even so, it is far better than being immortal." Chen Qingfeng took the opportunity to teach Chen Pingon some principles of conduct and personnel management, letting him understand the rules of this world. Mu Yujian's acceptance of you as his disciple was indeed somewhat sincere. He is a true prodigy, and I feel at ease having him teach you swordsmanship. Chen Pingon nodded, though his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he had something to ask. The horrific scene of Su Changling's attack on Songlan Mountain, with so many deaths, had left a deep impression on him. He turned to Chen Qingfeng, asking with confusion, "Brother, isn't it said that our 4 kingdoms of Qing, Yun, Jiang, and she belong to the immortal path, while the 4 kingdoms of Yu, Yan, Tianluo, and Fengdu belong to the demonic path? But why is there so much strife and bloodshed within our immortal path? Only the Taoist lineages are divided into immortal and demonic. It has nothing to do with minor cultivators like you and me." Chen Qingfeng pointed to the long, winding line of mortals below, his gaze calm. "To the immortal sect, we are like these mortals to you and Mezumond when needed, and left aside when not. Mortals will fight tooth and nail for a boat or a piece of land. But these disputes are nothing but fleeting clouds to you and me. We never care which mortal loses their life." He paused, his tone becoming more distant. "The true immortal is like the evergreen wood-transforming true monarch. Only by reaching that realm can one truly step onto the path of immortality, able to determine the fate of the immortal realm with a single thought, and alter the Gurju-Gurju, a concept encompassing the overall structure and overall situation of all living beings with a wave of the hand. The middle immortal realm we inhabit is merely under the rule of a true lord, with a few more immortal rules than the demonic path in the south. But the essence is no different. The Su family and the Mu family are fighting to the death for that grotto heaven. But as long as they don't go too far, the immortal sect won't interfere, and they won't even bother to ask. Just like I'm too lazy to care about the trivial matters of those mortals below." Chen Pingon looked at the bustling crowd below, nodded slowly, and silently recited the phrase only the lineage is divided into immortals and demons again, deeply memorizing it. Why is Elder Lin sighing? Chen Qingfeng visited Elder Lin's home and, hearing him sighing repeatedly, asked with a smile. Alas, don't mention it. The old man waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of helplessness. None of my descendants are promising. Now I can only rely on this girl, Yu Rou. He had many wives, concubines, and children, and by the great-grandchildren alone, there were over 100, but among all of them, not a single one had opened their spiritual aperture. Of all the generations of the Lin family, only Lin Yuero possessed spiritual roots. Brother Chen, have a drink. Lin Yuero approached carrying a food box filled with spiritual wine and fruit. Thank you. Chen Qingfeng nodded and smiled, taking a sip from his wine cup. Speaking of which, Lord of the Manor, you've reached the age where you should settle down. Old man Lin changed the subject, chuckling, I heard the Mu family intends to betroth Miss Qingmei to you. When will I be able to drink your wedding wine? Lord of the Manor. It's not that I reject a Taoist partner, nor do I like being a solitary cultivator. Having companions makes life more interesting. Chen Qingfeng put down his wine cup and said slowly, it's just that my goal is to establish my foundation. Before that, I don't plan to discuss matters of love. Now that he had reached the peak of qi refining, there was no point in pretending to be an ordinary cultivator practicing ordinary techniques. Lord of the Manor, what a noble ambition. Old man Lin stroked his white beard, pointed to his eyes with 2 fingers, and said with a hint of pride, although my cultivation is not good, these old eyes of mine still have a pretty good eye for people. Chen Qingfeng, however, changed the subject and said with a smile, this junior has something I'd like to ask Elder Lin for advice on. Ah, Lord, please don't use the word ask for advice. Elder Lin hurriedly said seriously, this old man has simply lived a long time and heard a lot of rumors and gossip. Lord, please speak freely about whatever you need to know. As long as I know it, I will certainly tell you everything I know. Seeing his serious expression, Chen Qingfeng waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing important. I just wanted to ask Elder Lin if you have ever heard of the Shuttle Void Beast? Shuttle Void Beast. Elder Lin was taken aback at first, then stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. That name, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Please tell me in detail, Elder Lin. Chen Qingfeng's eyes immediately lit up, and he leaned forward to ask further. Hey, I'm just relaying bits and pieces of hearsay. Lord Lin, take it as a joke, don't take it seriously. Old man Lin waved his hand, then sat up straight and recalled. Years ago, when I was selling wine at a stall, I overheard 2 cultivators from out of town chatting. They happened to mention these void-traversing beasts. They said that these beasts have extremely unusual bloodlines, but they aren't a fixed species. As long as someone has the relevant bloodline, regardless of whether they were originally a cow, a sheep, a frog, or a fish, they can all be called void-traversing beasts. Their forms are completely unpredictable. They live in a grotto heaven called Spirit Beast Island, the location of which is unknown to outsiders, and their supernatural power is the ability to traverse the void. Traverse the void? Chen Qingfeng exclaimed softly. Of course, old man Lin also became interested, clicking his tongue in amazement. I've heard that even a true immortal of the Purple Mansion can only travel through the void, yet this kind of spirit beast can directly traverse the void, covering tens of millions of miles in a single breath. Such supernatural power is something I, an old man, wouldn't even dare to dream of. The cultivation world is indeed full of wonders. To think there's such a being is truly an eye-opener. Chen Qingfeng nodded in agreement. I just don't know if the rumors are true or false. I've never seen one with my own eyes in my life. Old man Lin shook his head with a smile. Since there are such rumors, they're probably not unfounded. Chen Qingfeng smiled, but a thought had already crossed his mind. He suddenly remembered that after Little Black refined the soaring demon soul and advanced to the 2nd level of Lesser Demon, several conspicuous wisps of purple down sprouted on its head. It must have been then that the void-traversing beast bloodline within it had awakened. It was a being capable of traversing the void. No wonder even a genius like Mu Yujian dared not underestimate it. Why did you suddenly think of the void beast, Lord? Old man Lin glanced at him curiously. Nothing. Chen Qingfeng casually changed the subject, smiling. I just happened to hear someone mention this name, and I found it intriguing, so I wanted to ask if Elder Lin knew about it. In the vast void, chaos was as black as ink, with only the void currents slowly surging in the darkness. Suddenly, a dazzling light pierced the silence, nimbly speeding through the chaos. Behind the light, 2 true dragons with gleaming scales and flowing whiskers appeared, their eyes wide with rage, their claws shattering the void, relentlessly pursuing the beast. The violent currents they stirred up caused the surrounding chaos to surge violently, almost tearing this void apart. The ball of light seemed to be fleeing hastily, but in reality, its movements were extremely agile. With a gentle flick of its tail, leaving a trail of dazzling afterimages, it abruptly disappeared just as the true dragon's fangs were about to touch it. In the vast void, only the angry roar of the dragon remained. At the same time, on a small island shrouded in misty clouds, suddenly, the calm air rippled with tiny waves, like pebbles thrown into a clear lake, spreading outwards in layers. At the center of the ripples, a small vortex quietly formed, its light gradually intensifying as it spun. The next second, the ball of light that had vanished from the void leaped out of the vortex. As the light dissipated, its form was revealed. It was a round, plump fish beast. This fish beast's head was so large it almost took up half its body. Its eyes were squinted into slits, and its head and cheeks were covered with fluffy, soft, silvery white whiskers that swayed gently with its breath, making it look like a kind-faced old man. As soon as it appeared, several small figures darted out from behind the flowers, rocks, and low trees on the island. These little beasts, no more than half a person's height, resembled a group of rolling furballs, their crisp cries rising and falling. Grandpa Sturgeon! Grandpa Sturgeon is back! The little beasts varied in appearance. Some had fluffy, pointed ears, some had short, bushy tails, some had small, spiraling horns on their foreheads, and some had thin, webbed fingers. Without exception, each of them had a small tuft of striking purple fur on their forehead, shimmering faintly in the sunlight, echoing the purple stripes on the fathead fish's brow. The little beasts swarmed around the silver-whiskered sturgeon. Grandpa Sturgeon, where have you been? The silver-whiskered sturgeon rolled in the air, its round eyes narrowing into slits, a smug look on its face. With a flick of its plump fin, a lustrous, emerald-green pearl appeared out of thin air. I went to the East Sea and stole their dragon pearls. Grandpa Sturgeon banquet is amazing. Grandpa Sturgeon banquet is amazing. The little beasts immediately surrounded him, cheering, their voices full of admiration. The silver-bearded fat sturgeon squinted and shook its head, clearly enjoying itself. Suddenly, it caught sight of a strange figure in the herd, flicked its tail and swam like water to the black dog's side. Little guy, you look unfamiliar. What's your name? The little dog sat obediently, about to speak, when the little beasts beside it shouted first. Grandpa, its name is Black Earth. What a good child. The silver-bearded fat sturgeon stretched out its plump fin and gently patted its head. The fat sturgeon turned its head to look at the other side of the island and asked, who is breaking through over there? This aura isn't from our Void Beast clan. Who brought it in? Grandpa Sturgeon banquet, I brought it in. The little dog immediately lowered its head, its voice weak, clearly knowing it had broken the rules. You little rascal, now that you've awakened the bloodline of the Void Beast, don't you know that Spirit Beast Island is our home, and we can't let others in? The silver-bearded fat sturgeon scolded. I know, but it's my best friend. The little dog drooped its ears. The silver-bearded fat sturgeon looked at its drooping head, its tone tinged with helplessness. Since it's your good friend, then let it leave after its breakthrough. Thank you, Grandpa Sturgeon. We'll be leaving soon. The little dog immediately raised its head, its eyes brightening, wagging its tail happily. The silver-bearded fat sturgeon twisted its body, asking curiously, what, are you leaving with us too? Yes. The little dog nodded emphatically. Looks like you've met some very good friends outside. The silver-bearded fat sturgeon gently tapped the almost transparent purple down on its forehead. Poor little guy, you're still very weak. Once you leave, it'll be difficult to return to Spirit Beast Island. Are you sure you want to leave? The little dog glanced at Grandpa Sturgeon, then looked at its companions surrounding it, its eyes flickering for a moment before it nodded firmly. Big brother is still waiting for us outside. All right then. The silver-bearded fat sturgeon twisted its body, carrying the lustrous green bead in its mouth, and floated to the center of the island, gently placing it into the clear river. The bead dissolved upon entering the water, transforming into strands of pure spiritual energy that flowed slowly with the current, nourishing the entire island. After doing all this, it slowly floated back to the little dog's side, its tone somewhat serious. You brought outsiders to our Spirit Beast Island without permission, and according to the rules, you will be punished. From now on, when you come back, you must bring a spiritual item to replenish the island. Understand? I understand, Grandpa Sturgeon. The little dog's eyes were serious, and it nodded heavily. Poor little fellow, your bloodline is so weak. You must have suffered a lot outside. Since it's our first meeting, Grandpa has prepared a gift for you. The silver-bearded sturgeon opened its mouth and spat out a wing like a silver leaf. The little dog's eyes widened immediately. Grandpa Sturgeon Banquet. This is a miracle. Chun Qingfeng, leading a group of immortal seedlings, flew towards the Mu family. These were all mortals whose spiritual apertures had been tested. They were to be trained by the Mu family to become qualified spiritual plant growers, specifically responsible for planting and paying offerings for spiritual rice. The group arrived at Songlan Mountain. After handing the immortal seedlings over to Mu Yusong, Chun Qingfeng prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Mu Yusong called out, "Brother Qingfeng, please wait. I have a fellow Taoist to introduce you to today." "Oh, may I ask which fellow Taoist?" Chun Qingfeng turned around and asked with a smile. "Wait half a day. You'll know as soon as you see him." Mu Yusong kept him in suspense, a smile on his face. Half a day later, Xiao Yenshan flew to Songlan Mountain on the wind. He focused his magical power in his eyes and looked at the protective array of Songlan Mountain before him. He saw that the array light was dazzling and the spiritual energy flowing through it contained a mysterious rhythm. He was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself, "Such superb array skills. It has probably reached the peak of the upper grade, only one step away from the quasi-second grade." He was full of surprise and thought to himself, "Indeed, one cannot underestimate the cultivators of the world. My Xiao family is an array family that has been passed down for generations. I have been carefully taught by my father since I was a child and have been practicing arrays for more than 20 years. I have only just reached the threshold of the quasi-second grade. I have never heard of any array family in Songlan County. It is truly remarkable that someone can repair the damaged protective array to such an extent." Xiao Yenshan composed himself and used his magical power to transmit his voice. "I am Xiao Yenshan of the Xiao family of Yanluo County. I have come to pay a visit at your invitation. Please open the array and allow me to enter for a chat." "Ha ha ha. Brother Yenshan has come from afar. Please come in." Upon hearing the voice, Mu Yusong flew forward and welcomed him into the mountain with a smile. "Brother Yusong." Xiao Yenshan bowed and greeted him, but when his gaze fell on Mu Yusong's appearance, his expression changed slightly. "Brother Yusong, how did you become like this?" Mu Yusong's once handsome face was no longer smooth. Half of his cheek was covered with hideous burn scars, and his left arm was also empty. A bitter expression crossed his face as he sighed. "Life is unpredictable. I was no match for Song Hyun in our previous encounter, and I've ended up like this. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Brother Yenshan." "Alas." Xiao Yenshan shook his head and said gently, "I've also heard of Song Hyun's name. They said he's mastered the demonic black flame, which is truly terrifying. He's currently hiding in Yuqing County, under the protection of Su Changyuan of 10,000 Mountains. Let him hide for now," Mu Yusong said through gritted teeth. "My brother has already forged his immortal foundation. When the time is right, he'll be the first to kill this scoundrel." As they spoke, they flew together into a grand hall. Two people were already waiting inside. Xiao Yenshan recognized them both. One was Mu Renhua, the head of the Mu family, known as Grassroots Man, and the other was Mu Yujian, the young master of the Mu family, who had recently gained considerable fame. "Greetings, head of the Mu family. Greetings, young master Mu." Xiao Yenshan stepped into the hall, bowed respectfully, and greeted them. "Hee, nephew, no need for such formalities." Mu Renhua waved his hand with a smile. "Your father and I have been old friends for many years. Even the cloud-gathering and smoke-covering formation of Songlan Mountain was created by your father. Now that you're here, feel at home. There's no need for such formalities. Thank you for your kindness, senior." Xiao Yenshan stood up in response, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over Mu Yujian for a moment before quickly looking away. He thought to himself, Mu Yujian is truly a remarkable talent. The Su family tried everything to obstruct him, even joining forces with the Scale Cave Demon Serpent. But it was all in vain. He still managed to successfully forge his immortal foundation. The pressure he exerted on me upon achieving his immortal foundation was even greater than that of my father. He truly deserves to be a sword cultivator. Such talent is truly a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Fortunately, my Xiao family and the Mu family are far apart, with no grudges or conflicts of interest, and our relationship is still harmonious. Otherwise, my family would truly be terrified. "Where is Senior Xiao Yuanting?" Mu Yujin looked at him and asked in a calm tone. "My father is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the midstage of Foundation establishment, and is unable to leave the mountain." Xiao Yenshan quickly bowed in response, then added, "I have been fortunate enough to have some understanding of array formations, and can now barely be considered a quasi-second tier array. Master, with the help of either the Patriarch or the young master, I can repair the protective array of Songlan Mountain. Brother Yenshan, What outstanding talent! You're already a quasi-second-tier array master, Mu Yusong exclaimed with a smile. Not at all, how dare I speak of talent before young Master Yujin. Xiao Yenshan felt uncomfortable under the oppressive aura emanating from Mu Yujian. His breathing was stinging, like being pricked by needles. He thought to himself, I thought I was a rare genius among my peers, but in front of Mu Yujian, I am completely insignificant. It's truly lamentable. In the next few hundred years, these border counties will probably all be under the control of the Mu family. Not wanting to stay any longer, Xiao Yenshan quickly said, Brother Yusong, why don't you take me to see the Great Formation first? We should determine the repair plan as soon as possible. All right, Mu Yusong smiled, leading him out of the main hall and flying away. By the way, I also need to introduce a fellow Taoist to Brother Yenshan. Mu Yujian led Xiao Yenshan to a pavilion halfway up the mountain. Chen Qingfeng was already waiting there. Brother Qingfeng, this is young Master Xiao Yenshan of the Xiao family of Yanluo County. This cloud-gathering, smoke-covering formation of Songlan Mountain is the work of the Xiao family. Mu Yusong first introduced Chen Qingfeng, then turned to Xiao Yenshan. Brother Yenshan, this is Chen Qingfeng, also a formation master. My family's great formation was barely holding on before, thanks to Brother Qingfeng's help in repairing it. Xiao Yenshan looked up at Chen Qingfeng and was startled again. So this is the one who repaired the great formation. No wonder Mu Yusong was so polite to him. So young, probably only in his early 20s, yet he already possesses the skills of a high-grade formation master. Truly remarkable. He sighed repeatedly, thinking to himself, could this Songlan County be some kind of treasure land? First there was Mu Yujian, then Song Heiyun, and now Chen Qingfeng. Although Chen Qingfeng is not as good as the former two, he is still extraordinary, probably only slightly inferior to me. Greetings, young Master Xiao. Chen Qingfeng stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Brother Qingfeng, you are too kind. Just call me Yenshan. Xiao Yenshan quickly returned the greeting with a smile, already certain that Chen Qingfeng was of extraordinary birth. Brother Yenshan, please follow me. Mu Yusong led the two to the core area of the mountain peak, allowing them to observe the formation's core. Upon seeing the extent of the damage to the array's core, Xiao Yenshan gasped in shock, exclaiming, Hiss, could it be that a second-tier array master attacked Songlan Mountain back then? We didn't see a second-tier array master, Mu Yusong explained, shaking his head. When the Su family attacked the mountain, the outer array was only broken through by the array-breaking flag combined with the relentless attacks of the cultivators. But this inner array was broken almost effortlessly. According to my investigation, there was a masked cultivator wielding a highly targeted array-breaking talisman, and the wanted traitor Earth Scorpion bears a striking resemblance to him. The damage to this array core isn't severe, clearly indicating that the attacker knew the basic principles of this array. Without second-tier array mastery, it would be impossible to achieve this. At least I couldn't. Xiao Yenshan frowned, saying, could it be that Earth Scorpion befriended a second-tier array master? That's unknown. Mu Yusong sighed, shaking his head. This person hasn't shown up for a long time. There's nowhere to capture him and nowhere to ask. Let's not talk about this anymore, Brother Yenshan. Please examine this carefully and see how to completely repair this formation. Brother Qingfeng, please take a look as well. I don't need to. Chen Qingfeng smiled humbly. My meager skill in high-grade formations is not worth showing off. It'll just assist young Master Xiao. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Qingfeng was busy traveling between Songlan County and various prefectures. Sometimes he assisted Xiao Yenshan in repairing the Mu family's grand formation. Sometimes, he fulfilled the Mu family's request, searching far and wide for high-quality immortal seedlings. On this day, the sky was clear and the air was crisp. The flying boat silently pierced the sky, and more than 20 immortal seedlings of varying ages on board were curiously looking at the mountains and rivers below from the side of the boat. Chen Qingfeng stood at the bow, thinking of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. But suddenly, a strange change occurred. Deafening roar erupted from the heavens, as if countless thunderbolts had simultaneously shattered, causing the world to tremble. Chen Qingfeng's heart sank, and he instinctively channeled his magic power to protect himself. Above, the clouds suddenly surged wildly like boiling waves, sweeping to both sides as if an invisible giant hand were stirring the sky. In mere moments, the dark clouds were dispersed, revealing a clear, pristine blue sky, bathed in golden sunlight. Numerous spiritual lights rose, all directed towards the northern horizon. There, a majestic celestial court, spanning tens of thousands of miles, slowly descended from the heavens. Its gilded dome shimmered with a glassy luster under the sunlight, refracting 7-colored rays. Towering white jade pillars supported the structure, and countless palaces, layered and interwoven, floated among auspicious clouds. The cascading light dyed the sea of clouds a dazzling seven-colored hue, a magnificent spectacle imbued with a breathtaking and awe-inspiring grandeur. The master, what happened? The celestial seedlings had never seen such a sight before. Their faces were deathly pale, their legs went weak, and many collapsed onto the boat deck, their voices trembling, their eyes filled with terror. Boom! Another loud bang, and a surge of boundless spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the celestial court, sweeping down like a flood, bursting its banks. This spiritual energy was far purer than any spiritual vein in the world, and its impact was terrifying. The celestial seedlings were completely unable to resist it, and were instantly overwhelmed by the shockwave, all of them rolling their eyes and fainting. This is that grotto heaven? It's too big. Chun Qingfeng's pupils shrank, and his heart was filled with shock. This celestial court spanned tens of thousands of miles, larger than Songlan County and Yuqing County. This too. Chun Qingfeng took a deep breath to calm himself down. He stared intently at the celestial court that appeared and disappeared, and the words Mu Yujian had once spoken instantly came to mind. This was the ruins of an ancient immortal sect from 10,000 years ago, wandering in the void for a long time. 2 purple mansion true persons from the Qingyun immortal sect have been stationed in this impoverished borderland for 15 years, waiting for its arrival. No wonder. Chun Qingfeng took a deep breath. No wonder 2 purple mansion true persons were sent to guard this place. This immortal court ruins are truly enormous. Just then, buzz. 2 deafening buzzes resounded through the heavens and earth, and 2 towering Dharma images, their forms indistinct, appeared from the clouds. These are those 2 purple mansion true persons. Chun Qingfeng held his breath, straining to see, but he couldn't make out their faces. At this moment, the 2 Dharma images stretched out their giant palms, reaching towards the immortal court like mountains. Purple mansion true persons possess supernatural powers capable of moving mountains and filling seas, but facing this ancient immortal sect ruins, they still struggled like children trying to lift a boulder. The Dharma images shone brightly, clearly having unleashed their full magical power. Ha! 2 low, majestic shouts came from the heavens, causing the air to tremble slightly. The 2 true immortals exerted all their strength, their giant hands firmly supporting the bottom of the celestial court, and with a sudden burst of power, they pushed. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, the celestial court, spanning 1,000 miles, was propelled, slowly changing its trajectory, passing over Chun Qingfeng's head and speeding southward. As the celestial court flew, it stirred up raging winds and towering waves, churning the sea of clouds, filling the sky with radiant light, and countless runes emanating from its base, tracing dazzling paths through the air. Originally, this celestial court ruin was supposed to fall at the border of Yuqing County, Tongxi Mountain, and Songlan County, but the 2 true immortals, with their immense supernatural powers, forcefully pushed this heavy celestial court southward. Ultimately, the celestial court was pushed to the border of the Qing Kingdom, landing south of Qingshan Prefecture. The celestial court was sometimes ethereal, sometimes real, floating in midair. Boom! The instant the celestial court solidified, a vast spiritual energy erupted, sweeping across the land like a tsunami, changing the color of the world wherever it passed, and filling the air with spiritual energy to its fullest extent. Chun Qingfeng clearly saw countless jade stones fall from the celestial court and transform into pure spiritual energy as they fell, merging into the mountains like a drizzle. The once barren mountains to the south visibly shed their withered yellow and turned lush green. Withered branches sprouted new buds, quickly becoming verdant. Wildflowers bloomed in profusion, a riot of colors. Dried-up streams gushed forth clear springs, babbling merrily. The desolate border mountains instantly transformed from a bleak late autumn into a vibrant spring. Just then, from the western mountains, a colossal ape, radiating demonic energy, soared into the sky. The ape roared angrily, its voice booming like thunder. Xianqing, Xuanyu, you 2 have no shame. Taking the treasure trove of the grotto heaven is one thing, but now you want to steal our territory too. Haha. Once this immortal court ruins are completely destroyed, my Qing Kingdom's 32 prefectures will become 33. 2 hearty laughs echoed from the heavens. These 2 true immortals had forcibly moved the grotto heaven, apparently to expand the Qing Kingdom's territory. They had created a new prefecture. I disagree. We must share some of the spoils. The giant ape protested. You old ape. You're so stubborn. I didn't say you couldn't let your great demon sit here interfere, So what are you yelling about? The two immortals chuckled for a moment, and then the giant ape disappeared. Afterwards, the immortal's clear voice echoed through the void, reaching the ears of all living beings. It is said that immortal traces appear in due time, and the evergreen True Lord bestows blessings upon all living beings. I, Xianqing, have received the True Lord's decree and, together with Xian Yu, have spent 15 years guiding the Taishu Grotto heaven to Qingnan. Jade pillars support the sky, palaces soar to the heavens, spiritual veins surge, immortal energy permeates, barren mountains instantly become fertile, and desolate hills transform into Panglai. Heaven and earth are indifferent, but the True Lord is benevolent in saving all living beings. May all sages feel the True Lord's virtue, cherish this extraordinary opportunity, and refrain from private battles and wanton killings. May spiritual energy nourish 10,000 generations, and may blessings extend for eternity. Evergreen True Lord, who is transformed into wood, hereby declares this, and may heaven and earth bear witness. As the True Lord's voice faded, his Dharma form gradually became ethereal, seemingly merging into the void, and before the clouds could churn, it had already vanished. The lingering aura of the True Lord's Dharma form still flowed in the void. Suddenly, a whoosh sound pierced the clouds, and several figures descended into the air like streaks of light. As their robes fluttered, the unique aura of Foundation Establishment cultivators subtly leaked out, their auras calm and refined, clearly indicating they were all Foundation Establishment cultivators. The Foundation Establishment cultivators bowed in unison, clasping their hands in a deep salute towards the spot where the Dharma image had vanished, their clear, resounding farewells. We are grateful for the boundless virtue of true monarch Chongqing, and for the blessings bestowed upon us by true person Qingyu. We respectfully bid farewell to the true person. Chun Qingfeng gazed at the ethereal, seemingly real yet illusory, seemingly fallen yet not fallen immortal court ruins. His gaze then swept over the figures gathering from all directions, including Mu Renhua, Mu Yujian, and Su Changyuan, as well as a red tiger with wings, a snow-walking deer, a white-scaled serpent with a severed tail, and several Foundation Establishment cultivators he did not recognize. The auras of the Foundation Establishment cultivators intertwined, respectfully bowing to bid farewell to the true person. Chun Qingfeng's heart sank. The world is about to change. The two true persons had already taken many treasures from the Immortal Court's treasury. Their mission accomplished, they would not linger. This harsh borderland could never compare to the ethereal beauty and comfort of Qingyun Cave Heaven. Below, Chun Qingfeng gazed into the distance and saw two figures slowly ascending into the air from among the Foundation Establishment cultivators. Mu Renyua's deep laughter followed. Fellow Taoists, this immortal court is mine. The Mu family has it. Fellow Taoist Mu has quite the appetite. Opposite, beside Su Changyuan and the white-scaled serpent, a Foundation Establishment cultivator wearing a long crown looked displeased. This immortal court is far larger than expected. It can nurture at least 5 spiritual veins. Can your Mu family handle it all on your own? Clear, resonant sword cry pierced the sky, and a vast expanse of white sword energy suddenly surged forth. Even before Mu Yujian's immortal foundation had fully manifested, a chilling aura already swept over them.
Mu Yujian.
The long-crowned cultivator shouted in a deep voice, "The immortal has just left, and you're already making a move? Do you really think this immortal court is your Mu family's private property?" Fellow Taoist Chang is absolutely right, Su Changyuan nodded. Beside Mu Renhua, a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to Xiao Yenshan spoke up, his tone calm. "Let's follow the old rules. Those who see it get a share. Don't make a move lightly. We can discuss things." Chun Qingfeng observed this man from afar, already having a plan in mind. This must be Xiao Yuanting, the Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Xiao family. With the appearance of the Immortal Court ruins, top Foundation Establishment families from several surrounding counties have all sent people to come, all vying for this piece of fat meat. The Celestial Court hasn't completely fallen yet. We should work together to retrieve its spiritual treasures, another Foundation Establishment cultivator said slowly. Why kill each other and let those rogue cultivators reap the benefits? Humph, I don't believe your empty words. The Tiger King Kuang Zhang, with wings on his back, laughed loudly, his towering demonic aura erupting. Whoever gets the treasure depends on their own abilities. This Tiger King was the strongest of the 3 great demons of Copper-Dwelling Mountain. I have no intention of making enemies with you fellow cultivators. The Sika deer, treading on the cold snow, spoke slowly, its tone indifferent. It's just that there are many juniors in my clan, and I need to take some spiritual treasures back for my cultivation. Mu Yujian raised his eyes, his gaze fixed on Su Chongyuan and the white-scaled serpent, his killing intent undisguised. Fellow Taoists, my Mu family and the Su family have some unresolved personal grudges. Let's settle this before discussing anything else. As he spoke, Mu Renua's grassroots man immortal foundation manifested, and he charged towards the white-scaled serpent. Fellow Taoist Lan Lu, you took advantage of my absence while I was away at the immortal sect to pay my salary, and today we'll see who's truly capable. Fellow Taoist Chong, this boy is troublesome. Quickly join forces with me to defend against him. Seeing Mu Yujian's attack, Su Chongyuan immediately moved, flying towards the long-crowned cultivator. It's starting. It's starting. High in the sky, spiritual light burst forth, and deafening roars filled the air. The brilliance of the clash of divine powers illuminated half the sky. Seeing this, many of the cultivators lurking nearby couldn't resist their greed and were eager to step forward and gain some benefits. Bang! A muffled sound. Tiger King Kwang's claws flashed like lightning, directly crushing a mid-stage chi refining cultivator who tried to step forward, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Immediately, a deafening tiger's roar echoed from its throat, the sound waves carrying demonic power as they swept outwards. Anyone who takes even half a step south will die. Chen Qingfeng, witnessing this from afar, cursed them inwardly as fools. The division of spoils between Foundation establishment cultivators and great demons was still undecided. Yet these people dared to rashly advance, wasn't that just courting death? He dared not linger and immediately fled quietly to avoid being caught in the crossfire of this high-level battle. He was far from being able to directly confront a Foundation establishment cultivator. The leap from Qi refining to Foundation establishment was an insurmountable qualitative change. Surviving an enemy across such a vast realm was impossible. Even back then, Mu Yujian only managed to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator under the special circumstances of forging his remaining remnants. The Foundation establishment cultivators and great demons in the sky clearly had a tacit understanding, flying towards the border, intending to settle their disputes there. Verbal arguments about the distribution of spoils were ultimately meaningless. A real fight would determine all sides. The clash between the Foundation establishment cultivators and the great demons lasted for a full half-month. After a fierce battle, the various forces finally reached an agreement, finalizing a division of spoils unknown to outsiders. Chen Qingfeng immediately found Mu Yusong and asked, "Brother Yusong, what was the result of this great battle? Which forces were involved?" "Ha ha ha!" Mu Yusong laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother Qingfeng, why bother with such trivial matters? My brother specifically instructed you to prepare for your marriage." Chen Qingfeng's face twitched slightly. Seeing Mu Yusong's overjoyed expression, Mu Yujian must have displayed great power in the battle, defeating many opponents. "What, you're unwilling?" Mu Yusong raised an eyebrow and smiled. "My brother said that as long as you marry into the Mu family, your dowry will include a void-searching stone, allowing you to personally enter the immortal court ruins to search for treasures. Do you know that's the inheritance site of an ancient immortal sect? Although the best items inside have already been taken by 2 true immortals, there are still many treasures left. Any one of them is enough to make Qi refining cultivators flock to it. It's an opportunity that's hard to attain in a lifetime." Chen Qingfeng chuckled upon hearing this. He already had a void-searching stone, so why would he need the Mu family's reward? Chen Qingfeng had some understanding of the cave heaven ruins from classical texts. All spiritual objects in the world are nurtured by the laws of heaven and earth, whether it's jade, spiritual herbs, or purple smoke and pure qi. But unfortunately, the laws of heaven and earth 10,000 years ago were completely different from today. The current immortal court ruins are in a critical state between the void and the present world. If they were to completely fall into the present world, they would inevitably be unable to withstand the current laws of heaven and earth. Under the clash of old and new laws, the ruins will trigger restrictions, destroying everything within. Ultimately, the entire celestial court will shatter, transforming into pure spiritual energy that merges into the earth's veins, nourishing a beautiful and spiritual mountain. Therefore, to obtain the treasures within the ruins, one must act before they truly fall into the mortal world. Otherwise, once they land, everything within will vanish. This celestial court ruins had 2 fragments fall into the earth 15 years ago. A small piece fell in Qingshan Prefecture, and a larger piece fell in Yuqing County. Now, its main body has finally descended in its entirety. But this ruin has only recently appeared and is still unstable. We need to wait a while longer before it is safe to enter and search for spiritual treasures. As Mu Yusong spoke, he took out a strange stone that sometimes shone brightly and sometimes turned gray. He brandished the void-detecting stone in his hand and chuckled. "This is the void-detecting stone, a spiritual object born when the grotto heaven fell. There aren't many, and they were divided between Foundation establishment cultivators and powerful demons. Only with it can you enter the ruins. How about it, wanna go in and try your luck? For the next few months, Chun Qingfeng would fly high into the sky every day, gazing southwards. The celestial court hovered above the heavens, appearing and disappearing intermittently. As the days passed, the celestial court, drawn by the earth's veins, gradually decreased in height, its appearances becoming longer and its periods of concealment shorter. At this rate, it should stabilize in about 6 months, at which point we can enter and search for spiritual objects. Chun Qingfeng withdrew his gaze and looked towards Songlan Mountain. Several months ago, the Foundation establishment forces from several surrounding counties and the 3 great demons of Tongchi Mountain had fought a fierce battle over it, ultimately dividing up all the void-detecting stones. The Mu family clearly received a large share. Every direct descendant of the clan wore a joyful expression, obviously having received a void-detecting stone. This item was indispensable for entering the celestial court. Unless one is a purple mansion true person capable of traversing the void and can directly enter, everyone else must use the void exploring stone to find the entrance before they can enter this immortal court ruins. After some investigation, Chun Qingfeng learned that many Foundation establishment forces were involved in the competition. In addition to the 3 major demon caves of Copper Dwelling Mountain and the Su and Mu families, there were also the Shao family of Yanluo County in the southeast of Songlan County, the Du family of Yunqiu County in the northeast, and the Chong family of Chengjiang County in the north of Yuqing County. Originally, this immortal court ruins should have been located between Lin Cave, Yuqing County, and Songlan County, and the treasures inside should have belonged to these 3 parties. However, the area of the immortal court far exceeded expectations. In order to expand the territory of the Qing Kingdom, the 2 true persons forcibly pushed it to the desolate mountain range south of Songlan County, which attracted the other 2 demon caves and the forces of several neighboring counties to take action. Chun Qingfeng also heard that, in this battle, Mu Yujian severely injured the white-scaled serpent and also repelled the Su and Chong families. Su Chongyuan, the immortal cultivator of 10,000 mountains, excelled in defense and suppression. At the time, he focused solely on defense, like a turtle hiding in its shell. With the help of the Chong family, he narrowly escaped death. However, after this battle, Mu Yujian's reputation spread far and wide. Previously, Mu Yujian was only known in Songlan County. But now, in the surrounding counties, among countless cultivators, no one was unaware of his existence. Chun Qingfeng possessed a rare artifact, yet he hesitated to use it. Breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage required at least half a year of seclusion, but he had neither a protector nor a suitable cultivation ground. He had the rare artifact but couldn't begin his foundation building process. The immortal mountains of the world already had their masters. Finding a spiritual vein cultivation ground of one's own was no easy task. The true person has already departed. It seems that the fox truly only received a casual favor from the true person. Mu Yujian arrived, landing beside Chun Qingfeng. He extended his offer again. Follow me, and I will help you forge your immortal foundation. In the future, I will even bestow Songlan Mountain upon you as your spiritual vein training ground. Chun Qingfeng remained silent. He was still waiting for Xiao He and Xiao Bai to return. Still waiting for that fox and the puppy? Mu Yujian chuckled, his tone somewhat nonchalant. Still not giving up? Waiting for that little beast that faked its death to escape, secretly plotting to reach Foundation establishment, to come back and back you up? It only takes half a year for a chi refining cultivator to break through to Foundation establishment. But they haven't shown up for 3 years. They've probably forgotten about you long ago. Oh right. Seeing Chun Qingfeng's lack of reaction, Mu Yujian added, although that puppy has the bloodline of a void-traversing beast, traversing the void is extremely dangerous, and its bloodline isn't pure. It's highly likely it's already lost in the void, so don't count on it anymore. I don't want to lay a hand on you. Choose a good day to get married yourself. If you really don't want to marry into the family, you can voluntarily hand over a wisp of spiritual energy from your natal aperture, so I don't really have to come and kidnap you. I trust Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Chun Qingfeng said softly. Believing alone is useless, Mu Yujian said leisurely. I also believe I can achieve the Purple Mansion Golden Core, but if I only believe and don't take action, how can I truly achieve it? I've already given you a chance, and the facts prove you lost. Alright then. Chun Qingfeng nodded as if finally resigned to his fate. Give me another 6 months. If Xiao He and Xiao Bai don't return, then I will hand over the spiritual energy of my natal aperture and follow you from now on. It should have been done long ago. Mu Yujian chuckled and turned to leave. Watching Mu Yujian's satisfied figure leave, Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even if you take my life jade, so what? Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. He possessed multiple techniques, and even if he handed over the spiritual energy of one technique's corresponding natal aperture, he still had the cultivation of other techniques and wouldn't panic at all. The spirit absorption secret technique to control the life jade could cause someone to die and their cultivation to dissipate. But Chen Qingfeng had cultivated more than one technique. Even if one was dissipated, another would remain. Mu Yujian thought he could control him with this method? It wouldn't be so easy. Deep within the Su family's territory in Yuqing County, Su Chongyuan and Chang Jianghe, both foundation establishment cultivators, sat facing each other, their expressions grave as they plotted. That dragon's abode sword Mu Yujian is truly formidable. You cultivate river god's appearance, and I cultivate 10,000 mountains, yet even with our combined strength we can only manage a draw against him, Su Chongyuan said in a deep voice, his face extremely grim. If he were to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, he might personally kill us. We absolutely cannot allow Mu Yujian to grow so smoothly. To win over this foundation establishment cultivator from Chengjiang County, he had already betrothed his most beloved daughter to Chang Jianghe. But unexpectedly, the two, both at the mid-foundation establishment stage, couldn't even suppress Mu Yujian, who was only at the early foundation establishment stage, when they joined forces. Chang Jianghe was also filled with embarrassment, secretly regretting that he had been unable to look away from the Su family's eldest daughter because of her outstanding beauty, and now he had needlessly offended the Mu family because of this woman, a truly regrettable loss. He took a deep breath and slowly said, the only solution right now is to find a fire attribute artifact for Song Heiyun as soon as possible to help him break through to the foundation establishment stage. That kid cultivates demonic black flame, and as long as he can successfully establish his foundation, he will definitely be able to contend with the Mu family. Brother Chang is absolutely right. This is the only way now. Su Chongyuan raised his hand and slapped his thigh heavily, his tone full of frustration. We had already successfully killed Mu Yujian, but we never expected him to come back to life. If we had known that the Mu family's ancestor had the supernatural power of dragon transformation and rebirth, we would have simply submitted to the Mu family back then, and we wouldn't be in this situation now. Now that the feud is established, there's no chance to back down. Half a year passed by. In a certain airspace south of Songlan County, the air suddenly rippled with fine waves, rippling like water for a moment. Suddenly, a soft plop was heard, and two young figures fell from it, landing steadily on the ground. That fathead fish is despicable. It actually threw me out like that. When I've cultivated enough, it'll definitely teach it a lesson. The white-robed youth grumbled as he patted his robes, but when he saw the familiar surroundings, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, we're out." He reached out and patted the black-robed youth beside him, teasingly saying, "Stupid dog. Look, that fathead fish brought us back." The black-robed youth, being honest by nature, frowned and corrected him. "Don't always call Grandpa Xuanyan that. It is." The white-robed youth chuckled, then suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Why is there a celestial court floating in the sky?" The black-robed youth said anxiously, "We've been lost for so long, 3 years have passed, and we still don't know how Big Brother is doing. What if he's been forced into marriage by the Mu family? Maybe he already has children. It's all because you're not capable enough, otherwise we wouldn't have been lost for so long. If it weren't for the spirit stones our elder brother gave us, we would have starved to death long ago." The white-robed youth complained, but his hand had already grabbed the black-robed youth's wrist. "Come on, let's go find our elder brother." As the celestial court suspended in the sky became more solid and stable, the radiant light surrounding it grew increasingly intense, and the day when they could step into it to search for treasures was drawing ever closer. The entire Mu family, from the direct descendants to the younger generation, were completely immersed in this opportunity that was only seen once every 500 years, and their faces could not hide their excitement. You must know that there are countless qi refining cultivators in the world, but reaching the foundation establishment realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven, 1 in 10,000. If they could find a rare item or an ancient inheritance in the celestial court, it would be equivalent to holding the key to foundation establishment, enough to change their lives. I've received the void detecting stone bestowed by my family. This time, I'm going to enter the celestial court and make a name for myself. This is the greatest opportunity our realm has had in 500 years. We absolutely cannot miss it. That's right, with the help of the void detecting stone, we're sure to return with a full load. Some direct descendants of the Mu family, who had received rewards from their clan, were gathered in the courtyard, discussing loudly, their words filled with pride and eagerness to immediately enter the celestial court to search for treasures. Meanwhile, the collateral descendants, watching this scene, mostly wore undisguised disappointment on their faces, their expressions gloomy. High in the sky, two figures stood suspended in midair, none other than Mu Yujian, the young master of the Mu family, and Mu Renhua, the patriarch. Father, once this matter in the celestial court is resolved, our Mu family must properly rectify its clan's conduct. Mu Yujian frowned slightly as he looked at the eager and arrogant descendants below. Look at them, they've received rewards and are showing off everywhere, arrogant and conceited. They have no composure whatsoever that a cultivator should have. Their emotions are always on their minds. With such a temperament, how can they achieve great things in the future? Alas, how could I not know this, and how could I not want to manage it? Mu Renhua rubbed his throbbing temples, his gaze falling on a young man below who was gesturing wildly, his tone full of helplessness. He pointed to a boy and said, "That's your third uncle's youngest son. He covered for you and became immortal. How can I blame him?" He then pointed to a girl and said, "And that one over there is your fourth uncle's daughter. Your fourth uncle also fought to the death for the family, which damaged his foundation and caused his cultivation to drop. These children have always been spoiled by their elders. If I discipline them too strictly, it will only chill their hearts. If father cannot bear to do this, then I will take charge of this matter." Mu Yujian's eyes narrowed, and his tone was firm. "In any case, we must re-establish strict clan rules. In the future, clan rewards should be determined by talent and merit, and there should be no more favoritism based on kinship. No member of the Mu family should be arrogant because of favoritism, nor should they damage the family's reputation for personal gain. Anyone who violates these rules, regardless of their status, will be severely punished." The Mu family was already large and numerous, and its daily interests and interpersonal relationships were already complex. It was not an easy task to establish strict clan rules and completely destroy the family. This will surely break the hearts of your uncles and elders." Mu Renhua sighed softly. "So what? You call me Mu Yujian heartless and treacherous? I accept it." Mu Yujian withdrew his gaze, his tone resolute. "If my Mu family wants to truly rise and become a purple mansion immortal clan that can stand firm in the world, we must redefine our clan rules and rectify our atmosphere. I never want to see any Mu family member act recklessly because of their birth again." As soon as he finished speaking, the two slowly descended and landed in a courtyard. Mu Renhua looked at his proudest son and asked, "Yujian, why have you set your sights on Chen Qingfeng? He seems to have some talent, but not enough to impress you." Mu Yujian slowly shook his head. "Father, you don't know this, but I cultivated the manifesting weakness divine power when I was at the 7th level of qi refining, yet I didn't see a trace of weakness in Chen Qingfeng. If I could take him as a follower, it would greatly benefit my future cultivation and even the development of the family." Chen Qingfeng, don't push your luck. In a courtyard below, Mu Qingmei stood with her hands on her hips, her eyebrows raised, her tone filled with a mixture of shame and arrogance. "For the sake of the family, I condescended to agree to a marriage alliance with you, and you dare to refuse outright." She thought that for a direct descendant of the Mu family to marry Chen Qingfeng was already a great favor. But Chen Qingfeng would rather give up his life than accept this marriage, which made her feel utterly humiliated, as if she had suffered a great insult. Marrying down? Chen Qingfeng's face remained calm, but he found it amusing. If Mu Qingmei hadn't relied on her status as a direct descendant of the Mu family and received preferential treatment from family resources, she probably wouldn't have even been able to master the basics of qi cultivation in her entire life. Just then, a figure gracefully landed. It was Mu Yujian. His gaze fell on Chen Qingfeng, pressing down with immense pressure. "Chen Qingfeng, I have given you enough time to consider. It's time to make a choice. Will you marry into the Mu family, or will I use the spirit absorption secret technique to turn you into a life jade?" Mu Yujian confidently said, "Becoming my follower will surely be something you can be proud of in the future." You should know that Mu Yujian was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, yet he was able to fight against 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. He was renowned in the southwest of the Qing Kingdom's cultivation world and was a true prodigy. Outside the Mu family's territory, countless young cultivators came every day, just to catch a glimpse of this legendary young master. It's no exaggeration to say that if Mu Yujian were willing, the line of people wanting to be his concubine or follower could stretch from the top of Songlan Mountain to its foot. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingfeng grinned slightly, his tone calm. "Choose the latter. I want to see what that spirit absorption technique really looks like. Then I'll go prepare the 3-element spirit absorption technique." Mu Yusong quickly agreed. "No need." Mu Yujian sighed softly and shook his head. He took out a warm, smooth jade, his face showing no anger, but instead bursting into laughter. "Chen Qingfeng, you still refuse to truly bow down to me. He handed the jade to Chun Qingfeng. This is Ping An's jade, now returning it to you. I took him as my disciple because I genuinely wanted to cultivate him. Using the jade to blackmail you was merely to wear down your arrogance and make you willingly submit to me. He looked at Chun Qingfeng, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. You're quite good. From beginning to end, you've never truly bowed down. I knew it. Chun Qingfeng took the jade, a relieved smile finally appearing on his face. With Mu Yujian's pride, he would never accept someone who wasn't truly submissive. Over the years, he appeared passive, but in reality, he had been stalling and enduring. As long as he could withstand Mu Yujian's relentless pressure, he would win this silent contest. From beginning to end, Mu Yujian had never truly intended to attack him. Offering power, promising women, luring with benefits, threatening with his life. All these methods were merely tests Mu Yujian used on Chun Qingfeng. And Chun Qingfeng withstood this test. Just then, outside the Mu family's territory, two powerful demonic auras, comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators, suddenly emanated. Big brother, are you in there? Quickly release my two-legged beast, or it'll tear down your Songlon mountain. Sensing these two extremely familiar auras, Chun Qingfeng's lips instantly curled into a smile, and without hesitation, he soared into the air. In midair, two figures, one black and one white, hovered. A bright smile bloomed on Chun Qingfeng's face, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Mu Yujian's gaze fell on the two spirit beasts that had already cultivated to the Foundation establishment stage, and he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. They really have become great demons. Hey Mu, release my brother right now. The white-robed youth caught sight of Chun Qingfeng, grunted, and his form suddenly shifted, revealing his true fox form. As soon as Mu Yujian heard this, a strange power quietly enveloped him, making him feel an almost uncontrollable impulse. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he chuckled. Interesting. What kind of technique is this? Humph. It'll scare you to death if I tell you. This is a divine power I've cultivated. Release my brother right now, or you'll regret it. The fox shouted rudely. Mu Yujian turned to look at Chun Qingfeng, who was smiling broadly beside him, and laughed loudly. You won. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. I hope you can reach Foundation establishment soon and catch up with my cultivation. Then we can have a heathen duel. I don't fight meaningless battles. Chun Qingfeng spoke softly, for the first time using a truly equal tone to look Mu Yujian in the eye. Whether you defeat me in Qi refining or Foundation establishment, it doesn't matter. I have built my heart as my foundation, and nothing can break me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and rushed towards the outside of Songlon Mountain. He spread his wide sleeves and opened his arms to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Let's go home. The three figures rode the wind and disappeared, their clothes fluttering as they gradually became silhouettes of distant mountains. Building the heart as the foundation, Mu Yujian looked at the direction they had gone, slowly shook his head, and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. Well said. I was too attached to appearances, and I lost completely. He slowly turned around, a hint of amusement and melancholy flashing in his eyes, and chuckled. So, I've been taught a lesson by a junior? Chun Qingfeng returned to Qingshan Mansion with the fox and the puppy. He ordered Lin Wanchuan to prepare a table of spiritual food and wine, and summoned Qin Pingon, so the whole family could gather together for a lively gathering. Now, the fox and the puppy were both Foundation establishment demons, capable of transforming into human form. Appearances reflect the heart. The fox transformed into a white-robed youth with long, narrow eyes and a pair of lively, cunning fox eyes. The puppy transformed into a black-robed youth with a round face, square jaw, large, bright, and spirited eyes and regular, well-proportioned features. Congratulations to Brother Baiyun and Brother Haitu on achieving Immortal Foundation and advancing to Great Demon level. May you both enjoy long and prosperous immortality. Chun Pingon smiled as he poured bamboo wine for the two beasts, his tone full of joy. Good lad. You have a sweet tongue. Just like me. Baiyun gave a thumbs up. Don't follow his example, you'll go astray sooner or later. Haitu waved his hand and pulled Chun Pingon to his side. Chun Qingfeng chuckled lightly and handed a jade tablet to Chun Pingon. This is your life jade. The Mu Yu sword has been returned to me. This life jade contained the first wisp of spiritual energy cultivated from Chun Pingon's natal aperture, which was crucial to him. If the life jade were damaged, his cultivation would dissipate like sand seeping into water, ultimately leading to his death. Now that it has been returned to its rightful owner, as long as the spiritual energy within is refined back into his body, there will be no more worries in the future. Can I still learn swordsmanship from my master in the future? Chun Pingon took the life jade and looked up to ask. Of course, Chen Qingfeng laughed. Mu Yujian desperately wants me to follow him, and he's trying to use you to put pressure on me. But he's even passed on the Mu family's core technique, the Azure Lake Condensing Essence Scripture, to you, which shows he genuinely wants to teach you. That's right, little Pingon, you not only need to learn, but you need to learn it deeply. Bayun chimed in, grinning. Go to the Mu family more often and try to learn all of that guy's sword intent. With us backing you up, from today onwards, there's nowhere in Songlan County you can't go. A2 added confidently. Having a powerful demon in the family is a source of confidence. He used to be so subservient to the Mu family, but from now on, he won't need to be. Chen Qingfeng looked at Xiaobai and Xiaohei, his tone filled with concern. How have you two been these past 3 years? Ever since we got that jade, the Mu family has been going crazy, capturing people from the mountains. Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and it excitedly said, the stupid dog and I decided to head west, and by chance we found a demon core, which perfectly completed the Ascension Jade. Then, the stupid dog suddenly said it missed its hometown, dragged me into the Great Void, and spent 2 whole years struggling inside before finally crawling out. Getting carried away, it revealed its true fox form, gesturing wildly with its little paws as it hopped and jumped, depicting the scene. You even found a demon core for free? Chen Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head, unsure whether it was Xiaobai's incredible luck or a favor from that true person. Chen Pingon, standing to the side, listened with a completely bewildered expression, utterly confused. Seeing his expression, Chen Qingfeng smiled and explained, I've been secretly and openly fighting with Mu Yujian for over 10 years. He's always wanted me to submit to him willingly and follow him. In the end, brother one. Chen Pingon immediately chimed in, his tone full of joy. Of course, how could we possibly lose to him? Xiaobai rolled his eyes arrogantly, his tone certain. We finally made it through. From now on, we don't have to be beholden to the Mu family anymore. We're equals now. Xiaohei looked at Chen Qingfeng, his eyes full of gratitude. Thanks to the abundant spirit stones left by brother. Otherwise, we might have starved to death in the Great Void. Xiaohei, you're the legendary shuttle void beast, right? Chen Qingfeng's gaze fell on it as he slowly asked. Yes. Xiaohei nodded. As my cultivation improved, the memories hidden in my bloodline gradually unlocked. Our Void Beast clan was born in the Great Void, scattered throughout the world. Once we grow up, we can return to our homeland using our innate divine abilities. What is your homeland like? Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but feel curious. It's an island, and there's a fathead fish guarding it, not allowing outsiders to enter. Xiaobai blurted out, her tone urgent. Xiaohei chuckled and added, it's called Spirit Beast Island, established by our ancestors of the Shuttle Void Beast clan. It's a safe haven for the weaker members of the clan to grow up in. That's wonderful. The world is truly full of wonders. There are even such creatures. Chen Qingfeng looked at Xiaohei and asked gently, when you grow up, will you also help build that island? Humph, it's nothing special. Xiaobai interjected with a grin. When I become a powerful demon king, I'll build them 10 or 8 islands. That fathead fish is too stingy. It doesn't even allow outsiders in. Xiaohei glanced at it sideways and said slowly, you should be grateful you don't call Grandpa Sturgeon fathead fish. I will. Who told it to hang me up and teach me a lesson? Xiaobai stubbornly refused to back down. Chen Qingfeng immediately knew that this fox must have been glib and dishonest to get a lesson. He raised his hand and tapped Little White's head, laughing. Serves you right for being hung up. Ouch! I'm a great demon now. Don't keep hitting my head like that. Little White complained haughtily, but didn't move its head an inch, ignoring the fruit in front of it and stuffing the fruit from Chen Qingfeng's plate into its mouth. Tell me about your foundation and supernatural abilities. You two are ahead of me. Tell me about your foundation building experience. Chen Qingfeng looked at the 2 little beasts with satisfaction and asked. Yes, yes, second brother, third brother, I want to hear too. Chen Pingon quickly raised his hand in agreement, his eyes full of curiosity. Bayun chuckled, his face full of pride, and said loudly, the immortal foundation I've cultivated is called Jade Court Heart, and it contains 3 divine abilities. The first is called Detecting Good and Evil. If someone harbors malice, I can sense it instantly. Nothing can be hidden from me. The second is Determining Kinship. The closer I am to a relative, the stronger my power becomes. The farther away they are, the weaker my power becomes. The third is Speaking Right and Wrong. If someone refuses to follow my principles and rules, they will be suppressed by this power, and their spells will be severely hindered. Was that Speaking Right and Wrong you used on Mu Yujin earlier? Chen Qingfeng asked. Exactly. Bayun proudly raised his chin. If he had insisted on not letting you go, he would have been suppressed by this power, Even his sword strike would have been delayed by half a beat. How about it? Isn't my immortal foundation's divine ability powerful enough? Impressive, truly impressive. Chen Qingfeng smiled and stroked its fluffy head, then turned to Xiao He. Xiao He, what does your immortal foundation look like? Xiao He smiled gently and slowly said, my immortal foundation is called Soaring Demon Beast, and it also contains 3 divine abilities. The first divine ability is called Beefing, a fierce wind that can destroy a person's physical body and scatter their soul when it hits them. The second divine ability is called Surging Thunder, which can sever a person's spiritual energy, interrupt their spells, and knock away their weapons and magical treasures. As for the third divine ability, it is the innate divine ability of my void-traveling beast clan, called Beast Returns to Nest, which allows me to travel through the void and return to Spirit Beast Island. However, this divine ability consumes a great deal of energy, so I cannot use it lightly. Indeed impressive. You two are both incredibly powerful. Chen Qingfeng looked at the 2 little ones who had already become great demons, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He declared loudly, our family now has great demons in charge. Since you have both advanced to great demon status, we should also carve out a territory and establish ourselves as kings. After celebrating for a day with Baiyun and Haitu, Chen Qingfeng immediately threw himself into new work. The celestial court ruins in the sky were becoming increasingly stable, and within a month, they would be able to enter them. During this time, Chen Qingfeng had already made his plans. He pointed to the faintly visible celestial court on the horizon and said in a deep voice, a month from now, cultivators from all sides will flock in to search for spiritual treasures. Once the number of people entering increases, fighting will break out, and the celestial court will inevitably collapse and fall. At that time, it will transform into pure spiritual energy and merge into the earth's veins, condensing into a spiritual vein, completely transforming this barren mountain into a celestial mountain. Therefore, I plan to move Luoyun Peak 3,000 miles south to find a large mountain to settle it in. After the celestial court collapses, it will be nourished by spiritual energy for a long time, and it will at least be able to nurture a second-tier spiritual vein. This method is brilliant. I love it. Baiyun's eyes lit up, and he was already eager to get started. Haitu was also looking forward to building his own home and excitedly chimed in. There's no time like the present. Let's get started now. Alright, time is of the essence. Let's get started now. Chen Qingfeng slapped his thigh and made up his mind on the spot. He summoned Lin Wanchuan and explained the matter of moving the mountain in detail. The news of Baiyun and Haitus' return and their advancement to great demons spread like wildfire. The cultivators of Qingshan Prefecture were initially shocked and skeptical, but then overjoyed. They quickly prepared gifts and flocked to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Prefecture Lord. Congratulations, Prefecture Lord. Greetings, Great Demon Baiyun. Greetings, Great Demon Haitu. In the cultivation world, Qi refining demon cultivators are called lesser demons, while foundation establishment demons are called Great Demonsa, respectful title for high-ranking demon cultivators. Qingshan Prefecture had suffered several calamities, and nearly half of its already small number of cultivators had fled, leaving only 30 or 40 truly small and poor. These rogue cultivators couldn't offer decent gifts, so they volunteered to help transplant the flowers, trees, and shrubs on Luoyun Peak, hoping to leave a good impression on the 2 great demons. After all, these were genuine foundation establishment great demons, from whom they would have many future connections. Even a small favor from a great demon was a treasure unattainable for a lowly rogue cultivator. Greetings, Lord of the Prefecture. Greetings, Great Demon. Old Man Lin Yuero, and Wang Ying also came to offer their congratulations. They were the only 3 Qi refining cultivators in Qingshan Prefecture besides Chen Qingfeng. These were the only people Chen Qingfeng was familiar with in the prefecture. Besides them, there was also Lu Yu. According to Old Man Lin, Lu Yu had already left Qingshan Prefecture out of fear of the chaos caused by the calamity cultivators and evil cultivators. However, Chen Qingfeng harbored doubts. Lu Yu's identity was far more complex than the simple Qi refining early-stage cultivator he appeared to be. He was very likely one of the 2 Purple Mansion true persons sent down by the immortal sect for the sake of the immortal court. Those 2 true persons had been lying dormant in this bitterly cold land for 15 years, waiting for the immortal court to fall. Now that the immortal court had appeared, they had taken its core treasures and left. Chen Qingfeng was certain that Lu Yu was one of the Purple Mansion true persons, but he didn't know which one it was yet. Foundation establishment cultivators and great demons, having cultivated their immortal foundation and mastered supernatural powers, already possessed such power. Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but ponder to himself, what kind of extraordinary abilities would someone possess if they reached the Purple Mansion realm? Just a few casual favors were enough to awaken the fox's intelligence, transforming it into a powerful demon, making Mu Yujian dare not underestimate it. This was the Purple Mansion true person. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Chen Qingfeng's gaze fell upon Wang Ying, and he smiled, saying, "Fellow Taoist Wang has actually reached the late stage of qi refining. Truly a cause for celebration. Lord of the mansion is too kind." Wang Ying replied humbly, "How could my meager cultivation compare to even a fraction of yours or those of the two great demons?" This man had dark skin and a robust build, originally a rogue cultivator. Over the years, he had single-mindedly pursued the Tao, refusing to marry or take concubines, relying solely on his willpower to cultivate to the late stage of qi refining. Among rogue cultivators, he was considered extremely persistent, and Chen Qingfeng had always had a deep impression of him. With the concerted efforts of many mortals and cultivators in Qingshan Prefecture, all the flowers, trees, and shrubs on Luoyun Mountain were quickly transplanted. Then, Baiyun and Haitu, two foundation establishment demons, simultaneously unleashed their divine powers, working in conjunction with the earth's vein patterns that Chen Qingfeng had already surveyed. Amidst the exclamations of many rogue cultivators, they directly used their immense demonic power to manipulate the earth's veins, severing the entire Luoyun peak halfway up the mountain and slowly lifting it up. They carried the mountain south for 3,000 miles, finally placing Luoyun Peak firmly on a mountain range that Chen Qingfeng had already selected. Standing high in the sky and looking down, the mountains stretched endlessly, a vast expanse of land. Chen Qingfeng said, "This territory is even larger than Songlan County, and it's the site of the Immortal Court's fall. There's no problem in nurturing 3 or 4 foundation establishment families in the future. According to that true person, the Immortal Sect will send someone to designate this place as the 33rd county of Qing Kingdom. No matter which family comes in the future, or who becomes the county lord, this territory of 500 miles in radius will belong only to the 3 of us." Although Chen Qingfeng knew that many forces were eyeing this land, such as the Demon Cave of Tongqi Mountain, the Chang family of Chengjiang County, and the Shao family of Yanluo County, etc. With 2 foundation establishment demons backing him up, Chen Qingfeng was determined to act as the king of this mountain. If others can be the county lord, why can't we? In my opinion, why don't you just become the county lord yourself, brother? Wouldn't that be even more enjoyable? Baiyun raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's right. Haita turned to look at Chen Qingfeng, his eyes full of anticipation. "Brother, why don't you become the princess?" "Me?" Chen Qingfeng tapped his chin lightly, pondered for a moment, and then chuckled. "After I reach foundation establishment, our family will have 3 foundation establishers. This princess position isn't out of the question." Within his sea of consciousness, the golden seal quietly flipped. 2 illusory immortal foundations appeared, each clearly engraved with its own name and supernatural power. Jade Court Heart. Investigate good and evil. Determine kinship, speak right and wrong. Soaring Beast. Wind, thunder. Beast returns to nest. My golden seal has such wonderful uses. Not only can it manifest cultivation techniques, but it can also record immortal foundation supernatural powers. Chen Qingfeng was surprised. These 2 immortal foundations were the only ones whose details he knew at this moment. Although he had seen many cultivators establish their foundations and heard of many different types of immortal foundations, such as the cursed dragon branch of the Mu family patriarch and the grassman of Mu Renhua, he did not know the specific details of the supernatural abilities corresponding to those immortal foundations. Such matters concerning immortal foundation abilities were not easily known to outsiders. Little Black and Little White weren't outsiders. They meticulously told me about their immortal foundation abilities and even their weaknesses, and the golden chapter recorded it all. Could it be that if I learn about the abilities of other immortal foundations, I can also record them? The thought flashed through Chen Qingfeng's mind, but then doubt arose. But even if I record them, what use will they be? He immediately focused his mind on his sea of consciousness, trying to activate the 6 abilities recorded on the golden chapter. But those abilities remained as immovable as rocks. He couldn't activate them with even the slightest effort. A ripple of emotion stirred within Chen Qingfeng. This golden chapter must have a significant origin. I can cultivate all the techniques it manifests. Logically, I should be able to activate the recorded abilities as well. After a moment's thought, Chen Qingfeng mused, perhaps my cultivation is too low to truly grasp the wonders of this golden chapter. With this thought, Chen Qingfeng composed himself, suppressing the ripples in his heart, and regained his composure. As long as he held this golden chapter in his hand, he would eventually uncover all its secrets. Outside Luoyun Mountain, 2 streams of demonic energy at the peak of qi refining emanated. Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji, under the command of the great demon Guangzhang of Tongqi Mountain, have come to pay their respects to the great demon Baiyun and the great demon Haitu. The tiger demon's rough voice pierced through the clouds and descended into the mountain. It was indeed Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji, under the command of the Tiger King Guangzhang of Tongqi Mountain. Now that the celestial court was on the verge of collapse, countless treasures had been lost, making Luoyun Mountain the most tempting opportunity on the border of the Qing Kingdom in hundreds of years. Countless cultivators and demons were fixated on this place. Chun Qingfeng and Baiyun Haitu had directly moved the entire Luoyun Mountain here, blatantly seizing territory. This action naturally alarmed various forces. However, the names of the two Foundation Establishment great demons were too renowned. Ordinary Foundation Establishment families dared not easily step forward. Only the Tiger King of Tongqi Mountain dared to send two capable demon generals to test the waters. Among the three demon kings, Guangzhang possessed the greatest strength and supernatural abilities, clearly wanting to probe the backgrounds of these two newly ascended great demons. Haitu flew out of the mountain and said amicably, "Give my regards to the great demon Guangzhang." Baiyun, however, was less formal, his laughter carrying a hint of arrogance. "What greetings and congratulations. To put it bluntly, aren't you just trying to test our mettle?" Chun Qingfeng then appeared, his gaze falling on the two tiger demons, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Since you've come to pay your respects, why did you arrive empty-handed, without even a small gift? Coming to offer congratulations without a gift is clearly not a genuine visit. Ei Lu, greet the lord of the prefecture." Lu Shanjun cupped his broad paws, mimicking a human's bow. "I have resigned from my position as lord of Qingshan Prefecture. I can no longer accept this title." Chun Qingfeng waved his hand, his smile unchanged. Now that he no longer served the Songlan Mu family, he was naturally no longer considered a lord of the prefecture. This Lu Shanjun is a tiger demon who hasn't read many books and can't speak polite, literary language. After a few polite words, it couldn't contain itself any longer and stretched out its paws, saying bluntly, "To be honest, this place is blessed with natural beauty and has long been chosen by my king to breed tiger offspring. Now, it has been taken over by you three without reason. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "You're mistaken, fellow Taoist," Chun Qingfeng said with an unchanged smile. "This place was originally unclaimed. The rule of the world is always that first come, first served. Isn't that right? Brother, why waste words with them?" Baiyun took a step forward, his demonic aura surging slightly, and laughed heartily. "When I was just a weak fox, I hated you wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards the most, always thinking of swallowing me whole. Now that I've cultivated into a great demon, I'm too lazy to beat around the bush. Don't you want to test our mettle? Then stop holding back and show us what you've got. Ha ha ha. We demon cultivators are so straightforward, unlike those human cultivators who are so indecisive." Lu Shanjun laughed loudly, his voice like thunder, shaking the surrounding air slightly. Before the words were even finished, the demonic energy surrounding it and Yun Shanji beside it suddenly surged, like a turbulent, inky wave. The next instant, a vast and boundless power descended from nowhere, like the might of heaven, pouring entirely into the two tiger demons' bodies. Visibly, their demonic energy surged wildly, breaking through the shackles of the peak chi refining stage and forcefully climbing to the pressure of the foundation establishment stage. The two tiger demons' fangs became even sharper, their fur gleaming with a metallic sheen, completely different from before. What a magnificent divine ability! Chun Qingfeng's eyes flashed with surprise, sincerely praising it. These two tiger demons were originally only level 3 minor demons, but with this unknown divine ability, they possessed combat power comparable to level 4 major demons in a short time. Chun Qingfeng speculated that this was mostly due to the divine ability of the Tiger King Guangzhang. As expected of the strongest among the 3 demon kings of Tongqi Mountain, this divine ability was indeed extraordinary. Chun Qingfeng turned his head and whispered, "Don't be careless. Guangzhang isn't a wild tiger. I heard that this tiger has a purple mansion demon king behind it. Its divine power will enhance the foundation establishment combat power of Lu Shanjun and the other 2 tigers, so it might not be weaker than a true foundation establishment cultivator. You must know that for ordinary rogue cultivators and wild demons, reaching the foundation establishment level is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But this Guangzhang is a peak foundation establishment demon, a legitimate demon cultivator who has obtained the complete demon race inheritance. His methods are far beyond what a rogue cultivator can match. We cannot underestimate such a powerful demon."
Don't worry, brother.
Baiyun grinned. These two are just borrowing the Tiger King's prestige. They're just small tigers pretending to be big tigers. They don't have real skills and are far inferior to a true demon. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his lips slightly and casually uttered a sentence. The power of his divine power instantly spread out, like a large net covering an area of 10 miles. In an instant, the surging demonic energy emanating from Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji receded like a receding tide. Their overwhelming power, comparable to that of a Foundation establishment stage demon, vanished without a trace, their aura plummeting back to that of a Quasigriat demon. Their previous imposing presence was completely gone. This was precisely Bayun's divine power, speaking right and wrong. It established the rule of forbidding the use of external forces to wreak havoc, and those who violated it would be suppressed by this divine power. The borrowed tiger might of Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji was instantly suppressed. Stupid dog. These two are yours. Bayun whispered to Haitu, be careful. This tiger demon has a powerful backer. Don't kill it outright. But don't let it off lightly either. Cripple it. Leave some face for Tiger King Kwang, lest it cause trouble later. Do you need to tell me? Haitu rolled its eyes, flew forward, and faced Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji from afar. The boy, transformed from black earth, had handsome features, resembling a wealthy young master untouched by the dangers of the world, showing no trace of murderous intent. However, Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji knew this was a genuine powerful demon and dared not underestimate him. They had originally used the Tiger King Quanzhang's divine power to forcibly advance from the Qi refining realm to the Foundation establishment realm, but Bayun's divine power suppressed them, reducing them back to the quasi-Foundation establishment level. The two tigers, bewildered, didn't bother to investigate further and hurriedly appealed for the Tiger King's might again. However, by concealing their strength under the influence of the words of truth divine power, they couldn't truly invoke the Tiger King's might. The two demons had no choice but to intertwine their demonic energy, merging into one, before finally managing to forcefully return to the Foundation establishment level of combat power. Taste the divine power of my king. The two demons simultaneously formed hand seals, and a condensed golden light rose from their palms. The moment this golden light appeared, it surged upwards into the sea of clouds. In an instant, the entire area within several miles was swallowed by the golden light, and countless golden tiger phantoms materialized. The next moment, thousands upon thousands of tiger phantoms roared in unison, like tigers descending a mountain, charging down towards Haitu with overwhelming force. Haitu, seeing this, casually cast a spell, but it passed directly through the tiger phantoms. These tiger phantoms were illusory, and attacking them was completely useless. However, when they swung their claws, they could inflict real damage. This divine power was extremely troublesome. In fact, this move was indeed extraordinary, one of the divine powers of the Tiger King Quanzhang, called rushing slaughter. Wherever the tiger pack rushed, nothing was left behind. Ordinary cultivators would be helpless against this move and could only flee. Truly a magnificent divine power. Chun Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the scene, his respect for the Tiger King growing even stronger. This divine power, unleashed by Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji, possessed such might. If Quanzhang were to unleash his true form, its power would likely be even greater. It could only be said that Quanzhang truly lived up to his reputation as a great demon with a legitimate demon lineage. His methods far surpassed those of ordinary wild demons. The Tiger King's dispatch of Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji to probe them was undoubtedly an attempt to ascertain the true extent of Bayun and Haida's divine powers. However, through this probing, Chun Qingfeng and the others also learned of the Tiger King's two divine powers. One was the power that could enhance Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji's cultivation, and the other was the 10,000 tigers charging forth. Haitu dodged several times, discovering that ordinary techniques were utterly ineffective against those tiger shadows. It possessed three divine powers, among which beefing and suliai were both killing techniques. Beifeng can destroy a person's physical body and scatter their soul. Suliai can sever supernatural powers and spells, and damage weapons and magical artifacts. Ordinary spells cannot deal with this rushing, illusory tiger shadow, but Suliai is specifically designed to counter it. However, Haitu was unwilling to easily reveal Suliai. This supernatural power can be surprisingly effective at crucial moments and can also knock down other people's magical artifacts. It is a trump card. So, it moved swiftly, and an invisible, twisted ball of wind was unleashed. Although this ball of wind was inconspicuous, the surrounding air trembled. It was its supernatural power. Beefing. Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji, on the other side, although they did not see the strange wind as particularly harmful, their tiger eyes were filled with caution, and they dared not underestimate it in the slightest. Just as the two tigers were about to concentrate on probing the strangeness of this wind, They looked up and saw the twisted wind shadow rushing towards them. Not good. The two tiger demons hurriedly twisted their bodies to dodge. The wind was incredibly fast. Even with their rushing / divine power fully activated, they were still a fraction of a step too slow, and the wind grazed their shoulders. With a sizzle, large chunks of flesh and fur were blown away by the strange wind. Like spring snow meeting the scorching sun, the excruciating pain piercing their very souls. Awoo! The two tigers howled in pain, baring their teeth, nearly falling from midair. They were tiger demons who had cultivated for decades. What battles hadn't they seen? What serious injuries hadn't they suffered? The pain of broken bones and bleeding was nothing more than a tickle to them. But this seemingly light gust of wind felt as if their very souls were being blown away, the pain unbearable. What kind of strange wind is this? A deep sense of dread flashed in the tiger's eyes. Beyond the border, a place once devoid of spiritual energy, where not even a single cultivator could be found. But now, with the immortal court on the verge of collapse, the spiritual energy in these desolate mountains and wilderness was gradually becoming richer. Sensing the intense battle fluctuations in the distance, several streaks of light pierced the sky, rushing towards the direction from which the commotion originated. Above the sea of clouds, the streaks of light met from afar, each slowing their speed. Oh, Brother Mu, you've come too. Hee hee. Brother Xiao. Mu Renhua and Xiao Yuanting exchanged a smile. Mu Renhua spoke first. As expected of a battle between great demons, the spectacle is truly extraordinary. Xiao Yuanting's gaze turned to the battleground, and he smiled. It's rumored that those two beasts were originally wild animals. How come they've reached the foundation establishment stage so quickly? Could it be that they received a favor from some true person? Brother Mu, you served by the true person's side for a while. If you know any inside information, you absolutely mustn't hide it from me. How dare I presume to know the true person's intentions? Mu Renhua waved his hand with a smile. These two beasts must have received an immense opportunity. They can't be treated as ordinary wild demons. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Mu. Xiao Yuanting cupped his hands in thanks, his ill intentions towards the two beasts immediately dissipating considerably. He gazed southwards, his expression grave. Judging by the countless tiger demons, it must be Tiger King Quanzhang sending his demon generals to test us. That Tiger King is truly formidable. His false tiger's might technique can actually turn a chi refining cultivator into a foundation establishment cultivator. It's truly remarkable. Who says otherwise? Let's get closer and see what kind of supernatural abilities those two beasts possess. The two continued flying south. Before long, they encountered two more figures, cultivators from the Du and Chai families of Yunqiu County, two prominent foundation establishment families. Fellow Taoist Du, fellow Taoist Chai. Mu Renhua greeted them with a smile. Yunqiu County is beautiful and prosperous, much richer than our Songlan County. Why are you two so interested in matters from this remote border region? Not at all, not at all. We're just here to join in the fun and broaden our horizons. The Du and Chai cultivators replied with smiles. Fellow Taoist, do you know the origins of those two beasts? We've never heard of them before, and suddenly they've reached foundation establishment? Could they have obtained some rare treasure? The foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Du couldn't help but ask curiously. Who knows? Xiao Yuanting joked, if fellow Taoist Du is interested, why not go and ask them, and help us clear up our doubts? Fellow Taoist is too kind. Not long after, they encountered two more foundation establishment figures. Each with their own thoughts, the group kept their distance and continued flying south, following the demonic energy and the aftershocks of the battle. Looking at the countless phantom tigers charging and roaring from above, these foundation establishment cultivators all looked solemn. Isn't that Tiger King Quanzhang's divine power charging slaughter? But before they could even get close, the earth-shattering phenomenon of 10,000 tigers charging suddenly dissipated. Immediately afterward, two panicked pleas for mercy were heard. Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji, covered in grime, were stumbling and fleeing in disarray. Someone's coming. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Everyone stared intently, only to see the two tiger demons reduced to skeletal remains, their flesh and blood completely dissolved, their jagged bones clearly visible, a truly pitiful sight. Several foundation establishment cultivators, upon seeing this, all showed slight changes in expression. They hadn't expected these two newly ascended great demons to be so terrifying, even withstanding the Tiger King Quanzhang's test. Esteemed seniors, you've come from afar. Why not come in and have a seat? The lingering influence of driving away Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji was still present. Chun Qingfeng, along with Baiyun and Haitu, greeted the foundation establishment cultivators who had stopped in the distance, his tone calm yet measured. The leading cultivator in green robes, upon seeing this, was the first to bow, actually treating Chen Qingfeng, who possessed qi refining cultivation, with the respect due to an equal. He, Mu Renhua of the Songlan Mu family greets fellow Taoist Chen and the two great demons. His attitude surprised the foundation establishment cultivators slightly, but no one questioned it. After all, Chen Qingfeng had two genuine powerful demons by his side, so his foundation establishment was only a natural progression. More importantly, Mu Renhua knew that the fox's successful breakthrough to the great demon realm was due to the secret support of a Purple Mansion true person. Even if it was just a favor casually bestowed by a true person, it was enough to make this lineage not to be underestimated. With Mu Renhua taking the lead, the others also stepped forward and introduced themselves, their tone all carrying a hint of politeness. Xiao Yuanting of the Yanluo Xiao family greets fellow Taoist Chen and the two powerful demons. Du Heng of the Yunxiu Du family greets fellow Taoist Chen and the two powerful demons. Chai Yuanwu of the Yunxiu Chai family greets fellow Taoist Chen and the two powerful demons. Su Chongyuan of the Yuqing Su family greets fellow Taoist Chen. Chang Jianghe of the Chengjiang Chang family greets fellow Taoist Chen. Chen Qingfeng greets all the seniors. Chen Qingfeng smiled and returned the greetings, exchanging pleasantries with the six for a moment before accepting their congratulatory gifts. These were nothing more than pills and talismansidums that any foundation establishment cultivator could easily produce, nothing too valuable. After some polite exchanges, the six foundation establishment cultivators took their leave without lingering. After all, these six foundation establishment cultivators weren't exactly on friendly terms, and each harbored suspicion towards the other. Just like Mu Renhua and Su Chongyuan, whose families had a blood feud, the fact that they didn't fight on the spot was already quite a show of restraint. Through this conversation, Chen Qingfeng's perspective finally reached the level of foundation establishment cultivators, and he gained a clearer understanding of the situation surrounding the fall of the Celestial Court. On the surface, those participating in the struggle for opportunity included six foundation establishment families, as well as the three major demon caves of Tongqi Mountain, Tiger Mountain, Deer Garden, and Scale Cave. These six foundation establishment families came from the Mu family of Songlan County, which was closest to the Celestial Court ruins, the Su family of Yuqing County and the Xiao family of Yanluo County, which were slightly further away, and the Chang family of Chengjiang County, the Du family of Yunxiu County, and the Chai family, which were even further away. But these were only the forces on the surface. According to Mu Renhua, when the Celestial Court first appeared and the void-detecting stones were born, many foundation establishment cultivators concealed their auras and faces among the contenders. They were clearly from more distant regions, fearing local foundation establishment cultivators might unite to exclude them, so they hid their identities, intending to take advantage of the chaos. The void-detecting stones, such rare items, only appear when the Tai Su Cave heaven first transforms from illusion to reality, and are key to entering the Celestial Court. During the competition, some arrogant qi refining cultivators dared to approach, only to be crushed by the Tiger King Guangzhang with a single claw, leaving no trace. Without foundation establishment cultivation, one doesn't even have the qualification to compete. Combining this information, Chen Qingfeng had a clear understanding. This time, the number of foundation establishment cultivators entering the Celestial Court, including those secretly plotting, would probably be close to 30. These guys are really stingy. Their congratulatory gifts are meager, not even as generous as the Tiger King's. Bai Yun said, toying with three stones that were sometimes real and sometimes illusory, the void-detecting stones. These were left behind by Lu Shanjun and Yun Shanji when they fled in haste. They were practically life-saving money. The Celestial Court, connected to the Earth's veins and hidden in the void, was inaccessible to cultivators below the Purple Mansion level. Only with the void-detecting stones could one find the precise entrance. Each stone was equivalent to an entry ticket. That Tiger King was merely testing us. He never expected to become our mortal enemy. Chen Qingfeng chuckled, his gaze falling on the void-detecting stones. Leaving these three stones is a gesture of goodwill. Big brother, here you go. Bai Yun handed over a void-detecting stone. Chen Qingfeng shook his head, taking out an identical stone from his storage bag, and smiled. Give it to Ping'an. I already have one. What? Bai Yun and Haitu were both stunned. Haitu scratched the back of his head, his face full of disbelief. Big brother, how did you manage to snatch this from under the noses of so many foundation establishment cultivators? I didn't snatch it. I extorted it from Song Haiyun. Chen Qingfeng laughed. Hey, it's that kid. Bai Yun's fox-like eyes flashed with reminiscence. I knew that kid was full of bad intentions. Where is he now? He betrayed the Mu family and has run off to Yuqing County, under the protection of Su Chongyuan of 10,000 Mountains. Chen Qingfeng said. Heh? No wonder Mu Renhua and Su Chongyuan looked like they were about to fight. Bai Yun clapped his hands and laughed. Now the phantom of this celestial court is becoming clearer and more stable. I reckon in another month or so, we'll be able to find a way in. Chun Qingfeng looked up at the sky. The gigantic celestial court, spanning thousands of miles, floated in midair, its outline so clear that the details of its upturned eaves could be seen. Strangely, however, there was not a single shadow beneath this enormous entity. The blazing sun shone down, and the light fell on the celestial court, passing straight through it like piercing glass, leaving no trace on the ground. Ultimately, this floating structure is merely an illusion of the celestial court. Its true form remains hidden within the void, separated from the mortal world by an invisible barrier. Black Earth looked up for a moment and said, I can enter without the void probing stone. My beast returns to nest divine ability can directly break through the void. Ordinary cultivators need to reach the Purple Mansion realm to master the ability to traverse the void. However, Little Black's bloodline is special. Even having just established his foundation, he can still enter the void. Chun Qingfeng patted his head. This divine power is too taxing on you. You need to recuperate for 1 or 2 years after using it once. Don't use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Chun Qingfeng's expression turned serious as he instructed Xiao He and Xiao Bai. That celestial court is the legacy of a celestial sect from 10,000 years ago. Although the treasures inside have been taken away by the true person, what remains is still a tremendous opportunity for us. Therefore, there will definitely be many contenders this time. There are more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators and great demons on the surface, and even more hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the shadows. You too have just broken through to great demons, and your foundations are not yet stable. After entering the celestial court, you must be careful in everything you do and never act rashly. What about you, big brother? Bai Yun and He Tu asked in unison. I need to act according to circumstances. Chun Qingfeng looked at Bai Yun. Xiao Bai, you possess the determining kinship divine power, which allows you to sense the location of me and Xiao He. You will be responsible for contacting us then. I've already obtained a rare item, and there must be many secluded cultivation chambers within the celestial court. If I find a suitable place, I'll directly attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage there. If you find me staying in one place for a long time without moving, it means I'm in seclusion. At that time, go find Xiao He, and the two of you can travel together. He paused, then added, as for Ping En, his cultivation is still shallow, so he can only move around on the outskirts of the celestial court to broaden his horizons. That area is riddled with restrictions and unpredictable dangers. We must not enter lightly and prioritize safety. As time went by, the aura of cultivators grew increasingly dense across thousands of miles of southwestern border outside the Qing kingdom. The mortals living in these mountains had recently been able to see streaks of light flashing across the sky almost daily. Each streak of light elicited gasps of surprise from the mortals below. Their limited vision prevented them from seeing the celestial court ruins suspended above the clouds, leaving them completely unaware of the source of this anomaly. The mortals racked their brains trying to understand why immortals, once a rare sight, had become so common lately. This celestial court was vast in scale, attracting countless cultivators. Those who came were all at least at the midstage of qi refining, having refined at least one strand of miscellaneous qi to fly. Those low-level rogue cultivators still in the early stages of qi refining, even upon hearing the news, would never dare. Approaching rashly is futile. Without the means of flight, escape is impossible in the event of trouble, and even if one is fortunate enough to encounter an opportunity, they will most likely only become someone else's Dao fruit. The advantages of flight are now fully apparent. With this ability, even if danger arises, one can use the mountains as cover to maneuver and maneuver. If one gains an advantage, the probability of escape is not low. These cultivators are all hiding in the mountains within a radius of thousands of miles, but they do not possess void-detecting stones and have no way of knowing the location of the immortal court's entrance. Even if they search everywhere like cats chasing mice, only a few will be lucky enough to touch the entrance. 1 in 10 would be extremely fortunate. The remaining cultivators, who have neither void-detecting stones nor good luck, can only patiently wait for the immortal court to fall and then seek opportunities within. Near a 100-zang-high stone cliff amidst the endless mountains, a group of qi refining cultivators from Songlan County had gathered. Most of these cultivators knew each other. Many were old friends, and were now huddled together, either helping each other or trading protective items like talismans and pills, while remaining wary of cultivators from other counties and keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Brother is right. Only the Taoist lineages are divided into immortals and demons. We lowly cultivators are merely struggling for survival, A young man with his left hand on his sword murmured, watching the cultivators who were each occupying their own territory and wary of one another. In this world, there are only distinctions of stance, not right or wrong. I may not kill, but others may kill me. That's just how the world is. He gripped his long sword tightly, a resolute glint in his dark eyes. Therefore, I will not harm others, but I must guard against them. Whoever blocks my path, I will slay. As soon as the words were spoken, a streak of light descended from the sky, and a flying boat landed steadily in the center of the area. Standing on the boat was a noble-looking young man with sharply angled eyebrows, followed by a group of young men and women, all exuding extraordinary presence. Upon seeing this, the surrounding cultivators immediately began to whisper among themselves. It's young Master Mu. Rumor has it he has already forged his immortal foundation and mastered divine abilities. Your information is too outdated. Young Master Mu recently fought 2 foundation establishment cultivators single-handedly, repelling them. Recognizing the young man as Mu Yujian, the cultivators' discussions were filled with envy and awe. Under everyone's gaze, Mu Yujian looked up in one direction. Following his gaze, 4 young figures stood atop a cloud. Brother, I'll go greet Master, Chun Pingon said, turning his head. Go ahead. Chun Qingfeng nodded slightly. Remember to ask him for some protective magic items, talismans, and pills. He's quite wealthy. Don't be shy with him. Baiyun squinted his fox-like eyes and chuckled mischievously. Go ahead. Your brothers will back you up. Heitu also laughed. Chun Pingon responded and flew straight towards Mu Yujian. This scene caused a stir among the other cultivators. Who is that person? How dare he go directly to young Master Mu? His name seems to be Chun Pingon, the younger brother of Chun Qingfeng, the lord of Qingshan Prefecture. I heard he's also young Master Mu's disciple. I've heard of Chun Qingfeng. He's said to be aloof and rarely interacts with people. He's always accompanied by a fox and a black dog. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen those 2 little demons. Everyone instinctively looked towards Chun Qingfeng's side. But as they looked, many gradually realized something was amiss. Standing beside Chun Qingfeng were 2 youths, one in white robes with narrow, fox-like eyes that hinted at cunning, the other in black robes with distinct features and a dignified air. Perceptive cultivator tried to sense them with their spiritual senses, and the next second their expression changed drastically, and they cried out to their companions. Quickly look away. Don't look at them anymore. What's wrong? The cultivator beside them asked hurriedly, his face full of confusion. Those aren't youths. They're clearly 2 powerful demons at the foundation establishment stage. Hiss. Gasps of cold air rose and fell, and the cultivators present instantly retreated in unison, keeping their distance, their eyes filled with fear. No one had expected that there would be powerful demons mixed among the cultivators, and inseparable from Chun Qingfeng. How come there are 2 powerful demons with Chun Qingfeng? Who knows? Get away quickly. Don't get into trouble. The cultivators avoided them like the plague, wanting to get as far away as possible. Meanwhile, Haita smiled and said, They seem very afraid of us. Baiyun, watching the cultivators' panicked retreat in the distance, chuckled mischievously. He deliberately released his powerful demonic aura, just to see them terrified. Over the next few days, cultivators from all directions continued to arrive, their auras mingling and permeating the mountains. It's Senior Xiao Yuanting from Yanluo County. Look, Senior Su Chongyuan from Yuqing County has arrived too. With the appearance of several foundation establishment cultivators, all the foundation establishment families from the 5 surrounding prefectures had gathered. The cultivators in the arena could no longer contain themselves, rising to gaze into the distance, their expressions filled with anticipation and tension. The foundation establishment cultivators maintained a tacit understanding, keeping a safe distance from each other, their invisible auras clashing in the air. Mu Renhua was the first to move. With a flick of his sleeve, he soared into the sky, and 10 straw figures shot out, landing steadily above the 10 mountain peaks in the central area below the Immortal Court. These 10 mountains belong to my Mu family, his voice booming, carrying an undeniable pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, none of the cultivators who had been lingering within the 10 mountain range dared to object, and they all retreated on the wind, fearing to offend this foundation establishment cultivator. Following closely behind, Xiao Yuanting also flew up, summoning 10 array flags, which landed precisely on the other 10 mountain peaks, and solemnly declared, These 10 mountains belong to my Xiao family. Seeing this, the cultivators within the mountains dared not hesitate and hastily withdrew from the area. Afterwards, the Du, Chai, and Su families, along with the 3 demon kings of Tongchi Mountain, All took action to demarcate their territories, each occupying several peaks in the core area. Chen Qingfeng also slowly ascended into the air, lightly tapping his fingertip and directly designating 5 peaks. Although he was only at the qi refining stage, the rumors of 2 Foundation establishment demon kings following him had already spread. Under such intimidation, naturally no one dared to utter a single word of dissent regarding his demands. This immortal court ruins spanned thousands of miles, covering an extremely vast area, but the core area of several hundred miles had already been completely divided up by the various families and demon kings. Seeing this, the remaining cultivators could only helplessly retreat to the peripheral areas. After the territories were designated, everyone devoted themselves to searching for the entrance. Baiyun and Haita stood in the air, while Chen Qingfeng, with Chen Pingon, landed among the 5 mountains he had designated, taking out the void detection stone to carefully explore. Holding the void detecting stone, he proceeded cautiously, observing its movements with each step. Reaching an inconspicuous rock, the stone suddenly flashed violently, its light blinding. Chen Qingfeng's heart leaped with joy. He knew this was the entrance to the celestial court. This celestial court floated in the void, its spiritual energy intricately linked to the earth's veins. Thus, within 1,000 miles, even a blade of grass or a rock could be an entrance to the celestial court. The closer to the core area, the more numerous these entrances became, while they were increasingly scarce on the outskirts. Pingon, you go in first. Chen Qingfeng turned and instructed. Remember, your cultivation is still shallow. Only move around on the outskirts of the celestial court. Do not risk venturing into areas with strong restrictions. Safety first. Understood, brother. Chen Pingon nodded, gently pressing his palm against the rock. The next second, his figure vanished along with the rock. A moment later, the rock reappeared, but its connection to the celestial court was completely severed. Chen Qingfeng then took the void-detecting stone and continued searching for an entrance in the mountains. Among the Mu family members, Mu Yujin looked down at the pale-faced youth beside him, who appeared dejected. It was Yi Qingshu. The Yi family had fallen into ruin, their assets divided up by the demon cave forces and the likes of the Su family. Yi Qingshu had not only lost his Foundation establishment artifact, the Ascension Jade, but had also been depressed for days, radiating an inescapable sense of despondency. Fortunately, the Mu and Yi families were related by marriage. The Mu family matriarch was Yi Qingshu's aunt. The Yi family had also provided significant assistance when Mu Renhua achieved Foundation establishment, so there was still some connection. Therefore, the Mu family ultimately gave him a void exploration stone, allowing him to participate in this trip to the celestial court. Cousin, Yi Qingshu looked up at Mu Yujin, his voice weak and dejected. If you can obtain a Foundation establishment opportunity on this trip to the celestial court, it will be your good fortune. Go. Mu Yujin said calmly, his tone devoid of emotion. Yi Qingshu nodded silently, then leaped down to find the entrance to the celestial court. Watching his departing figure, Mu Yujin fell into deep thought. The loss of Yi Qingshu's Ascension Jade was truly bizarre, too absurd. And yet, in that incident, the fox feigned death to escape, and soon after returned, successfully established its foundation. Mu Yujin had no way of knowing the details, only vaguely knowing that the fox was someone Xian Yu Jinren had his eye on. As for what role Xian Qing Jinren played, and whether other countries' purple mansions were involved, there were too many complexities involved. He neither knew nor wanted to delve into it. The schemes between Purple Mansion Jinren were far beyond his current cultivation level to intervene in. At this time, remaining ignorant and completely uninvolved was the best policy, lest he one day unknowingly become a pawn of some Jinren. Mu Yujin looked at the smug, mischievous demon on the other side, let out a soft breath, and then looked away. On the other side, Chen Qingfeng found an entrance to the celestial court. He gently pressed the void-detecting stone, and the scene before him distorted and swayed. When his vision stabilized again, he found himself in an extremely spacious and luxurious plaza, yet it also exuded a sense of decay. Only by possessing the void-detecting stone which connected to this celestial realm could he guarantee a safe and smooth entry. Otherwise, he might accidentally enter the void and be swallowed up by it. Chen Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a plaza. The plaza's surface was paved with a single piece of jade, and many jade pillars stood around it, though most had collapsed and broken. Unfortunately, this celestial court had been in decline for many years, and the spiritual energy contained within the jade had long since dissipated. What were once spiritual objects had now become mere mortal stones. It seems I have already stepped into the celestial court. As soon as he landed, an invisible restriction instantly enveloped his entire body. Chun Qingfeng understood the purpose of this restriction with a thought. This celestial court was actually still within the void. Unless a Purple Mansion true person personally arrived, other cultivators could not fly. Chun Qingfeng reached into the air, feeling an unusual sensation, as if he were in deep water. If it weren't for the solid ground of the celestial court beneath his feet, he wouldn't have been able to move an inch. Not only that, but even casting spells felt weak and powerless, as if he had no foothold. The power of his spells and the range of his divine sense were reduced by more than half. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Chun Qingfeng's face. This place has a special environment. While casting spells outwards is difficult, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceptionally smooth. It truly is an excellent place to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He had originally planned to find a safe place to use the ascension wood to break through to the foundation establishment stage. According to the intelligence he had gathered, this treasure hunt in the celestial court was unlikely to be too dangerous. The celestial court was vast and had flight restrictions, so the number of cultivators entering was already small. He might not encounter a single person until the celestial court fully manifested in the mortal world. Thinking of this, Chun Qingfeng reached into his robes and took out a map. How could Yi Qingshu have a map of the celestial court? The map was very rough, as if it had been drawn hastily, only showing a few key locations with the rest blurred. He had obtained this map 3 years ago while disguised, taking it from Yi Qingshu. At the time, Chun Qingfeng only glanced at it briefly, unable to discern the terrain, and casually put it away. Only after the celestial court manifested did he examine it closely and discover that the map was remarkably similar to the celestial court's layout. Furthermore, there was a location specifically marked on the map. How did he obtain the map of the celestial court, and what does this marked location hold? Chun Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a few doubts. He focused his mind on his sea of consciousness, flipping through the golden seals, stopping at the page of the Na Yuan Yu Huiju absorbing yuan and controlling fire technique. This technique was the one Yi Qingshu cultivated, requiring the refinement of furnace fire using spiritual energy, and the Tao Foundation condensed after foundation establishment was also the spirit building furnace. After some research, Chun Qingfeng discovered that this cultivation technique had an extremely strong restraining effect on demons. The refined spiritual energy could directly erode the demon cultivator's core essence, and even completely refine the demon beast's core. This person's cultivation technique requires the assistance of demon beast cores. Even the Tao Jade he used back then required a demon core to complete its use. No wonder he targeted Little Black and Little White. Chun Qingfeng frowned slightly. His cultivation technique and rare items all require demon cores. It's really as if he was after Little White and Little Black. Is this just a simple coincidence? Or am I overthinking it? Chun Qingfeng had many questions in his mind. He wanted to know why the true person who bestowed the immortal technique upon Little White had never shown himself. If Mu Yujian hadn't mentioned it, Chun Qingfeng wouldn't have known that Little White's opportunity originated from a Purple Mansion true person. But since that true person took a liking to Little White, why didn't he just take it away? Also, was Senior Lu Yu really a Purple Mansion true person? If so, which of the two true immortals, Shen Yu or Shen Qing, would he be? His low cultivation level meant he was destined to be unable to grasp the secrets of the Purple Mansion Golden Core stage. Chun Qingfeng pondered this but couldn't figure it out, so he simply suppressed these distracting thoughts and stopped investigating. He raised his hand and wiped his face, instantly transforming his appearance into that of an ordinary bald, burly man. Then, he carefully examined the map, channeled his magic power into his legs, and quickly ran towards the marked location. This immortal court was truly vast, spanning over 3,000 miles, comparable to the territory of a medium-sized country in the outside world. Palaces, buildings, mountains, and rivers were all present, making it a veritable independent paradise. Since he couldn't fly, Chun Qingfeng naturally needed to hurry and reach the marked location as quickly as possible. Since Yi Qingshu possessed the map, he must also know the secrets of this place. He had to get there before the other party to see what mysteries it held. Deep within the immortal court, an inconspicuous, dilapidated palace stood quietly. On the broken and crumbling plaque, a few ancient seal characters could still be faintly discerned. Remnants of protective restrictions were everywhere, suggesting that this place must have been a treasure trove before the Celestial Court's demise. However, the Celestial Court had drifted through the void for millennia, and the once powerful restrictions had long since weakened. Even so, ordinary Qi refining cultivators who touched the remaining restrictions still faced certain death. On this day, at the entrance to the palace, two figures unexpectedly met. One was the pale-faced young man Yi Qingshu, and the other was the slash-faced, ferocious-looking crack-faced mad rat. Their eyes met, and a sense of wariness instantly ignited in each other's gazes. How do you know about the entrance to this place? They asked almost simultaneously. Qingshu's expression changed drastically as he stared intently at the crack-faced mad rat. You took my map. What map? I don't understand what you're talking about. The crack-faced mad rat grinned, a sly glint in his eyes. Judging from your appearance, you must be another person acting on the orders of the master, right? Qingshu's expression shifted rapidly, but he forced himself to remain calm. I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. Humph. Still pretending? The crack-faced mad rat sneered, his tone certain. If it weren't for that master's guidance, you would never have found such a hidden place. He softened his tone, a hint of smugness on his face. This is an incredible opportunity. I originally thought I had no hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, that master enlightened me in a dream, promising me a foundation establishment treasure. To be favored by a true person is truly my blessing. What did he ask you to do? Qingshu pressed, his voice trembling with urgency. Him? The crack-faced mad rat glanced at Qingshu strangely, chuckling. Looks like you're resistant to that person deep down. You're not resistant? Willing to be someone else's pawn? Qingshu frowned and retorted. So what if I'm a pawn? The crack-faced mad rat snorted indifferently, his eyes filled with obsession with foundation establishment. As long as I can forge an immortal foundation, let alone being a pawn, it's worth any sacrifice. Others don't even have the qualifications to be that pawn. He glanced disdainfully at Qingshu. It's just killing that fox, isn't it? Looking at your timid appearance, you don't seem like someone who can accomplish anything. No wonder that person sought out someone else. In the past 3 years, the crack-faced mad rat's situation had undergone a complete transformation. Back then, his spirit pet, the earth mad rat, was killed by Song Haeyun, and he himself was severely injured. He thought he would only be able to eke out a miserable existence and die a pathetic death. But just when he was feeling disheartened, he unexpectedly had a dream. In his dream, a blurry figure told him that a foundation establishment artifact was hidden deep within the celestial court, and obtaining it would allow him to successfully establish his foundation. After achieving this, he only needed to kill the fox to settle this karmic debt. Upon waking, the crack-faced mad rat was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. He knew that Qi refining cultivators had already transcended the mortal realm and wouldn't experience dreams so easily. This was clearly a powerful being guiding him in secret. Although he didn't know the origin of the blurry figure, the promised foundation establishment opportunity was undeniable. That fox is someone a true person has their eye on. You dare kill it? Aren't you afraid of the true person's wrath and your gruesome death? Qingshu said grimly. Wasn't he in the same boat? Years ago, he had the exact same dream. In the dream, someone promised that killing the fox would grant him the opportunity to establish his foundation and help him forge an immortal foundation. But how could Qingshu dare to act? Behind that fox stood a purple mansion true person. How could he dare kill it? This was clearly a scheme between true persons. Yet he was being made the executioner. Once he stepped into this murky water, regardless of success or failure, he would likely meet a bad end. For years, he had hesitated, losing all freedom of choice. Humph! You're too naive. The crack-faced mad rat sneered, his eyes filled with fanaticism. That lord, who can so readily bestow a foundation establishment opportunity, must be a true immortal of the Purple Mansion level. He spoke with certainty. We just need to honestly forge our immortal foundation, then join forces to kill that fox and fulfill that lord's orders. And after that? Qingshu asked calmly, this is a matter between true immortals. If either side gets angry, we can't bear the consequences. Why worry about so much? The crack-faced mad rat scoffed impatiently. Anyway, I've already accepted this karma. He stared at Qingshu, his tone laced with threat. Chosen by a true immortal. Do you think you have any room to refuse? Qingshu fell silent. He knew the crack-faced mad rat was telling the truth. From the moment he was chosen by the person in his dream, his fate was no longer in his own hands. Seeing his silence, the crack-faced mad rat continued. This is a foundation establishment opportunity. Do you want it or not? If not, get lost. I don't have time to wait for you. To him, any risk was worth taking as long as he could establish his foundation. With that, the crack-faced mad rat didn't hesitate any longer and strode into the palace. Qingshu struggled for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and followed him inside. However, when the two stepped into this seemingly ordinary, dilapidated palace, they were both stunned. The palace was empty. Apart from dust and broken beams, there wasn't a trace of any foundation establishment artifact. Too late. Someone beat us to it. The crack-faced mad rat stared at the large footprint and drag marks on the ground. Cursing, judging from these marks, the one who took the treasure must have been a tall, strong man. He turned to Qing, suppressing his anger, and snorted. But it's all right. That lord was prepared and anticipated something unexpected. Besides here, he left us treasures elsewhere in the celestial court. The crack-faced mad rat glanced at the still dazed Qing and grinned. Don't just stand there. Come with me. Let's find another place. True immortals are mutually restraining. They don't have much time to care about us. So as long as the two of us forge our immortal foundations, work together to kill that fox, and do this discreetly, we still have a good chance of survival. Somewhere in the celestial court, in a secret chamber, Chen Qingfeng stroked two treasures with restrained spiritual light between his fingertips, lost in thought. These two wondrous objects, one radiating a fiery dark red aura, were fire attribute artifacts. The other, heavy and weighty, exuded an ancient, earthy yellow aura, making it an earth attribute artifact. Both originated from locations marked on Qingshu's map. He had casually taken the map from Qingshu, never expecting it to hold such a fortuitous opportunity. Adding to the wood attribute artifact Chen Qingfeng had already acquired, he now possessed 3 foundation establishment artifacts. That Qingshu really has some luck, managing to possess 2 foundation establishment artifacts. Unfortunately, they're all mine now. A faint smile played on Chen Qingfeng's lips as he looked at the 3 artifacts in his hand, his decision already made. His original plan was to use the Ascension Wood within the Celestial Court to attempt to break through to the Azure Emperor body. But this gain far exceeded his expectations, acquiring 2 more artifacts. Naturally, Chen Qingfeng's plans changed. He gripped the 3 wondrous objects tightly, his mind sinking into his sea of consciousness. He turned the golden seals, and a cultivation technique immediately manifested, the demonic steel black flame scripture. Previously, Chen Qingfeng had intended to break through to the Azure Emperor body stage, but now, having unexpectedly obtained this fire attribute wondrous object, it perfectly matched the cultivation requirements of the demonic steel black flame scripture. Since the opportunity is here, he'll first try to break through to the demonic blaze stage. For some time now, after learning about the divisions of cultivation realms, doubts had always surfaced in Chen Qingfeng's mind during moments of quiet contemplation. What is a celestial foundation? And what is a purple mansion? Why is it that below the purple mansion level, cultivators can only specialize in one technique, unable to be distracted? While a purple mansion true person can cultivate several techniques simultaneously, their power not contradictory? Chen Qingfeng collected his mind and sank into his sea of consciousness. Calling it a sea of consciousness would be more apt. It would be more accurate to call it the golden seal space. This space wasn't hidden within his mind, but rather a secret realm suspended outside his physical body, vast and boundless, ethereal and unpredictable. This space exists independently of Chen Qingfeng's body, yet he can freely enter and exit it with a single thought. I can cultivate multiple techniques simultaneously without conflict because all my magical power is entrusted to this golden seal. With the passage of time in his cultivation, Chen Qingfeng increasingly appreciates the divine power of this golden seal. It usually remains hidden in this air, silent and still, only appearing when he needs it, requiring only a thought. Chen Qingfeng had inquired about the cultivation methods of Purple Mansion true persons. It is said that after reaching the peak of foundation establishment, a cultivator must cultivate a dedicated space within their body, storing their painstakingly refined immortal foundation within it. Then, this space is pushed away from the physical body and merged into the void, thus achieving the Purple Mansion realm. That spiritual space is what the world calls the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion is not related to any specific part of the body, but rather is the fundamental place that carries a cultivator's soul, consciousness, supernatural abilities, and all magical power. Therefore, Purple Mansion true persons can cultivate multiple techniques without being limited by their physical bodies. I'm currently only at the Qi refining stage, yet my magical power can already detach from my physical body and reside within this golden seal, readily available for use. How similar it is to a Purple Mansion true person. Chen Qingfeng gazed at the golden seal, a smirk playing on his lips. This precious golden seal of mine can make someone at the mere Qi refining stage comparable to a Purple Mansion true person. I truly wonder what its origins are. Beneath the golden seal, several illusory figures silently swirled. Chen Qingfeng extended a finger and gently touched the leaping, illusory black flame. The next moment, the black flame vanished, replaced by the illusory image of a small, verdant blade of grass. Simultaneously, the wood elemental magical power that had been peacefully flowing within Chen Qingfeng's body returned entirely to the illusory image of the small blade of grass beneath the golden seal. In an instant, lush black flames ignited within all 365 spiritual apertures around his body, surging with scorching magical power. Fire and wood repel each other, yet this golden seal can separate the two streams of magical power, preventing them from interfering with each other. Can be switched with a mere thought. It's truly wondrous. Chun Qingfeng sighed softly, the method of foundation establishment appearing in his mind. Ordinary cultivators attempting foundation establishment must mobilize the magical power of all 365 spiritual apertures in their body, fusing them into a vast sea of qi, and then condensing their immortal foundation within that sea of qi. This process is extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake will cause the magical power to violently dissipate. However, once the spiritual apertures are fused, they are difficult to restore, leaving the magical power nowhere to reside. At best, one's cultivation will be completely destroyed, reducing one to immortal. At worst, one's body will explode on the spot, resulting in death and the dissipation of one's cultivation. But with the golden seal's assistance, I don't need to follow this path to immortality. A flash of understanding appeared in Chun Qingfeng's eyes. He didn't need to fuse a sea of qi within his body. He only needed to gather all his magical power into the golden seal's space, condensing his immortal foundation within that safe and secure secret realm. Even if he failed to establish his foundation, his spiritual apertures would remain intact, posing no threat to his life. Of course, I will never fail. Chun Qingfeng's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes gleaming. His foundation was solid, his blood and qi abundant, and he had no hidden injuries or ailments. His primordial energy was at its peak. Furthermore, with the protection of the precious golden seal, the path to foundation establishment was free of fatal dangers. If he still couldn't succeed with such exceptionally favorable conditions, it would truly be an injustice. He, Chun Qingfeng, might as well just die rather than become a laughingstock. Without further hesitation, Chun Qingfeng slowly closed his eyes and began methodically manipulating the surging demonic flames within his body. He started with the spiritual apertures in his feet, carefully withdrawing the power. As the power in his leg apertures was completely drained, a heavy feeling instantly swept over his entire body. The lightness and agility unique to cultivators vanished, replaced by the heaviness and clumsiness of mortals, as if he had instantly returned to his youthful days before embarking on the path of cultivation, every movement feeling exceptionally strenuous. Then, he gradually withdrew the magical power from his arms. Arms that could easily lift weights of tens of millions of pounds now struggled to even lift 100 pounds. An indescribable weakness spread like a tide through his limbs and bones. Even his breathing seemed much heavier. This was the first step of foundation establishment, mobilizing the entire Bodhi's magical power. If there were any hidden injuries, they would take advantage of the weakness, disrupting the flow of qi and blood, directly leading to failure in foundation establishment. If the primordial yang was lost, the spiritual energy in the perineum would be difficult to retain, also affecting the quality of the immortal foundation. Fortunately, Chun Qingfeng's primordial yang was intact, and there were no hidden injuries in his body. His essence, qi, and spirit were all at their peak, allowing him to steadily pass this first hurdle. Day after day, the magical power from each spiritual aperture was drawn out and poured into the golden chapter space. Gradually, a ball of black demonic flame gathered in this space. Unlike before, when the black flame was an illusory phenomenon, this black flame was a tangible entity that could be touched. Ordinary cultivators fused their qi and solidified their foundation within their bodies, but Chun Qingfeng was using the demonic flame's power to condense his immortal foundation in this space. Within the golden chapter space, the black flame, which had gathered all the demonic flame's power, was now throbbing wildly and restlessly, as if it would break free from his divine senses' control at any moment and dissipate. The time has come. After all the power from his 365 spiritual apertures had been drawn in, Chun Qingfeng steadied himself and took out the fire attribute artifact he had prepared beforehand. He pinched it with his finger, and the artifact shattered instantly, transforming into pure fire elemental laws and primal power, which he refined completely. In an instant, an invisible force of law enveloped the restless black flame, like a gentle shackle, slowly confining and shaping it. How long it lasted was unknown. The violent aura within the space gradually subsided. The wildly pulsating black flame finally stabilized. A dim black light slowly shone, illuminating several other illusory figures. Although this black flame was not dazzling, it radiated astonishing heat and immense pressure. Chun Qingfeng looked up and saw that beneath the golden seal, several illusory figures still flowed silently. Lush green plants, glistening seeds, flickering candlelight, flowing colorful light, ancient masks. Only that deep black flame had transformed from its initial illusory form into a substantial demonic flame. It hovered quietly beneath the golden seal, its black light restrained, its divine power concealed. Chun Qingfeng reached out and gently touched the black flame. Instantly, a warm, welcoming sensation washed over him. The immense demonic flame power surged forth like a burst dam, flowing into his limbs and bones. The previous heavy, sluggish feeling vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented lightness and power. Those wisps of demonic flames seeped into every inch of his muscles, every bone, and every meridian. His once mortal body, nourished by the demonic flames, was revitalized, becoming stronger and better able to bear the immense magical power after Foundation establishment. It was no longer the fragile mortal organ it once was. Chun Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes, a flash of black flame appearing and disappearing within them, a joyful smile involuntarily curving his lips. The immortal Foundation demon dance flame is complete. Then a question arises. Chun Qingfeng introspected, his gaze falling on the newly formed demon dance flame, a sudden doubt rising in his heart. According to common knowledge in the cultivation world, to break through from Foundation establishment to the Purple Mansion realm, one needs to create a special Purple Mansion space that connects to the Great Void. The cultivator must gather all their supernatural powers and magical power into it before pushing the Purple Mansion into the Great Void to become a Purple Mansion true person who can roam the Great Void. But Chun Qingfeng possessed this precious golden seal, and his cultivation and supernatural abilities were already hidden within the space opened up by the seal. So, when breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, would he need to open a new Purple Mansion space? As these thoughts raced, Chun Qingfeng's mind once again sank into his sea of consciousness, arriving at that special space. The golden seal floated silently not far away, surrounded by boundless darkness, without any reference points, making it impossible to distinguish up from down, left from right, east from west, north from south. Chun Qingfeng stared at it for a long time, but ultimately couldn't grasp the key, so he simply withdrew from his sea of consciousness for the time being. As he stood up, he noticed the hourglass beside him. It was a timer he had specially designed before his seclusion. How come only 2 months have passed? Chun Qingfeng was slightly taken aback. A cultivator's Foundation establishment usually takes at least half a year. However, he only took 2 months to forge the demon flame, a progress that was truly faster than expected. Then, a thought struck him, and Chun Qingfeng suddenly understood. Ordinary cultivators need to go through a crucial step of reforging their Qi to solidify their immortal foundation. With the aid of his golden chapter space, he could skip this tedious step, greatly simplifying the Foundation establishment process and naturally shortening the time required. Having omitted an important step, it's no wonder he only took 2 months to forge his immortal foundation. After stretching his limbs for a while, Chun Qingfeng didn't rush to emerge from seclusion. The secret chamber where he had secluded himself was one of the best preserved in this immortal court. The remaining array formations and restrictions were still usable, requiring only the input of spirit stones to activate. The spirit stones he had prepared for 6 months had only been used for 2 months. After a short rest, Chun Qingfeng began to examine his immortal foundation and supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities, in essence, are a cultivator's ultimate use of magical power, not exclusive to Foundation establishment cultivators. Even those in the Qi refining stage can cultivate supernatural abilities as long as they achieve profound mastery in a particular area. Spells, swordsmanship, array formations, eye techniques, and escape techniques can all be called supernatural abilities. For example, the inverted yin-yang array he mastered required an array plate to set up during the Qi refining stage, but now that he has advanced to Foundation establishment, his magical power has undergone a qualitative change, and he can use it with a simple gesture. Another example is Mu Yujian's Pine Mist Sword Intent, which is also a genuine divine ability. Besides divine abilities acquired through cultivation, after forging a celestial foundation, the foundation itself also possesses inherent divine abilities. Chun Qingfeng's Demon Dance Flame comes with 2 divine abilities. It's worth noting that the strength of a celestial foundation is not directly related to the number of divine abilities. Demon Dance Flame originates from the demonic Black Flame, one of the 3 great demonic flames, and is said to have been created by a demonic true monarch. This power unfathomable. Although it only has 2 divine abilities, each one is incredibly powerful. The first divine ability, called Emergency Response, once mastered, makes combat power unaffected by injuries. On the contrary, the more severe the injury, the more abundant the magical power, and the more vigorous the black flames around the body. The second divine ability, Ember Burning, is even more domineering. Once tainted by the demonic black flames, They will never be extinguished unless the target is completely burned away. In battles between cultivators, if one is seriously injured, it is often difficult to activate supernatural powers. One must quickly heal and take medicine to suppress the injury. Otherwise, the power of the supernatural powers will be greatly reduced. However, the demon dance flame defies this. Injuries not only do not affect the power of its supernatural powers, but it actually grows stronger with each battle. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 great demonic flames, Chen Qingfeng thought to himself. Legend has it that the other 2 demonic flames, Netherworld Ghost Fire, are colorless and formless, unpredictable and cunning. Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire can refine those struck into corpse puppets for others to control. These 3 demonic flames are all extraordinary. After a careful examination, Chen Qingfeng was extremely satisfied with the 2 supernatural powers of the demon dance flame, truly destructive supernatural powers. He paced around the secret chamber twice, then simply sat down again. The array and restrictions of the secret chamber were still functioning, and there were still spirit stones left over from the previous investment. Moreover, even if he were to leave seclusion now, the invested spirit stones could not be retrieved. More importantly, this celestial court was still at least 7 or 8 months away from its true descent into the mortal world. This place, with its abundant spiritual pressure and safe environment, is an ideal location for cultivation. Chen Qingfeng still possesses a wood attribute artifact and an earth attribute artifact. He originally planned to forge the demon flame first, and then attempt to break through to the Azure Emperor body after leaving. Now, having achieved foundation establishment in just 2 months, far exceeding his expectations, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue his seclusion here to forge the Azure Emperor body as well. With his mind made up, Chen Qingfeng no longer hesitated. He immediately calmed his mind, circulated the Azure with spirit transformation technique, and attempted to break through to foundation establishment again. Time flowed on day after day. This immortal court, which had been silent for many years, gradually became lively. Outside, more and more cultivators gathered around the outer perimeter of the immortal court, frantically searching for the entrance. Although they lacked treasures like the void-detecting stone that could directly locate the entrance, they relied on their obsession, groping their way inch by inch along the ground. This clumsy method actually allowed some cultivators to find the entrance to the immortal court. However, without the void-detecting stone to establish a connection with the immortal court, the fate of these stray entrants was mostly tragic. Nearly half of the cultivators who had just stepped into the celestial court's territory were inexplicably banished to the endless void. Enveloped in boundless darkness, they could only watch helplessly as their spirit stones ran out, ultimately perishing in hunger and cold. But such is the nature of cultivation. Fortune is found in danger. This celestial court was the greatest opportunity for the southwestern counties of the Qin Kingdom in hundreds of years, and despite the lurking dangers, countless cultivators still flocked to it. As more and more cultivators poured in, the competition within the celestial court intensified, with sword fights and life-or-death battles becoming commonplace. In a corner of the celestial court, a burly man in the late Qi refining stage set his sights on a handsome young man. He blocked the boy's path, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Kid, your storage bag is so bulging you must have a lot of good stuff inside. Hand it over if you know what's good for you." Seeing the boy's calm expression, the burly man added viciously, "Don't even think about resisting. In this celestial court, cultivation and magic are greatly suppressed. Even if you have magic treasures, you won't be able to use them." However, before he could finish speaking, a cold sword light suddenly attacked him, so fast that he had no time to react. The next second, a thin line of blood appeared on the burly man's neck. He clutched his throat, blood gushing from between his fingers, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at the young man with difficulty. You're only in the midstage of Qi refining. How could you? It's precisely because cultivation is suppressed here that your slight advantage in realm seems so laughable." The young man lightly flicked his long sword, shaking off the blood droplets on it, and looked at the burly man's slowly falling corpse, his voice low and calm. "I said, we cultivators all seek immortality. We don't distinguish between right and wrong, only between ability. If you can kill me, then you are strong. If I can kill you, then I have no regrets." Meanwhile, in another part of the celestial court, "Stop! Don't run! Quickly after her. She's hiding a rare item on her. We can't let her escape." Several figures were in hot pursuit. Their target a woman in a light green dress with almond-shaped eyes. The woman, pursued by the group of cultivators, remained calm, running swiftly while rapidly surveying her surroundings, searching for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, landing on an inconspicuous mountain peak ahead. A faint vortex flashed there, disappearing into the air almost imperceptibly as soon as it formed. In the outside world, such a vortex would undoubtedly be enormous, a phenomenon that only appears when a cultivator attempts to break through to the foundation establishment stage, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, within the celestial court, connected to the great void, this phenomenon was weakened to a negligible degree, undetectable to ordinary cultivators. But Mu Qingyao, with her meticulous mind, instantly made a judgment. Since there's a foundation establishment phenomenon, there must be a secret chamber nearby where cultivators can cultivate in seclusion. If I can enter it, I might be able to temporarily escape pursuers. With this thought in mind, she didn't hesitate to slap a wind travel talisman on her leg, her figure suddenly accelerating as she sped towards the direction where the vortex had appeared. Just a dozen miles away from Chun Qingfeng's secluded cultivation chamber, withered yellow grass was whipped about by the gale, yet it couldn't suppress the faint, lingering noble aura in the air. Two men in tight-fitting clothes bowed respectfully to the young man sitting casually on the brocade stool. Young Master Yu, in the direction Mu Qingyao fled, it seems a cultivator is attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual pressure vortex has spread, and they're almost successful. If this person emerges from seclusion and bumps into us, they might get in our way. The young man, addressed as young Master Yu, merely raised his eyes upon hearing this. He wore a magnificent sapphire blue brocade robe, the hem embroidered with dark gold lotus patterns, and a warm jade pendant at his waist swayed gently with his breath. In his long, slender hands, an ivory folding fan slowly turned, the elegant brushstrokes of the lady depicted on the fan perfectly complementing his fair and handsome appearance. However, when his eyes slightly tilted upwards, they always carried a hint of nonchalant scrutiny, adding a subtle touch of frivolity to his otherwise refined demeanor. Trying to break through to the foundation establishment stage? The young man called Young Master Yu smiled faintly, his folding fan snapping shut. He tapped the handle lightly with his fingertips, his gaze sweeping across the desolate landscape before settling on the direction where Mu Qingyao had disappeared. Since he's trying to break through to the foundation establishment stage, let him do it obediently. What can he possibly do to stop me? The young man's fingertips traced the gilded patterns on the fan, Mu Qingyao's image clearly appearing in his mind. A faint gleam of interest spread across his eyes, and his tone became tinged with a lazy, greedy air. I thought this desolate borderland would be devoid of beautiful women, but I never expected to encounter such a person. In terms of aura, she possesses a more alluring vibrancy than those noble ladies from aristocratic families who deliberately try to please them. The two men beside him still had reservations, and one of them whispered a word of advice. Young Master Yu, Mu Qingyao's elder brother, Mu Yujian, is a sword genius in several surrounding counties. A newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator. His swordsmanship is ruthless, and ordinary foundation establishment cultivators are no match for him. If you harm his sister, it might bring trouble.
Mu Yujian.
The young man chuckled, his laughter clear and bright. So what if he's a genius? So what if he's at foundation establishment? No one will support him, so he's just a foundation establishment cultivator. Once Mu Qingyao and I have consummated our relationship, even if he has 1,000 grievances, can he really kill me? He slowly rose, the hem of his magnificent robes fluttering with the movement, his folding fan pointing straight ahead, the interest in his eyes now tinged with a bright, urgent eagerness. By then, Mu Yujian will have to respectfully call me brother-in-law. Seeing his precious little sister doting on him will be quite an interesting thing. With that, he slowly rose, a hint of barely suppressed lust hidden on his face. You two go too. Try to act convincingly. Don't delay my important business. Mu Qingyao was running when she sensed the increasingly familiar aura of someone attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage not far away. She paused slightly, her vision suddenly brightening as a tall, slender figure appeared in her mind. She murmured to herself, "It's Chun Qingfeng, he's actually attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage here." Chun Qingfeng usually revealed himself with his evergreen magic power. Mu Qingyao was all too familiar with this aura. After running several more miles, a celestial court ruin came into view, clearly a suitable place for secluded cultivation. However, most of the secret chambers in the ruins were abandoned. Apart from the one where Chun Qingfeng was in seclusion, the others were either severely damaged, had incomplete restrictions, or, due to their age, the restrictions had mutated and were completely unusable. Mu Qingyao looked up at the spiritual pressure vortex in midair and saw that it had solidified, indicating that Chun Qingfeng had reached the final stage of his foundation establishment attempt. She felt slightly relieved and thought to herself, "Great, I only need to hold on for half a day." Once Chun Qingfeng successfully establishes his foundation, He can help me drive away the pursuers behind me. Thinking of the entanglement of the past few days, a faint smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. But before the smile faded, a rough laugh came from behind her. Little girl, nowhere to run now? If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure. Mu Qingyao turned around and saw that the two men who had been chasing her had surrounded her, forming an encirclement. If you want a rare item, ask the sword in my hand first. Mu Qingyao remained calm. She wasn't a pampered young lady who would sit idly by and wait to be killed. Although the Mu family had a dazzling genius like Mu Yujian, causing others to overlook her brilliance, Mu Qingyou's own talent was actually quite superior. With a gentle twist of her fair wrist, a gleaming white longsword appeared in her hand. Pale green pine with spirit flowed around her, and a calm, ancient pine-like aura enveloped her. She charged towards the two men, her long sword flashing with a few sword flowers. The Mu family's pine with spirit, based on refining the energy of green pines, inherently possessed the characteristics of long, resilient energy channels. Even when fighting two against one, Mu Qingyao was not at a disadvantage. However, halfway through the fight, two more men surrounded her from the side. Now she was fighting 4 against 1, and Mu Qingyao gradually felt the strain. The openings in her moves increased, and she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Just then, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the nearby secret chamber suddenly stabilized. Chun Qingfeng had successfully established his foundation. However, to Mu Qingyou's dismay, the secret chamber's restrictions remained tightly closed, showing no sign of opening. She bit her lower lip, both ashamed and angry, and said, "I knew it. Those words were all lies. He said Head admired me for a long time, that Head been moved by me since our first meeting, and that his feelings had never changed over the years. The Mu family had once intended for Chun Qingfeng to marry into their family, and when he suddenly confessed his love to her, Mu Qingyao had actually believed him to some extent. But now, while she was fighting desperately outside, Chun Qingfeng remained completely still inside the secret chamber, seemingly indifferent to her life or death, which made her feel both ashamed and annoyed. Her magical aura was so obvious. Mu Qingyao absolutely refused to believe that Chun Qingfeng didn't know she was outside. Inside the secret chamber, Chun Qingfeng had just established his immortal foundation Azure Emperor body and was currently examining his newly acquired 4 divine abilities with his eyes closed. Youthful years endure leaf meets spring marrying the southern branch bud breaks through the soil. He clearly heard the sounds of fighting outside and knew that Mu Qingyao was being chased, but he didn't move immediately. He keenly sensed a hidden aura nearby. Therefore, Chun Qingfeng remained still, waiting for the right moment. Sure enough, just as Mu Qingyou's spiritual energy was waning, and she was about to call for help from the secret chamber, the hidden aura finally moved. A figure moved with lightning speed, instantly repelling one of the attackers surrounding Mu Qingyao. This is a hero saving a beauty? Chun Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat strange. He hadn't expected such a common scene to happen before his eyes. After the man made his move, he fought the 4 pursuers for several rounds. After a few moves, the 4 couldn't gain any advantage, uttered a few harsh words, and slunk away. Chun Qingfeng watched the scene, his eyes twitching slightly, feeling that this scene was rather cliché. Immediately afterward, the man spoke in a gentle voice, introducing himself to Mu Qingyao. "I am Yuhang Yu Chengxian. Miss, are you all right?" Hearing the name Yuhang, Chun Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why this man didn't care whether the act was cliché or not. He simply wanted to use the pretext of hero rescuing a beauty to reveal his identity. Yu Hangthis wasn't the name of a prefecture. It was the name of a grotto heaven. The Yu family of Yu Hung Grotto Heaven that was the Purple Mansion Immortal Clan. Chun Qingfeng hadn't expected this man to be a member of an immortal clan. Why are the disciples of the Purple Mansion Immortal Clan running off to this desolate borderland instead of staying in their blessed lands? Oh dear, Miss has been poisoned. Yu Chengxian, who had just helped Mu Qingyao repel 4 cultivators, suddenly changed his expression, his tone filled with just the right amount of concern. Not good. This is a love potion. Miss, do you have an antidote? Love potion? Mu Qingyao felt a sudden surge of heat rise within her body, spreading along her meridians. Startled, she didn't dare delay and hurriedly took out a high-grade antidote pill from her storage bag, swallowing it without hesitation. However, after the pill entered her stomach, the heat not only didn't subside but intensified, causing her limbs to feel weak and sore. Her heart skipped a beat. This love potion was no ordinary product, actually made from the poison of a great demon's love sac, and ordinary antidotes were completely ineffective. Mu Qingyao was quick-witted and, after a moment's thought, saw through this hero saves the beauty act. the seemingly refined and gentle immortal young master before her, lightly waving his folding fan, was clearly in league with the 4 tribulation cultivators from before. Miss, I know of a cold pool nearby, its water icy cold, perhaps it can temporarily suppress the poison. Yu Chengxian feigned ingratiation, but his eyes, brimming with greed, were fixed on Mu Qingjiao's flushed cheeks. No need, I wouldn't dare trouble you, young master. Mu Qingyao, forcing back the surging medicinal power within her, took a half-step back, pointing to the secret chamber behind her, her voice carrying a barely perceptible urgency. There's a Foundation establishment cultivator in the secret chamber, a close friend of mine. He cultivates wood attribute techniques, skilled in soothing meridians and suppressing strange poisons. He might be able to help me. Miss Friend? Yu Chengxian was taken aback. Then a mocking glint flashed in his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. What friend? Most likely a hastily made-up excuse. Daring to ruin my plans, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would have to obediently give way upon hearing my name today. He was pondering how to expose the lie when he saw Mu Qingyao quickly walk to the door of the secret chamber and call out, Chen Qingfeng, please open the barrier and let me in. However, the moment the name Chen Qingfeng was uttered, the person who reacted most strongly was not the person inside the secret chamber, but Yu Chengxian beside him. The folding fan in his hand suddenly stopped, and he asked in a trembling voice, the person inside is Chen Qingfeng? He knows me? Inside the secret chamber, Chen Qingfeng's heart also skipped a beat. He was just an unknown rogue cultivator. How could a disciple from the Purple Mansion Immortal clan know his name? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, stood up, raised his hand to release the barrier of the secret chamber, and slowly walked out, his gaze calmly falling on Yu Chengxian, whose expression had changed drastically. If my memory is not bad, I should have never met young Master Yu before, right? Chen Qingfeng had a faint smile on his lips, his tone was calm, and he secretly observed the other party's expression. You really are Chen Qingfeng? Yu Chengxian sized up the young man before him. That's right, I am Chen Qingfeng. Chen Qingfeng nodded slightly. Oh my, what a coincidence. Yu Chengxian's face was full of respect and enthusiasm, his previous arrogance as a member of the immortal clan completely gone, as if he had met a long-admired idol. To be honest, I have long heard of young Master Chen's great name and have always longed to meet you. Today, I have finally met you, and you are indeed extraordinary in bearing and handsome in appearance, living up to your reputation. Young Master Yu is too kind. I am but a rogue cultivator and do not deserve such praise. Chen Qingfeng responded humbly, but inwardly he became increasingly wary. This man's change of attitude from arrogant to obsequious was so strange. There must be something fishy going on. Hey! We got so caught up in conversation that we neglected our business. Yu Chengxian glanced longingly at Mu Qingyao, whose face was flushed, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes, but he suppressed it. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chen Qingfeng and said, Young Master Chen, it's more important to heal Miss Mu's injuries first. He'll personally visit you another day to learn from you. With that, he actually abandoned his prey and turned to leave quickly. Only after Yu Chengxian's figure had completely disappeared did Mu Qingyao, unable to suppress her doubts, look at Chen Qingfeng. Do you really know him? Never seen him before. Chen Qingfeng shook his head. Just then, a soft moan escaped her lips, and Mu Qingyao threw herself into Chen Qingfeng's arms. Soft, warm flesh enveloped him, the faint scent of pine resin mingling with a woman's unique fragrance lingering in his nostrils. Chen Qingfeng could clearly feel the warmth of the woman in his arms. Miss Mu, what is the meaning of this? Chen Qingfeng didn't push her away, but instead looked down at the beauty in his arms, her cheeks flushed and her eyes misty, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. You know perfectly well what I'm asking. Mu Qingyao was still conscious, but her body was no longer under her control. That scoundrel's love potion was too vicious. He clearly came prepared. She looked up at Chen Qingfeng, pleading, now that you have established your foundation and cultivated your immortal foundation, do you have a way to detoxify? Of course I have a way to detoxify. Chen Qingfeng let her cling to him, a wicked smile playing on his lips. But why should I help you? Chen Qingfeng, aren't you not interested in women? Mu Qingyao was both ashamed and anxious. My family has mentioned marriage to you several times before, and you've refused each time. Who said I'm not interested in women? Chen Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, interrupting her. With a hint of mockery, he slowly smiled and said, my repeated rejections of the Mu family's marriage proposals were not because I was indifferent to women, but because I had not yet established my immortal foundation. If I lost my primordial yang, it might affect the stability of the spiritual power in my perineum, which would be detrimental to my immortal foundation. Mu Qingyao subconsciously leaned closer to him. I don't believe. You're not the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Then Miss Mu probably doesn't know me very well. Chun Qingfeng looked down at her misty almond eyes, his tone somewhat frank. Before I entered the Dao, I lived with my uncle in a mud house in the countryside. The room was small and cramped, cold in winter and hot in summer, and I suffered terribly. However, after embarking on the path of immortality, I moved into a large courtyard in the mountains. Maids and servants were at my beck and call, serving me tea and water with utmost care. He chuckled, his gaze falling on her reddened earlobes, his tone playful. To be honest, I, Chun Qingfeng, am not the kind of person who seeks suffering for myself. Now that my immortal foundation is complete and my Dharma body is forged, I naturally have no fear of damage to my primordial yang. Speaking of which, enjoying the pleasures of love with a beautiful woman is quite a wonderful thing. Miss Mu, what do you think? You. Mu Qingyao was both ashamed and angry, but powerless to resist, and could only bite her lower lip. Just tell me, what conditions do you want to help me detoxify? Chun Qingfeng then smiled and said, I just heard those tribulation cultivators mention that Miss Mu has a rare item with neutral attributes.
No impossible.
Mu Qingyao hurriedly shook her head. Even if I lose my virginity to you, I will never hand over the rare item. Don't be so quick to refuse. Chun Qingfeng's tone was calm. I don't want to take it by force, but I want to exchange it with you. I have an earth attribute rare item. I'll exchange it for your neutral attribute rare item. My Mu family mainly cultivates water and wood techniques. Your earth attribute rare item is useless to me. Mu Qingyao said anxiously. If you don't want to exchange, then so be it. Chun Qingfeng did not insist, and made a move to walk towards the bed in the secret room. Mu Qingyao was shocked and hurriedly cried out, I'll trade with you. Okay, isn't that enough? Chun Qingfeng chuckled, and with a thought, his immortal foundation suddenly appeared. A verdant foliage phantom slowly bloomed behind him, radiating a gentle and peaceful wood elemental spiritual energy. As he made hand seals, the foliage phantom swayed, and strands of pure spiritual energy flowed into Mu Qingyou's body, nourishing her burning meridians like sweet rain. In a short while, the flush on Mu Qingyou's body gradually faded, and the burning sensation within her body dissipated, finally restoring control of her body. She immediately broke free from Chun Qingfeng's embrace, straightened her slightly disheveled robes, and regained her dignified and elegant demeanor as a young lady. Only a trace of lingering blush remained on her cheeks. What kind of immortal foundation is this? Mu Qingyao asked curiously. A rare item. Chun Qingfeng didn't explain further, but simply held out his hand, indicating that she should fulfill the agreement. Mu Qingyao gritted her teeth, took out a pure white jade stone emitting a soft glow from her storage bag, and handed it over. Chun Qingfeng, in turn, took out a yellowish-brown strange stone, and the two exchanged them. Miss Mu, see you another day. Chun Qingfeng put away the Ascension Jade, ignoring Mu Qingyou's complicated expression, and turned to leave quickly. What he was most concerned about was Yu Chengxian from the Purple Mansion Immortal Clan. Why did he know a nameless rogue cultivator like Chun Qingfeng? On a desolate hillside, pebbles and weeds rustled in the mountain wind. Yu Chengxian's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He kicked a large rock, about the size of a bowl, sending it tumbling down the slope and kicking up a cloud of dust. He never imagined that his impulsive attempt to seduce someone would be witnessed by Chun Qingfeng. Damn it! What utter bad luck! How could he have seen me like this? Yu Chengxian gritted his teeth and spat, his chest filled with unbearable resentment. What troubles you, sir? A calm voice suddenly sounded from behind. Yu Chengxian turned around and saw a plain-looking middle-aged man standing not far away. He was dressed simply, and his demeanor was unremarkable, like an ordinary wandering cultivator. At this moment, Yu Chengxian was in a state of turmoil and had no mind to deal with strangers. He coldly shouted, "Get lost!" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt an invisible force instantly envelop his entire body. His throat tightened, his eyelids rolled upwards uncontrollably, and he was completely unable to move. This middle-aged man was naturally Chun Qingfeng in disguise. After curing Mu Qingyou's poison, he had hurriedly followed the scent and intercepted Yu Chengxian here. At this moment, he secretly made a hand seal, and the golden seal in his sea of consciousness was slightly warm. The 13 supernatural powers engraved on it were illusory and shifting. Check good and evil determine kinship speak right and wrong beefing shule beasts return to nest go to danger burning out prolong youth leaves meet spring merry southern branch bud breaks through soil invert yin and yang. Since forging his immortal foundation and advancing to the foundation establishment stage, Chun Qingfeng had discovered that he could activate any of the supernatural powers on the Golden Seal at will. Besides Xiao He and Xiao Bei's innate divine abilities, his own cultivated demonic flame and azure emperor body, as well as the inverted yin and yang he gained from comprehending the inverted yin and yang formation, were all imprinted on it, operating freely. At that moment, Chun Qingfeng's gaze sharpened, and he activated the speaking truth and facts divine ability. Next, I'll ask. You answer. His voice was calm and even, yet carried an undeniable power. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Chengxian rolled his eyes, completely losing his self-awareness, standing limply in place, like a puppet ready for questioning. Why did you take the initiative to approach Chun Qingfeng? Chun Qingfeng first posed his biggest question. It was truly illogical for a dignified immortal clan member to abandon his immortal clan's blessed lands and instead come to this desolate border region to visit an unknown rogue cultivator like him. Yu Chengxian showed no struggle on his face, his mouth opening and closing automatically as he blurted out, to curry favor with him. Why curry favor with him? Chun Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, pressing for an answer. I overheard my elders mentioning that Chun Qingfeng has a high probability of achieving the Purple Mansion realm, so I want to befriend him beforehand, to win over a potential Purple Mansion seed that hasn't yet matured. Yu Chengxian's voice was flat, his answer truthful. High probability of achieving the Purple Mansion realm? Chun Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, what makes him so likely to advance to the Purple Mansion realm? I don't know, I just overheard a few words. Yu Chengxian's voice became stammering, clearly indicating he genuinely didn't know the inside story. Chun Qingfeng understood. It seemed this person was only repeating hearsay and didn't know the core secrets. But he was, after all, a member of the Immortal Clan, with far more extensive information channels than ordinary cultivators, making his words somewhat credible. This only made Chun Qingfeng more puzzled. He had never displayed any extraordinary talent, so how could he suddenly be at the Purple Mansion realm with such a high probability? Could it be that some senior has secretly taken a liking to me and wants to cultivate me? Chun Qingfeng pondered to himself. Could it be Senior Lu? After much thought, the only person Chun Qingfeng could think of was Senior Lu Yu, who was very likely a Purple Mansion true person. Besides him, no one else had such strength or reason. Then let me ask you again, what cultivation method do you practice? What is your status in your family? Who are the main figures in your clan? Also, Jade Balance Cave Heaven. Chun Qingfeng planned to press his advantage and find out Yu Chengxian's cultivation method, the Yu family's background, and the key information about Jade Balance Cave Heaven. But just as he finished speaking, the folding fan hanging at Yu Chengxian's waist suddenly opened without any wind. A fierce spiritual wind suddenly erupted, chilling and powerful. Its strength no less than a full-force attack from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Not good. This is a magical treasure that can protect its owner on its own. Chun Qingfeng's eyes narrowed, not daring to underestimate it. He quickly moved his feet, his figure retreating rapidly to create a safe distance. You dare to do this? What have you done to me? Yu Chengxian also broke free from the control of Yan Shifei, glaring fiercely at Chun Qingfeng. I'll take your dog's life. He pointed at the folding fan and charged forward menacingly. As expected, it won't be so easy to succeed. Chun Qingfeng had long anticipated that the disciples of the Immortal Clan would definitely carry protective treasures, and it would not be easy to easily extract their cultivation techniques and clan secrets. He didn't linger in the fight and turned to rush into the depths of the dense forest. Yu Chengxian chased closely behind. Although he had a magical treasure protecting him, his cultivation was only at the Qi refining realm, and his speed was far inferior to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. After chasing for only a few miles, the mountains and forests blocked his view, and he completely lost sight of the middle-aged man. He could only stand there, stamping his feet in frustration and cursing angrily. After shaking off Yu Chengxian's pursuit, Chun Qingfeng found a secluded spot under the dense shade of an ancient tree, twirling a fallen, withered leaf between his fingers, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yu Chengxian's cultivation was only at the Qi refining stage, yet he possessed a spiritual treasure for protection, indicating he was definitely not from a collateral branch of the clan, but rather a direct descendant. In the cultivation world, ordinary magical artifacts required spiritual power to activate and cultivate their radiant light to be considered magical treasures. Spiritual treasures, however, required a magical treasure to develop sentience, capable of autonomously protecting their master and choosing their master. Their quality far surpassed that of magical treasures, and even Foundation establishment cultivators rarely possessed one. For someone of Yu Chengxian's mediocre talent, to possess a spiritual treasure was a terrible waste. Thinking this, a faint smile appeared on Chun Qingfeng's lips as he shook his head and chuckled. Such a spiritual treasure in his hands is like casting pearls before swine, a complete waste of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. With this thought, a sudden clarity dawned on him. There is no such thing as an everlasting lineage in this world. Whether it be an illustrious family, an ancient immortal clan, or a powerful immortal sect, even with millennia of foundation and astonishing methods, the end result is often defeat. As the saying goes, a collapsing building cannot be supported by a single pillar, so what about the immortal clan? Even a dignified immortal clan has a direct descendant like Yu Chengxian who uses despicable means to seduce women, and he even has to curry favor with a rogue cultivator who might become a purple mansion cultivator. This shows that the immortal clan is already on a downward spiral. Chun Qingfeng looked up at the drifting clouds in the sky and suddenly remembered the yin-yang subduing dragon temple he had once heard of. Legend has it that this temple has always had only two people, a man and a woman, one yang and one yin, one day and one moon. They are both master and disciple and also Taoist partners. Although there have only been two people in each generation, the lineage has lasted for tens of thousands of years without decline. On the contrary, many prosperous immortal clans and sects have vanished in just a few thousand years. It can be seen that the prosperity of a clan does not depend on the number of people. Chun Qingfeng gently shook his head, brushing away these distracting thoughts. Chun Qingfeng naturally disdained people like Yu Chengxian. This person showed his ugly side when he first met me. I caught him in his despicable act of poisoning and hunting women. I suppose he is too ashamed to come and curry favor with me. But then again, who wants to cultivate me? Is it Senior Liu? Thinking of this, Chun Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head, no longer thinking about these messy things. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The two figures beside Chun Qingfeng were Baiyun and Haitu. After forging his Azure Emperor body, Chun Qingfeng realized he still had plenty of time, so he wandered around, gathering spiritual items, and headed towards the core palace, where he happened to encounter them. The three of them stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at the clashing swords and booming spells in the distance. It was a fierce battle between cultivators. However, this conflict was irrelevant to them. The three simply observed from the sidelines. This was the core area of the Celestial Court, filled with deadly restrictions. Any Qi refining cultivator who touched them would be instantly annihilated. Chun Qingfeng and his companions weren't the only spectators. Many Foundation establishment cultivators and powerful demons were scattered around, all coldly observing the distant melee. Baiyun and Haitu, uninterested in getting involved, became curious about Chun Qingfeng's immortal foundation and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what kind of immortal foundation did you forge? Does it possess any supernatural powers?" My immortal foundation is called the Azure Emperor body, and it contains 4 supernatural powers," Chun Qingfeng replied with a smile. 4? Baiyun and Haitu were both startled and urged him to explain in detail. Quickly, tell us. The strength of one's immortal foundation doesn't depend on the number of supernatural abilities. Chun Qingfeng smiled, raised his hand to set up a layer of restrictions around him, and slowly explained, "My first supernatural ability, Azure Longevity, doesn't have any special effects. It only allows me to live longer than other cultivators of the same realm, making me impervious to the passage of time, my vitality undiminished, and my appearance eternally youthful. My second supernatural ability is called Spring Leaves, which can heal injuries, repair the foundation, and expel poison from pills. Even a severed arm can be regenerated. The third divine ability is called Marrying the Southern Branch, which can transfer injuries to vital parts to non-vital areas." Chun Qingfeng paused, looking at the two beasts and said leisurely, "As for the last divine ability, it is Sprout Breaking Through the Soil. This is a divine ability that can only be used once. I can condense my cultivation and immortal foundation into a seed. If I suffer a fatal injury, I can use it to live a second life. This Azure Emperor body, cultivated from the Azure with Spirit Transformation technique, shows no trace of killing divine abilities, focusing only on healing and nourishing life, avoiding death and prolonging life. Although it is not related to killing, this immortal foundation is truly practical. Just the divine ability to repair hidden injuries to the foundation is enough to make cultivators from all sides treat it as an honored guest." Baiyun and Haida's eyes lit up with delight. Big Brother's abilities are amazing. If we get injured in the future, with Big Brother here, we'll have no worries. Haita rolled his eyes. "You're such a wanderer. I wish I could break your 2 fox legs." "Haha." Chun Qingfeng smiled. "Although I have healing abilities, you two still need to be careful. Especially Xiaobai. I heard from Xiaohei that you went to fight with Kuang for something?" He tapped Xiaobai's head. "That Tiger King is a genuine peak-level demon. You only recently became a demon, yet you dared to provoke him. Oh, you coward. You're just tattling. I was just joining in the fun. Baiyun chuckled, waved his paw, and quickly changed the subject. As they talked, the battle in the distance intensified. Within the celestial court, although the power of spells was greatly suppressed, the full force of Foundation establishment cultivators was still not to be underestimated. The arena where the battle raged was almost completely leveled. Ancient ruins, centered on the battlefield, crumbled layer by layer. This celestial court, already riddled with cracks like a porcelain bowl on the verge of shattering, was now on the verge of collapse after the onslaught of these Foundation establishment cultivators. In the center of the battlefield, Mu Yujian's immortal foundation had manifested as a sword branch coiled like a dragon, its sword light dazzling and overwhelming. Even from a great distance, Chan Qingfeng, Baiyun, and Haitu could clearly hear Su Shangyuan's terrified cry for help. Fellow Taoist Chong, quickly help me. His 10,000 mountains immortal foundation manifested, resembling a giant tortoise shell, yet it still couldn't withstand the fierce sword light. Chong Jiang's immortal foundation, river god's appearance, was also revealed. He stood on a rushing river, utterly unwilling to directly confront Mu Yujian's attacks. Mu Yujian, fighting 2 against 1, was not at a disadvantage at all. This guy is really powerful. Baiyun jumped onto Chun Qingfeng's shoulder, looked at Mu Yujian fighting 2 opponents alone, and shook his head as he spoke. There's a reason why Su and Chong are at a disadvantage. The one surnamed Chong wasn't going all out. He was just putting on an act. Mu Yujian had already said beforehand that, regardless of others, the Su family attacked the Mu family's territory while he was building his foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable, and Su Chongyuan is doomed. Therefore, Chong Jianghe didn't dare to really fight Heiden. Chun Qingfeng saw things clearly. Although Su Chongyuan had won over Chong Jianghe, the latter only dared to make a token move and didn't dare to directly block Mu Yujian. Fellow Taoist Song, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? A sword light suddenly struck, and 10,000 mountains was cleaved in 2, instantly turning into spiritual light and dissipating. This mountain was formed from Su Shangyuan's immortal foundation. After being severely injured by Mu Yujian, he shouted in terror to the side. The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators all turned to look at the source of the sound, and were shocked to see Song Haiyun engulfed in black flames, his aura already reaching the Foundation establishment realm. However, Song Haiyun ignored Su Shangyuan's cries for help, even grinning with his red lips, watching the spectacle with great interest. This kid is definitely no good. Su Chongyuan helped him protect his Foundation establishment, and he betrayed him in the blink of an eye. Baiyun rolled his eyes and instructed Haitu, "See, you stupid dog? I knew this Song guy was full of bad intentions all along. You stupid dog don't understand anything. You think you know everything." Haitu glared at him resentfully. "Those who block my way shall die." Mu Yujian flicked his long sleeves, and a sword branch appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, countless sword lights converged into one point, condensing into an extremely slender yet incredibly sharp sword light. Here, Mu Yujian's sword intent divine power pine mist. Chun Qingfeng said leisurely. He had seen this move 3 years ago. At that time, Mu Yujian, in a state of near death before completing his Foundation establishment, used this sword technique to kill Su Chongling of Chang'an Mountain. Now, he was about to use this divine power to slay Su Chongyuan of the 10,000 mountains. Before Chun Qingfeng could finish speaking, Mu Ye's sword had already struck out. In an instant, the world shone brightly. As the sword fell, Su Shangyuan's 10,000 mountains crumbled inch by inch. At the same time, the entire celestial court was also affected by the sword, collapsing completely from beneath Su Shangyuan's feet. Chun Qingfeng suddenly felt the surrounding space loosen, and his body plummeted downwards. It turned out that this celestial court, which had been hovering between the void and the mortal world, had finally fallen completely into the mortal world at this moment. Boom! The sound was like the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. The ruins of the celestial court crumbled inch by inch, transforming into pure spiritual energy as they fell into the air, scattering across the mortal world and surging into the desolate mountains below. In an instant, the barren mountains turned green, vegetation grew wildly, and the river was shrouded in mist. Within a radius of thousands of miles, it visibly transformed into a magnificent and spiritually rich immortal mountain. This celestial realm had finally descended into the mortal world. Countless streams of light scattered in all directions, and the chi refining cultivators who had been waiting outside rose up on the wind and chased after it. A whale falls, and all things are born. The collapse of this immortal court could sustain countless rogue cultivators. Chun Qingfeng lightly touched the ground with his toes, steadily stepping on the clouds. No! As the celestial realm completely landed, Su Shangyuan's last cry of agony abruptly ceased. His 10,000 mountains was completely shattered by Muyu's sword. Pieces of rocks rolled down, turning into spiritual light and dissipating. A foundation establishment cultivator had perished. But Muyu's sword did not stop there. He raised his sword again and attacked Chang Jianghe and Song Haiyun. Song Haiyun licked her red lips, showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, her fighting spirit soared, and she laughed loudly, "Afraid of you?" Just then, a streak of golden blue light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, radiating the aura of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and landed steadily on the clouds. Fellow Taoists, please cease your fighting for now. The newcomer was a gentle-looking middle-aged man with smooth eyebrows and a mild demeanor. A striking golden blue bamboo leaf-shaped mark adorned his chest. The man spoke calmly. "I am Zhu Lin, Peak Master of the Golden Bamboo Peak of the Qingyun Immortal Sect. I humbly request that you all grant me this favor. Whatever grudges or conflicts of interest we may have, let's sit down and discuss them properly." Looking at the golden blue bamboo leaf mark, Chun Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly, and he murmured, "The Immortal Sect has sent someone." Immortals! It's immortals! In the village nestled among the mountains, the villagers, seeing the streaks of light streaking across the sky, immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Many women gripped their children's arms, pressing their heads to the ground in reverence. "Quick! Kneel before the immortal grandfather. Don't disrespect the immortal." But the celestial streaks of light paid no heed to these mortals. With the immortal court fallen, countless opportunities and treasures were scattered in all directions. Cultivators were too busy searching for them, their eyes and minds filled with the remnants of the immortal court, having no time to notice which mortal had knelt and which hadn't. Mortals' eyesight was limited. They could only see the light and shadows moving back and forth in the sky, unaware that several figures already stood high above the clouds. These figures exuded the powerful aura of foundation establishment cultivators, and some had even manifested their immortal foundation, causing the clouds below to visibly stagnate. Zhu Lin's appearance caused the foundation establishment cultivators from all sides to stop. This was not for any other reason than that he was a member of the Qingyun Immortal Sect and the master of a peak. Within the Qing Kingdom, no cultivator dared to ignore this status. Chan Qingfeng, accompanied by Bai Yun and Hai Tu, stepped forward to pay his respects, cupping his hands and saying loudly, "I am Chun Qingfeng. By the grace of the Immortal Sect, I encountered a rare and fortunate opportunity in the Immortal Court, and was fortunate enough to forge my Immortal Foundation. Greetings, Senior Zhu. Hee. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Chun, on forging your Immortal Foundation. From now on, you have a promising future." Zhu Lin smiled gently and cupped his hands in return. "Fellow Taoist Chun, your luck is truly enviable. Fellow Taoist Chun, why not visit my Chengjiang County another day, so we can extend our hospitality? Brother Qingfeng, I didn't expect you to have established your foundation. Congratulations." Du Hong, Chang Jianghe, Song Haiyun, and others stepped forward, cupping their hands in congratulations to Chun Qingfeng, seemingly quite familiar with him. Of course, only they themselves knew how genuine their congratulations were. Forging an immortal foundation meant no longer being a low-level cultivator. One had stepped into a higher realm, gaining a corresponding perspective and level. Chun Qingfeng nodded slightly, exchanging a few polite words with everyone. Back when he was still a qi refining cultivator, figures like Chang Jianghe and Du Hong were people he rarely even heard of. Now that he had forged his immortal foundation, he finally had the status to speak with these people on equal footing. Being able to forge an immortal foundation is indeed a fortunate event in this life. Zhu Lin smiled, his gaze slowly sweeping over the foundation establishment cultivators and great demons around him. He pointed to the continuous mountain range below and said in a gentle voice, "I have come on the orders of the true person to oversee this place and transform it into the 33rd prefecture of my Qing kingdom. You may speak freely about your thoughts." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear female voice rang out. "This place has fallen from the immortal court and is rich in spiritual energy, capable of nurturing at least 5 second-tier spiritual veins. My dear garden only wants the one in the far northwest. The rest are yours to take." The one who spoke was a woman with 2 horns on her head, none other than the dear King Mei Yuyu. Logically speaking, demons should not interfere within the territory of the Qing Kingdom. However, this place is located outside the border of the Qing Kingdom, bordering the demon cave, so demon cultivators naturally want to get a share. The reason they dared to speak up was because they had received instructions from the Purple Mansion Demon King behind them. Seeing Mei Yuyu speak up, Bai Linlanlu beside her was eager to join in, and wanted to speak up several times. But when it met Mu Yujian's indifferent gaze, it ultimately did not dare to speak and could only suppress its thoughts. Seeing this, Mu Renhua stepped forward, with a perfectly timed smile on his face, and said loudly, "Senior Zhu, my Mu family intends to compete for the position of princess of the 33rd county." As soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately objected, obviously also coveting the position of princess. "Senior, this junior is willing to offer the demonic black flame scripture in exchange for the position of princess." Song Hyun grinned and said with a smile. As soon as he said this, the foundation establishment cultivators around him cursed him inwardly as shameless. Zhu Lin shook his head, politely declining, "Fellow Taoist Song, the fact that you obtained this inheritance shows you have a connection with it. Why so easily give it away? While the demonic black flame scripture is good, the Qingyun immortal sect has its own supreme methods. It has no need for this demonic art." He glanced around and said softly, "Since fellow Taoist Wan Chongshan has already perished, and Yuqing County has become unclaimed, why not entrust Yuqing County to fellow Taoist Song to manage?" Song Hyan's eyes flickered for a moment, then he cupped his hands and smiled. "That would be excellent. Thank you for your kind offer, senior. To be honest, we are willing to exchange Yunqiu County for this new county." During the conversation, the Chai and Du families, both foundation establishment cultivators from Yunqiu County, stepped forward to express their intentions, clearly determined to vie for the position of County Lord of the 33rd County. Because of the fall of the Celestial Court, spiritual energy had erupted, and it was possible that a third-tier spiritual vein could be formed here within the next 100 years. A third-tier spiritual vein was far superior to an ordinary immortal mountain. It could form its own world, a veritable blessed land. Although the probability was slim, they were unwilling to give up even with a sliver of hope. Therefore, Mu Renhua and the Du and Chai families were striving to win it, even at the cost of abandoning their original clan lands. These three families were all established foundation establishment families, powerful and with considerable foundations, indeed possessing the capital to contend for the county lord position. Chang Jianghe and Xiao Yuanting, on the other hand, seemed uninterested in the competition, merely standing aside to watch the spectacle. In terms of strength, they were no match for the Du and Chai families of Yunqiu County, nor for the Mu family of Songlan County. Rather than offending others by vying for the position, it was better to remain silent and observe the situation. Song Hyun had also wanted to compete, but Zhu Lin politely declined, so he had to give up. In this way, the Song, Chang, and Xiao families were eliminated. Big brother, Bai Yun and Haita stood beside Chen Qingfeng, their faces full of excitement, rubbing their hands together, eager to try, clearly wanting Chen Qingfeng to participate in the competition as well. Chen Qingfeng nodded slightly, took a step forward, and said softly, "To be honest, seniors, I also intend to run for the position of county lord." The lord of a county not only controls the spiritual resources of a region, but more importantly, there is an opportunity to enter the Qingyun immortal sect in the future. For this benefit alone, Chen Qingfeng would not miss it. Observing the blessed lands and cave heavens would be of great benefit to breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the foundation establishment cultivators and great demons around him looked over nervously. Although Chen Qingfeng was a newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator, his strength was not to be underestimated. After all, besides his own considerable cultivation, he also had two powerful demons, Bai Yun and Haitu, by his side, making him a true three foundation establishment cultivators from one family. This kind of foundation made him a force to be reckoned with. Du Hong and Chai Yuanwi's expressions changed repeatedly, their brows furrowing constantly. "Haha, you can all compete for it, why can't I?" Just then, a burly man with wings on his back strode forward, laughing loudly, his voice shaking the clouds. It was none other than Kuang Zheng, the Tiger King of Tiger Mountain in Copper Perch Mountain. "Fellow Taoist is joking," Zhu Lin replied to the Tiger King, his expression unchanged. "Alas, though I am a demon cultivator, I can still pledge allegiance to the immortal sect." The Tiger King grinned, raising his paw to gesture, and proclaimed loudly, "By the true Lord Chongqing Huamu, I, Kuang Zheng, am truly sincere. This place's spiritual veins, fellow Taoist, may choose one to occupy, but the position of princess cannot be granted." Zhu Lin gently shook his head, his tone calm yet brooking no argument. The position of princess requires a trip to the immortal sect every 30 years to pay respects and report for duty. It is of great importance and naturally cannot be given to a demon cultivator. How boring. In my opinion, it would be better to just fight. Whoever has the strongest fist and survives to the end, this place belongs to them. The Tiger King, seeing his request denied, cursed and shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhu Lin said gently, "In my Qing Kingdom's 32 immortal prefectures, there are billions of living beings and tens of millions of cultivators, yet only a few thousand can forge an immortal foundation. Foundation establishment cultivators are incredibly rare. How can we act rashly and cause unnecessary losses? Foundation establishment cultivators are the backbone of the cultivation world. The stability of the cultivation world depends entirely on them. His primary purpose in coming here is to stop the fighting and stabilize the situation. How could he allow them to kill each other at will? Then what do you suggest? We want let them fight, and we want give them the position." Kuang Zheng chuckled, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Fellow Taoist, you're mistaken." Du Heng, Chai Yuanwu, Mu Renhua, and the others spoke in unison, their faces bearing a uniformly distant smile. "Regardless of who ultimately receives the position of prefect, it is an internal matter for the cultivators of my Qing Kingdom, and it has nothing to do with you, fellow Taoist." The implication was blatant xenophobia. "Tch, I don't really care." The Tiger King curled its lip, revealing sharp teeth in a split smile, then turned and transformed into a yellow shadow, darting westward. It hadn't intended to compete for the title of princess. It was just joining in the fun. "Fellow Taoists, farewell." The Deer King, Mei Yuyu, bowed slightly, its antlers gleaming with a pale green light, and also departed on the clouds. Seeing this, Bai Lin Lanlu practically fled, lacking even the courage to ask for the spiritual vein, let alone the title of princess. Mu Yujian's gaze was like a cold blade fixed on Bai Lin's departing figure, a hint of killing intent flashing within. Zhu Lin spoke up, "Fellow Taoist Mu, the true immortal has already severed its tail as punishment. Please spare its life." Hearing him speak, Mu Yujian withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly in agreement. "Since we can't act recklessly, why not set up a restricted arena for a contest that ends in a draw? This way, we can maintain harmony among fellow cultivators and still determine the winner. What do you all think?" Mu Renhua spoke leisurely, his tone brimming with confidence. "Fellow Taoist Mu's words are inappropriate." Du Heng objected as soon as he finished speaking. He glanced warily at Mu Yujian not far away and smiled. "Our foundation establishment abilities each have their own focus. We all serve the immortal sect and true monarch Chongqing Huamu. The selection of the princess isn't based on swordsmanship strength, but on who can manage this place well and serve the true monarch." This was nothing short of shameless flattery. And this was exactly the kind of explanation Zhu Lin wanted. For the immortal sect, the combat strength of cultivators was irrelevant. The key was stabilizing the spiritual energy of the region and cultivating more vegetation to nourish true monarch Chongqing, Huamu's metal element. Yes, fellow Taoist Du is absolutely right. Our Tao foundations are all different, so we should judge each other by our contributions to the immortal sect. Chong Jianghe hurriedly echoed, a hint of joy in his eyes. His river god appearance Tao foundation had mediocre combat power, but it could draw upon the flow of rivers to nourish living plants and trees. In a cultivation country like Qing Kingdom, which valued plants and trees, this was a skill that could be put to use. Fellow Taoist Chong has a good plan. Xiao Yuanting chuckled and shook his head, his words carrying a hint of disdain. The foundation establishment cultivators each had their own thoughts, and they were constantly vying for power. In the end, it was Zhu Lin who spoke up and set the tone. Let's decide the position of the county lord by voting. One foundation establishment cultivator counts as one vote, and the term is 5 years. Whoever gets the most votes at that time will rule this county. 5 years? That's good. By then, the second-tier spiritual veins should have been formed. Du Heng and Chai Yuanwu exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, clearly quite satisfied with this time frame. We will follow your advice, senior. Mu Renhua nodded in agreement. Since Zhu Lin had already spoken, it would be ungrateful to object further. Chun Qingfeng also nodded slightly upon seeing this. He had just reached the foundation establishment stage and was still unclear about the situation on all sides, so he naturally would not rashly object. Very well. Zhu Lin's gaze swept over everyone, then his tone shifted. I have something else to tell you all. Oh, what is it? The foundation establishment cultivators around him turned to look. Seeing his solemn expression, they all knew the matter was significant. Chun Qingfeng also looked up, listening intently. Bai Yun and He Tu, seeing this, also pricked up their ears. Zhu Lin sighed deeply and slowly began to speak. The Grand Master of the Purple Mansion in Yu Kingdom who crafted the mass grave failed in his quest for gold and transformed into a mindless corpse puppet, wreaking havoc within the kingdom, yet no true monarch has intervened to suppress him. Hiss! Everyone gasped in unison, their faces filled with shock. A Grand Master of the Purple Mansion had fallen into a corpse puppet, wreaking havoc in Yu Kingdom, Yet the true monarch of Yu Kingdom had still not appeared. What a bombshell! Recalling the rumors of true monarchs' deaths over the past centuries, the true monarch of Yu Kingdom has not shown himself for a long time, so he has probably already perished. Zhu Lin continued. Now, the three kingdoms of Yan, Tianluo, and Fengdu are eyeing Yu Kingdom covetously, and war could break out at any time. The southern demon land is divided into 4 kingdoms: Yu, Yan, Tianluo, and Fengdu. In the cultivation world, true monarchs have always been the foundation of a lineage. If a true monarch falls, the nation is like a fish on a chopping board. Our Qing kingdom has the evergreen wood-transforming true monarch in charge. But if war breaks out in the south, it will inevitably be affected. Zhu Lin's gaze grew increasingly solemn. I urge all fellow cultivators to work together. If a great war breaks out one day, we must jointly defend against the invasion of demonic cultivators. That true monarch, could he really have fallen? That was someone who could condense the metal element of heaven and earth. How could he disappear without a trace? The foundation establishment cultivators around him had different expressions and uncertain eyes. Even Chun Qingfeng was secretly shocked. A true lord is an existence who connects their own microcosm with the natural macrocosm, condensing an immortal golden nature. For example, the evergreen wood-transforming true lord nurtured his golden nature with the vegetation of the green kingdom. As long as the vegetation exists, he remains immortal. It's truly unbelievable that someone of such a level could perish so silently. But if not perished, why would he remain hidden for so long? Everyone can rest assured. Zhu Lin said gently, reassuring them. With the evergreen wood-transforming true lord above, even if a demonic cultivator sneaks in, they won't cause any trouble. You only need to be vigilant for any unusual activity. Exactly. With the evergreen wood-transforming true lord above, which demonic cultivator would dare to cause trouble? Du Hong and Chai Yunwu quickly echoed, their faces plastered with fawning smiles. Why don't you, senior, move to Yunqiu County for a visit, and allow us to fulfill our duties as hosts? No, I still need to visit that demon king in the west. Zhu Lin waved his hand, cupped his hands in greeting to everyone, and his figure transformed into a streak of azure gold light, disappearing instantly into the clouds. The gazes of the many foundation establishment cultivators present swept back and forth, finally settling on Chun Qingfeng. I wonder what kind of immortal foundation Brother Qingfeng has forged? How about a spar? Brother Qingfeng, rest assured, Senior Zhu has already stated that I will not harm you, Song Hyun said with a smile. Seeing this, Chun Qingfeng waved his hand and laughed. Forget it. Forget it. My immortal foundation is utterly unsuitable for combat, only possessing a few healing abilities. How could it possibly be a match for your demonic black flame? Healing abilities? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions tightened, and their gazes towards Chun Qingfeng changed. Knowing that Chun Qingfeng cultivated healing abilities, the expressions of the foundation establishment cultivators present became intriguing. Fellow Taoist Chun, why not visit my Chengjiang County sometime? Chong Jianghe, a shrewd individual, spoke first. Friendly Taoist Chong. Chun Qingfeng replied with a slight nod. Fellow Taoist, does your falling cloud mountain lack a stream to embellish it? Would you like me to bring a river for you, adding to the scenery? Chong Jianghe showed no signs of awkwardness, readily ingratiating himself with Chun Qingfeng. His immortal foundation river god's appearance was mediocre in combat, but possessed the unique supernatural power of moving rivers and seas. Fellow Taoist Chong is quite enthusiastic. Xiao Yuanting chuckled, his words carrying a hint of sarcasm. Fellow Taoist Chun, now that you have forged your immortal foundation and mastered your supernatural powers, it is truly a cause for celebration. Mu Renhua stepped forward, nodding slightly in goodwill. Senior Mu, you are too kind. Chun Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. The reactions of the crowd were within his expectations. Cultivators possess countless supernatural powers, but healing supernatural powers are extremely rare. No cultivator in this world can guarantee that they will never need the opportunity to heal, especially since Chun Qingfeng was accompanied by 2 powerful demons with unknown supernatural powers. Building a good relationship with him would not be a bad thing for anyone. Fellow Taoists, I intend to run for the position of the new county princess. I would appreciate your vote, as I will owe you all a favor. In the future, if needed, I can lend a hand to help you heal your injuries. Chun Qingfeng's words clearly indicated his intention to vie for the position of county princess. A favor from a cultivator with healing abilities. Whoever wants it must exchange their vote. Besides securing the position of county princess, Chun Qingfeng had another motive. He wanted to use this opportunity to legitimately approach these foundation establishment cultivators and use his personal golden seal to collect their techniques and supernatural abilities. In the past, Chen Qingfeng was reluctant to approach others, fearing that using his golden seal to demonstrate their techniques would be too deliberate. Now that he had already established his immortal foundation, interacting with other cultivators would seem much more natural. Of course, he wouldn't be too proactive, lest he reveal the secret of his golden seal. Regarding the origin of this golden seal, Chen Qingfeng had speculated on many possibilities, with the greatest suspicion being that it originated from this immortal court. He still didn't know the exact purpose of the numerous techniques and supernatural abilities collected in the Golden Chapter, but he always believed that the more the better. If he could collect all the techniques and supernatural abilities in the world, that would be ideal. Now, by revealing his trump card, the healing supernatural ability, Chen Qingfeng had achieved his goal. If you arrive in Chengjiang County, please be sure to visit me, Chang. I will certainly welcome you with open arms. Chang Jianghe and the Mu family had always been at odds, and with Mu Renhua and Mu Yujin both present, it was clearly not a place for him to linger. If it weren't for the orders from the immortal sect, Mu Yujin's sword would probably have already struck him. Zhu Lin, as the master of one of the immortal sect's peaks, had spoken seemingly peacefully, merely asking everyone to give him face. However, everyone present knew that his face carried immense weight. Even Mu Yujin dared not easily refuse him. Song Heyun chuckled twice, then turned to Chen Qingfeng. Brother Qingfeng, come visit Yuqing County another day. My brother misses you terribly. Yuqing County now belonged to the Song family. This family, which had eked out a living on the border for 200 years, finally produced a foundation establishment cultivator, successfully ascending to the status of a powerful family and even occupying a county. Definitely another day. Chen Qingfeng smiled faintly, ignoring Song Heyun's words completely. Last time they met, Head extorted a void-probing stone from the boy, showing his petty nature and even threatening him. Now, seeing that Chen Qingfeng had also established his immortal foundation, the boy immediately changed his tune and tried to be friendly. Chen Qingfeng dismissed his words as nonsense and simply ignored them. After the group of foundation establishment cultivators dispersed, Chen Qingfeng, Baiyun, and Haitu returned to Luoyun Mountain. This mountain range, which they had moved beyond the border, inherently contained a spiritual vein. Now, with the immortal court falling from the void, spiritual energy was raining down, seeping into the depths of the earth's veins, and continuously converging towards this spiritual vein. Chun Pingon flew out of the mountain peak to greet the three. Within 5 years, this spiritual vein will be able to advance to the second tier, enough to steadily support foundation establishment cultivators' cultivation. Chen Qingfeng said slowly, standing atop the mountain, his gaze sweeping across the continuous mountain range. We finally have our own territory. This area of 500 li rightfully belongs to us. Black Earth smiled, his tone full of joy. This is our new home. Chen Pingon was also very happy. TCH, in my opinion, this area of 5,000 li should all belong to us. White Cloud chuckled, it didn't mind the size. Not long after, a gust of demonic wind blew in, revealing a large gray wolf. This gray wolf actually exuded the aura of a level 2 demonic beast, clearly having condensed a wisp of demonic energy. Big Gray greets the 4 grandfathers. The gray wolf immediately prostrated itself on the ground and bowed respectfully as soon as it landed. Although it had only condensed an ordinary wisp of demonic energy and had no hope of advancing to a great demon in the future, it was already very satisfied, and it owed its current status entirely to the opportunity given to it by Chen Qingfeng and the others, so it was always extremely respectful whenever they met. Fool, didn't I tell you to guard the house? Why are there people everywhere? Baiyun glared at it, her tone slightly reprimanding. The mountains were constantly filled with streaks of light, as cultivators flew about seeking opportunities, creating a constant flow of light. The gray wolf immediately howled. Second grandfather. It's not that I'm not trying, I just can't manage. There are people everywhere within a 500-mile radius. I really can't handle it. Alright, don't scold it. Chen Qingfeng waved his hand. Now that the celestial court has fallen, countless rogue cultivators have come to join the fun. As long as they don't approach the core area of Luoyun Mountain, let them be. He looked at the gray wolf and added, they'll set up an array on Luoyun Mountain later, so you won't have to guard it day and night. There are opportunities within thousands of miles of the fallen celestial court. You can go out and search for them yourself. If you can cultivate a few little demons, that would be your good fortune. Yes, grandfather. The gray wolf quickly kowtowed, wagged its tail, and excitedly left. The fall of the celestial court will surely sustain countless rogue cultivators. This is something the celestial sects are happy to see. The cultivation world needs new blood. Chen Qingfeng gazed in the direction the gray wolf had gone and said to Baiyun, Hai-Tu, and Pingon. Our family is small, and as our business grows, we'll inevitably struggle to take care of everyone. If we encounter any we find worthy, we can train them, so we can have some cultivators and lesser demons at our beck and call. Chun Qingfeng planned to establish a base on Luoyun Mountain, so naturally he needed some subordinates. I heard the gray wolf can reproduce with litters of pups. It's eaten a lot of our fruit. There should be quite a few pups that can cultivate, Hai-Tu chimed in. Hihi, when I have some free time, you'll go check out its den and see which pups are worth training. Baiyun rubbed his hands together.
No ruse.
Chun Qingfeng said, leading them to the summit and into Qingfeng Cave. He smiled and asked, what did you find this time? He, stupid dog, and I have been wandering around the celestial court for half a year. We not only obtained quite a few second-tier spiritual items, but we also found a rare treasure. Baiyun and Hai-Tu exchanged a smile and immediately took out a large pile of items. Among them was a water attribute treasure. Isn't Pingon cultivating the Azure Lake condensing essence scripture? It'll be perfect for him. I didn't find anything good. Just some worthless things. Chun Pingon was a little embarrassed. It's all right. You're still young. This trip was just to broaden your horizons. Chun Qingfeng smiled and also took out some spiritual items. Their trip had truly been very fruitful. This time, Chun Qingfeng found a piece of gung gold in the celestial court. This gung gold was crystal clear, radiating a cold, clear light, and contained incomparably pure spiritual energy. It was a rare second-tier spiritual item. This is a perfect array plate for creating a second-tier grand array, capable of protecting an area of 50 miles. Foundation establishment level spiritual objects are extremely rare in this border region, and holding it in his hand, even the surrounding air seemed to be imbued with a spiritual essence. Baiyun and Hai-Tu also made considerable gains, especially a jar of 5-colored soil. Looking at it, it shimmered with iridescent light, the 5 colors of blue, yellow, red, white, and black intertwined, faintly shrouded in a misty aura, clearly no ordinary object. If I remember correctly, this soil is called 5-element soil, Chun Qingfeng said, his gaze lingering on the jar of soil, his tone confident. This soil contains the essence of the 5 elements, greatly benefiting the cultivation of spiritual plants. Even a small amount of it will allow ordinary spiritual plants to flourish, and for rare spiritual plants it can even unleash their potential. With that, he picked up the 5-element soil and walked towards the herb garden in the backyard. This herb garden wasn't large. It had been plundered once by song hemming, and although the variety and quantity of spiritual herbs were limited, it was meticulously maintained, with various low-grade spiritual herbs growing vigorously. In the center of the garden, a spiritual plant over a meter tall stood out. Its branches were strong and vigorous, its leaves a vibrant green, and dozens of fruits hung from its branches, some tender and juicy, others pure white. This was the white yuan fruit tree that Chun Qingfeng had discovered when he first entered the Taoist path, when he met Baiyun and Hai-Tu on the mountain. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Chun Qingfeng looked at the fruit tree, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Back then, he was still running around in open-crotch pants, and now he had become a foundation establishment cultivator, possessing an entire mountain. Before he finished speaking, Baiyun beside him swayed and reverted to its fox form, leaping over with its 4 paws and urinating on the base of the fruit tree. This fox had this habit since it was a child. Every time it saw the white yuan fruit tree, it would always mark it like this, as if the tree was its own precious treasure. Seeing this, Chun Qingfeng couldn't help but rub his forehead, his face a mixture of laughter and tears. You are now a great demon who has forged an immortal foundation. How can you still be so casual, pooping wherever you want? So what? Baiyun shook its hind paw, the fox's face full of pride, and it chuckled. This tree was raised with great difficulty by me, peeing on it one pea after another. Back then, it was only half a meter tall, drooping and listless. It was all thanks to my spiritual energy that it was able to grow to almost 2 meters tall now. Speaking of which, I was practically its wet nurse. As it spoke, it gestured with its paw to show the height of the fruit tree back then, its expression so vivid, as if it had returned to the scene when it first met it. That wasn't entirely untrue. Baiyun was now a foundation establishment demon, and his so-called urine was actually pure, unparalleled spiritual liquid. Sprinkled on the soil, it could indeed nourish plants and help them grow. Hey, stop playing dead. I've come to see you. How come you're even more timid than a stupid dog? The fox leaped onto the branches of the fruit tree, its paws lightly patting the trunk, its tone laced with mockery. You're so bold. You're so shameless. Black Earth followed behind, glancing at it sideways. Chun Pingon, curious, leaned closer, his gaze fixed on the white yuan fruit tree. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, does this tree truly possess sentience? It seems so quiet and unassuming, no different from any other spiritual plant." "Of course it does," Chen Qingfeng replied, reaching out to gently stroke the leaves of the white yuan fruit tree, the warm touch on his fingertips. "This fruit tree is no ordinary creature. When no one is around, it quietly sways its leaves. I've witnessed this several times. However, it's incredibly timid. At the slightest disturbance, it freezes instantly, pretending to be an ordinary plant." Chen Qingfeng had also asked Bai Yun about the origins of this white yuan fruit tree. According to Bai Yun, when it first gained sentience, it discovered this sapling on Qingshan Mountain. At that time, the sapling was weak and tiny, and it was Bai Yun who nourished it day after day with its own spiritual energy, what the fox called urinating to grow it to its current size. Later, after much effort, Bai Yun finally managed to cultivate a few white fruits, but then he happened to encounter Haitu and Chen Qingfeng, and the fruits were eventually divided among the three of them. Whenever this was mentioned, Bai Yun would complain incessantly, then fight with Haitu, arguing endlessly. Chen Qingfeng, however, had a hunch that the white yuan fruit tree was most likely left behind by the true person who had given Bai Yun this opportunity. That true person was most likely one of the two Purple Mansion true persons, Xian Yu and Xian Qing. After all, these two true persons had spent a full 15 years guarding this southwestern border, waiting for the celestial court to appear. Such a long period of time must have been tedious for them, and the few opportunities they casually scattered might have been mere amusement for them, but for ordinary cultivators, it was an immense blessing. It's no exaggeration to say that a single breath from a Purple Mansion true person could nourish a whole group of chi refining cultivators. "This tree is too timid. Let's tease it." A sly glint flashed in the fox's eyes. With a leap, it jumped down from the branch and landed steadily on Chen Qingfeng's shoulder. Then it reached into his storage bag and pulled out the jar of 5-element soil. As soon as the jar was opened, a rich spiritual aura spread out. The 5-element soil shone brightly inside, its 5 colors green, yellow, red, white, and black flowing around. Each grain of soil seemed to contain vibrant life, the 5 elements' spiritual energy circulating and perfectly blending. This 5-element soil was a supreme treasure that combined the spiritual energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It could nourish the roots of spiritual plants, help them break through their shackles, and complete their transformation. It was arguably the rarest spiritual object among all spiritual plants in the world. The previously motionless white yuan fruit tree, upon sensing the aura of the 5-element soil, could no longer restrain itself. Its branches trembled slightly, and then a tender green bud slowly stretched out, gently reaching towards the 5-element soil. "Hey, I told you it couldn't resist," the fox chuckled, swatting away the bud with its paw. "Don't use it yet. We'll find a secret method for nurturing spiritual plants later, and then cultivate it with this soil. Perhaps we can grow a jade essence fruit tree." Chen Qingfeng smiled and put away the 5-element soil. This border region has plenty of chi refining resources, but foundation establishment opportunities are truly rare, even seldom seen. Chen Qingfeng intends to cultivate this white essence fruit tree into a foundation establishment level jade essence fruit tree to supplement their cultivation. For the next 2 years, the area around the fallen celestial court, spanning 3,000 miles, was filled with ceaseless streams of light. Countless chi refining cultivators flew back and forth, searching for opportunities. The greatest opportunities of the celestial court were taken by Purple Mansion true persons, and the slightly lesser opportunities were plundered by the various foundation establishment families. Finally, when the celestial court fell to earth, it was the turn of these rogue cultivators. Even so, rogue cultivators from all sides still flocked to it. This situation lasted for 2 whole years before the streams of light in the sky gradually diminished. The mortals living in the mountains no longer had to kneel. For the past 2 years, Chen Qingfeng had lived a leisurely life, steadily stabilizing his cultivation and comprehending supernatural powers. His days weren't particularly dull. Until this day, Old Man Lin, carrying spirit wine, came to visit with Lin Yuero. Over the years, as Chen Qingfeng's cultivation deepened, progressing from chi refining to foundation establishment, his spirit stones had gradually increased. Furthermore, Bai Yun and Haitu especially loved Old Man Lin's homemade spirit wine, so he had never stopped supplying it, often buying it to satisfy their cravings. Over time, it had become a habit. In the past, it was usually Lin Yuero who delivered the wine. But this time, Old Man Lin came personally, followed by Lin Yuero, whose eyes were slightly red, her expression carrying a hint of unconcealed worry. Chen Qingfeng looked up and saw that Old Man Lin's full head of white hair was neatly combed, yet it couldn't hide its sparseness and withered appearance. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, the marks of time etched upon it. His once vigorous frame was now somewhat hunched. His steps steady yet revealing a palpable weariness, even his voice weaker than before. Chen Qingfeng cultivated the Azure Emperor body, a technique whose supernatural power made him acutely sensitive to life force. In the briefest instant their eyes met, Chen Qingfeng sensed that the old man's life force had deteriorated to its limit, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. It was a sign that his lifespan was nearing its end. He likely had only 2 or 3 months left. This state of utter exhaustion clearly indicated that he had already taken longevity pills or similar elixirs and had reached the end of his life. Even with Chen Qingfeng's current cultivation level, he was powerless to stop this natural depletion of lifespan. Ultimately, human effort could not defy fate. Chen Qingfeng sighed inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. He invited the two into the house, brewed a pot of spiritual tea, and sat down opposite Old Man Lin. Thinking back to more than 10 years ago, Old Man Lin picked up his teacup but didn't drink it. He just stared at the tea leaves floating in the cup, his eyes somewhat unfocused, as if reminiscing about the past. However, when the words reached his lips, his memory, fading with age, failed him, and he could only shake his head helplessly. 17 years ago, Elder Lin, Chen Qingfeng replied gently, a peaceful smile on his face. I was 9 years old that year in Songlon Market. The first time I ever drank alcohol was when you treated me. Yes, exactly 17 years ago. Elder Lin's eyes lit up, his memory suddenly becoming clearer. He put down his teacup, a gratified smile on his face. Back then, you were only as tall as my waist. In the blink of an eye, you've already established your immortal foundation, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator that I never dared to dream of. In just 20 years, your life has been more exciting than my 160+ years. Elder Lin, you flatter me. Chen Qingfeng gently shook his head. I entered the cultivation world a bit early, and I also happen to be favored by some luck. My current success is inseparable from favorable timing and location, and even more so from the support of fellow cultivators. Over the years, you have taught me a great deal about the cultivation world and its intricacies. I will always remember this kindness. These words were not mere politeness. In his early years, Chen Qingfeng was ignorant and naive, and it was thanks to Old Man Lin's generous guidance that he was able to explain the rules of cultivation, the intricacies of the market, and even the power distribution in Songlon County, saving him from many detours. Therefore, even though his cultivation now far surpasses Old Man Lin's, Chen Qingfeng did not put on airs as a foundation establishment cultivator in front of him. Baiyun and Haitu, usually the most lively and active, lost their playful spirit upon seeing Old Man Lin's aged and haggard appearance. Greetings to the two great demons. Old Man Lin, however, was quite insightful and carefree, even adding a joke as his gaze swept over Baiyun and Haitu. He laughed and said, "From now on, you two will no longer be able to drink the wine I brew." He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea's refreshing quality seemed unable to nourish his frail body, but it did give his eyes a more distant look. The old man said cheerfully, "I've lived to be 160 years old, which is quite worthwhile. In my youth, I was born into a wealthy mortal family, a playboy who only knew how to seek pleasure, wandering around aimlessly. Later, I was fortunate enough to obtain a chance to become a celestial being, and I became even more unrestrained, thinking that I could achieve immortality. However, in my impatience, I failed to refine my chi 3 times. Disheartened, I indulged in wine and women, living a muddled life for many years. Until I was over 50, my parents passed away one after another. Only after my death did I suddenly awaken, realizing I couldn't just squander this hard-won destiny in the immortal realm. So, I rallied and devoted myself to cultivation, finally managing to barely refine a wisp of miscellaneous chi. In my life, though I haven't achieved much, I've managed to survive to this day by running a small winery with this meager cultivation." Old Man Lin rambled on, recounting his youthful arrogance, his middle-aged awakening, and his old age's struggle for his descendants and family. His tone was calm, yet it conveyed a sense of composure born of experience. He recounted many amusing anecdotes from the past and mentioned Lin Yuero a few times, but throughout, he never once asked Chen Qingfeng to help take care of his granddaughter. He knew that, with Chen Qingfeng's current status and strength, the other party would most likely not refuse if he asked. Yet, he deliberately kept quiet. Old Man Lin was one of the few rogue cultivators in the cultivation world who died peacefully in his old age. He understood what should be said, what shouldn't be said, what relationships should be cherished, and what karmic ties should be severed. After seeing Old Man Lin and Lin Yuero off, the courtyard fell silent. "Old Man Lin is dying," Baiyun said softly, her ears drooping, her voice tinged with a sense of bewilderment. "Everyone dies. Eventually, Haitu added, gazing sadly in the direction they had gone. Old Man Lin was one of the few human cultivators they could talk to and had a good relationship with. The thought of never again drinking his spirit wine made both beasts somewhat melancholy. Chun Qingfeng bent down and gently stroked their heads. The warmth of his palm carried the vitality of his azure emperor body, as if comforting them, or perhaps encouraging himself. His voice was gentle yet firm. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. In this life, there are comings and goings, gatherings and separations. To be able to accompany someone for a while and leave behind some memories is already a blessing. 2 months passed in a flash, but the news of Old Man Lin's death came a month earlier than Chun Qingfeng had anticipated, catching him completely off guard. In his final days, he visited old friends, settling all his past grievances. Returning home, he quietly passed away in his usual old rattan chair. Lin Yuero wept bitterly, her once gentle eyes now streaked with tears, her body emaciated. Chun Qingfeng had few Taoist friends in his life, and Old Man Lin was one of them. He personally went to see the old man off on his final journey. Everything was done simply according to his will, without elaborate ceremonies. His ashes were scattered among the rolling mountains, merging with the place where he had lived his entire life. Afterwards, Lin Yuero, as Old Man Lin's granddaughter, observed 3 years of mourning. 3 years later, on this sunny spring day, dressed in plain white, carrying a jar of newly brewed spiritual wine, she resolutely arrived at Luoyun Mountain. Outside the mountain gate, Lin Yuero stood ramrod straight, the hem of her white robes fluttering gently in the mountain breeze. Her eyes, usually filled with shyness, now revealed an unusual firmness. She brushed aside the stray hairs at her temples, revealing her slender and gentle face. Her voice was a few points louder than usual. Brother Chun, I have something on my mind that I don't want to hide from you. I want to follow you. Seeing Chun Qingfeng's slight surprise, she didn't back down. Instead, she looked up to meet his gaze. I know that I only cultivate rudimentary techniques and refine ordinary spiritual energy. You'll never be able to establish my foundation in this lifetime, and I can't keep up with Brother Chen's pace. But am not afraid of hard work. Sweeping the courtyard, brewing spiritual tea, tending the herb garden, you'll even be a maid. Brother Chun, you'd be willing to let me stay by your side. Given your personality, it's truly admirable that you can say such things. Chun Qingfeng held Lin Yuer's slightly flushed face in his hand and slowly stepped into Luoyun Peak. The mountain was shrouded in mist, and the grass and trees were fragrant, just like the restrained gentleness of the woman beside him. Chun Qingfeng already had some affection for this girl. He was a normal person, and naturally, he would feel a little moved when faced with a woman who suited him. Moreover, he and Lin Yuero had known each other since childhood. Although their paths hadn't crossed dramatically, they were childhood sweethearts, their feelings for each other hidden. Lin Yuero wasn't a stunning beauty, but she possessed a gentle and refined temperament. Beneath her willow leaf eyebrows, her eyes were clear as a stream, reflecting the mountain light and cloud shadows, full of tenderness. This restrained gentleness wasn't as dazzling as a blooming peach blossom, but rather like a gentle spring rain, nourishing silently, possessing its own moving charm. Now that Chun Qingfeng was a foundation establishment cultivator, his status was vastly different from before. Taking a female cultivator in the midst of qi refining as a concubine was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Lin Yuero cultivated the ordinary technique Mu Hua Jing, refining only minor with pure qi, and was currently only at the 5th level of qi refining. This type of cultivator made up the vast majority in the cultivation world. Unable to refine orthodox spiritual energy, their cultivation progress was slow, often stopping at the later stages. With no hope of foundation establishment. There's something I need to clarify with you first. Chun Qingfeng stopped and looked at her earnestly. I don't plan to have any children for the time being. You should think it over carefully. In the cultivation world, many cultivators are obsessed with bloodlines and offspring. They believe that offspring are a continuation of their bloodline. Especially those who have no hope for the path of cultivation, they place their hopes on having children to carry on their legacy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuer's cheeks flushed even more. She gently shook her head, her voice soft yet firm. Brother Chun, I am already content to stay by your side. This girl was gentle and weak-willed, born to a concubine in the Lin family, which had fostered her timid and forbearing nature. Chun Qingfeng vaguely remembered that when they first met in Songlan Market, she was holding a wine jar, pouring it wherever Old Man Lin pointed, not daring to utter a single sound. Now, she actually mustered the courage to confess her feelings. Such bravery was rare indeed. So, half a month later, Lin Yuero officially moved into Luoyun Peak to take care of Chen Qingfeng's daily life. Chen Qingfeng invited Wang Ying and several other cultivators he had known from his time in Qingshan Prefecture, and prepared a simple banquet, thus officially granting her the title of concubine. This honor deeply moved Lin Yuero. From their first meeting, Chen Qingfeng, who didn't even have a single spirit stone in his pocket yet remained optimistic and composed, had left a deep impression on her. Now, Chen Qingfeng had already established his immortal foundation, becoming a high-ranking foundation establishment cultivator. She, on the other hand, was just an ordinary mid-stage qi refining cultivator, with no hope of ever reaching foundation establishment. She had only wanted to be a maidservant, never expecting to be so valued by him and granted this title. The banquet didn't end until evening, and as the guests gradually departed, Luoyun Peak slowly returned to tranquility. That night, the moon shone brightly, round as a jade plate, its gentle light bathing the mountains. Chen Qingfeng, hand in hand with Lin Yuero, sat on a green stone atop the peak, admiring the moon. A gentle breeze wafted through the mountains, carrying the fragrance of grass and spiritual energy, enveloping them both. Actually, I didn't want to be a lonely cultivator. Having companionship is always good, Chen Qingfeng said gently, his fingertips lightly caressing her slightly cool palm. I just didn't expect you to take this step first. He hadn't made any attempt to hide his affection for this gentle girl. Lin Yuero raised her hand to brush aside the wind-blown hair at her temple, revealing a gentle and serene face, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented courage. Grandpa told me before he died that he had lived a life of great frustration, being timid and cautious in everything he did, missing out on so much and still having many regrets even as he died. He told me to be brave and leave no regrets, she said softly, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. Baiyun also told me that Brother Chen doesn't dislike me, which is why I dared to muster the courage to come find him. Just then, a slight noise came from nearby. A fox and a black dog crept over furtively, hiding behind a rock to eavesdrop. Sensing the two beasts' arrival, Lin Yuero blushed and quickly moved away from Chen Qingfeng's shoulder, lowering her head helplessly. You too. Chen Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, stood up, and walked over, grabbing the two beasts by the scruff of their necks. Oh dear. It's just teasing the newlyweds. It's just teasing the newlyweds. The two beasts thrashed about, shouting with mischievous grins. They only learn bad things, not good ones. Chen Qingfeng tapped the two beasts on the head, feigning seriousness. Lin Yuero watched Chen Qingfeng's departing figure, carrying the fox and the black dog, a faint smile involuntarily curving her lips. The shyness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a more lively spirit. She quietly clenched her fist, silently encouraging herself. Yuero, you must always be brave. The moonlight, like water, gently shone on her face, as if draped in a thin veil, dreamlike and ethereal. Her face, bathed in moonlight, radiated an indescribable sanctity. A faint crescent moon shadow quietly appeared between her brows, vanishing in an instant. The next morning, on the slightly disheveled bed, Chen Qingfeng was refreshed, a lingering fragrance on his pillow. His gaze swept across the floor, where embroidered shoes, light gauze, and silk stockings lay scattered. Chen Qingfeng smiled gently, knowing she was shy, and decided not to tease her. He quietly got up and went to the training room to meditate and practice breathing exercises. Cultivators are human too, with normal needs. While they can use cultivation techniques to suppress the desires of ordinary people, such deliberate abstinence is ultimately an inferior approach, as excess is as bad as deficiency. Occasionally conforming to the natural order and human ethics is more conducive to the harmony of mind and body, and less likely to lead to obsession. After Chen Qingfeng left, Lin Yuero quietly peeked out from under the quilt, blushing as she went to tidy the sheets. In the days that followed, Lin Yuero managed Luoyun Peak meticulously. She tidied the herb garden, tended to the spiritual plants, and did housework. Even Baiyun Haida's messy nest was neatly arranged by her, without a single flaw. I told you long ago, this female two-legged beast isn't bad. I should have married her sooner, the fox Baiyun said leisurely, basking in the sun with her legs crossed. I think you're just too lazy to tidy up your own nest. Chen Qingfeng walked over, gently tapping the fox's head with his finger, his tone somewhat indulgent. This fox is incredibly lazy. Its den is a mess, and Chen Qingfeng usually takes care of it. Now Lin Yuero has taken over that job. My lord, young Master Pingon has returned. Along with Senior Mu Renhua, Lin Wanchuan reported to Chen Qingfeng as she flew in on the wind. With Chen Qingfeng's help, this girl successfully refined a wisp of miscellaneous qi. Considering that Ma Ganyang had sewed his pants, Chen Qingfeng treated this girl well, giving her pills and spiritual fruits. If she had put in the effort, she might have been able to refine a wisp of minor wood-pure qi. However, after spending some time with Mu Qingmei, this girl had learned her arrogant and extravagant nature and refused to cultivate diligently, ultimately only refining a wisp of miscellaneous qi. Chen Qingfeng was too lazy to interfere much, letting her manage the affairs of the mountain. Pingon is back. Bayan's eyes lit up, and Haitu immediately jumped up from the shade of a nearby tree. The two beasts trembled simultaneously, flashes of white and black light, instantly transforming into two young men, one white and one black. They are now powerful demons capable of freely transforming, mostly operating in their original forms and only transforming into human form when meeting outsiders. A moment later, in the reception hall of Luoyun Peak, Chen Qingfeng successfully met Mu Renhua, as well as Mu Qingyao, who had already successfully established her foundation, and Mu Yusong, who was still at the qi refining stage. 5 years had passed, and Mu Qingyao had successfully established her foundation, her cultivation stable. Chen Qingfeng learned from Chen Pingon that the Mu family had obtained 2 rare items 5 years ago, 1 wind attribute and 1 earth attribute, but unfortunately, neither was compatible with the Mu family's inherited techniques. Within the Qing kingdom, wind attribute rare items were not highly sought after, and the Mu family had taken the rare items out and exchanged them with other aristocratic families at a small price. Not long after their return, Mu Qingyao also successfully broke through and entered the foundation establishment stage. Senior, please have some tea. Lin Yuero carried a purple clay teapot and poured fragrant spiritual tea for everyone in turn, her movements gentle and skillful, before gracefully retreating to the back room. Mu Qingyou's gaze darted back and forth between Chen Qingfeng and Lin Yuero, her almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. She hadn't expected Chen Qingfeng to have taken a concubine. Although it was common for foundation establishment cultivators to take concubines in the cultivation world, not to mention others, her father, Mu Renhua, alone had dozens of wives and concubines. This still surprised her, given Chen Qingfeng's usual low-key demeanor. Compared to Mu Qingyou's surprise, the others were completely unconcerned, as taking concubines was all too common. Mu Renhua put down his teacup and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Chen, I've come again today for an old matter. What have you decided? The old matter he referred to had been discussed with Chen Qingfeng several times before. The Mu family was willing to give Songlan Mountain to Chen Qingfeng in exchange for his support in the Mu family's bid for the position of the new county lord. In terms of the quality of a single spiritual vein, Songlan Mountains was indeed far superior to Luoyun Mountains, since the spiritual vein beneath Luoyun Mountain barely reached the 2nd tier. However, this area was originally the site of the fallen celestial court, and the underground spiritual energy surged day and night. In a few decades, the spiritual vein beneath Luoyun Mountain might very well surpass Songlan Mountains. I can't even begin to consider it. Baiyun shook his head, unconcerned. Fellow Taoist Baiyun, have you been to the plum garden? Mu Renhua changed the subject, looking leisurely at Baiyun. Baiyun grinned and chuckled. I won't tell you. Seeing this, Chen Qingfeng said gently, actually, I don't necessarily need to compete for the position of princess. It's just that my younger brother loves excitement, so I'm just joining in the fun. You must compete. You absolutely must compete. Baiyun immediately retorted, his tone resolute. Mu Renhua picked up his teacup and took a sip, thinking to himself, with this fox around, I'm afraid I won't be able to persuade Chen Qingfeng. In that case, I might as well do him a favor. This fox was originally favored by the true man, and Chen Qingfeng has also left some impression on the true man. No matter what the situation is in the future, we must not antagonize him. Having made up his mind, Mu Renhua looked up at Chen Qingfeng and smiled warmly. Since that's the case, I won't force you. Let's talk about something else. Chen Qingfeng's gaze immediately fell on the one-armed man beside him, and he asked, Is this brother Yutsong? The one-armed man was Mu Yutsong, whose arm had been destroyed by Song Haiyun years ago. The injury had lingered to this day, and he had never been able to establish his foundation. 3 years ago, the Mu family had visited Chen Qingfeng to request his help in repairing Mu Yusong's injured arm, to which he readily agreed. However, when the Mu family offered spirit stones or spiritual items as payment, he politely declined. Now, at this crucial juncture in the competition for the position of princess, this favor must be used wisely. Unless the Mu family can persuade a foundation establishment cultivator to vote for him, or offer rare items like 2nd-tier spiritual materials, Chen Qingfeng will not easily give in. His stance on this point remains steadfast. This aligns with the fundamental logic of the cultivation world. His use of supernatural powers comes at a price. He cannot act recklessly. Therefore, a substantial reward is essential. Fellow Taoist Chen, I am willing to exchange valuable intelligence about the Immortal Sect and the Immortal Clan for your help in healing Yukong. Mu Renua's expression was solemn. Haven't you always wanted to know how many Purple Mansion true persons are within the Immortal Sect, the details of the various Purple Mansion Immortal clans, and the situation in each country? Upon hearing this, Chun Qingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly looked at Mu Renhua to confirm, Senior, is this true? Don't try to deceive us. Baiyun carefully looked at Mu Renhua and said, how could I speak nonsense in front of fellow Taoist Baiyun's supernatural abilities? Mu Renhua stroked his beard and smiled. As long as fellow Taoist Chun is willing to help heal Yu Tsong, this old man will naturally tell you everything I know. Alright, it's settled then. Chun Qingfeng immediately agreed. Once the voting is settled, I will heal Brother Yukong. You must know that the upper echelons of the cultivation world are always beyond the reach of lower-level cultivators. Chun Qingfeng had long wanted to understand the structure of the upper echelons of the Qing Kingdom's cultivation world, but he had never been able to find out. He could only hear scattered rumors, the truth of which was unknown, from other cultivators and knew nothing of the specific details. Chun Qingfeng was especially eager to know the temperaments of the various Purple Mansion true persons. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss with what had happened to Baiyun. Therefore, Chun Qingfeng wanted to learn more about the upper echelons of the cultivation world. Now that Mu Renhua was willing to share, Chun Qingfeng was naturally more than happy to oblige. Afterwards, Mu Renhua got up and left first, deliberately leaving Mu Qingyao behind, using the pretext of discussing Mu Yusong's injuries to give them some space to spend time together. Whoosh! On the mountaintop, thin sword light darted back and forth, so fast that only a blur remained. Chun Pingon held the sword in his left hand, his movements as swift as lightning, surrounded by a faint sword aura, which ordinary qi refining cultivators could not withstand. Mu Yujian didn't hold back, actually passing on the Pine Mist sword intent to Pingon. He too looked at the figure practicing the sword and slowly spoke. The sword aura that Chun Pingon unleashed was completely different from the sharpness of ordinary cultivators. Those sword energies were as fine as pine needles, inconspicuous, but once these thousands of fragmented sword energies were condensed into one, it was a true manifestation of sword intent. This was Mu Yujian's unique Pine Breeze sword intent. Once the pine needle-like sword energies injured the opponent, they would instantly unleash thousands of needle-like sword energies, with astonishing killing power. I shouldn't be holding back. When I become successful in the future, it wouldn't hurt to give him a hand as well. Baiyun chuckled. Their relationship with the Mu family was one of both enmity and friendship. There are no eternal enemies in the cultivation world. As long as there is profit to be made, they can coexist peacefully. Just like Song Heiyun, who had a void exploration stone knocked away by Chun Qingfeng before, he had taken the initiative to come to their door a few days ago, offering to vote for him. His cultivation of demonic black flame is all about exchanging injury for life. Now he's deliberately trying to befriend me, just to leave a favor with me so he can seek my help for healing in the future. Chun Qingfeng saw through it all. After all, he himself cultivated the demonic black flame, so he naturally knew the key points. That kid is full of bad intentions and is no good person. We must not trust him easily, Baiyun reminded him. Of course, Chun Qingfeng chuckled. He never intended to develop a deep relationship with Song Heiyun. Their interactions were merely exchanges of benefits. The three of us, plus Mei Yuyu, Mei Ning, Chang Jianghe, and Song Heiyun, have already secured 7 votes. Over the past 5 years, they had never been idle. Baiyun and Haitu frequently visited the plum garden on Tongxi Mountain, gradually becoming familiar with the deer garden. Mei Ning, the Sika deer they had met on Songlan Mountain, had now cultivated to the Immortal Foundation and become a great demon. Baiyun and Haitu, both demon cultivators, shared the same status and had a good relationship with Mei Ning. In this way, no one should have more votes than me, right? Chun Qingfeng's lips curled up slightly, gaining more confidence in his bid for the position of princess. Amidst the verdant peaks, the golden rays of the rising sun emerged from the east, bathing the layered earthen houses and thatched cottages in a warm glow. Villagers gradually awakened from their slumber, some carrying hoes to the fields, others with bamboo baskets heading into the mountains. Their footsteps and laughter mingle with the morning mist, radiating a vibrant energy. Who could have imagined that after that earth-shattering roar 5 years ago, this remote mountain village, impoverished for countless years, would suddenly transform? The fish in the river are so fat they can burst fishing nets, the wild fruits on the mountain are sweet and invigorating, and the crops in the fields are heavy with ripe grains, bending the stalks low. The hard times are over. Every household has welcomed new additions, chubby boys run around, and pretty girls smile radiantly, a scene of peaceful and prosperous life. In one village, recently, rickety horse-drawn carriages have been frequently seen navigating the winding mountain road, carrying young women of 16 or 17, all with delicate and charming features. On a stone platform in the center of the village, a man in brocade robes, a folding fan hanging from his waist, sits comfortably at the head of the table, with a woman on each arm. His hands casually caress the hems of the women beside him, while his gaze sweeps with interest over the young women standing in a line below. Tiske. No wonder it's the place where the celestial court fell. The spiritual energy is overflowing, and the women raised here are indeed all fair-skinned and beautiful. Yu Chengxian clicked his tongue, but his tone carried a hint of disdain. What a pity. They're all mortals without spiritual apertures. In 4 or 5 years, they'll grow old and lose their beauty, becoming worthless. His gaze swept over the girls, finally settling on the face of a girl with delicate features. He reached out and used his folding fan to lift her chin, his fingertips tracing her smooth skin, and said regretfully, "Such a beautiful face. I'd like to have a taste, but alas, it will ultimately be given away." He had originally thought that Chen Qingfeng was some extraordinary person, but after inquiring, he learned that he was also a vulgar man who loved women. He then made a plan. Since he liked taking concubines, he would cater to his tastes and send some beauties over, hoping to establish a relationship. With a thought, Yu Chengxian summoned a gentle breeze, pulling the chosen girl to his side. His feet flashed, and he flew straight towards Luoyun Peak. At the foot of Luoyun Peak, the protective array glowed with spiritual light, and Lin Wanchuan stood gracefully within it. Seeing that the newcomer was unfamiliar, dressed in brocade robes yet exuding a somewhat frivolous air, and accompanied by a woman, she didn't offer a welcoming greeting. Instead, she politely said, "Fellow Taoist, my master is out on business and not in the mountain." "No problem, I can wait," Yu Chengxian immediately replied, his posture extremely humble. He had come to befriend Chen Qingfeng and naturally didn't want to be impolite. "My master hasn't announced a return date, so please return, senior, lest you wait in vain," Lin Wanchuan said calmly, showing no sign of leniency. Yu Chengxian's face twitched violently, a surge of anger rising in his chest, which he forcefully suppressed. Who was he? As a direct descendant of the celestial clan of noble status, how could he swallow this insult, being stopped at the mountain gate by a mere mid-stage qi refining maid? Yet he dared not retaliate. After a brief standoff, Yu Chengxian could only suppress his anger, forcing an ugly smile and bowing to take his leave. "In that case, I will visit again another day." As soon as he flew away from the area of Luoyun Peak, the fake smile on Yu Chengxian's face vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister expression. "A mere maid dares to give me attitude. If it weren't for trying to win over Chen Qingfeng, I would have torn this Luoyun Peak apart." With nowhere to vent his anger, he turned to look at the beautiful young woman beside him, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Since he couldn't send her away, he might as well enjoy himself first. Just as he was about to activate his escape light to find a secluded cave, a sharp whooshing sound came from the air. A figure gracefully arrived, a young man with sharply angled eyebrows and an exceptionally noble air. The moment Yu Chengxian recognized the newcomer, he was struck dumb, a chill running from his feet to his head. He cried out, "Mu Yujian, what do you want? I am a direct descendant of the immortal clan. How dare you touch me?" Mu Yujian's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone contemptuous. "Just a declining purple mansion immortal clan. If Yu Chengyi were here, I wouldn't have come. It's a pity he's not. It was just teasing your sister a few times. What a big deal. I can compensate you with elixirs and miraculous medicines. You can have whatever you want." Yu Chengxian was terrified, frantically reaching for the magical treasure at his waist, trying to activate its protective power. But he discovered that the life-saving treasure was firmly locked by an invisible divine power, unable to move at all. "You can't kill me. Your swordsmanship is too unique. If you kill me, everyone will know it was you. Although my Yu family has declined, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. I will make your entire Mu family pay for my death." He roared fiercely, his body trembling uncontrollably. Because Mu Yujian truly intended to kill him, it wasn't a joke. Mu Yujian didn't stop, approaching him step by step, and sneered, "Why would I need a sword to kill a piece of trash like you?" Then, a flash of light appeared, and the last trace of color drained from Yu Chengxian's face. Mu Yujian gazed in the direction of Luoyun Peak, his eyes flickering, and he made up his mind. On the other side, high in the clouds, more than a dozen figures gathered here. "Sorry, I'm late." Mu Yujian landed on the cloud with a streak of light, his expression calm. "Now that everyone is here, let's begin." Zhu Lin, dressed in a cyan gold robe, said calmly. 5 years have passed, and this place has nurtured numerous spiritual veins. It's time to establish a new prefecture. He glanced at the many cultivators around him and said, You are all Foundation Establishment cultivators from this prefecture's vicinity. Choose one as your prefecture lord and go to that person's side. The Foundation Establishment cultivators and great demons present either stood still or went to someone's side. Thus, beside Chun Qingfeng were Bai Yun, He Tu, Song Hayun, Chang Jianghe, Mei Yuyu, and Mei Ning. Beside Mu Yujian were Mu Renhua, Mu Qingyao, Xiao Yuanting, Xiao Yenshan, Kuang Zheng, and Lu Shanjun. On Du Heng's side were Chai Yuanwu and 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators he had recruited, whom Chun Qingfeng did not recognize. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Yunqiu Prefecture area, Chun Qingfeng was not very familiar with the surrounding forces. Judging from his influence, he was a formidable figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to recruit these Foundation Establishment cultivators. However, compared to Chun Qingfeng and Mu Yujian, Du Heng had fewer supporters. Haha, this is interesting. Let's see who becomes the princess. Tiger King Kuang Zheng laughed heartily. Having received the promised benefits from the Mu family, it chose to side with them. Fellow Taoist Kuang Zheng, why not support me? Du Heng persisted, trying to win over the Tiger King. Kuang Zheng twisted its neck. Ignoring him, among the cultivators present, it only favored Mu Yujian the most. I didn't expect Senior Mu to have won over fellow Taoist Kuang Zheng. Chun Qingfeng looked at Mu Renhua and Mu Yujian with a smile. Didn't fellow Taoist Chun also win over fellow Taoist Mei? Mu Renhua stroked his beard and smiled. Foundation Establishment cultivators were extremely rare. In these border counties, they were practically the only ones. Finding others to support them would be difficult. Currently, Chun Qingfeng and Mu Yujian had roughly equal numbers of supporters. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. However, at this moment, a figure rose into the clouds, stepping on flames. The pale-faced youth smiled slightly. May I cast my vote? Upon seeing this person, Mu Renyua's gaze sharpened, and he immediately exclaimed with delight. Qing Shu, you've established your Foundation Establishment, cousin? Mu Qingyao stared at the pale-faced youth, surrounded by Foundation Establishment aura. Her eyes filled with astonishment. On the day the Celestial Court fell, Yi Qingshu disappeared without a trace, and the entire Mu family believed he had perished in the Celestial Court. Who would have thought that at this crucial moment of electing the princess, he would not only appear but also be a Foundation Establishment cultivator who had established his Foundation Establishment. Uncle, cousin. Yi Qingshu glanced at Mu Renhua, Mu Yujian, and Mu Qingyao, and nodded in greeting with a calm tone. Immediately, his gaze shifted to the cultivator whose robes were embroidered with cyan gold bamboo leaf patterns. A faint smile played on his lips as he said, Senior, I have already established my immortal foundation and am now a Foundation Establishment cultivator. May I cast my vote here? Zhu Lin swept his divine sense over him and nodded slightly. Yes. Qing Shu, your aunt has often thought of you these past years, Mu Renhua said, stroking his beard, his tone softening. Uncle, Yi Qingshu interrupted him, his smile not reaching his eyes. There's no need to dwell on these empty words here and now. Back then, the Mu family secretly hid a second-tier spiritual vein on Luoyun Peak, feigning to help him establish his foundation, but in reality, they intended for him to be Mu Yujian's scapegoat. At that time, he was only at the qi refining stage, weak and alone. Even knowing the truth, he was powerless to resist and could only be manipulated. Now that he has broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage and holds his own destiny in his hands, he naturally no longer needs to be subservient to the Mu family. Cousin, let me explain. Things back then weren't as you think. Actually, Mu Qingyao spoke urgently, trying to defuse the tense situation. Qingyao, Mu Yujian gently shook his head, interrupting her with a deep gaze, his expression showing no intention of explanation. He was simply that kind of proud person, too lazy to explain. Humph. Yi Qingshu snorted coldly, his finger pointing directly at Mu Yujian, his voice filled with years of pent-up resentment. Not what I thought. Hasn't your Mu family always treated me as a dispensable pawn? Everything you've done has only paved the way for Mu Yujian alone. Since you despise me from the bottom of your hearts, you probably don't really need my vote. With that, Yi Qingshu resolutely turned around, his toes barely touching the ground, his figure transforming into a streak of light, landing directly beside Chun Qingfeng, and loudly proclaimed, Brother Qingfeng, today I, Yi Qingshu, am willing to support you in being elected as the county lord of this prefecture. Thank you, Brother Yi. Although Chun Qingfeng didn't know the deeper meaning behind Yi Qingshu's actions, this solid vote was undoubtedly a great help to him, and he immediately cupped his hands in thanks. Bai Yun beside him had a slight shift in his eyes, his divine sense quietly flowing, as if he had sensed something unusual. Black Earth, with his keen senses, immediately noticed White Cloud's unusual behavior. He turned to look at her, but White Cloud gently shook her head, her expression remaining calm and composed, as if it had all been an illusion. Thus, thanks to Yi Qingshu's crucial vote, Chun Qingfeng narrowly won by a single vote, successfully securing the position of princess. Fellow Taoist Chun, congratulations on ascending to the position of princess. Zhu Lin smiled warmly and cupped his hands in congratulations to Chun Qingfeng. Now that the position of princess is settled, have you decided on a name for this county? Chun Qingfeng pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the white clouds and black earth behind him, and said loudly, "Let's call it 3-Star County. Fellow Taoists, war has broken out in the south. If rebel troops dare to invade our territory, we must work together to defend against the foreign enemy." After finalizing the princess position, Zhu Lin concealed his sharp edge, his expression calm and profound. "I hope you will all remember the immortal sect's great kindness. This time, the immortal court has fallen, leaving behind countless rare treasures and cultivation opportunities, which is truly a great blessing for you all." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn, and they all bowed and solemnly replied, "We will remember the immortal sect's grace and dare not forget it." "Brother, something's wrong with Yi Qingshu." Upon returning to Luoyun Peak, Bai Yun eagerly approached Chun Qingfeng, its tone heavy with concern. Possessing the detect good and evil ability, it had keenly sensed the unusual aura hidden beneath Yi Qingshu's gentle exterior, even though he hadn't glanced at it once. "I know," Chun Qingfeng replied calmly, his voice steady and even. "He voted for me simply to gain my trust." He had interacted with Yi Qingshu in his younger days and knew that the latter's cultivation of the Naiyuan Yu Huiju was quite profound, and his Zhuling Furnace Foundation was a nemesis of demon cultivators. This immortal foundation ability could ignore demonic energy protection and directly refine demon Carissa, wondrous power that demon cultivators feared. And Bai Yun and Haitu happened to be demon cultivators. Therefore, Chun Qingfeng couldn't help but overthink Yi Qingshu's overtures. Chun Qingfeng turned to the two beasts beside him and instructed, "He may not have any ill intentions towards me for now, but you two must be extra careful and on high alert. Don't let your guard down. How about we strike first?" Bai Yun made a slashing motion across his neck with its claws, lowered its voice, and a ruthless glint flashed in its eyes. "Let's just kill him to prevent future troubles." "No." Chun Qingfeng immediately waved his hand in refusal. "At least not now. We need to find a foolproof plan." No matter what Yi Qingshu's purpose was, as long as he posed a threat to Xiaobai and Xiaohe, Chun Qingfeng had no reason to stand idly by. However, Yi Qingshu was now a foundation establishment cultivator with supernatural powers. It would be extremely difficult to eliminate a foundation establishment cultivator silently without being exposed. The Immortal Sect has issued a decree strictly prohibiting us from fighting amongst ourselves. This matter needs to be carefully considered. The reason the Immortal Sect allowed the Immortal Court to settle in this area, increasing the number of foundation establishment cultivators in this region, was to resist the cultivators from the south. Zhu Lin clearly stated that no foundation establishment cultivator could afford to be in danger easily, and any grudges should be dealt with after the turmoil in the south subsided. Chun Qingfeng frowned slightly, his tone tinged with a headache. "This Yi Qingshu really has some luck. We tricked him out of a rare item before, yet he managed to get another one and successfully forge his immortal foundation? That's right. What kind of incredible luck did he have to find another rare item?" The two demons, Bai Yun and Haitu, echoed indignantly, feeling aggrieved at the thought. Bai Yun, in particular, could distinguish between good and evil and sense malice, making it even more wary of Yi Qingshu. Even when it was a small demon, it was terrified by Yi Qingshu, and now that it had become a powerful demon, it still had to be wary of him, which was truly frustrating. As if Yi Qingshu were its nemesis. "Sigh!" The fox sighed, resting its chin on its hand, looking distressed. "This is really worrying me to death." "No need to worry." Chun Qingfeng raised his hand and rubbed its head. "Now that I've secured my position as a princess, I finally have some real power bestowed upon me by the Immortal Sect. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it?" The fox's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly instructed, "Then we must send that Yi Qingshu far away. Otherwise, if I run into him, I won't be able to kill him and he'll just be frustrated." "Of course." Chun Qingfeng nodded slightly. "Once I've healed Mu Yusong's injuries and inquired about the upper echelons of the situation from Mu Renhua, it'll be time to make some bold moves. Fellow Taoist Chen, I heard you often played in this river when you were young, so today I've brought it here for you." High above, amidst the churning clouds, a figure in a green robe rode the wavesit was Chang Jianghe, the river god. He stood on a vast, flowing river, over 10 zhang wide, its waves carrying a refreshing mist, as if the entire river had been moved here. Before Chen Qingfeng could respond, Chang Jianghe laughed heartily and hurled the river beneath him towards Luoyun Peak. The Qingqi River meanders through the air, its course stretching for dozens of miles like a serpent, flowing down from the summit of Luoyun Peak, past pavilions and towers, through rugged rocks, and finally converging into a clear pool at the foot of the mountain. The murmuring of the flowing water instantly fills the entire mountain. Luoyun Peak, already a celestial paradise brimming with spiritual energy, is now even more vibrant with the addition of this living water. Clumps of green grass grow along the riverbanks, and fish frolic in the water. Amidst the swirling mist, the mountain and river complement each other, creating a unique and elegant landscape. This Qingqi River was originally the mother river nourishing Hejian village and several other villages. Its waters were clear and the fish plentiful. Chen Qingfeng, in his childhood, often played here with the village children, catching fish and shrimp, chasing ducks and playing in the water. But Chang Jianghe, somehow discovering this history, spared no expense in using his magical powers to bring the entire Qingqi River as a gift. Chen Qingfeng gazed at the rushing river before him, a smirk playing on his lips. This Chang Jianghe, a foundation establishment cultivator in charge of his clan's foundation, was now going to such lengths to inquire about his childhood hobbies just to have more contact with him. Fellow Taoist Chang, you certainly have a good time. A slightly mocking voice came from the side. A dignified patriarch of a family, instead of properly caring for the cultivation of his clan's disciples, is wasting his cultivation moving water and arranging this scenery. The speaker was Mu Renhua, and beside him stood a one-armed man, Mu Yusong. They had come to Luoyun Peak to ask Chen Qingfeng for help in healing their injuries, only to witness Chang Jianghe moving water. The Mu and Chang families were at odds, and seeing Chang Jianghe fawning over Chen Qingfeng, Mu Renhua naturally couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks. Chen Qingfeng understood, knowing the two families had a long-standing feud, and decided not to get involved, simply standing aside with a smile, remaining silent. Chang Jianghe, having cultivated the immortal foundation of river god appearance, was already skilled in water control. Recently, he received a decree from the immortal sect to manage the surrounding waterways. This move to move the river was partly to curry favor with Chen Qingfeng, and partly a strategic move, giving him considerable confidence. However, he knew the Mu family was powerful, and there was no need for him to argue with Mu Renhua here. Moreover, his main purpose today was to befriend Chen Qingfeng, and he didn't want to spoil the mood with a verbal dispute. He simply smiled faintly and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Mu Renhua. Fellow Taoist Mu, you are mistaken. We cultivators emphasize following the natural way in our practice. Only by living in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters can we maintain a clear mind and a smooth path. Now that Luoyun Peak is full of spiritual energy, the addition of this living water will also benefit our cultivation. How can this be considered neglecting our proper duties? After saying this, he ignored Mu Renhua's expression and turned to Chen Qingfeng, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect again. Fellow Taoist Chen, I present this river to you to decorate your mountain gate. I still have matters concerning the water veins to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Fellow Taoist, please take care. With that, Chang Jianghe transformed into a streak of azure light and turned to leave. Senior Mu, Brother Yutsong, you must be tired from your journey. Please come in. Chen Qingfeng withdrew his gaze, raised his hand, and the array light screen that had appeared in front of him slowly dissipated, inviting the two into Luoyun Peak. Today, after several renovations and expansions by Chen Qingfeng, Luoyun Peak is no longer the simple place it once was, but a magnificent immortal abode. Everywhere on the peak is paved with warm jade and spirit crystals, with pavilions and towers built against the mountainside, their upturned eaves shrouded in mist. Stepping into Luoyun Peak, one is immediately enveloped in a misty spiritual energy. A deep breath brings a sense of complete comfort. Floating clouds drift beneath one's feet, and the murmuring of flowing water fills the air. Truly a tranquil and serene place for cultivation. Mu Renhua focused intently on the surrounding spiritual energy, secretly astonished. What a profound spiritual vein. My Mu family's Songlan Mountain has spent 400 years cultivating it, and only now is its spiritual energy barely abundant. Yet this Luoyun Peak in just a few years has already reached the second tier of spiritual veins. At this rate, it will likely surpass Songlan Mountain in less than 100 years. If it also has the aid of the earth vein manipulation technique, a few decades will suffice. The achievements of the Mu family over 400 years, Luoyun Peak could surpass in just 100 years. To say that Mu Renhua wasn't envious would be self-deception. Chen Qingfeng took in Mu Renhua's expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was one of the benefits of becoming the lord of a prefecture. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the hidden spiritual veins, all have methods of manipulation. As the lord of a 3-star prefecture, Chen Qingfeng could legitimately draw spiritual energy from all directions into Luoyun Peak without any need for concealment. However, his current method of gathering spiritual veins relied entirely on his own perception of spiritual energy and manipulation of mountains and rivers, which could not be considered a legitimate method. Chen Qingfeng had heard that the top immortal sects of the immortal race possessed superior secret techniques that could not only accurately detect earth veins but also manipulate them at will, far surpassing his current abilities. Inside the reception hall, Chen Qingfeng sat upright on a jade throne, flanked by Baiyun and Haitu. One had narrow, fox-like eyes that revealed shrewdness and cunning, while the other had upright features and a gentle, noble air. Across from him, Mu Renhua's gaze shifted, and he pondered to himself. This Chen Qingfeng was composed when he first met me as a child, and now that he has forged his immortal foundation and become the lord of a prefecture, he is even more calm and reserved. That fox seems difficult to deal with. I wonder what kind of supernatural power it possesses. As for that dog beast, it seems the most amiable and easy to talk to, but unfortunately, it only obeys Chen Qingfeng and Baiyun's orders. If only I could get it to be close to my Mu family. The 3 of them don't seem easy to fool. I'd better obediently hand over the 3,000 years of ancestral prefecture treasures to avoid creating any rifts and making things worse. Senior Mu, have the necessary items been prepared? Chen Qingfeng asked leisurely, his tone carrying a hint of a smile. Ahem. Naturally, they have been prepared long ago. Mu Renhua withdrew his gaze, and a flash of spiritual light appeared in his storage bag at his waist. A piece of spiritual wood, radiating a soft glow, flew out and hovered in the center of the hall. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. Is this wood suitable? His tone carried a hint of concern and expectation. Mu Yusong, standing to the side, looked even more tense, his eyes fixed on the piece of spirit wood. Chen Qingfeng raised his hand and the spirit wood landed steadily in his palm. He examined it carefully for a moment, then nodded slightly and smiled. It's actually purple sunwood. Excellent. This wood itself has powerful healing abilities, and with the addition of my supernatural powers, it will surely be able to fully restore Brother Yusong's injured arm. Then, can the spiritual apertures on the severed arm also be repaired? Mu Renhua, still uneasy, asked again. Mu Yusong had lost an arm. Reattaching it using ordinary methods wouldn't be difficult, but restoring the damaged spiritual apertures was an impossible task. And the intact spiritual apertures were crucial for Mu Yusong's future foundation building. So the Mu family naturally valued it highly. Senior, please rest assured. Chen Qingfeng smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Mu Yusong with a hint of understanding. Turning his head, his robes fluttered lightly. Brother Yusong, follow me. The two walked slowly through the deep corridor, the stone door of the secret chamber closing silently behind them, isolating them from the outside world. Only a single blue lamp burned inside, its dim light casting long, slender shadows. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of spiritual wood and the heavy aura of the ancient stone walls. The purple yang wood in Chen Qingfeng's hand gleamed with a warm, light blue luster, and felt warm to the touch. He raised his eyes and gestured. Brother Yusong, take off your outer garment. Mu Yusong nodded, deftly removing his outer robe to reveal the severed arm on his left shoulder. The cut had long since scabbed over and healed, but it was covered with an indelible dark layer, faintly exuding wisps of deathly or an old scar from the demonic black flames. Chen Qingfeng's gaze was serious. Brother Yusong, please bear with it for a moment. Do not use your spiritual power to protect yourself. This demonic energy has already invaded your flesh. I need to cut away the dead flesh at the cut before I can reattach your arm. Mu Yusong grinned, gritting his teeth as he nodded. Brother Qingfeng, please do as you say. I, Mu Yusong, can still withstand it. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale blue spiritual light condensed at Chen Qingfeng's fingertip. As the light flowed, a sharp intent swept over, transforming into a spiritual blade as thin as a cicada's wing. With a slight twist of his wrist, the spirit blade swiftly and cleanly sliced across the severed area, the movement fluid and without the slightest hesitation. A soft swoosh rang out, and the dark, dead flesh detached itself. Mu Yusong groaned involuntarily, almost crying out in pain, nearly suspecting Chen Qingfeng had done it on purpose. Chen Qingfeng's single stroke revealed fresh flesh, Before the first drops of blood could seep out, they were gently enveloped by spiritual light. In an instant, the cut was smooth and clean, without a trace of demonic energy remaining. Then, Chen Qingfeng, holding the purple sun wood, slowly extended it towards the severed area. The moment the purple sun would touch the skin, the spirit would suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, cascading out like flowing water, illuminating the secret chamber with shimmering brilliance. Amidst the swirling light, the purple sun would seamlessly join to Mu Yusong's severed arm. Without a single gap, the rosy light flowed slowly along the broken edge, seeping into the flesh, and the purple sun would itself gradually changed within the light. First, it transformed into pure white bones. Then the meridian spread and stretched like a spider web, and flesh slowly grew along the meridians, from pale to rosy, from thin to full, step by step perfectly merging with his body. The light gradually faded, and a brand new arm had taken shape, its skin color indistinguishable from the other arm, its lines smooth, its muscles distinct, as if it had never been broken, without the slightest flaw. This was Chen Qingfeng's Azure Emperor Bodhi's 4 divine abilities: Leaf Spring, specializing in healing injuries and diseases, repairing severed limbs, and possessing infinite mysteries. However, this divine ability was not without its price. As Chen Qingfeng continued to circulate his spiritual power and use the divine ability. Within the golden chapter space, the emerald green plant that maintained the origin of the Azure Emperor body saw one of its leaves gradually dimming at a visible speed, its luster fading, and its veins turning pale. If it were an ordinary severed limb, it would simply need to be reattached without such effort. However, Mu Yusong's severed arm had been burned away by Song Haiyan's domineering and unparalleled demonic flames, and the death aura was deeply ingrained. Therefore, for Chen Qingfeng to reshape his origin, he needed to consume his own immortal foundational power to achieve such a miraculous effect. It really grew back. Mu Yusong gently moved his newly grown left arm, tears welling up in his eyes with excitement. After this upper arm was repaired, his success rate in foundation establishment would greatly increase. This severed arm was never just a severed arm. It was the foundation upon which he embarked on the path of immortality. Thank you, Brother Qingfeng, for your life-saving grace. Mu Yusong clasped his hands in a fist salute, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Brother Yusong, please rise quickly. Chen Qingfeng smiled and helped him up, and the two walked out of the secret chamber side by side. 7 days had passed. Mu Renhua had been guarding outside the entire time, not leaving for a moment. Seeing the two emerge, he immediately strode forward. Yutsong, is it really healed? Yes. Mu Yutsong nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with joy. Haha, fellow Taoist's abilities are indeed extraordinary. Mu Renhua laughed heartily, his gaze towards Chen Qingfeng now showing more respect and solemnity. Brother Yutsong, although this arm has been reattached, your spiritual aperture is only just opening, so you still need to nurture it carefully. Chen Qingfeng reminded him with a smile. It's best to wait 10 years before attempting to break through to foundation establishment. Otherwise, there might be considerable risks. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. Mu Renhua and Mu Yutsong clasped their fists in thanks. With Mu Yutsong's injuries healed, the Mu family could expect to gain another foundation establishment cultivator in the future, which was a tremendous benefit for the family. No need for thanks. Chen Qingfeng smiled slightly. Ahem. Mu Renhua understood, reaching for his waist and taking out a small booklet bound in brocade. He solemnly said, "This is my Mu family's treasured 3,000 years of ancestral county customs, which records our Mu family's understanding of the cultivation world's structure and situation. It's all closely guarded secrets. I hope you will keep it safe and not divulge it carelessly, lest it cause unnecessary trouble." The fox lightly jumped and steadily took the booklet. Its fox eyes darted around, its tone slightly probing. "You're not lying to us, are you?" As soon as it finished speaking, an invisible force quietly enveloped Mu Renhua. Mu Renhua's heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized that if he uttered even the slightest lie, the other party would surely see through it. This fox's supernatural abilities are indeed quite something. Mu Renhua was secretly shocked, but his face remained calm as he smiled and replied, "Fellow Taoist has discerning eyes. How could I dare to deceive you?" That's good." The fox hopped back to Chen Qingfeng's side and stuffed the brocade booklet into his arms. The core purpose of the Mu family's trip was to heal Mu Yusong's injured arm. Now that the matter was settled, Mu Renhua got up to take his leave. Before departing, he looked at Chen Qingfeng, his tone earnest yet solemn. "Fellow Taoist Chen, you must have already seen through it all. The true immortal deliberately placed the celestial court here, leaving behind so many wondrous treasures and opportunities. precisely so that we might join forces to resist the future turmoil caused by the demonic cultivators. If war truly breaks out in the future, our two families must watch out for each other and support one another. Of course, Chen Qingfeng nodded in agreement. How could he not see that the celestial sect's actions were, in fact, using them as pawns in the fight against the demonic cultivators? But they not only had to be these pawns, they even had to fight for them. Chen Qingfeng understood this perfectly. Their role in the immortal sect was like Zheng Liankai's role in his own. If they performed well, they would receive generous rewards. If they performed poorly, someone else would take their place. Quick, flip through it. Let's see what kind of tricks that immortal sect has that they dare to order us around like this. Baiyun tugged at Chen Qingfeng's sleeve, impatiently clamoring to see the book. 3,000 Years of Sect and Prefecture Customs. Haito rolled his eyes, unable to resist complaining, "Stupid fox, you dare to say anything. That's right, that's the immortal sect, we can't speak of it lightly." Chen Qingfeng smiled and tapped Baiyun's head, then took out the small brocade booklet from his robes. In the floating continent, countless great paths exist, with the 4 lineages of immortal, demon, monster, and Buddha reigning supreme. 3,000 years ago, a great being attained the golden core stage, founded a sect, laid the foundation for the immortal path, and established the Qing kingdom, leaving a profound mark on the Yanfu continent. Within the Dao domain, millions of cultivators revered him as eternal green wood-transforming true lord. Chen Qingfeng's fingertips flicked open 3,000 Years of Sect and Prefecture Customs, and on the title page was a record of this true lord. Haito leaned in beside him, reading intently. Baiyun, however, hummed softly beside him, thinking to himself, "Is that so-called true lord really that powerful? It's probably just exaggerated by the book." Chen Qingfeng flipped through the booklet, not particularly interested in these anecdotes from the past. What he really wanted to know was the structure of the Qing kingdom's cultivation world and the distribution of relationships among the surrounding forces. Qingyun Cave Heaven was personally created by the evergreen wood-transforming true monarch. It contains 36 immortal peaks, each planted with immortal bamboo, including rare varieties like golden bamboo, thunder bamboo, and sword bamboo, rare spiritual materials rarely found outside. Within the immortal sect, besides the true monarch himself, there are 6 purple mansion cultivators presiding over it. 6 purple mansion cultivators. Upon seeing this, Chen Qingfeng looked up, exchanging glances with Baiyun and Haito. A hint of surprise flashed in all 3 eyes. The foundation of this immortal sect's lineage was indeed unfathomable, with a full 6 purple mansion true persons presiding over it. Just a few purple mansion true persons, they're not close to us anyway, it's useless for us to know. Baiyun pouted, still maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Do you still remember the person who gave you the spiritual fruit and helped you develop your wisdom? Chen Qingfeng's gaze fell on Baiyun as he slowly spoke. He felt that some things should be let this little guy know. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Baiyun was taken aback, scratching his head. I can't remember what that person looked like anymore. That person was very likely a true person from the Qingyun immortal sect, Chen Qingfeng said with a hint of seriousness. A true person? Baiyun was genuinely surprised this time, his eyes widening. Chen Qingfeng nodded slightly, then asked, "Think carefully again. Did that person say anything to you, or have any special features?" Baiyun glanced at Chen Qingfeng's probing gaze, then at Haito's expectant expression, and spread his paws. I wasn't intelligent enough back then. How could I remember any of that? I only remember someone suddenly grabbing me and rattling off a bunch of things I couldn't understand, and then I never saw him again. Who knows if he was a purple mansion immortal? Anyway, he scared me half to death. I thought he had his eye on me and wanted to eat me. I see. Chen Qingfeng nodded knowingly and slowly said, "Since you can't remember, let's leave it for now and continue reading." This booklet was a collection of intelligence gathered by the Mu family, and much of the information was quite secretive, unknown to ordinary cultivators. The booklet detailed the Yu family of the Jade Balance Cave Heaven, a purple mansion immortal clan in the southern part of the Qing kingdom. Oh, there's news about Yu Chengxian here. Chen Qingfeng glanced at the familiar name and looked at the record about him, chuckling. This guy is a real playboy. Not only is his talent and Dao heart mediocre, but he's also obsessed with women. In his early years, in his eagerness to break through his cultivation level, he even damaged his foundation. For the next 20 or 30 years, he can only focus on nurturing and repairing it, and he can't even attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Haito also came over to look and couldn't help but grin. Didn't this guy come to our Luoyun Peak a few days ago to look for you, big brother? I heard from that girl Lin Wanchuan that he brought a woman with him when he came, Baiyun added. Chen Qingfeng smiled. I guess this guy thinks I'm just as much of a lecher as him. Besides playboys like Yu Chengxian, the Mu family's book also highlighted a member of the Yu family named Yu Chengyi. This person is a genuine cultivation prodigy, possessing the potential to reach the Purple Mansion realm. Currently serving as the master of a peak within the Qingyun immortal sect, he is undoubtedly a remarkable figure. The Mu family has kept extensive records of the Qingyun immortal sect's relationships with various immortal clans in their register. The immortal sect has extremely high entry requirements and rarely accepts outsiders. Peak masters, when they have free time, will travel the world. If they encounter a promising young talent with a respectable family background who suits their taste, they will take them as disciples. Furthermore, the immortal sect prioritizes recruiting disciples from the major immortal clans. More importantly, every disciple entering the immortal sect must use a secret spiritual technique to create a life jade in the sect's treasury as proof of their entry. Only those truly loyal to the immortal sect will receive its meticulous training. The relationships between the immortal sect and the major immortal clans are intricate and complex, with intertwined interests and personal relationships that cannot be explained in a few words. Besides the Yu family and other Purple Mansion immortal clans like those of the Yuheng Cave Heaven, the Mu family's book also contains detailed records of the Demon Cave forces in the western part of the Qing Kingdom. The Demon Cave of Copper Perch Mountain is backed by a Purple Mansion Demon King, a naturally gifted ape demon with the ability to move mountains. The 3 towering peaks of Copper Perch Mountain were moved from thousands of miles away by this Purple Mansion Demon King to establish the foundation of the Demon Cave. In addition to top-tier Purple Mansion level forces like Immortal Sects, Immortal Clans, and Demon Kings, the book also clarifies the intricate relationships between various foundation establishment families within the Qing Kingdom, including their closeness, distance, and entanglements of interests. After reading page by page, Chen Qingfeng closed the book, his eyes clearer. Now he finally had a comprehensive understanding of the Qing Kingdom's cultivation world, at least knowing which forces had deep foundations and should not be provoked, which forces he could temporarily avoid, and which he could choose to befriend when the opportunity arose. These secret intelligence reports were gathered by the Mu family at great expense of manpower and resources. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to glean a glimpse of them in their entire lives. Helping Mu Yusong repair his injured arm in exchange for this intelligence book was truly a profitable deal. With this intelligence in mind, Chen Qingfeng felt more confident in his actions. He already had a preliminary plan on how to plan and allocate the 6 second-tier spiritual veins that had been nurtured within the territory of Sanqing County. Let's take some time these next couple of days to visit the deer park on Tongqi Mountain. Chen Qingfeng stroked the cover of the booklet with his fingertips and smiled slightly. The Sika deer in that park not only have the Purple Mansion Demon King backing them up, but they also received guidance from a true person from the Qingyun immortal sect in their early years. They are worth befriending, and it's always good to build a good relationship. Alright, Baiyun and Haitu immediately agreed. The 2 of them were originally demon cultivators. Although they had grown up by Chen Qingfeng's side since childhood and were used to interacting with human cultivators, they were ultimately closer to their fellow demon cultivators and got along more comfortably with them. In the middle of Tongqi Mountain, the deer park lived up to its name. The mountain was kept clean and elegant, with all kinds of spiritual plants covering the mountainside, some blooming and fragrant, others glistening with dew, surrounded by spiritual energy, creating a scene of immortality. This was the deer's habitat, where hundreds and thousands of Sika deer grazed on spiritual herbs or roamed freely through the forest. Chen Qingfeng, accompanied by Baiyun and Haitu, arrived by air. Upon reaching the outside of the mountain, they saw a thin layer of white mist shrouding the area, obscuring the scenery and adding to its mystique. This deer park, Haitu and I have been here a few times in the past 2 years, but this is your first time, brother, Baiyun said, wagging its tail beside Chen Qingfeng. Chen Qingfeng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mist. He could vaguely sense a faint demonic energy within it, clearly a simple protective barrier for the park. It's me. Open the door. Baiyun, always impatient, couldn't help but shout as soon as they arrived, its voice carrying through the mist. A moment later, 2 gusts of demonic wind swept out from the mist, dispersing it and revealing 2 magnificent Sika deer. Surrounded by spiritual light, these were clearly lesser demons who had already cultivated demonic energy. Upon seeing Chen Qingfeng and his companions, they immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Senior Chen, greetings to the 2 great demons. Chen Qingfeng of Sanqing County. I have come today to pay my respects to fellow Taoist Mei." Chen Qingfeng said with a gentle smile, "Please follow us, Senior." The 2 deer led the way, carrying the 3 through the white mist, and soon they landed atop a mountain with the most abundant spiritual energy. At the summit stood a blue stone pavilion, within which lay 2 deer demons exuding the aura of great demons. The The deer king, Mei Yuyu, wore a pair of shimmering jade horns, adorned with wisps of faint spiritual energy, making her extremely beautiful. Upon seeing Chen Qingfeng and his companions arrive, she immediately rose and transformed into human form. A woman of about 30 years old, dressed in a plain silk dress, still retaining her signature jade horns, possessing an elegant and noble air. The other deer was even more familiar to Chen Qingfeng. It was Mei Ning. More than 10 years ago, he had bought several rare spiritual herbs from Mei Ning, so they were old acquaintances. Fellow Taoist Chen has come from afar, please take a seat. Mei Yuyu gestured, and a little demon immediately brought over a stone bench covered with soft grass for him to sit on. As for Baiyun and Haitu, they were restless and went off to play with Mei Ning. Thank you, fellow Taoist Mei. Chen Qingfeng sat down quietly, nodding slightly in thanks. His gaze swept over the scenery in the pavilion, and he thought to himself, demon cultivators are indeed different from human cultivators. They generally prefer to maintain their true forms, even great demons like to lie down. They only transform into human form when receiving guests, which is quite genuine. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qingfeng got straight to the point, smiling as he said, I was able to successfully obtain the position of Princess of the 3-star county thanks to fellow Taoist my secret support, for which I am deeply grateful. I have come today for 2 reasons. First, to express my gratitude, and second, to discuss with you in detail the ownership of the 6 second-tier spiritual veins. Fellow Taoist Chen is too kind. Mei Yuyu smiled dignifiedly. The 2 sides had already reached a preliminary consensus on the division of the spiritual veins, and finalizing the details in person today was a win-win situation. Both sides had their own purposes, and their words were full of sincerity. To show goodwill, Chen Qingfeng took the initiative to allocate an extra 100 li of spiritual vein territory to Qilu Garden, which pleased Mei Yuyu greatly. Fellow Taoist Chen is indeed generous. Mei Yuyu's smile deepened as she took out an old booklet and handed it to Chen Qingfeng. Fellow Taoist is so righteous, I cannot be stingy. Please accept this secret manual of the 100 herbs cultivation as a token of my appreciation. Chen Qingfeng took the booklet, and his fingertips touched the cover, sensing the rich spiritual energy of herbs and plants. He was delighted, knowing it was a transmission of spiritual plant cultivation techniques, and immediately thanked her solemnly. Thank you for your generous gift, fellow Taoist. I would be impolite to refuse. In the pavilion, Chen Qingfeng and the other party continued to discuss the details of the spiritual veins, the atmosphere harmonious. On the other side, Baiyun and Haitu strolled around the mountains with Mei Ning. Qilu Garden truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering place for spiritual plants. In addition to various spiritual herbs, there were also large areas of spiritual fruit trees, their branches laden with bright red and golden spiritual fruits, their fragrance intoxicating. These 2 beasts were inherently greedy, and Haitu, being honest and dignified, was too embarrassed to ask for any directly, even though he was very hungry. Baiyun didn't care about any of that. Seeing any spirit fruit that caught her eye, she simply reached out and picked it without hesitation. Mei Ning, being gentle by nature and mindful that both were powerful demons, didn't bother with the spirit fruit. The 3 of them strolled along, and Baiyun was just about to pop a pure white fruit into her mouth when she suddenly stopped, her bright fox eyes instantly lighting up. Following her gaze, she saw several deer and foxes playing and frolicking in a clearing in the woods not far away. Baiyun's gaze was fixed on one of the foxes. The fox had long, narrow eyes with slightly upturned corners, and its fur was a rare crimson color. Sunlight shone on it, making it resemble a flowing flame, dazzling and alluring. Baiyun chuckled, immediately dropped the fruit, and leaped towards the crimson fox, swishing its tail. Inside the pavilion, Chen Qingfeng caught a glimpse of movement in the woods below, seeing a red and a white fox walking side by side. A half-smile played on his lips as he turned to Mei Yuyu and asked, Fellow Taoist Mei, are there fox demons cultivating in this deer garden? Mei Yuyu followed his gaze, a knowing smile flashing in her eyes. She gracefully rose, smoothed her plain-colored skirt, and softly replied, Fellow Taoist Chen is too kind. Those few are the juniors of an old friend of mine, all legitimate demon cultivators from the demon cave of Copper Mountain, not some wild spirits. They just happened to be visiting my deer garden today and happened to meet fellow Taoist Baiyun. It's quite a coincidence. With that, she pointed towards a misty cave in the mountains and smiled. Fellow Taoist has come from afar, and you must be tired from your journey. A quiet cave has been prepared in the mountains, with warm jade flooring and a babbling spiritual spring, perfect for resting and recuperating. Why not stay overnight in the deer garden? Chen Qingfeng's gaze lingered briefly on the figures of white clouds and red foxes playing below the mountain, and he slowly nodded and said, "Very well, then I will trouble you, fellow Taoist." As night deepened, the deer garden was enveloped in a soft moonlight, the fragrance of spiritual plants mingling with the mountain mist, creating an even more tranquil atmosphere. Chun Qingfeng sat quietly in his cave when Haita tiptoed in, cautiously tugging at his sleeve. This canine beast, inherently simple-minded and unable to hide its thoughts, now had its brow furrowed, its face full of worry, and its voice tinged with urgency. "Brother, what are we going to do now? That stupid fox always said I was foolish, but now it's all gone. It's been tricked away by the mother fox." As it spoke, it peeked out of the cave, hoping to catch a glimpse of Bai Yun. Hearing this, Chun Qingfeng put down the secret manual in his hand, looked up at Haita's distressed expression, and couldn't help but smile, gently patting its head. "It's all right, it knows what it's doing." Chun Qingfeng laughed heartily. Little Haitu was still too honest. It was fortunate that its bloodline was extraordinary, otherwise, this clan might have been wiped out. The night air was thick with the fresh scent of the mountains and forests. A white cloud leaned against a blue stone, its fluffy, silvery white fox fur gleaming. Like moonlight, its eyes half-closed in contentment. A red fox nestled obediently in his arms, its fur as soft as clouds, carrying a faint scent of cedar. Its warm, delicate tongue gently brushed away the grass and dust clinging to his neck, its movements tender and affectionate. The white cloud let its kind soft body press against it, its tail occasionally brushing against the red fox's back, its ears trembling slightly. This was how foxes should be, so perfectly compatible. Demons and humans were fundamentally different. Regardless of mutual affection or understanding, love was determined entirely by scent. If their fox fragrance could ignite each other's passion and make their fur tremble, then it was a match made in heaven. Conversely, even with 1,000 tender feelings and 10,000 deep affections, if the scent was wrong and the body showed no reaction, it was nothing but a mirage, an empty promise. Bai Yun and the red fox felt an instant connection upon first meeting, and now, with their skin pressed together, they felt their breaths mingling, so comfortable they almost purred. Bai Yun lowered his head, his nose brushing against the alluring red fox in his arms. Its ears reddened and eyes upturned. Its eyes were long and slender like willow leaves, their gaze full of the unique charm of the fox clan. He gently tugged at a wisp of fur near the fox's ear with his paw, casually asking, "Where are you, demon cultivator? Why don't you come back with me? I'll protect you from now on." He exuded the faint aura of a powerful demon, yet showed a natural affinity for his own kind. This red fox was merely a level 3 demon, and faced Bai Yun, a senior member of its own kind, with a degree of reverence. A low whimper escaped its throat, its voice hoarse. It glanced lightly at Bai Yun, its tone laced with arrogance.
Dont underestima ta fox.
"I'm no ordinary stray fox. I'm a legitimate demon cultivator from the demon cave, with impeccable blood. Why waste time on such nonsense?" Bai Yun casually crossed his legs, tapping its head lightly with his paw. Its silvery white ears twitched. "I'm just asking you, are you willing to come back with me?" The red fox lowered its eyelashes, its long lashes casting soft shadows beneath its eyelids. Its tone carried a hint of resentment, yet also a barely perceptible probing. "My demon cave has very strict rules. How can I make this decision?" It had already planned it out. If Bai Yun truly liked it, he would surely ask how to take it away, and then it could conveniently suggest that he propose marriage to it at the demon cave. "All right then, goodbye." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun showed no hesitation, abruptly stood up, turned and left. His fox tail swept through the air in a clean arc, his steps light and quick, without pausing for a moment. The fox clan is always free-spirited. They gather when they agree and scatter when they disagree. He had only acted on a whim. Why would he get entangled with a fox he had just met? Besides, this fox had approached him with an ulterior motive. Did he really think he couldn't see through it? The red fox froze, its body stiffening. Its alluring eyes widened instantly, filled with astonishment and dumbfoundedness. It never expected that Bai Yun, also a fox demon, would be so decisive, without even a word of farewell or a trace of reluctance, leaving without a word of genuine feeling. The tenderness and harmonious aura from just moments ago seemed like a fleeting illusion. He bid farewell to the deer garden and returned to Luoyun Mountain. Chun Qingfeng, looking at Bai Yun whose tail was still drooping slightly, finally couldn't help but tease. "Why didn't you bring that red fox back with you? You two seem to get along well, your scents match." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun's silvery white fox ears perked up instantly, then quickly drooped back down, muttering in embarrassment and indignation, "Big brother, don't make fun of me." "Ha ha ha." Chun Qingfeng's eyes shone with a gentle smile as he raised his hand and gently patted its head. All right, don't take it to heart. Haita finally seized the opportunity and chuckled. Stupid fox, so useless. You're easily swayed. Stupid dog. Baiyun turned and glared at it, but the words stuck in its throat. Your bloodline is noble. How could you understand the pain of an ordinary fox demon like me? It lowered its eyelashes, its tone full of helplessness and resentment. A demon cultivator like me, with mixed bloodlines and impure spiritual roots, is most bound by innate instincts. Yesterday, when I smelled its fox scent, I was as if drawn by a force. My mind and body were out of my control. How could I possibly be in control? It said sullenly, only when I form my purple mansion and shed this fox body can I truly be free and no longer bound by my bloodline instincts. Upon hearing this, Black Earth realized that it had misunderstood White Cloud and immediately lowered its head in shame. No need to be distressed. Chun Qingfeng patted the fox's head. I've already inquired about it for you. That red fox is named Hong Yinger, a third-generation direct descendant of the Fox Cloud Cave, with quite a distinguished bloodline. If you truly like her, you can propose to her in that demon's cave in the future. No. Baiyun hurriedly shook her head. It approached me deliberately with an ulterior motive. We must not let it succeed. It's all right. Chun Qingfeng waved his hand, his gaze falling on Baiyun. Little Bai, you must have sensed something's wrong, right? The fox was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Yes, I was originally a wild fox, only seeking to fill my stomach. Who knew I would become a great demon in such a muddled way? It spoke leisurely, with a hint of bewilderment. If I'm not mistaken, you must have caught the eye of some important figures. Chun Qingfeng said slowly. These important figures are secretly plotting something, and you are the most crucial step in this plot. Why me? I'm just a wild fox. Baiyun looked completely puzzled. You are indeed a wild fox, but you yourself haven't realized that you possess a discerning heart. A discerning heart? Baiyun scratched his head, increasingly confused. Exactly. Chun Qingfeng's expression was solemn. A heart free of dust, acting as one pleases, crying when one wants to cry, laughing when one wants to laugh, that is a discerning heart. Those who possess a discerning heart are favored by heaven. In other words, whatever you think in your heart, things will often unfold according to your wishes. The rumor about the exquisite heart was something Chun Qingfeng had heard years ago. But after spending many years with Baiyun, he became increasingly certain that this wild fox possessed such a rare, exquisite heart. I want to become a golden core cultivator. Just like that damn evergreen true monarch, why didn't he do as I wished? Baiyun immediately put his hands on his hips, looking unconvinced. Haha. Chun Qingfeng chuckled leisurely, teasingly saying, you are truly blessed by heaven, but you still have to put in the effort yourself. He was increasingly certain that this fox possessed a genuine exquisite heart. If it were him, 1 second he would dare to show the slightest disrespect to evergreen would true monarch, and the next he would be overwhelmed by that profound golden pressure. But Baiyun, on the other hand, constantly muttered that damn true monarch on his lips, yet nothing happened to him. The contrast was simply too obvious. What I can confirm now is that you've been targeted by some powerful figures. They want to use you to carry out some schemes, and these schemes are for your benefit. That's why the demon cave wants to get close to you, and even I can benefit from it. Chun Qingfeng's tone shifted, his expression turning slightly somber. But what exactly these schemes are and which forces are involved, I still don't know. Brother, how do you know all this? Baiyun and Haitu asked curiously. Do you remember Yu Changxian? Chun Qingfeng looked up at the two beasts. I got this information from him. At the same time, an uninvited guest ascended Songlan Mountain. Mu Yujian, come out and meet me. Outside the Mu family's territory, a figure gracefully arrived. The newcomer was a young man with a face like jade, handsome and refined, surrounded by a powerful aura of immortality, clearly not an ordinary person. Mu Yujian moved slightly, already leaping forward in midair. His gaze fell on the young man, his expression calm and unwavering. What do you want with me? The young man's lips curled slightly as he slowly spoke. My younger brother hasn't returned home for a long time. I checked his fate tablet and found out he's already dead. This man was Yu Qingyi, the young prodigy of the Yu family, and also the peak master of the Qingyun immortal sect, a man of extraordinary status. Dead? Mu Yujian's tone was indifferent, his expression unwavering. Dead is dead? What does it have to do with me? Yu Qingyi chuckled twice, his eyes deep. Although my good-for-nothing younger brother was a dissolute playboy, he was still a member of the Yu family. Since he suffered this misfortune, I should do my part. Yu Chengxian once raped a female disciple of the immortal sect and was severely punished by the family. You were also implicated and almost lost your position as peak master. Shouldn't you be happy that he's dead? Mu Yujian's tone remained calm. He, of course, am happy. Yu Qingyi chuckled twice, a hint of amusement in his voice. Actually, I know in my heart that you killed him. The move was clean and swift, leaving no trace. But it's precisely this cleanliness that speaks volumes. What volume? Mu Yujian raised an eyebrow. Yu Chengji's tone shifted, his eyes sharpening. My foolish younger brother is protected by a spiritual treasure. Within this realm, besides you, Mu Yujian, who could take his life so silently? You overestimate me.
Mu Yujian replied calmly.
In this vast world, geniuses are as numerous as carp crossing a river. What am I, Mu Yujian, compared to them? Oh, is that so? Yu Qingyi raised an eyebrow and smiled. That doesn't sound like something you, Mu Yujian, would say. Just say it. Mu Yujian didn't want to get bogged down in conversation, his tone becoming impatient. Hey, you're really boring. Yu Qingyi waved his hand, his smile fading. To be honest, I've received news that the South will be in chaos within a decade or two, and war is imminent. At that time, the immortal sect will conduct an assessment of the peak masters, and the winner will be granted a grotto heaven. I've come today to form an alliance with you and make some preparations in advance. An alliance is fine. Mu Ye's sword-like eyes flickered slightly, and he said directly, but I need to know one thing. What exactly does the true person intend to do with that fox? It's alright to tell you, Yu Qingyi said frankly. This matter is related to that true lord of you. The outside world says that the Qingxin Xiaoyao true lord of you has mysteriously disappeared, and most likely perished. In fact, this true lord has indeed perished. But he didn't die at the hands of others. Rather, he failed in his attempt to reach the Tao infant realm and destroyed his own golden core. As you know, that true lord was free-spirited and unrestrained, living a magnificent life, attaining the free and unfettered golden nature. Even the evergreen wood-transforming true lord held him in high esteem. Although he had already achieved the golden core realm, he was still not satisfied and insisted on attempting to break through to the Tao infant realm. The so-called demon, he sought truth and lived freely, following his heart. In his prime, he roamed the world. In his decline, he accepted oblivion with equanimity. This true lord was a true master of the demonic path. He lived passionately and died gracefully, earning our respect. Now that he has fallen, his golden core inheritance has vanished without a trace. That was a golden core inheritance, which Purple Mansion could remain unmoved. That's why those powerful figures sought bait to lure out this inheritance. And that fox, with its clever mind and temperament perfectly aligned with this true lord, was seen as the most likely key to triggering the inheritance. So the powerful figures chose it, nurturing it all the way to the Purple Mansion level, hoping to fish out that inheritance. How many more such bait are there? Mu Yujian pressed. I don't know about that. Yu Qingyi shrugged and smiled. Over the years, the adults have been searching everywhere for beings with exquisite hearts. There must be at least 8 or 10, if not 10. After all, exquisite hearts are rare, but if you deliberately search, you can always find some. His tone carried a hint of envy. It's quite enviable. You and I have been hitting walls everywhere in our quest for the Purple Mansion, while that fox has done nothing and is almost guaranteed a Purple Mansion. Even if it's just a useless Purple Mansion used to fish for inheritance, it's still a Purple Mansion. I see. Mu Yujian nodded slightly, his mind suddenly clear. So what if you know? It's none of our business anyway. Yu Qingyi steered the conversation back on track, looking directly at Mu Yujian. Let's talk about cooperation. On Luoyun Peak, the fragrance of herbs lingered, the clouds drifted leisurely, and the rosy light spread across the landscape, giving the entire mountain a refreshing and gentle aura. Baiyun and Haitu were lazily basking in the sun on the grass, completely at ease. Not far away, Lin Yuero, dressed in plain clothes, was carefully tending to the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. The white yuan fruit tree beside her seemed to have a mind of its own, its tender branches swaying gently, as if responding to her movements. The scene was so warm and inviting that one hesitated to disturb it. Chan Qingfeng approached with a smile, holding an ancient scroll in his hand, which he handed to Lin Yuero. This is a copy of the Spiritual Plant Inheritance, the secret manual of the pure seeds of 100 herbs. You can take a look when you have some free time. It might be of some benefit. Lin Yuero brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes crinkling into a gentle smile. She was naturally quiet, and since moving to Luoyun Peak, she had become even more secluded. Besides brewing tea and wine for Chan Qingfeng, she spent almost all her remaining time tending to these spiritual plants, finding great joy in it. You should go out more often. Chen Qingfeng said with a smile, looking at her focused expression. Look at that girl, Nuanchuan. If I don't keep an eye on her, she'll probably run away to the outskirts of the county and disappear without a trace. Lin Yuero gently shook her head and smiled softly. I think it's perfect as it is now. This is the life I like. Others might find this kind of life dull and boring, but that's just Lin Yuero's nature. This kind of life suits her best. After saying that, she brought Chen Qingfeng a bamboo reclining chair, brewed a pot of clear spiritual tea, and then turned back to the herb garden to continue tending to the flowers, fruits, and plants. Seeing this, Chen Qingfeng could only shake his head and chuckle helplessly. He picked up the spiritual tea and took a sip. The tea was fragrant and refreshing. Then, he took out the 3,000 years of Zhongjuan customs that he had exchanged with the Mu family and slowly began to read it. This book was very detailed, not only recording the structure and power of the Qing kingdom's cultivation world, but also mentioning strange and wonderful things from neighboring countries. The records about the true lord of Yu Kingdom occupied a considerable portion of the book, mostly consisting of widely circulated stories and legends. So the true lord of Yu Kingdom was called True Lord of Pure Heart and Carefree Spirit. Chen Qingfeng thought, silently reading on the page. Legend has it that this true lord was unconventional and carefree. But how come even stealing chickens as a child is recorded here? I wonder if the person who compiled this book was Mu Renhua. They dare to write anything. Just as Chen Qingfeng was amused, a thought suddenly struck him, and he abruptly turned to look to the side. There, he saw the fox lying slyly on the grass, a wicked grin on its face. Stupid dog, it's been a long time since we've eaten Master Zheng's chickens. How about we sneak over and steal a couple to satisfy our cravings? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. The smile he had been wearing while reading vanished instantly, and a flurry of speculations flashed through his mind, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. Zhang Liangkai was already 60 years old, his hair and beard completely white, considered long-lived among mortals. Most elderly people at this age would be frail and slow-moving, but he remained vigorous, with a full forehead and an unusually rosy complexion. Back when the secret of the Green Mountain Prefecture True Lord was first established, Zhang Liangkai was incredibly busy, working tirelessly both internally and externally, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, as Chen Qingfeng's cultivation deepened and he firmly established himself in the cultivation world, Zhang Liangkai's life became increasingly smooth. Although a mortal, he frequently received nourishment from spiritual fruits that even cultivators envied, naturally keeping his body strong. Now, Chen Qingfeng had long since handed over all his affairs to Lin Wanchuan, and Zhang Liangkai had completely retired, enjoying several years of peaceful retirement. No longer needing to travel and worry, he lived a simple and comfortable life. He would either grumble and scold his son, Zhang Luyu, or listen to his grandchildren sweetly calling him grandpa. The rest of his time, he loved to wander around the chicken coop in the backyard. One day, Zhang Liangkai, as usual, carried half a basket of rice husks to feed the chickens. As he scattered the feed, he counted them one by one, 1, 2, 3, 27. At the end, he suddenly paused. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. He slapped his thigh and laughed. Good, good, good. He stroked his white beard, his face full of satisfaction. The lost chickens mean the adults haven't forgotten this old man, and still remember my chickens. He happily strolled around the chicken coop, confirming that 3 were indeed missing, before leaving with his hands behind his back, completely satisfied. That afternoon, Lin Wanchuan found Zhang Liangkai. She held a dozen or so fruits in her hands. Although the surface of the fruits was uneven and pitted, their texture had a warm, jade-like luster, clearly indicating they were not ordinary. Uncle Zhang, this is a menning fruit. It can increase the chances of a child's enlightenment. Have each of your grandchildren under 5 years old take one. Lin Wanchuan handed over the fruit. Zhang Liangkai quickly accepted it with both hands, bowing repeatedly with excitement. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kindness. No need to thank me. Lin Wanchuan waved his hand, his tone indifferent. Just remember our master's kindness in your heart. I remember. This old servant will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Zhang Liangkai hurriedly replied, carefully putting away the munning fruit, and then turned to find his son, Zhang Luyu. Upon seeing Zhang Luyu fighting crickets, he angrily berated him. You blockhead. All you do is play with this crap. If it weren't for your sister marrying well and enjoying the good life with the master, with your lack of ambition, you'd squander this family fortune sooner or later. In front of all the servants, Zhang Luyu was humiliated by the scolding, lowering his head and muttering under his breath, You have the nerve to criticize me? Don't you spend all your time in the chicken coop? I can't raise crickets, but you can raise chickens? What did you say? Although Zhang Liangkai was old, he wasn't deaf at all. He immediately glared at Zhang Luyu and kicked him in the backside. Idiot! You don't know anything. Those chickens are more important than your life. Sanqing County had only recently been established, and cultivators flocked to it in droves. For at least 20 or 30 years, the situation here would likely remain unstable. Since the fall of the Celestial Court, countless spiritual veins had been nurtured here, attracting cultivators from all directions. Many latest-stage qi refining cultivators frequent this place year-round, hoping to seize a spiritual vein, establish themselves, and build their own family power. Although numerous cultivators come and go, a diverse mix, there are certain places where cultivators strictly adhere to the rules, daring not to set foot in them. Wolf Mountain is one such place. This mountain is covered in wolf tracks, including both intelligent wolf demons and ordinary wild wolves. Yet, even so, no cultivator dares to covet these wolves, let alone hunt them for their demon cores or skin them. This is because Wolf Mountain is the territory of the wolf demons under the command of the two great black and white demons, and no one dares to provoke them. Often, passing cultivators would point to the majestic Wolf Mountain in the distance and solemnly warn their descendants. Child, remember, the Wolf King of Wolf Mountain is a gray wolf. If you encounter him in the future, remember to respectfully address him as senior, and never offend him. Meanwhile, deep within Wolf Mountain, a scene completely different from the rumors circulating outside is unfolding. The Grey Wolf King, revered by cultivators from all directions, was respectfully prostrating himself before two figures. Those two figures were a fox and a black dog, gnawing on chicken legs with grease dripping from their mouths. Second grandfather, third grandfather, Little Wolf has married 10 female wolves this year and has already given birth to 8 litters of wolf cubs, the Grey Wolf said respectfully, yet somewhat embarrassed. Oh, so prolific? The fox took a big bite of chicken leg, oil dripping from the corner of its mouth, and mumbled indistinctly. The black dog beside it swallowed its meat and looked up, saying, "Call them all over here so we can see them." "All right. Little Wolf will go call them right away." The Grey Wolf nodded quickly, its body moving swiftly, like a gray shadow, its movements agile, showing no trace of its Wolf King status. Bayun looked at Haitu. "What should we do? Big Gray is so prolific, we're afraid we won't have enough mani fruit to go around." "It's all right," Haitu said casually, its tone unconcerned. "Well, just go up the mountain and pick some more later, and have Big Gray run the errand." "Okay then," Bayun nodded gently upon hearing this. They were no longer what they used to be. They were now true great demons, and resources for the qi refining stage were utterly insignificant to them. Chun Qingfeng now controlled a prefecture, and naturally needed many capable subordinates to handle his affairs. That's why the two of them planned to train some wolf demons to help them with chores in the future. Now that we're in a higher position, we can't do everything ourselves. We need some subordinates who can run errands for us, Bayun remarked. Haitu wholeheartedly agreed, nodding, "Yes, Big Gray has indeed been very diligent these past years. We'll give it more fruit later." On Luoyun Mountain, several guests arrived today. Leading them was a middle-aged cultivator, whose cultivation had already reached the foundation establishment stage, his aura calm and restrained. He stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting to Chun Qingfeng, and said in a humble tone, "I am Yu Jingqi, from Yuheng Cave Heaven. I greet fellow Taoist Chen." Chun Qingfeng returned the greeting with a cupped hand, his expression calm. "Fellow Taoist you have come from afar. What brings you here?" "To be honest," Yu Jingqi said slowly, his tone softening slightly, "my young master Chengxian unfortunately perished here some time ago. I have come to thoroughly investigate the cause of this matter. I hope fellow Taoist Chen will not take offense." "Perished?" Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Chun Qingfeng's eyes. Yu Chengxian was actually dead? He remained expressionless, still cupping his hands in greeting, and said, "Please make yourself at home, fellow Taoist. If you need my assistance, please feel free to call me at any time. Thank you for your understanding, fellow Taoist Chun." Yu Jingqi became even more polite, his words and actions measured and courteous. He didn't seem to be there to investigate or seek revenge. Rather, he seemed to be subtly seeking friendship. "Fellow Taoist Chun, it's not that I'm being petty, it's just that the second-tier spiritual vein I've been allocated this time is located in a rather remote area." Just as Chun Qingfeng was chatting with Yu Jingqi, Du Heng arrived with Chai Yuanwu, clearly seeking an explanation regarding the spiritual vein. Now that Chun Qingfeng had secured his position as the Lord of Sanqing County, the power to allocate spiritual veins within the territory naturally fell into his hands. Du Heng, as a veteran foundation establishment cultivator in the western part of the Qing Kingdom's cultivation world, held considerable influence in the area and was entitled to a second-tier spiritual vein as per custom. There were 6 second-tier spiritual veins within Sanxing County. Chen Qingfeng kept the most abundant one for himself. Of the remaining 5, Tiger Garden and Deer Garden each had 1. The Mu family received 1, and the remaining 2 were given to Du Heng and Yi Qingshu. However, these 2 spiritual veins were not only located in remote areas but also had exceptionally thin spiritual energy, hardly considered desirable locations. Du Heng's visit was either to ask Chen Qingfeng to find him a different spiritual vein, or to obtain permission to alter the Earth's veins and adjust the flow of spiritual energy. However, Chen Qingfeng had no intention of agreeing. His relationship with Du Heng was merely so-so, and he wasn't going to make concessions for him. Du Heng, confident in his seniority as a foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't bring himself to negotiate directly with the younger Chen Qingfeng, so he brought Chai Yuanwu along, subtly exerting pressure. But when he saw the distinguished guest Yu Jingqi present at Luoyun Mountain, his demeanor immediately softened considerably. Fellow Taoist Yu, it's been many years. Why don't you come to my Yunqiu County for a short while? Du Heng initiated the conversation. Fellow Taoist Du, you're too kind. I have duties to perform and cannot leave lightly, Yu Jingqi politely declined. I see. Du Heng smiled, then smoothly extended a friendly gesture. If you need any assistance, please feel free to ask. I can mobilize some manpower in this southwestern region. No need. Yu Jingqi's tone was calm, but his stance was clear. If there's anything truly important, fellow Taoist Chen will naturally lend a hand. He could see at a glance that Du Heng and Chen Qingfeng weren't close, so he simply sided with Chen Qingfeng openly. As a cultivator of the Immortal Clan, Yu Jingqi knew a lot about the upper echelons of society and was well aware that the fox beside Chen Qingfeng was about to form its core and enter the Purple Mansion realm. Naturally, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Chen Qingfeng. Even after Du Heng and Chai Yuanwu left Luoyun Peak in a daze, they were still filled with surprise. Yu Jingqi is a celestial cultivator, and his embracing city Immortal Foundation is renowned. He's a prominent figure in the cultivation world. Why is he so polite to Chen Qingfeng? Who knows? There have been rumors that this Chen has some dealings with a true person. Could it be true? Hard to say. We should be more careful around Chen Qingfeng in the future. The Yu family never befriends others without reason. There must be a reason. Never mind. Everyone knows that the Yu family's Jade Balance Cave Heaven is nearing its end, about to decline. It's just a declining Purple Mansion celestial clan. It's not a big deal. After seeing off Du Heng, Chai Yuanwu, and Yu Jingqi, Chen Qingfeng summoned Baiyun and Haitu, asking, "Did you two take care of Yu Chengxian?" No. The 2 beasts scratched their heads. "We thought you personally dealt with him, big brother. We were just about to praise you for being so efficient." "It wasn't me either." Chen Qingfeng shook his head slightly, his brows furrowing. When Yu Jingqi left just now, his expression was unusually calm. He showed neither remorse nor any sorrow. "This is strange." He paused, then waved his hand. "Forget it. No need to dwell on this. Let's just focus on our own affairs." His tone shifted, and Chen Qingfeng's expression became more serious. The cultivation world has been increasingly tense lately, with various forces frequently moving about and exchanging information. Given this turmoil, the next few years will likely be anything but peaceful. You two need to be extra vigilant and secretly select and cultivate capable individuals to provide an extra layer of protection for the future. After instructing him on this matter, Chen Qingfeng specifically added that Yi Qingshu is a man of deep thoughts and unpredictable actions. You must be extra cautious. Having settled all the trivial matters, Chen Qingfeng announced that he would be going into seclusion for a period of time to focus on cultivation. Previously, repairing Mu Yusong's injured arm had depleted some of the Azure Emperor Boda's source power. The primary task of this seclusion was to replenish this source. However, this was not his sole purpose for seclusion. Inside the secret chamber, layers upon layers of arrays tightly isolated the inside from the outside, preventing prying eyes and locking away any aura. Chen Qingfeng sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint spiritual aura, his mind already immersed in the golden seal space within his body. With this golden metal as a help, the foundation building process has been much less troublesome. He gazed at the golden seal floating in the center of space, muttering to himself, "Without damaging my spiritual apertures to condense my Qi, not only is the foundation building process and time significantly shortened, but even the celestial phenomena that should appear during foundation building are suppressed to the extreme. Coupled with the concealment of this secret chamber's array, this time forging of the third immortal foundation will definitely be done silently." Thinking of this, Chen Qingfeng became increasingly curious about the origin of the golden seal. This golden seal must be of extremely high status, perhaps containing the wondrous power to conceal heavenly secrets. Recalling the fear he felt when he learned that 2 Purple Mansion true persons were secretly hiding on the southwestern border, Chen Qingfeng still felt lingering unease. Ordinary cultivators can only specialize in one cultivation method throughout their lives, but he had repeatedly changed his methods over the years, sometimes using demonic flames, sometimes changing his appearance. His actions were never discreet. Purple Mansion true persons could roam the void and travel the 4 directions. Logically, his frequent unusual movements should have made it impossible for him to escape the secret surveillance of the 2 true persons for 15 years. Yet, to this day, those 2 true immortals have neither come knocking nor detected the existence of the Golden Seal. The only explanation is that this Golden Seal can conceal the secrets of heaven, hiding his aura and any unusual movements, making it impossible even for a Purple Mansion true immortal to detect him. This thing is truly a rare treasure. Chen Qingfeng sighed inwardly, his gaze falling on the many illusory lights and shadows appearing beneath the Golden Seal, finally settling on the faintly visible illusory seed. With a thought, he lightly flicked his finger. Instantly, the illusory seed vanished, transforming into a withered green plant with 1 leaf, quietly floating beneath the Golden Seal. At the same time, the abundant and powerful evergreen mana within his body, originally at the foundation establishment stage, receded like a tide, transforming entirely into Qi refining level spiritual cultivation and benevolent fruit Qi, slowly flowing through his meridians. Inside the secret chamber, time quietly passed, and 3 months had gone by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chen Qingfeng, who had been sitting motionless, suddenly felt his eyelashes flutter slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 warm yet refined beams of spiritual light flashed in his eyes, and the aura of spiritual cultivation and virtuous deeds surrounding him became even more mellow and enduring. He sank his mind into the Golden Seal's space, where the previously illusory seed had shed its ethereal state, transforming into a solid seed, its entire body radiant and glowing with a faint luster of life, quietly suspended beneath the Golden Seal. Seedling master, complete. Chen Qingfeng's heart stirred slightly. An indescribable sense of clarity spread throughout his body, and his 3rd immortal foundation had firmly taken root. At the same time, light flowed across the Golden Seal, and 2 new divine ability imprints slowly emerged, their names and wondrous uses clearly imprinted into his sea of consciousness. Seed of Cause, using one's own spiritual cultivation and virtuous deeds as a guide, it can help others awaken their potential, accelerate their cultivation progress, and subtly increase their success rate in breaking through realms. Result: those who receive assistance through Seed of Cause will have their insights and advancements in cultivation condensed into invisible fruits, which they can harvest and absorb to enhance their own cultivation, without affecting the recipient. I see. Chen Qingfeng's lips curled into a relieved smile. The weight on his heart finally lifted. This spiritual cultivation of benevolent fruit is indeed a true righteous path of immortality, not some harmful and self-serving demonic art. It seems the true person who gifted this method to Xiaobai was a friend, not an enemy. Confirming that Seed of the Tao was not an evil technique, he felt more at ease and felt a greater sense of gratitude towards the mysterious true person. Now that Seed of the Tao is complete, the next step is to repair the origin of the Azure Emperor's body. Chen Qingfeng composed himself, his gaze falling on the withered green plant within the golden chapter space. He flicked his finger lightly, and a flash of spiritual light appeared around the green plant. The evergreen, magic power, which had previously transformed into the Qi of spiritual cultivation and benevolent fruit, flowed upstream like rivers returning to the sea, slowly returning to the body through the meridians. The abundant life force once again filled his limbs and bones, and the depleted essence of the Azure Emperor body began to slowly recover. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the foot of Luoyun Mountain was bustling with activity. Among the crowd were energetic young men and women, as well as several wolf cubs, fox cubs, and puppies whose spirituality was just beginning to emerge. Lin Wanchuan stood in front of the crowd, solemnly instructing these selected immortal seedlings. Listen carefully, all of you. There are 3 masters and 1 young master in our Luoyun Mountain. You are able to learn cultivation techniques entirely thanks to the masters. If you encounter them in the future, you must greet them respectfully and not be impolite. These young men and women, as well as the spirit beasts, were all selected from within a radius of 500 miles, those with clear spiritual apertures and those capable of cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Qingfeng, who had quietly emerged from seclusion, had already cast an invisibility spell and was observing silently from the sidelines. His gaze swept across the crowd and quickly landed on 3 figures. One was Zhang Liankai's 7 or 80-year-old granddaughter, Zhang Xuantong, and the other 2 wolf cubs named Gray 7 and Gray 8, the offspring of Big Gray. He, Zhang Liangkai has spent his whole life hoping that the Zhang family could produce a celestial being, and now his wish has finally come true. Chen Qingfeng smiled faintly, flicked his finger, and a ball of warm spiritual light silently entered Zhang Zuntang's body. Immediately afterwards, he turned his gaze to the 2 gray wolf cubs, thinking to himself, these 2 wolf cubs have excellent bloodlines and are worth nurturing. Before he finished speaking, 2 more balls of spiritual light shot out and accurately merged into the wolf cubs' bodies. I have given you a little bit of fortune. How far you can go from here depends on your own opportunities and efforts. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but find it amusing. Recalling his early days as a novice cultivator, he was utterly ignorant. Later, upon meeting Lu Yu, he eagerly bombarded him with questions, wanting to ask every single one related to cultivation. Now, however, he had become the one bestowing opportunities upon others. Meanwhile, on a solitary peak on the eastern edge of Sanqing County, the atmosphere was heavy. Yi Qingshu was in a private conversation with the scarred, split-faced man opposite him. The split-faced man's voice was full of resentment as he questioned in a deep voice. I told you to get close to Chen Qingfeng and the others. How could you be so useless? What could I do?
Yi Qingshu's brams furovet in dissatisfaction.
That Chen Qingfeng seems to have been wary of me from the very beginning, unwilling to develop a deep relationship with me. Even though I tried my best to befriend him, I could never integrate into their group. 2 years ago, he had appeared at a crucial moment, giving Chen Qingfeng a key vote, hoping to use this opportunity to build a closer relationship. However, after Chen Qingfeng became a princess, although she gave him a spiritual vein to cultivate in, she deliberately chose a remote place, so he had no chance to interact with Luoyun Mountain. Naturally, his plan failed. Don't forget, we too have already taken on the karma of that lord, and our goal is to get rid of that fox. The crack-faced mad rat reminded him through gritted teeth. It's not that easy, Yi Qingshu retorted with a frown. That fox and that canine beast are always inseparable and extremely vigilant. There's no way to find an opportunity to strike. This matter needs to be planned carefully, and we need to slowly look for the right moment. When are we going to get to this point? The crack-faced mad rat grew increasingly impatient, its tone filled with anxiety. How would I know? Asking me is useless, Yi Qingshu urged. This place is no place to linger. You should leave quickly to avoid being seen and causing trouble. The crack-faced mad rat's face darkened, and its tone changed. Give me some spirit stones. Why again? Yi Qingshu's face immediately darkened, filled with displeasure. Nonsense, the crack-faced mad rat said matter-of-factly. You can cultivate openly on the spiritual veins, while I can only hide in the shadows to survive. I've already exhausted my previous spirit stones. If I don't ask you, who else can I ask? Don't forget, we're in the same boat. Helpless. Yi Qingshu could only take out a storage bag and throw it over, saying irritably, use it sparingly. Sensing another hint of malice? On Luoyun Peak, amidst swirling clouds and mist, Chen Qingfeng sat facing Baiyun and Haitu, discussing the past 2 years. He already knew that after his year-long seclusion, the Yu family cultivators from Yuheng Cave Heaven, who had come specifically to investigate Yu Chengxian's death, had announced their departure. Besides, Baiyun had mentioned to him that he had secretly sensed a considerable amount of malice, an aura that was difficult to pinpoint. That person should be a Foundation establishment cultivator, and extremely skilled in escape techniques. I couldn't find them, Baiyun said, a hint of resentment in his voice. Besides Yi Qingshu, there's another Foundation establishment cultivator targeting you. Chen Qingfeng frowned slightly. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously targeting Baiyun was definitely not a good sign. He secretly thought that this likely involved a hidden power struggle between cultivators of higher realms, and the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Fortunately, Baiyun's immortal Foundation Jade Court heart possessed the detect good and evil divine ability, allowing him to immediately sense malice in his surroundings. With this divine ability, he at least wouldn't be put in a passive position. Thinking of this, Chen Qingfeng solemnly instructed, from now on, you two must stay inseparable and never act alone. He knew the strength of Baiyun and Haita well. As long as the 2 of them joined forces, even if someone plotted against them in secret, they might not gain any advantage. Time on the mountain always flies by like a white horse galloping past a crack in the wall, the clouds gathering and dispersing. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye between sunrise and sunset. Once one's cultivation reaches the Foundation establishment stage, progress becomes increasingly slow, requiring daily refinement of supernatural abilities and accumulation of cultivation. Chen Qingfeng was quite happy with this peace and quiet, focusing on cultivation every day, living a carefree and stable life. Until this day, Zhu Lin, who had not appeared for a long time, suddenly showed up and summoned all the Foundation establishment cultivators in the southwest region. Everyone gathered together, and Zhu Lin looked around and slowly said, "Everyone, in a few days, a group of people from the north will pass through this place." The north? Those people from the Wugu Dao Shinshi? Mu Renhua, Du Heng, and others' eyes flashed. Chen Qingfeng exchanged a glance with Baiyun Haitu. The north was traditionally known as the Northern Evil Land, a chaotic mix of various lineages, including Buddhism, religions, shamans, and sorcerers, all with bizarre and sinister styles, some even embodying both immortality and demonic nature. Indeed, this time there may be Buddhist disciples and religious prodigies coming to undergo tribulations. Zhu Lin nodded in response. What tribulations? They're just using the name to extort benefits, Song Hyun scoffed. Zhu Lin didn't refute, simply saying calmly, just pretend you didn't see anything. What if these Buddhist disciples and prodigies go too far? Song Hyun raised an eyebrow, his tone probing. Zhu Lin remained calm. I'm merely relaying a message today. The rest is up to you. Understood. Song Hyun grinned, a knowing glint in his eyes. The other cultivators exchanged glances, each making their own plans. As the setting sun dipped below the horizon and the crescent moon rose, its gentle light bathed the mountains and fields. Chen Qingfeng returned to the mountain under the moonlight, discussing with Xiaobai and Xiaohe the news Zhu Lin had told them about the northern evil coming from the south. If that damned Buddha child and divine child from the north really does pass through here, how should we deal with it? The two beasts looked intently at their leader, Chen Qingfeng. Chen Qingfeng smiled leisurely. The south is currently in chaos. Yu Kingdom has been divided among Yen, Tianluo, and Feng kingdoms, with continuous warfare and endless strife. The cultivation methods of those Taoist sects in the north are inherently strange. The Buddhist sect claims to have a sacred mountain, and the divine sect proclaims a heavenly kingdom. They always choose to congregate in chaotic places, simply to deceive people into joining their sections. This time, the immortal sect has come to inform us that we should not provoke these people. But if they dare to come and cause trouble, we need not be afraid, nor should we harm them. We can simply drive them away. Although the 3,000 years of sect and prefecture customs records the details of the northern Taoist sects, it is mostly vague. Chen Qingfeng only understood these details after studying and pondering them repeatedly. Instead of wasting energy on dealing with those outsiders, I should focus on paving the way for my breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingfeng had already spent more than 10 years in Foundation establishment. He had already developed some unique insights into Foundation establishment cultivation. In the path of cultivation, those in the Qi refining stage gather spiritual energy, while those in the Foundation establishment stage need to absorb spiritual energy. Spiritual energy originates from mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, and snow. Any cultivator can absorb it to refine their Qi and increase their power. Spiritual energy, on the other hand, is formed from the very essence of heaven and earth. If we were to draw a strong analogy, spiritual energy is the free-floating energy between heaven and earth, while spiritual energy is like scattered fragments of laws. My cultivation technique, the Azure Emperor body, requires absorbing the spiritual energy of plants within a 500-mile radius. Only by making the forests in these mountains lush can my cultivation steadily improve. Therefore, I must instruct the surrounding mortals to plant more grass and trees, Chen Qingfeng said with a smile. He had no Purple Mansion true person to guide him. His cultivation path depended entirely on his own exploration. Fortunately, he had Xiaobai and Xiaohe as companions. The three of them often discussed the Tao together, and they actually helped him find a cultivation path that suited him. In the cultivation world, there's a saying, Dharma companions, wealth and place. The importance of a cultivation companion is self-evident. Without like-minded companions to discuss the Tao and support each other, the path of cultivation will only become increasingly lonely and difficult. Compared to Chen Qingfeng's cautious approach, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei's cultivation is much easier. Xiao Bai's cultivation, the Jade Court Heart, emphasizes a clear and open mind. As long as one's mood is cheerful every day, cultivation will naturally increase. Once troubled, progress will slow down. Xiao Hei is more domineering. As a shuttle void beast, its bloodline is of extremely high quality. It doesn't need to deliberately seek opportunity.